I'm partial. Dude, so many more things to throw at you. Just while we're on the topic of, I say UCLA, keep it on the Pac-10 West Coast. I need the Christian McCaffrey download from George Kittle. Dude.
What do you want to know?
I mean, just first of all, how is he at a Warriors game? Is he good company?
That's a great question. That's a great question. Will he pick up a round? Yeah.
Is he?
Wow. Christian, all around good dude. He's for the boys. He's incredible. I love hanging out with him. He's incredibly kind. He's super respectful to everybody who's around. Takes time for his friends. And then, being a locker buddy with him too, seeing his work ethic every single day, how he gets his body ready, how he gets his mind ready, how he attacks stuff. He's one of a kind, and being able to be a teammate with him is pretty fun. And the fact they get a block for the guy too. And when you have running backs that understand, angles and stuff like that, and what to press to make defenders move before you set up your blocks, that makes my job a lot easier. If you have guys that cut too early, defenders throw you off, you get holding calls and stuff like that. He's just got such a unique feel for the run game, and he sets up all the offensive line, tight ends, and the fullbacks, wide receivers. He sets us up to make our jobs just a little bit easier, so that we look even better out there. And we're good at what we do, but he makes us look better. And so it's really fun to play with someone like that.
It's a violent game, but is there any concern that teams are targeting him? Like they're like, we got to hit McCaffrey extra hard.
You know what? I mean, I haven't seen anything on tape. He's a running back and he's a wide receiver. He gets the ball 25 times a game. I think that teams are trying to hit him really hard because he touches the ball almost every single time. And I mean, I feel like that's what everyone's going to do. You're just targeting the guy who has the ball, and he just happens to have it more so than others. I don't think teams are going out of their way necessarily to target him. But, hey, you know what? If they are, hey, bring it. Christian's a grown-ass man, and he's going to do everything he can to run right through your face.
I love it, man. A few more minutes with the people's tight end, George Kittle here. Okay, I put you on let's do it like an SAT test, like George Kittle in high school. Get the blue book open. It's
no
SAT.
math questions,
and
don't
the question
worry.
is, describe Brock Purdy to a total stranger who doesn't know anything about Brock Purdy.
Yeah, it's like an essay.
I need like a thesis statement.
Whatever.
Sure,
you can take it any way you want. Any way you want.
No, we'll skip that. Brock Purdy is a very nice, lovable quarterback in the NFL who is a very nice person, works really hard, and probably someone that you'd want to date your daughter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Jenna's in good hands.
Well, no, and he is engaged, so relax, ladies.
No, that's it.
The lovely Jenna. They're like the cutest couple, man.
Yeah.
They are fantastic, and she's lovely as well. Very kind, and so I'm very happy for him. It's really fun when you find somebody that can help you and support you, because our lives are a little hectic, and when you have a little bit of stability, it helps a lot.
Is he just like he's a different generation? Like he's so young. He's so innocent. You guys have been through the wars.
Yeah.
Like, is it almost like having a little brother in the huddle? What's it like?
You know what? I would say, if you would have asked me this question a year ago, I would have said yes. Now, no, it doesn't. I feel like I'm with like a lethal killer in my huddle.
Wow.
Is awesome. Oh, I'm gonna lost you guys. Can you hear me?
We're here. Yeah, we got you, bud.
He's like a lethal killer. He really is. It's really impressive. Just his dedication to it, how he works, and but you when he gets in the huddle, he's like a different person. In the locker room and stuff, he's got this like cheerfulness to him. Like I don't want to say young kid, but he just got that to him. And then the second he gets on a football field, it's all business, and I just really appreciate that.
It's incredible. When you hear Dan Orlovsky say Mac Jones will be doing the same thing he does, does that?
You know what? I saw that this morning.
Yeah.
That's disrespectful to Brock Purdy.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah,
just go. Look, and I think Mac Jones is a fine quarterback.
Yeah.
Currently, what Brock's doing, you look at his stats. Just watch the tape. Like people just say, "Oh, I see his stats. I see some of the things they talk about on Sunday Night Football." No, like just watch him move in the pocket. Watch some of these throws that he's making. Sure, is there room for improvement? There's room for improvement on all of us. We can all get better. The reason that Brock gets, it's all focused on him is he's a quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, and we're 5-0. It's one of the most historic franchises. There's always a quarterback, some type of, not controversy, but someone wants to say something about the 49ers quarterback, and that's what it's talked about.
Right.
Okay, so let him talk about it. Just watch the tape and watch what he does every single game. It's phenomenal.
Say no more.
Let the kid play, let the kid cook.
Well said. Well said.
So we know you addressed the shirt with McAfee yesterday, but what we get to ask you is you
bring it. What do you want to know?
Well, Micah Parsons spoke after the McAfee show, And you heard did you hear what he said?
Maybe. I think so.
Do you want us to play it?
We'll play it for you. We have it,
no?
yeah.
Do you want us to play it?
Sure.
That's fine. Yeah, play. Let me hear it.
Okay,
one
you
more
get to hear it. Here you go. Sorry, I threw this hot potato at our producer, Marcus.
He's got it. Here
He's ready to go. Here it is. This is Micah Parsons yesterday on his podcast for you.
You know, George Kittle had 3 touchdowns on us, and he posted this thing to IG. And I always have this expression, and we're going to look at this. You know, he said, F Dallas. Yeah. You know, I just feel like he's making it way more personal than it had to be. And, you know, Kittle's my guy. But I'm going to say this. Laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. Just trust. Just trust. If we see them again, just trust. Laugh now, cry later. And we're going to put it just like that. I ain't going to put too much on it. You're going to make it personal. We can make it personal. That's cool. And, you know, it is what it is.
Okay, your reaction.
Well, you know what? First off, I appreciate Micah. I do like Micah's a phenomenal player. I appreciate him not absolutely hating me for doing that. So I do appreciate that. I will say, you know, I like to find inspiration throughout the season because it's a long season and it's a grind sometimes. And I just want to find a little juice from other places. And my entire career, every time we played Dallas, I've always seen this Gary Plummer photo of him ripping up the T-shirt for the NFC Championship game.
Right.
And it just hit a little bit different this week when I saw it. And the Niners accounts were posting it last week after our Thursday night game, like, hey, it's Dallas week. And I don't know if you guys have heard, every single week on like Monday morning, I wake up, my wife goes, hey, it's Rams week. Hey, it's Cardinals week. Like, get your mind right.
Yeah.
And this is one of those weeks that it's a big week. It's Dallas. And, you know, I'm not going to make it it's the 5th game of the regular season. You know, it's again, you know, is it 100% must win? No, but we want to win it, obviously, to set us up for later success. It's not a playoff game, but like the atmosphere is very playoff-ish. And so I'm finding inspiration from these places. And I see that Gary Plummer photo. I'm like, you know what? That is my inspiration this week because it's the Niners versus the world or the Niners versus Dallas, however you want to see it. And, you know, I really vibed with that. And so I had the shirts made on Monday from one of my buddies I've met on social media, Alex Tran, and he had them made for me, had them delivered for all the tight ends. I think I was the only one that wore it, but it's just for the mindset of the week. And, you know, I don't know if I could be any more. I think Dallas is a wonderful organization. They won a ton of Super Bowls, and I respect a lot of them and their players. And you could go back to every media thing I've ever said about the Dallas Cowboys, and I always talk about very nice and very respectful, and I'm not lying either. They're a very good football team, and I bet you if we played today, I bet you the score would be different. I still believe that the Niners will win, but I don't know if it'd be win by 30. But at the end of the day, it's the Niners versus the Cowboys. It's historic. I'm pulling from, you know, that. I always try to say this, you know, we stand on the shoulders of those that came before us, and the 49ers in the 80s and 90s, they won a lot of football games, and we stand on those shoulders, and you see those Super Bowl trophies every single day. It's fun to channel that energy once in a while. And so that's all I was doing. I had some fun with it. Do I regret anything? No, not at all, and I'll do it again. And if I would have scored 0 touchdowns, I would have shown the shirt regardless because I love the Niners and I love being a part of this organization. Will I wear the shirt next week when we play the Browns? No, because it's a Dallas thing from Gary Palmer. It just is what it is. Yeah. I keep getting asked like, "Oh, well, you're not going to wear this to Philly." No, I'm not going to wear it to Philly. Why would I do that?
I got you.
It doesn't make any sense.
No, man.
I'm in mild internet troll. It's just kind of the age I grew up in.
And I'm also wondering, was there a little bit of the George Kittle, the pro wrestler, in there?
Dude, I had so much fun. I will say this: the one negative of wearing that shirt was 2 layers. It was hot in the first place.
Yeah,
that was
hot.
a problem.
I wasn't smoking
hot. Hydrate, man.
Well, maybe a little cooler in January. We'll see if you do it in January if they get there, man. Dude, it's been so great. You've been so generous. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, Dallas is a playoff team. They're gonna win a lot of games. I bet you in 3 weeks you're gonna blow someone out like 50-10, and everyone's gonna be like, "Holy cow!" No, they've just been there. They got our best shot, and that was unfortunately what happened to them. And I'm telling you this, they're going to come out next week and they're going to beat the crap out of whoever they play.
Right.
And it's like, oh, yeah, well, it's obvious because Dallas is a really good football team. So it's fun. It'll add to the history just a little bit. And we can't wait to see him again because it's going to be a great football game.
Have you met Gary Plummer?
No, I never had the opportunity to.
Oh, he's a good dude.
Number
He's a good
one,
dude. Yeah.
Tomorrow morning when you and Claire are getting your coffee or whatever on your way to work, tune into the Murph and Max show because he's coming on with us tomorrow. And second of all, he's a great guy, and he spoke to Jennifer Lee Chan of NBC, and he said he wants a picture with you guys both wearing the shirts.
Oh, I almost just dropped an F-bomb right there.
No.
I got to watch myself. This is a family program.
Were you going to say blank
Totally.
yeah? Is that what you're going to say? Blank yeah?
Yeah, I was gonna say F yeah.
Well, you're
That's
all
the dream
good,
come
buddy.
true, baby.
Oh, man, listen, it's a natural end of the conversation to let you go, but I did have one note to ask you about Jimmy.
What's up?
I mean,
Wait,
just because
Jimmy
we
Garoppolo?
love... Yeah,
Jimmy Garoppolo,
there
yeah.
he was last night.
Oh, what about Jimmy
Is he
G?
still as handsome in the black and silver as he was in the red and gold? Is he? I mean, it's like it's a little sad. I miss him a little.
I do too.
What do you think? Hey, this
We
was your
love Jimmy.
guy. You
Yeah,
used
we
to wear
love
his
Jimmy.
face on You used to wear a shirt with him on it.
I want one of those
You know
shirts,
what?
by the way. Yeah.
Hey, in my defense, any one of my teammates gives me a shirt with their face on it, I'll wear it.
Okay,
Your
fair enough.
question's asked. That's just how I am. Oh, you know what? I have a ton of memories with Jimmy. Won a lot of football games with Jimmy. I'm happy for him that he's finding success that the Raiders just beat the Packers for the first time in 30 years. And yes, he is still very handsome.
He is. All right. George, happy birthday. You're the best.
Hey, thanks, George.
Thanks for coming on the show.
Appreciate it.
Oh, for sure, fellas. Anytime. See ya.
There it is, man. By the way, the best thing to come out of the interview was at the end when he said, if my teammate gives me a shirt with their face on it, I'll wear it. And you just said you'd wear a shirt with Marcus's face on it.
I actually just said that in the talkback to Marcus's headphones. I go, bro, I need one with Marcus's grill, and I guarantee I'll wear it like 3-4 days a week.
Okay.
I'll let the streamer see it. Someone print it up. Watch me wear it to work
True test would be,
tomorrow.
would you-
Make it black, though. I don't like the white. Give me the black shirt.
Would you wear
If
a shirt
possible.
with Triple E's face on it?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, give it a
Okay.
lot.
All right.
I want a picture of Triple E with his long sleeve tie dye on.
Okay.
That's how I see him in my head.
We established the standard.
Yeah.
I think the better question is, whose face would Paulie Mack not put on a T-shirt that works here at
mine.
KNBR?
What is playing? No,
They don't
I'll
want
take a
KNBR
Murph
as a
right now,
number.
and I want the Claytons, too. I'll rotate every
I
cast
think
member.
the answers to those questions should probably be given off air.
I'm not going into that.
Yeah, no,
Good
just for
idea.
my own
Good
job
idea,
security. Yeah.
I want to remind you, everybody, that we're proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Obviously, if you're just getting in your car, Bruce Bochy's been a big topic this morning. We'll hit that with Dwayne Kuiper, and likely the big hit, I would think.
Boch.
But obviously the 49ers, too. On our minds, getting ready for Cleveland on Sunday, but still dealing with the fallout from Dallas. And we'll tell you the latest chapter next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yeah.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
You know, George Kittle had 3 touchdowns on us, and he posted this thing to IG. And I always have this expression, and we're going to look at this. You know, he said, F Dallas. Yeah. You know, I just feel like he's making it way more personal than it had to be. And, you know, Kittle's my guy. But I'm going to say this. Laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. Just trust. Just trust. If we see them again, just trust. Laugh now, cry later. And we're going to put it just like that. I ain't going to put too much on it. You're going to make it personal. We can make it personal. That's cool. And, you know, it is what it is.
Laugh now, cry later sounds like a great movie poster, doesn't it?
It does.
You know what I mean? Come see the film.
And
Laugh now.
It's like this
later.
has been a big theme of the early portions of both pro football and college football about making it personal. We had Dion shouting it out. Y'all done messed around and made it personal. Now Mike is out here going, hey, if you want to make it personal, that's okay. It's personal, Murphy. Personal. Anybody?
Don't forget G. Papa and Gabe Kappa. You guys made it personal.
I wasn't ready for that. That was good. Murph, has anybody within the KNBR office approached you with any given issue, and have they kind of brushed up against the point where they're going to make it personal?
Well, Papa and the Kaplan,
That's
right?
true.
Yeah, for sure.
If you
They'll mess around and made it
personal. You're making it personal.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's a good question.
Y'all done messed around and made it personal.
Have you got,
Thank you, Marcus.
Personal with like Creative Tony.
Oh, it's always personal with Creative
Shannon.
Tony.
I made a joke about Shannon once. I think that was a little too personal.
Well, he's very delicate. He's a delicate flower. You got to be careful with him.
I was just riffing. So anyway,
don't come too close
Shannon.
on Kaler. Don't make it.
No.
No.
Speaking of personal, is the person who's going to be quarterback in the Cleveland Browns on Sunday P.J. Walker?
Well, we don't know about Deshaun. Yeah,
Walker.
Yeah.
Now, according to a source, it's the OBR. What's the OBR? Is that a reliable source in NFL?
OBR?
Do you know it, Waterboy? The OBR.
I know an OBJ. I don't think I know an OBR.
I know an Obi-Wan Kenobi.
It's I guess it's a Cleveland-based website.
Okay.
TheOBR.com.
Yeah.
They cover Cleveland.
They're making this personal.
And they say that if Deshaun Watson cannot go, and he did not play 2 weeks ago, they had a bye, and he missed Monday's practice, that they say that they're going to bench the rookie Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Disgraceful.
Yeah, give me some. It's been a while.
And play P.J. Walker late of the Houston Roughnecks XFL.
Bro, the Roughnecks.
Houston Roughnecks.
Roughnecks ball.
He also started 5 games for Steve Wilkes' Panthers last year.
Did the Roughnecks play at the Astrodome?
No, the Roughnecks were around just a couple years ago. The Astrodome's been gone a while.
Oh, I thought you said they were in the. Okay. I thought you meant like the old,
the new XFL.
Oh, I thought you meant like the. Okay.
Got to keep up with your XFL.
It's hard. I'm trying to. I know. I got to brush up.
You got to bone up on your XFL.
I do.
Anyway, we told you guys that the Dallas situation is still going. You heard the Micah Parsons comment. This should probably be the end of our Dallas discussion. We got to start turning towards Cleveland, baby.
I mean, I agree. $1,000,000%.
We're playing into the Browns' hands.
I can't believe Micah Parsons is still talking about this, actually, to your point. I mean, we're halfway
he
through
said
the
that
week.
on Monday. We're the ones still playing it on Wednesday. But we wanted to play the Debo sound.
Yeah.
This happened right at the end of our show yesterday. So the other shows got to play it. If you're a morning listener, maybe you didn't hear it. So Deebo Samuel's on with Kay Adams. Is it NFL Network, Good Morning Football, or her podcast? Okay. And he went there. He decided to ratchet it up. Deebo Samuel.
It was already personal before the game started. Now, 42-10, I don't think you want to see us again. It might be a little bit worse.
Wow, Deebo.
I don't know what we trust.
Micah, Deebo. I don't know what to say. I'm getting uncomfortable.
I don't know what we trust. We trust, just laugh now, cry later. I don't think you want to see us again.
Deebo, well, listen, Deebo.
You got to love the swagger, right?
You
don't want to see us again.
They don't really need to say anything. They just demolished the Cowboys on that in front of the whole world. Like, the Niners don't need to say a word.
21-10 third quarter was, 3rd and 14 or whatever.
Final score 42-10.
Okay,
what can you say?
I agree with Deebo here. It could have been 50-10 at one point if McCaffrey didn't fumble or if Sam Darnold wasn't playing in the fourth quarter. This was a beatdown. And think about the progress and the improvements that Brock Purdy has made as a quarterback since last year in the postseason against the Cowboys versus this past
we talked
weekend.
about that, no question.
The guys played 10 regular season games.
It's a big...
if they play the Cowboys again, Brock Purdy might be even better.
Yeah, right.
It's the Purdy difference from January to now is insane. He remains a robot. You guys, by the way, you guys see his wonderful engagement pictures down here at Montara Beach?
I got to say, first of all, lovely location, beautifully shot, soft lighting, and I got to say, they look very happy. I'm a little envious of their joy and their love. I was like, where can I get some of that?
We're so beaten down by life.
I want to be carrying
he throws her a football and then fake tackles her.
Right, yeah.
He kind of picks her up and the sun is dipping into the Pacific, dude.
Yeah.
It's like
the waves are lapping the sand. Yeah, no, seriously, it's beautiful.
But what made me, I'm like such a home.
that's what love looks like.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's such
a portrait of love.
Let's check in with them in about 25, 30 years. All right. We'll see how that's going.
On trash day. Yeah. Who's getting the barrels?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or who's leaving the wet towels on the floor.
The whole bit. Yeah, sure. The hair in the sink.
But the point is, I'm such a NorCal guy. I was like pumped that they took it at Montara State Beach. I'm like, oh, they're becoming Northern Californians. They're one of us.
Settle in.
I know.
Settle in.
It's kind of cute because they're not from here. He's from Arizona. She played volleyball at Northern Iowa.
Nice.
How about those kids?
Nice. Yeah, you want some athletes? Here they come.
Coming your way, right? So,
how about the fact that we didn't even know a few months back whether or not Brock Purdy would even be ready to start the season. And look at him. Look at him. You just talked about how much he's improved since the last Dallas game, and you're right. It's incredible, and he's still growing. He's going to continue to get better.
What's going to happen when he loses a game and throws 2 picks?
That's a great question. I hope people don't overreact, but they probably will.
They found him out.
Yeah.
That's what I'll say.
It's over.
The blueprint.
It's over, man.
The blueprint of being
fraud.
One more is Dante Whitner. I heard this in the car briefly. I've been in and out of the car. He came on with Tolbert and Copes in the afternoon. It's so funny. He's so calm. Because, his Dak Prescott sucks thing got a lot of traction. A lot of players are mad at him for talking about a fellow player.
Dante. Yeah. Dante's very outspoken. He's very opinionated, honestly.
He was very calm about it.
Yeah.
He said the only thing I regret, he said, is that the network told me they didn't like the word sucks. So he goes, otherwise I would use it again in this interview.
Okay,
That's
well,
okay. That's what he said. So
he spares
no very calm.
Yeah.
But again, he's, the idea of the Niners, quote unquote, not losing a game seems absurd to talk about when you're 5-0 and you have 12 to go. And you got Seattle twice and you got to go to Philly and all this stuff. Even Cleveland Sunday has the number 1 EPA defense in the NFL. So here was Whitner on this potential for the Niners to run the table here.
Nope, I don't believe they'll lose a single game all year. When I look at the opposition and I look at the field, there's nobody that's even playing up to the level and the standard that the 49ers are playing right now. And if we look at the injuries, knock on wood, if we look at the injuries, the 49ers are probably the healthiest team in the NFL right now. And they play a physical style of football. And as all these other teams continue to beat up on each other and try to catch up to the 49ers, they're just going to continue to get stronger. And I think that it all started this week. When they rolled over the Dallas Cowboys in the manner that they did, and they were so locked in, so physical. Brock Purdy had a career game. George Kittle awakened. I think that this is just that momentum that's going to start that snowball effect that get the 49ers off into a 10, 11, 12 game winning streak. And as you get closer, now the goal, even though they won't say it, they will not admit it, the goal will be to to get that record by the 72 Dolphins.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Dante, man.
I'm worried about the Browns on Sunday,
Yeah, you got to think about the Browns on Sunday and their league-leading defense, as you pointed out. They got a great D. You got to could be a formidable team. You got to take it seriously. And we do have some people down the hall, colleagues of ours, predicting that the Niners will lose this game because they're a little too
lose.
He says lose.
No, they're not going to lose.
He says lose this game. Yeah, this is a trusted Niner voice.
Now
too.
you're off Friday. You going to give us a forecast?
I'd like to.
You going to touch this game?
Well, you're going to have to wait and see now. You got to tune in Friday and find out. It was very unusual, Marcus. It was almost like Paulie Mack made that game personal last week with the Niners and the Dallas Cowboys because I took it. It was personal. Thanks, Marcus.
The current spread I have is 5.5. Niners 5.5.
Yeah.
It's going up.
Well, Deshaun Watson's a big part of that. I mean, I wonder. I think
it started at 3.5 before.
Yeah.
Now it's up to 5.5. Yeah, and PJ Walker.
Right.
The PJ Walker. Anyway, there's a couple sound bites for you.
All
Deebo
right.
Samuel saying you don't want to see us again, and Dante Whitner saying they're taking aim at the 72 Dolphins, who the 2007 Patriots did. Now everybody remember that. They did.
How crazy is it that it was a 9-7 Giant? Well, they had the recipe. Knock Brady down over and over and over and over again. It takes a toll.
Nobody called for the realignment of the NFL playoffs when the New York Giants knocked out the New England
The
Patriots.
9-7 wild card Giants, who also, I think that was the year they went into Lambeau and won. It was like 40 below zero.
Tom Coughlin's face.
Yeah, the face.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, we're really excited to hook up with 49ers Super Bowl champion and F Dallas T-shirt founder Gary Plummer, live from his home in San Diego, checking in on this whole scene next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
They'll mess around and made it
personal.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All righty, let's talk about the North Bay's world-class beauty and world-class secret called Marin Health. Yep, it's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
My entire career, every time we played Dallas, I've always seen this Gary Plummer photo of him ripping up the T-shirt for the NFC Championship game.
Right.
And it just hit a little bit different this week when I saw it, and the Niners accounts were posting it last week after our Thursday night game, like, hey, it's Dallas week. And at the end of the day, it's the Niners versus the Cowboys. It's historic. I'm pulling from, that. I always try to say this, we stand on the shoulders of those that came before us, and the 49ers in the 80s and 90s, they won a lot of football games, and we stand on those shoulders, and you see those Super Bowl trophies every single day. It's fun to channel that energy once in a while. And so that's all I was doing. I had some fun with it.
That was George Kittle talking about, our next guest. And I covered this guy back on Paulie on the Beat when he was leading the 49ers to a Super Bowl championship in 1994.
I love those Plummer teams, man. He played on some great teams with some great defenses.
You know what's amazing? It's almost 30 years later, and you know what brought us back together with Gary?
What?
The F word.
Well,
the F word.
Sometimes it's a unifying force, man.
Yeah. Gary, the F word has brought us back together, buddy.
What's up, Gary?
It's great to have you back, man. How are you, brother?
Hey, it's great to be here. And you know what's so funny is when I became a broadcaster, the first thing my mom said was, how are you going to do a broadcast without using the F word? I'm proud to say I went 13 years without using it.
Hey, that is impressive. We have the same problem.
If you use it today, we do have a 7-second dump button.
We have a dump button. Yeah, just in case.
Okay, great.
We have to do the same thing every day. And shall we say that there has been one or two.
We have moments, Gary. We've had a couple moments.
Paulie and I have been here 17 and a half years. There have been one or two dump. So,
and in fact, when we lost our way, it might have been in regards to the Dallas Cowboys. Might have been what provoked our usage. Yeah.
So first,
those guys are motivating in that way.
They really are.
First, let's start the questioning here. Put the witness on the stand here. Let's start the questioning with: when were you made aware that George Kittle had worn the shirt?
I was watching the game, but I didn't see it. I didn't see it until it was my brother-in-law from back in Georgia. He was just constantly on Twitter, and he sent it. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. I mean, he went full on during the game. I mean, I'll tell you the backstory why I didn't do that, but it was really cool to see.
You weren't the only one. None of us saw it during the game. It was the next morning when ESPN was the first place I saw it, had a still photo of it. So he did it out of the side of the TV cameras. So somebody caught it on a still photo. And did you immediately say, like, hey, man, he stole my shirt? Or what was your reaction?
No, not at all. I couldn't have been happier because, I don't watch the games like I used to when I broadcast because, that's a job and you're analyzing things. I'm a normal fan. I'm just out there, enjoying the enthusiasm of different guys. And when you look at somebody like George Kittle, that dude plays with great intensity, enthusiasm, and a love for the game. And those are the kind of guys I'd admire. So it was just super cool to see that, he kind of was paying homage to the teams of the past.
Yeah, it's exactly what he said. We had him on the show yesterday, and he said, hey, we stand on the shoulders of the guys who brought us here. So you have the story. So everybody out there, for the kids, 1994, it's the biggest rivalry in all football.
for the kids.
49ers, Cowboys. Gary's first year. Gary came up from the Chargers.
Yeah.
And Gary, how do you wind up with a T-shirt that says F Dallas?
Well, I used to do a radio show with some pretty crude guys in Lamont and Tenelli.
Oh, yeah.
Right down the hall, by the way.
They're colleagues of ours, man. They're literally right down the hall right now.
They said, by the way, to say hello. They said to say good morning to the Slapdy. Is what they
from
said.
Tenell, yeah.
They are flipping the script because that's what I used to call them.
Perfect.
But no, it was kind of those guys that came up with it because they knew I had a foul mouth back then.
Yeah.
And I must have dropped the F-bomb on an interview or two with them leading up to it that week, and they said, you ought to have something made because you're saying F Dallas an awful lot. And so I said, well, hey, I don't have time to do it. I've got a game to prepare for if you guys can do it. So they actually made the shirts up for me.
Yeah.
And it was crazy once they got there. And, Madden, I come out of meetings and Madden and Summerall are literally taking them out of a box before I even get to see one.
Madden.
We're going to have one of these, Gary.
That's incredible. Wow.
Oh, my God. And then, then a bunch of other teammates. I've actually had calls from teammates. I just got off the phone with a guy I hadn't heard from in a while, Rod Milstead. And he goes, bro, I did not realize that you didn't give those to everyone. I feel really honored that I got one of those. So it's been kind of cool. I've heard from a bunch of different guys, and it's been nice.
By the way, you just fired me up. Rod Milstead was my go-to guy in the locker room. He was one of the only guys who hung around during media time.
Oh, wow.
Because you guys all ran like rats out of the locker room. And unless you had something to say, unless you wanted to get a message out, you stayed. But Rod hung out. Because he was a backup O lineman. He was like, hey, what's up, man? We would just talk. We would just shoot the breeze.
Grab your pen, yeah.
We did. So anyway, so the shirt was made. It said F Dallas. You gave them out to the defense. Now, I saw a quote you gave to Jennifer Lee Chan. Pretty good quote. Now, Steve Young, he was 2 rated G.
I don't even think he said the words.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, yeah, PG. There's no way. There were a bunch of guys on offense that didn't want them, because they're just good guys. And defensively, we had a bunch of guys that it's just kind of the mentality.
Yeah.
So that's what's really cool about an offensive guy like George Kittle, going out there. And I think it's great when you have offensive guys that are so aggressive like that. Not that we didn't have aggressive guys on offense, but he's definitely one of those guys that is kind of a guy who sets the tone on offense.
He's almost like a linebacker at tight end for sure. We're talking to Gary Plummer, Super Bowl champ, Bay Area's own, kid out of Fremont, California Golden Bear, Oakland Invader, you name it. Gary is...
Yeah, don't forget those Oakland Invaders.
No, dude, we never do.
Everybody said, hey, he's a 12-year veteran. It was 15 years, and those were 18-game seasons back then.
Wow, yeah. Oh, did you guys play 18?
That's crazy.
I didn't realize that. Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. They wanted to squeeze every dime out of us, and I made it a grand total of $29,000 my first year.
Oh, man, you want to talk about for love of the game, bro.
Damn.
You know what you had? Instead of an F Dallas shirt, you had F my owner's paycheck.
Pretty much.
Oh, my God.
F all these guys.
Are you kidding me? I was so happy. We were one of the only teams in the USFL that Tad Toby, the owner, never missed a payroll.
Whoa,
and
nice.
They started paying us very well, though, the second and third years.
It's funny, Steve. I remember Steve Young has told the story of the Express.
Oh, he kept the checks and all that.
Well, they missed no, that's different than the Niners. His team, LA Express, did not make payroll. Like they did not. Yeah, he was like they were.
He tells a story about literally being on the bus and the bus driver, because we used to all practice in Tempe, Arizona. And, we would travel all over to play against different teams. I think there were 4 or 5 teams there, and we'd have scrimmages. So they're on a bus coming to scrimmage against us. The bus driver pulls over and says, somebody needs to pay me, otherwise I'm not taking you.
Holy smokes.
Young had to get out of the bus, go to an ATM, get the money out, and pay the driver.
Incredible.
That was the USFL.
Oh,
there it is.
Man.
Damn. Wow.
My favorite story was that Steve, the big story was he got $40 million, but it was like an annuity, which I don't even understand. I guess they pay you down. Anyway, Steve Young's mom was at a game at the LA Coliseum, and some guys were screaming, he's a bum. He's a $40 million bum. And Steve's mom stood up and yelled, it's an annuity. It's an annuity.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, man. All right, so back to the F. Dallas shirt. Now, you did not. You said Kittle wore it on the field, which surprised you. You did not. What's the story?
So obviously it got out to the NFL when, Madden and Summerall,
Wow.
are talking about it way before the broadcast. I think it was a Thursday or a Friday that they stole that out of my locker. I get a letter that if I set 1 foot on the field with that on and it's seen, it's a $50,000 fine. Wow. And so I was like, okay, I will definitely not be showing it on the field.
Yeah.
So there's a picture of me standing at the top step at Candlestick of the Giants dugout where we came out, and tons of photographers took pictures of that. And then I did sneak it on the way out after the game because technically it was not during the game. And that's the picture I think most people have seen that looks similar to the one that Kittle did.
Hey, Gary, because I remember, we all remember, anybody who's a 49er fan, or I would venture to say even just a football fan who was aware in the early 90s, I mean, Dallas and the Niners, it was everything. I mean, it was an annual thing. We'll see you guys in the AFC title game, and then we'll go on to the Super Bowl from there. But, how legit was the bad blood? It was definitely legit with the fans. You guys wearing the T-shirt definitely fired up the Niner fan base, but how legit was that bad blood between you and that particular Dallas Cowboy team?
Oh yeah, it was unbelievable. Especially when you get Kenny Norton telling you stories that they were talking about guys. How soft the defense was and getting people all fired up. And I remember Kenny wasn't playing very well because he had a lot of coverage responsibilities, and because this is just who I was in the the night before. You stay at the hotel, so we were neighbors. So I went over to pick him up because we're going to go to the game together.
Nice.
And I said, hey, dude, I just want to tell you, I'm going to call my son, who was 8 years old at the time, and I'm going to have him playing next to me. He's going to wear your uniform today. And he said, what? I said, because you have been playing like a punk-ass B.
Wow. Wow.
And I'd rather have my 8-year-old son, because guess what's going to happen today? They are going to run the football at you come mud, blood, crap, or flood. And that's just the way it is. And he picked up a lamp and threw it at me. I mean, it was a whole on brawl.
Yeah.
And I told him in the huddle before the first play, dude, they are going to punk you. They're running right at you. And he told me to F off. And they literally ran a play right at him, and he tackled Emmett for a 2-yard loss on the first play of the game, and then teabagged him. So it was.
That'll do it.
I'm telling you, it was intense, and it was just. It was just fun. It was what football is supposed to be.
Gary Plummer, great stories. And the man who brought the F Dallas T-shirt to the rivalry. 29 years later, his spiritual descendant, George Kittle, wore it. And it's a great reason to have Gary on, man. Which, by the way, we should have Gary on more often, too. I love talking to you, Gary. I know we got – hey, just last one. We got to let you go, and we got to scoot to get Dwayne Kuiper on. But just real quick on this current Niners team, man. They're 5-0. This kid out of Iowa State, the last pick in the draft, is slicing and dicing the whole league. The defense, Freddie Warner and Dre Greenlaw are playing like Plummer and Norton. What are you seeing, man?
It has been so amazing to watch this because of the intensity, because of the enthusiasm. These guys are flying around to the football, and I'm literally getting chills just saying that right now because they're playing the game the way you're supposed to play it. And, being an old guy, a lot of people will talk about, back when I played. No, these guys are playing the game the way it's supposed to be played.
Oh, beautiful, buddy. So good hearing you, man. And I love catching up. And the picture of F. Dallas shirt lives on forever.
Yeah, and I thank you for that, too. Great tradition.
We'll pass on the slap D greeting down the hallway. All right,
we'll tell them. Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, Gary.
Guys.
Be good, buddy. Gary. Be good. Gary Plummer. So much fun. Dwayne Kuiper next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, everybody. Paulie Mack saying good morning. Hey, listen, talking to Gary Plummer brings back so many great memories, right? And a lot of us think back about those days. Maybe you were playing ball back then, too, which is great. But you're an adult now. You've got the sore shoulder. You got the bad back, the bad knee, the ankle. You're limping around. Hey, I am, too. Believe me, we all have these aches and pains. So what do you do about it? That's the big question. Do you get all filled up on pharmaceutical prescription painkillers? It's better not to. I mean, they're highly addictive. They cause all kinds of problems. That's why QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, and they offer regenerative medicine where the solutions are found with highly concentrated healing agents found in your own body. These are powerful treatments that can restore and repair damaged tissue in your aching joints. And again, this is what we're looking for, moving without pain, living a pain-free life. So when you're dragging around pain in your knees, shoulders, hip, back, any joint pain at all, I would really recommend checking out these new treatments. It's funny, we talked to Gary Plummer about the Cowboys. Emmett Smith, he takes the QC Kinetics treatments. They have over 100 clinics nationwide. They've treated thousands of patients. You could be next. Schedule a free consultation. They're very nice people. Locations in Pleasanton and in San Jose. Give them a shout. Talk about your situation and let them help you out. 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Mac to catch up with Kipe.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All righty. Hey, just looking ahead, Chris Rose joining Tolbert and Copes today at 2:50. Also, Steve Young joining them later that day.
Steve.
So everybody stay tuned. As what Marcus likes to say, rip off your knob.
Yeah,
when he
break
says
it
that,
off,
it's
man.
very. I'm like, man, should I be ripping the knob off in my car? But
and
I guess
I'm
I
afraid
should.
of Marcus, so when he says do it, I just do it.
Well, when
Yeah.
Dwayne Kuiper's on, you rip off the knob because you ain't going anywhere. It's our weekly hit with Kuip. Kuip, I think you know what we're going to talk about today. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, Dwayne.
Yeah, it was really fun.
Yeah.
And I sat on the couch with my son, and you know the game is over, but you got to wait because you want to see Boach, you want to see his expression, and I saw everything that I've seen before, a bunch, just in a different uniform.
Yep.
Same expression, same crafty smile. It was great. It really was. It brought back a lot of memories.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, he's 68, and I don't know what lessons there are here. Maybe sometimes things are just random or not. I don't know. It's like, how did they win 68 games last year? They won 90 this year. Essentially the same roster. Yeah, they signed DeGrom, but DeGrom wound up being hurt. They signed Eovaldi for 2 years, $34 million. They traded for Chapman. They traded for Jordan Montgomery at the trade deadline, but whatever buttons he pushed, Kuip, they're the right buttons.
Yeah, and all those guys last year that were really young are still young, but they got a full year under their belt. And look, Jonah Heim, I mean, the A's had him. He's an all-star. He starts in the all-star game. This young kid at third, I never heard a whole lot about him. Really, really good. I mean, you just go around that whole diamond, and you can see why offensively, they can stay with anybody. The Scherzer thing really hurts them, but they've still managed to pick it up, without him. So, look, it may very well be, he and Dusty again in different uniforms. And that'll be fun because you know how much that they enjoy each other. But, yeah, that goes away which would be a 7-game series, right?
I think you could argue that no market in the country would be more affected emotionally by a Dusty Baker, Bruce Bochy ALCS than San Francisco. We're like, those are our guys. Like, they're not your guys, they're our guys, right?
You're right. Outside of Texas, you're exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
And, look, I don't know how it's going to go over nationally, but I still think that's pretty intriguing from all baseball fans. At least you hope it is. But the other thing too is the Braves and the Phillies. That's going to be a nasty series.
Mm-hmm.
And what is it? 1-1. Games 3 today, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, this one could go to the max. Philly should have won the ball game 2 days ago.
Right.
They should not have let that one get away. And, in a 5-game series, that really hurts. So it's fun. It really is fun. My only problem is I get hacked off when there's no games.
Right.
Yeah, me too.
Like a couple of the series are ending too soon. Like we haven't had a climactic. We didn't have a game 3 in the wild card round, and already Bochy just swept the Orioles.
I know.
And so we want 5.
Somebody's fault. It's nobody's fault, but you get into a rhythm where so Monday's off, Tuesday there's 4 games, Wednesday there's 4 games. So now you're in a rhythm. You're going to watch baseball like crazy. Thursday off, Friday off. Killing me. And then, they start playing again on Saturday.
So here's today's schedule. So Braves Phillies at 2 today, Game 3. Astros Twins at 4 today, Game 4. Dodgers D-backs at 6 tonight, Game 3. So you got 3 today, Kai.
That's good. That's good. And hopefully they play tomorrow, too.
So let's get into this Braves-Phillies thing for a second before we get back to Dusty and Boch and all that, because I want your opinion on that play. It was one of the great plays you'll ever see to finish a game. I think they said it's the first 8-5-3 double play ever to end a game.
Has to be. I mean,
yeah, you'd think.
The fun debate is Bryce Harper. He's obviously, he made a living running through the stop sign.
That's the thing. That's how he plays, yeah.
It wasn't like he was, booking without looking, but he did take a very aggressive line around second, counting on Harris to drop that ball.
Yeah.
So if you're a base coach or a bench coach, are you thinking, damn, you can't end the game like that? Like, worst case, if let's say he doesn't go around second, he goes like 3/4 or 90% of the way, and that ball does fall and he doesn't score, at least you have second and third with one out, right? As opposed to the game being over. What's your feeling?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it wouldn't have hurt if he was a little bit more cautious going around second, because he still had a really good chance of scoring, if the ball isn't caught. But I'm not sure Harper plays that way. I don't. I mean, on the farm, when we would drive our tractors, there was first gear, which is really low. And then road gear when you would move your equipment on the road. So slow, really fast.
Yeah.
I don't think he has anything in between.
That's it. Right.
I think he's got road gear, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a good base runner. He's a smart player. So bottom line is everybody wants to make him look bad when he was. He thought he was doing the right thing trying to score on that ball. It was a great play, by the way. So, and I don't think I could be hacked off at him, but maybe a little bit more cautious rounding second and a bit of better play.
Yeah, I hear you, man. And, you still want him on your team, bottom line. Kai, just a thought on, the Dodgers they're on the brink of extinction. The Orioles just got swept. We all know, what happened to the in the wild card round with the Diamondbacks knocking off the Brewers. Sad for you, I know. But this whole concept of, and this comes up every year, the best teams getting knocked out in October by the hotter wild card teams, it always brings up the question, should you reassess or reframe the playoffs so that the better regular seasons get rewarded in some way, or no, just leave it as it is?
Well, look, I don't want to reward the most talented teams more.
Yeah.
I mean, the most talented teams are the ones that are expected to win. Dodgers are expected to win. Why? Because they're their most talented team. They're not the hottest team. I heard Bruce Bochy say something last night when he was being interviewed about, and I didn't follow it that closely, but I guess they had a really bad ending to the season. Yeah. Where maybe they lost 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5.
The Seattle series, Murphy.
They lost the last day of the season.
Yeah.
They could have won the West, and they lost it.
Yeah, he was talking about that, yeah.
And he basically, because somebody said, well, what's going on with your team? He goes, the team that gets hot is going to be the team that's going to win.
There it is.
And if anybody should know that, he should. Because he managed those 3 years where the Giants were world champions. He was the hot team. Yeah. And right now, you can't deny these teams that get hot. And that's why it's not such a bad idea for a team like Arizona to blow through these great offensive teams like the Dodgers have. Because it just tells you that Arizona's good. They're young, but they're hot. And right now they think they can beat the Dodgers again. And I think that that's awesome. I I mean, look, the Atlanta Braves. What a great lineup they have. Can they be beat? Yeah, they can be beat. But whoever beats them is going to have to be the hot team.
Is it good for baseball or bad for baseball that a quote-unquote hot team can win a World Series? I mean, some would say that was the 10, 12, and 14 Giants, right? That they were not ever the number one seed.
No,
if they were the last seed every series.
Yeah. Yep.
Not 1, 2, 3, or 4, but nobody ever picked them to win a series. So yeah, it is a good thing. It gives everybody a shot. I mean, look, I don't want the Yankees to win 6 years in a row. How much fun is that? So yeah, it's good. Leave it like it is.
Well, we're one win away from Dusty and Bochy, man. I mean, who would you? It's like we were saying, just for fun, if we had to put a poll up, who's more popular, Boch or? I mean, you hate to pit these two beloved guys against each other, but you got to pick one.
Yeah, man.
No, you don't.
Okay, tell us. Yeah, I like that.
You'll just go.
Yeah, no, you don't.
You just root for both, right?
That's it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, Dusty got his last year. Boch got 3 of his. 15 years ago, 10 years ago. Just enjoy them.
Yeah.
They will hug before the series if it gets to them, and they'll hug after the series. There'll be no hugging in between.
Well, hey, I should say that Dusty's got work to do. They're going to put this up on the bulletin board in Minnesota. Joe Ryan, the kid out of Drake High School in Marin, gets the ball, and he's going to try to extend this thing. So, Dusty's not there just yet.
No, and the Twins are a good team. So, and that's why October is so compelling, because you don't have any crappy teams. They're there for a reason. They earned it.
It's fun. All right, Kai.
And the Phillies are the greatest example last year.
Oh, yeah, and they're
the worst record in of all the teams in the playoffs. The worst record.
Yeah,
they almost won the World Series.
Yeah, it's because nobody wants to go into that stadium and have your ears
it's a madhouse
exploded by those fans.
Yeah.
Last one for you, Kai. You can tell us. We won't tell anybody, I promise. Who's the next Giants manager?
I think the next Giants manager is going to be.
Dusty or Boch?
Wow.
No, maybe a former player.
Okay. Maybe a former player. Barry Bonds?
Well, Murph, you're going to have to figure this out.
Okay.
He's
No,
only
it won't
giving
be
clues. Yeah.
So the quote is, the clue is, quote, maybe a former player, unquote.
All right.
Give us one clue a week.
No.
No. It's like a Hardy Boys.
Yeah. Look, I don't have a clue as to who it's going to be. I haven't. Have you guys seen a list?
Certainly
It's
not.
funny.
No.
It's been quiet, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
it's hard to do while there's playoffs, because there may be people you're interested in that are in the playoffs.
Well, to your point, Kai, but I just want to throw this out there while we're doing this segment, because people listen for Giants and baseball and all that, is who's on Bochy's staff who was mentioned right when it ended, right when they fired Gabe. This guy was mentioned, and now he's going to the ALCS, and he's got local ties. Will Venable, Max's kid.
Max and Marley's kid.
Max and who? What's the wife's name?
Molly.
Marley. Max and Molly.
Molly.
So he listen, this guy played Major League Baseball. He went to Princeton. He's a Marin County, San Rafael High Bulldog. I mean, just keep that name in mind. Keep it in mind.
Oh, and a former player.
And a former player.
Yeah.
And he's on Bochy's staff.
Max and Molly's kid.
So he can say at the opening press conference, I'm going to bring what I learned from
Molly's
Bruce
kid.
Bochy.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, that's what he's known as when Mike and I talk about him.
Max and Molly's kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we would do the batting order. It's Eric Hosmer, Max and Molly's kid, and Phil Nevin. That's just the way we did it, because of our affection for Max and Molly.
I love it. I love
awesome
it.
Couple.
Well, listen, I'm not saying he's going to get it. I'm just saying his name has been mentioned, and I noticed that he was in the celebration last night. So, there you go. Bring some champagne.
I also think he struck out either on Jonathan Sanchez's no-hitter or one of the clinch games.
Oh, nice.
Brian Wilson might have retired him in 162, maybe.
I think that's what it was.
Okay.
Maybe. We'll ask him about that at the opening press conference.
Okay. Yeah, maybe.
All right.
All
Well,
right, guys.
Thanks, Kai.
you got 3 games
Good
today.
morning.
2,
You
4,
got
and
it.
6. Be good.
I'm watching. You bet.
Dwayne Kuiper. Well, I don't know. I threw that one out there. Will Venable. Just because I was going over some Rangers stuff and I saw his name, I'm like,
You know, it was still in my head, too, because it just came right back immediately when Kipe said, I don't know, there's probably no basis for this, but I'm still thinking about Pat Burrell, because when he goes former player, the first guy I thought of was Pat Burrell. I have no basis again for that, but
I know, yeah.
just came into my head.
He's so anti-analytics.
Pat the Bat?
Yeah.
Well, there's anti-analytics guys who are facing off in the ALCS right now.
Yeah.
By the way, Dusty and Boach both going to the Hall, Murph. They can enjoy their Cooperstown, because Dusty's going, right? I mean, I know Boach is going.
I mean,
Boach is going. Dude, he's won 3 series. He's freaking going. It might be a 4th.
I think the stat was the most.
But I would think Dusty's Hall, right, as a manager, as
the
a
most
skipper?
playoff series won ever, and they put it on ESPN last night. Joe Torre number 1, and it was who am I
Go ahead,
forgetting
man.
2? Come on, Tony La Russa 2.
Nice. Oh, that's right, Murph. Don't forget about me,
and
baby.
Boach
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, well.
That's the list.
Yeah.
All right, here's the deal. By the way, 707 says the first guy that Bochy hugged in the dugout was Will Venable.
Will, get over here, Will.
Yeah. All right, guys, here's the deal. So the big hit, listen, it's going to be 99.99% 49ers from here on out.
Yeah.
Except for when the Warriors start in 13 days, by the way. And by the way, the Warriors have like the whole week off. They don't play again until, I think, this weekend or Friday or something like that.
Take the week off, guys.
Then they play a series of games, and then they get ready for their opener on the 24th. But come on, last night's controlling story was Bruce frickin' Bochy.
Le baseball.
Winning the American League Division Series.
Charming the
sweeping
pants off the
Orioles.
AL now, yeah.
Charming the pants off the AL.
He can't help it. He can't help it.
And he's back. And so where are you at with this? 808 KNBR. Because I do see, Paulie, you need to know about Smarty Pants Twitter.
I don't like Smarty Pants Twitter. See, this is what turns me off.
I'm just letting you know.
Smarty Pants
Because
Twitter. You know where I want to go? I want to go pro Bochy Twitter. That's where I'll sign up.
Smarty Pants Twitter is not pro Bochy.
They didn't like the 3 World Series parades.
Smarty
they
Pants
hated
Twitter.
that.
Smarty
they
Pants Twitter.
hated the playoff victories. They hated the parades. They hated the confetti. They hated you know what it was, Marcus? They hated the lifetime memories that were being made. I hated every second of it.
I'm actually literally looking
Cy
at
Young
tweets
Awards, MVPs.
from Smarty Pants.
I hated it.
Analytical Twitter
Hated
that
it.
says, oh, really? Because Bochy was so great in 17, 18, and 19.
Oh, is it okay if you have a little rebuilding period? Is that going to be okay
Really?
with y'all?
Don't you imagine?
Yeah.
So it's Smarty Pants Twitter.
Right.
Slagging Bochy's
How dare
finish
they?
with the Giants.
How dare they, Marcus?
Versus
have they forgotten?
Polymax Romantic.
Yeah, no.
Twitter.
Bro,
Bochy.
Thank you. Give me another one.
We're getting into it.
Hey, when it comes to Bruce Bochy, don't make it personal.
We're getting into it next.
Don't make it personal.
We're getting into it next. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. The big hit is next. Smarty Pants Twitter versus Bochy Parade Twitter. Next on the sports leader.
I'll say he's an idiot.
Kite with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
Your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
the Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Absolute power corrupts. Absolutely.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
George Kittle stopped by the Murphy Mac Morning Show yesterday as the 49ers Player of the Week to talk about his 3-touchdown performance against the Dallas Cowboys and, of course, his blank Dallas shirt that he wore on Sunday Night Football. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The 1-1 to Corey Seager, and the lefty drives this one to right.
He has given up a homer. Seager gets the party started with a massive shot. The 0-1 with the bases loaded here in the bottom of the second. Texas up 1-0. Pull down the line, fair ball. That's going to bring in everybody. No holding at third. It bounced off the wall short of reaching the outfield. 2 RBI double for Mitch Garver. He's ready on the 1-2. Garcia hits this one high and deep to left. Really high, really far, and gone! Adolis Garcia. Gibson delivers, and this ball is smoked. Right field, and it's gone! Nathaniel Lowe gets into one. Texas 7. The Orioles 1. Strike 3. And the Rangers sweep another. They are rolling into the LCS. They beat Baltimore 7-1. Congratulations to Bruce Bochy, Chris Young, and the entire Texas Ranger organization.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable. Oh, there it is, man. I'm holding it up on the YouTube.
Round of applause for
and on the
Boch.
Twitch.
Yep.
Triple E puts together our big hit, and he says the big hit, Bruce Blanken Bochy, that's it. That's the hit.
That's all it needs to be.
Because that's what my tweet was last night. That's it. That's the tweet. A picture of Bruce Bochy. We have assorted photos of Boch here, including him in his Padres uniform in the 90s, him in his with a World Series trophy as a Giant. We have him as a player wearing the Astros helmet, that little helmet with no ear flaps on it.
No, I had that. I think I had that card.
The one with him and Dusty Baker at home plate during an AL West game. Another confetti shot coming your way.
Yeah.
But that's the hit. Bruce Bochy advances, and it's Farhan Zaidi's worst nightmare, everybody. It's his worst nightmare.
And it might not be over yet, because so far, let's keep in mind what Bochy's done. Had a rough ending to the regular season, and now they're smoking hot. They haven't lost in the postseason. They wrap up the sweep last night. Now they wait. Will it be Dusty Baker? That's if it is, and I hope it is, Murph. Let's just be honest. I mean, it's a great matchup between, like you said, Farhan's worst nightmare, a couple old school guys, both probably going to Cooperstown and both squaring off. I think that's the kind of thing that's great for baseball. Both of those guys are extremely likable. Even the casual fans, oh, I love Dusty. Oh, I love Bochy. Like, those are the kind of personalities baseball needs right now, so I think this is a very good thing.
It's incredible because Farhan Zaidi, and now the story is being brought up, and Alex Rodriguez brought this up.
Hey, that's my new guy now.
And I
told
told you, we have a war going on. Paulie thankfully stays off social media for the most part, and he doesn't see Smarty Pants Twitter.
See, that's
there's
why,
a lot
though.
of
Smarty Pants
harumphing and tisking, saying, oh, that's right, I forgot the Giants were so good in 17, 18, and 19. How could you not keep Bruce Bochy? Being deeply sarcastic.
Well, because we're all having a good time with this product. This was great.
So, I guess Smarty
the attendance,
Pants,
I think, speaks to that point, Marcus. They love the product so much they plummeted to 17th in attendance. That's how great things are going.
Smarty Pants Twitter.
Says Smarty Pants.
Smarty Pants
I'll
Twitter.
Smarty Pants right back. Sorry, Murph, but I get upset because now they're coming at Boch. It's personal.
It's funny when you read it.
Sorry, Marcus.
And listen, I try to follow as many people as I can to get as many viewpoints as I can. I'm not trying to be an echo chamber guy.
I know.
And I like to follow the analytics trends, see what they're saying. And they're all saying, oh, my God, people are rewriting history. The Giants were terrible at the end of Bochy's tenure. He was not putting winners on the field. How are you now telling me all of a sudden that everything was so great when he was here at the end of his tenure? 17, 18, 19. And we're saying, two things can be equally true. 17, 18, and 19 were brutal.
Thank you, Murph.
And 10, 12, and 14 were the most orgasmic things in the history of Giants baseball, right?
Yeah.
It's orgasmic.
No,
it's orgasmic. There it is.
Why is there a reluctance
what a line from Marty at the parade, too, by the way. This is on the flatbed.
It's orgasmic.
That was on the flatbed.
And why is there a reluctance to just embrace all the great stuff that he accomplished here?
These people try to come at it deeply analytical.
Well,
no
you guys
romance.
are so,
romance.
we don't want it. I don't even want to enjoy the game. Marcus, I want baseball to be as unpleasant as possible. Almost like going to get like a drilling at the dentist with no Novocaine. Just go ahead and drill.
But here's the juicy stuff that Alex Rodriguez said.
The hell. See, now I'm getting upset.
Dude, A-Rod, by the way.
That's my guy.
Stirring it up. Here's A-Rod last night. Take a listen.
His best signing, fellas, may be the three-time world champion Hall of Famer Bruce Bochy. And to think, Matty, that he got ran out of San Francisco for analytics and Gabe Kapler, looks like the Rangers are sitting with the right man.
Dude.
A-Rod just dropping hydrogen bombs.
Went right in.
Yeah.
He went right in.
I
So
mean,
there's
just
a big
the
dispute
drive-by.
as to how Bochy left. A lot of people say, well, he announced his retirement.
I don't think he
on his
wanted
own.
any part of this. I think it was mutual.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to throw anybody under a bus or reveal anything. I'm just going to say,
Murph,
it has been told to me by people in the know that Farhan wanted Bochy out.
Yeah.
That's it.
I think that's all pretty much understood.
Well, it hasn't ever really been. I mean, a lot of people say, no, Bochy retired. Bochy retired. Bochy said, I'm leaving. I'm retiring.
Do you want me to really tell you what happened? I can tell you what happened.
So what's the difference? I mean, was he retiring or was Farhan forcing him out?
Well, what happened was Bochy went to his office one day and he was told that he had to do a media session. So he went down the hall to the interview room and he opened the door and this is what he saw.
Let's see.
And he goes, maybe I should start looking for a new gig.
So, I think that this is on Farhan, man. He did not want to keep Bochy, and Bochy gracefully, they agreed to a graceful exit where he would announce before the season so that there would be no drama during the season. Is he going to keep Bochy? Is he going to keep Bochy? Boch being yet another perfect touch by Bochy to say, why don't I just say before the season, I'm done. That way, took the drama out. Plus, he got a bunch of bottles of wine, and he got a seat at Fenway Park.
They got Timmy Lincecum to show up at the Yard on the final day. I mean, think about what that turned into. So that farewell to Boch.
And I'll give Farhan this. In defense of Farhan, when you come in, you probably want to bring in your guy, right? You probably want to bring in your guy. You don't want to inherit the old guy, right? So, turns out his guy was Gabe. And as Marcus said, you want to tell everybody at 8:03 what you said at 5:07?
Yeah, the reason why the Rangers are in the postseason right now and the Giants aren't is because Bruce Bochy is out here searching for his 4th World Series ring. Gabe Kapler's still on his quest to find the perfect burger in San Francisco.
Well, I mean, that's pretty good.
I mean, what? Am I the bad guy?
No, you're not. Made me laugh.
You are speaking facts.
And that's it. And Murph, you asked the question earlier if Bruce Bochy retired on his own or if he was forced out by Farhan. I'm just curious if you know the distinction between the two.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
That's the right question.
Keep shooting.
See, now we're all getting worked up again. I know, there's a lot of emotion here.
Sean in Vacaville is checking in on this whole topic. Sean, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Hey, Sean.
Hey, couple of things. As much as I love Dusty Baker, you got to for Bochy on this. I would trade 10 bad seasons in a row for another. So that's my hot there. And my second hot take is for managers. I'm thinking Mike Matheny or Stephen Vogt. I think Stephen Vogt's a good catcher. He ran a good game. Veteran player, and I think why not give him a shot as a manager?
Okay, Sean, good stuff. You dropped out a little bit there. I think you said you would take Bochy over Dusty. How about this? We're like pitting them against each other. Who do you like better? It's like your kids. Who do you love more? Yeah. Remember Dion goes, don't get it wrong. You rank your kids. That's what he said. He goes, you're lying if you don't. But I mean, Dusty and Bochy, how can you pick, right? Well, Sean just took Bochy. But Stephen Vogt, dude, he's definitely a candidate.
I would make a lot of Giant fans happy, no question.
Well, I mean, you want to talk about a personality.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's a guy who, like, on a day-in, day-out basis will, like, kind of fire you up. People are like, I like this guy.
Still, my favorite thing Vogt did with the whole referee thing is when he put the hands on hips, did the hop, and we're going this way. Yeah. Like the turnover, the change-up, like he does a hop, and then he points.
Question is, can an NBA ref impression get you a Major League Baseball job?
It might in this case. You're hired.
By the way, 6'5", people coming in with a standing O for Marcus's riff. Waterboy dead nuts on 650-415. Preach, Marcus.
I love you, Marcus.
Damn, Marcus. That was perfectly on point. I was pulling up. I was on Van Ness turning left on Broadway when he said it. I was laughing my A off in my car.
I think the whole Bay Area
All
laughed.
I could see was the burger on the Instagram. Shu is in Santa Rosa. Shu is in Santa Rosa.
What up, Shu?
Shu, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning, guys. Long-time listener. Murph went to school with Derek, but that's beside the point.
That's my guy. That's my guy. Coach D, he's running things up there in Sonoma County. Yeah. But anyway, what's up, Shu?
Carl Newman's solid, man.
What do you got?
Yeah. Hey, watching Boach last night, I just missed an old friend. Everything he says is always deflecting off himself, making that call with the third baseman. People are talking about that guy was going like on a 1 or 2 for 30, when he put him in that 3-hole, and then he hit the grand slam in that game. So, just knowing the guys knowing how to read his players. I got a little bit personal with Bochy because I bought that the Bochy experience in 2018, and
nice.
Spent 3 hours with him and just got to hang out. And
awesome.
That's cool.
He kept on turning around going, hey, well, go get him some balls and go get him some jerseys. Go get him some more stuff. And I just, it was awesome. My whole family was there. My parents were there.
Dude.
My 2-year-old was there.
Where was this? Was this in Arizona? Was this in Scottsdale?
The Bochy experience.
No, man. I was at the ball at AT&T. It was called the Bruce
What was
Bochy
it? Was it
Experience.
like a Junior Giants?
Yeah, did you
auction or
bid on our
something, or-
show? Did you get that?
Yeah, I bid it on your guys' show.
Yeah.
With the Bruce Bochy auction
Dude,
for the.
and he delivered the goods?
the what's that?
Bochy.
He was cool?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, he's the most. Sat there and interviewed with him and John Miller recording their pregame.
Nice.
And, I mean, it was before and after. It was the Bruce Bochy Experience. You guys remember that, your fundraiser.
Well, welcome to my experience.
Hey, $5,000 of the most well-spent money I've ever done in my life.
You don't even miss that. Hey,
we're
you
still talking
you
about
still
it.
have a roof over your head, buddy.
Hell yeah,
you had
dude.
dinner- You had,
And you're
food
a
on,
be-
you had food on your plate last
Hey,
night.
and you know
You're
what,
good.
Shu? I'm going to go ahead and say you're probably a better man for having that experience.
Oh, my whole family is. And, I got a size 8.5 hat from his All-Star Day.
See?
I got his All-Star jersey from that year.
Get him a hat.
His name played. But, I just miss him, man. He's a good friend.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think with that kind of humility, that kind of selflessness is something we need to get back in our dugout.
Yeah, well said,
Shu.
Shu. Well said.
You're the man. Good call, buddy.
Hey, thank you, guys.
Good call.
I like how it goes. By the way, I'm friends with Derek, but that's besides the point. I don't even know who that is, but that was awesome.
That's my cousin Derek.
I don't care. It doesn't even matter. It just sounded awesome.
Derek's running baseball.
Hey, listen, I'm friends with Derek.
He's running Cardinal Newman. That's a dynasty.
Yeah.
That's a dynasty, baby. He was
that guy was great, though. Old friend, Murph, familiar, the warmth, the Boch, the Bruce Bochy experience.
Dude, now 253 is getting personal, saying, you guys want to put it head-to-head. How about 3 rings with Boch and Dusty giving Russ Ortiz the ball?
Oh. No, yeah, pretty much, man. Pretty much.
408 goes, well, what is the best burger in San Francisco?
Can we at least settle that? Can Gabe leave us with that? Yeah.
510 says, I'm for Bochy over Dusty because Dusty's still coaching those cheating blanks. All right. 925 says, could Dusty be the better fisherman? Could Dusty be the better
Well, I don't
fisherman?
know. Boch is more of a hunter, isn't he? I don't know if Boch is.
Dude, the famous shoot me
the
a text
deep
was when we
sea.
were talking about fishing.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
That was when I told him I'm coming to San Diego to go fishing. And he goes, I said,
shoot me a text.
Remember I tried to force my way onto his boat? I was like, you have a boat down there,
Murph
huh?
will do
And he
that.
said-
Yeah, shoot me a text.
What do you got? A twin engine Boch? What are we riding on? Yeah, you're like.
why don't we do a little
What do you
bit of
got,
Boch
outboard?
here? 1010C, Waterboy from the big hit.
Shoot
sound
me a
file.
text.
Boch right after sweeping the Orioles, who had not been swept in a series since May of 2022.
How about that?
Adley Rutschman had never been swept in his life until he never played Boch
he ran
in
into
October.
Boch, yeah.
Right, so here it is.
Sorry about that.
It's unreal. This is what I came back for, hoping something like this would happen. I know how blessed I am to be in this situation, and these guys have been warriors, road warriors. I mean, we've been through a lot, and to be right now, I mean, there's work to be done still. Well, I mean, what kind of baseball they've been playing has just been awesome.
Question, Murph. Did I detect? Seriously, I think they're giving them the old Bruce treatment down there.
Maybe.
I think they're giving them that. Did you pick that up last night? And as soon as the post game started, I heard the Bruce. They were giving them the Bruce.
Dude, how about that? Because you know why? Because Boch proves it all night.
Yeah. I'm born in the USA too.
Right.
Yeah.
Actually, he wasn't. He was born in France.
I was born in Paris.
By the way, one of the pictures Triple E put on here is him in his France uniform here when he managed the French team.
Hell yeah.
Oh, dude, you played that this morning. I love that. Here's Max Scherzer, who, by the way, says he might be back.
That's
for the
out there. He
ALCS.
wants to come back. Yeah, they're talking about it.
Ken Rosenthal asked him about having Boch here.
Okay.
I've gotten to play for. I'm so lucky. I've gotten to play for so many old school managers, and Bochy's just got his own personality. And he's never he never gets too high, never gets too low. He's a calming presence. And it's just the team vibes with that. The team gets it, and he pushes the right buttons for us, and he gets us to play our best baseball.
The team vibes with that, Murph.
There it is, man. There it is. So, guys, Bochy, one more Waterboy here. Do you want to? Is this thing going all the way to the Fall Classic?
Leclerc is ready. Here it comes. Strike 3! And the Rangers sweep another. They are rolling into the LCS. They beat Baltimore 7-1.
Bruce, you've managed 3 World Series champions. Can this be the 4th?
Well, that's what we're here for. That's why we play the game. So getting closer and closer. So get the work cut out, and we can't thank the fans enough too. I got to thank them again.
The madhouse down there, man. They're going nuts.
Good, but I'm telling you, Paulie, it is tough to go on Twitter, and there's a whole bunch of people saying, "Oh yeah, because Farhan should have kept the guy who lost 98 games or whatever." In
Here's what I know.
2017.
Here's what the facts of this case are at this juncture.
They're out there, Paulie.
Farhan is home watching Bruce Bochy managing the ALCS. I'm just saying that Farhan's not involved. He's not even involved.
Yeah, and
so say whatever you want to say.
408 says, "Don't forget, Buster Posey's watching this whole thing too." You know what I mean? Oh, and P1 Chuck, who's listening out in Charleston,
What's
South
up,
Carolina.
P1 Chuck?
He said, don't forget another candidate, Donnie Ecker, is on that staff too. Donnie Ecker was the guy who brought the Giants bats alive in 2021. That Brandon Crawford and Brandon Belt credited him with why they mashed the baseball in 2021. And he's also a Bay Area kid. He grew up in, I think it's Los Altos, right?
He was coaching Little League Baseball 5-10 years ago.
I think he was like the Los Altos High coach, wasn't he?
He was. He also took the Los Altos 16-year-old team to the Colt World Series, I believe.
So, I mean, who knows?
Murph, when you talk about this being Farhan's...
He could be the dude.
You said this several times today, and I know you're doing it kind of comedically, but you also sort of mean it looks like to me, when you go, this is Farhan's worst nightmare.
It is.
I think that if this is Farhan's worst nightmare, the Exorcist level terror that must have gone through Farhan's head the greatest moment of all time has to be Boch putting that dude in a lineup who hadn't had how bad of a slump was he in, Marcus? What were the numbers?
We're talking about Mitch Garver?
Yeah, Garver with the Grand Slam. He was ice cold.
He was ice cold, and here's Boch putting him in the 3-hole
and
back-to-back days.
Was probably with these smarty pants types, probably what kind of move is this? How dare he put him in? Boom, Grand Slam. Well, that's got to be the worst moment of Farhan's life.
Oh, and how about what we were talking about this morning? It seems like the Giants season started to unravel as soon as Bochy showed up to town this summer.
You definitely
got a standing ovation, and next thing you know,
it kind of turned off.
He out-coaches Gabe Kapler, and now Kapler doesn't have a job.
Dude, this is actually no joke, and Papa brought this up with us, and it's true. There was especially in the Giants front office, they had to have seen the reaction. The way the Bay Area reacted to Bochy's return it changed. In fact, if you look, that's when the Giants were playing pretty well. The collapse kind of started right around then.
And Bochy just came in and started kicking asses.
Said, well, why not come in here and wreck this shop?
Why not go sweep you guys for old time's sake?
I was at the Sunday game when Gabe made a pitching change here. I'm going to find it for you here. Was he taken? A
lot of pitching changes, Marcus.
Rangers won that game 3-2.
A lot of changes.
Let me tell you, who was he? Was it Webb? Was he taking Webb out? It was. Yeah, he took Logan Webb out, and then Camilo Duvall came in and coughed it up. Yeah, he took Webb out. He got booed. When we went out to get him. Then we cheered Webb coming off, and then he handed the ball to Duvall, and he walked off, and he got booed walking off.
Double shot. I'm telling you, that's rare.
It was a 2 for Tuesday. It really was. Now that was a big moment, man. It really was.
Yeah.
Really? Don't you imagine?
Joel in Lodi is on KNBR 104.5 and 680. Joel, good morning. How are you?
Hi, fellas. Hey, you know what? I get really, my feathers are getting real ruffled here by just knowing the fact that, Bruce has forgotten more than Farhan's ever gonna know. He's ever gonna learn. And the thing is, too, is that, you know what? I'm 65 years old. I've been a fan all my life, man. I mean, I was there when Willie Mays was telling us to be careful of blasting caps on the commercials for KTVU.
That's good.
Okay, so I go way back.
Okay.
And I'm not buying another ticket until Farhan is gone. They should have fired him in a package deal. He needs to go. He doesn't. If this is going to be real telltale on who he hires, and if he doesn't hire somebody that he could work with as far as being strictly non-analytical, I mean, you could mesh the two, have kind of a hybrid thing, but you know what? Kapler was way too overboard on how much of a hybrid, how much of analytics he was.
Joel, I think it would be good to have somebody who could push back a little bit and just,
Yep.
He's definitely going to have somebody who gets along with and works with, but somebody who says, hey, listen, because Gabe just did, to our impression, and the reports were that Gabe just said, yeah, they were in lockstep doing the same thing together, and you need a little pushback. So, Joel, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, man.
Now, last one is, and then we'll get out of here and do the cooler content. 408 says you can't compare the Rangers lineup and the Giants lineup and say it's just a manager. But counter to that is that almost all of these Rangers, save for Josh Young, the third base rookie, and the kid they just started playing a couple weeks ago, Evan Carter, it is the same guy.
Yeah, and they lost 90 games last year?
Yeah, they went 68 wins last year, 90 this year.
That's what I'm saying.
And it is the same guys. Yeah, they added Eovaldi and Jordan Montgomery at the trade deadline.
Leadership matters, of course.
I mean, whatever Seager and Semien did in 2022, whatever reason, under Bochy, they were better in 2023.
Leadership counts, right, Marcus? We were talking about that, you and I. We did.
There you go, buddy. There you go. All right, well, there's your big hit. Sorry to, ruffle or rile or...
all of the above, Murph.
Ruffling and riling.
How about the emotions that Bruce Bochy stirs up on both sides? You say the smarty pants people are all flipped out. I'm loving this. I mean, a lot of people are happy. It's like that guy said, one of the callers, it's like watching an old friend on TV.
I mean, you
what
have
do you need?
them all
I need whatever you...
Whichever. There's a million.
Let me start you with the basement tapes. I went in and you spit this thing out in 5 minutes, and it sounds
This
that way.
from 07?
Yeah, something like that, but it's from the heart. Just a quick chorus. Yeah.
Oh, Bochy, you're so fine, you blow out mine. Hey, Bochy.
Yeah, hey, Bochy.
Hey, Bochy.
The one. Which one are you looking for, Murph?
So now
Pasta Bochy?
Musical Youth?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to need some help on that
Okay,
one,
then don't.
Marcus.
Do you remember the Ronnie Lott sessions? Do you remember this?
Oh, but...
In the giant.
Yeah, there you go.
Love it, Ronnie.
Bochy.
Yeah.
Bochy.
Love this.
Bochy. Bochy. Bochy in the giant.
Yeah. I want that every day.
Love it, Ronnie.
Damn it. Keep this going. Let me drop some mashups.
If you need a beer, grab a beer.
Yeah. The Bochy tribute continues. I'll give you another one.
Games like this is why they make alcohol.
So you couldn't find Musical Youth?
No, but I know it's in the system, Marcus. Pass the Bochy on the left-hand side. Oh, they got it.
Triple
They're
E,
queuing it up right now.
Triple E dug it up.
Little reggae flavor. Yeah.
Pass the Bochy on the third base side.
You know, silly.
Pass the Bochy
The
on
tribute.
the third base side.
Do a little tribute to Boch. I know it's silly.
Did you do a farewell sentimental one for him when he left?
I did. I have no idea where that is or what it's called, but I did. I wrote like a whole thing for Boch. It was like a real song. I mean, the thing went on for several minutes.
Would you have it?
I could look for it. I don't even know how to
Remember
find
the song?
it.
What was the song? Was it?
It was I played the guitar. I remember playing the guitar and singing about.
It was really good too.
Yeah.
Come on, Paulie.
Let me look around.
If we find it, we'll play it in the core of content. By the way, somebody just totally off topic. Somebody wrote, so you got to check out Dante Whitner's latest tweet. Dude, Dante just posed in front of a mirror, oiled up with his shirt off. And it says, this look like an old head to y'all? LMAO. And he looks like, he looks like Rocky Balboa in Rocky 3.
And if I'm not mistaken, Murph, he'll be joining the show in just a day or two,
On Friday.
right? Yeah.
All right. Well, there's your big hit. And the cooler of content is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
San Carlos, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Carlos's sports leader.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Vernon Davis was down at Levi Stadium on Sunday night to watch the 49ers beat down the Dallas Cowboys 42-10. And then yesterday morning, he stopped by the Papa and Lunch Show to talk all about it. So to hear Vernon Davis's comments on George Kittle's 3-touchdown performance, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, before I get to the cooler con, I want to acknowledge all the great texts that came into the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 408 says, Gabe gives us posts of his big hands. Bochy gives us posts of his big brain.
I thought we were going to say big something else. His cucumber.
That's Cousin Vinny. Cousin
Supermarket.
Vinny. 4 and 5 says on Siri Real Talk here, he says, long story short, I retired and became an usher at Oracle Pac Bell, ATT.
Yeah.
He says, there are 2 homeless dudes that have a lifetime pass from Bochy at every game. Yeah, I know one of them, too. His name is...
Come on in.
Come on, you see him in the... Oh, gosh, I'm sorry, sir.
A
I forget your
lifetime
name right
pass,
now.
Marcus.
Is his name Rusty or something like that?
Baseball for everybody.
Anyway, I've seen that guy a bunch.
Murph, a lifetime pass. You don't even have a lifetime pass. You're wearing a Willie McCovey pullover.
Dude,
God's
by the
sakes.
way, look who just texted right now.
I don't have anything.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
Boach just texted.
See?
I'm not lying.
Okay.
I'm not lying.
What?
Yeah.
We drew him out. I can tell you he could feel our vibes.
Because I sent a
all
text
the way
last
down to
night
Texas.
saying, let me join the whole world in giving you a huge congratulations, Boach.
Thanks for doing that,
for you,
Murph.
more to come.
Thank you.
He wrote, appreciate it, Murph. And then he wrote, should I read this on the air?
I guess. I mean, I'm intrigued. I can't wait to hear it.
Who's the front runner to manage there? That's what he said. That's what he said.
It's heating out. Boach is he's feeling good.
I'm going to start.
He's feeling good.
Maybe he's want to come back?
He should be feeling good. No. He's on to his new thing now. You don't go back, Murph. Robert Hunter said you don't go back. You can't. You can't go back. And I found the tribute, by the way. If you need it, I got it.
Okay, well, let's leave the cooler of content off with that.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Okay, now this is going to be kind of corny, but this is from the heart, Marcus. I remember we did this.
It's incredible. He just literally texted.
No, this is, I'm telling you, the vibes are flying around.
8:21 a.m.
These are what you call.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
Tell those smarty pants guys on Twitter, that's what you call Bochy particles. And this was the Murph and Mac tribute when we had to say goodbye to the big fella.
This is amazing, by the way.
Well.
Bochy's leaving. He must be on his way. And I'll be missing you.
If it isn't my boys, Murph and Mac on the sports leader.
Cause you know it's you, Boch. Whenever I get weary and I've had enough, Marcus. Giant fans give it up to Mr. Bochy for giving us the courage and the strength we need. Bochy, please believe that it's you. Boch, I love you.
Hell yeah.
If it isn't my boys, Murph and Mac on the sports leader. Murph and Mac.
Boch, I love you. I love
As I recall, that one
Hey, man, that's from the heart. Boch, I love you. I'm saying it.
First
I'm saying
of all,
it.
woefully underplayed. All right.
Thank you.
Second of all,
I can't believe we did that at all.
Caused a little emotion, I think, back in the day.
Incredible,
Dude,
man.
that's all about the ending. Woo.
But to me, it's all about me just coming out with it. Boch, I love you. I actually say it in the song. Yeah.
Wow.
All right, you wanted
that was
it.
amazing.
There it
that
is.
was amazing. Keep that close. All right, so
God.
next to the cooler of content, to the 49ers. Have you heard what Deebo Samuel said to Micah Parsons on Kay Adams' podcast? So it's funny because we thought our Kittle interview was really cool, and we had Kittle reacting live to Micah Parsons, and he gave some really good quotes. Then Deebo came in about a half hour later and gave like the bomb quote that eclipsed our Kittle interview. I was like, darn it. I thought we were going to go viral, but instead Deebo did with this.
It was already personal before the game started. Now, 42-10, I don't think you want to see us again. It might be a little bit worse.
Wow, Deebo.
I don't know what we trust.
Micah, Deebo. I don't know what to say. I'm getting uncomfortable.
I don't know what we trust. We trust, laugh now, cry later. I mean, I don't think you want to see us again.
Oh, boy. Okay. Well, listen, it takes all kinds. I mean, Brock Purdy's not going to say that. And, who else isn't going to say that? I don't know. Whatever. Pick another player. But some guys have to be that role.
Yeah. A guy like Colton McKivitz is not going to come out and say
I'm just trying to think. Like, Hufanga wouldn't say that.
No, but how about Charvarius Ward checked in on Instagram later?
Did
he also tweeted out the caption saying, laugh now and we'll laugh later.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Wow. Boy, the 49ers.
They're feeling good, huh?
All
Yeah.
right, interesting.
Too much, Murph?
Now, here's,
Too much? I'm a
little bit more Brock Purdy like this. I always tell my team, speak softly and carry a big stick. Like, you don't need to wolf. Just go kick A.
I thought you were going to say, speak softly and carry your bride around a beautiful beach in California while the pro photographers are shooting rolls. Yeah.
Brock Purdy's engagement photos on Instagram.
It might be the most beautiful set of photos I've ever seen. Yeah.
So, to the two most beautiful people we've ever seen. Fred Warner checked in. So Joy Taylor asked him about Micah's comments here.
Is it personal, or are we just getting some reactions from a very bad loss?
Yeah, I mean, you're getting some reactions. And to be honest, like, I think this is just what makes the game so fun, and it makes the rivalry of 49ers Cowboys so fun. I don't mind a little trash talk back and forth. I really don't. I think it just makes for good football, good TV, honestly. Because at the end of the day, I guarantee you, if we played them again, not to say what would happen in the game, I'm talking about post game. Each of us would walk up to one another. We would, we'd shake hands, dap each other up, to talk about how much respect we have for one another, and it'd be over with. You know what I'm saying? So this just makes for good TV. That's all it is.
Okay, well, there's Fred Warner, the reasonable Fred Warner. By the way, if you guys missed it, this morning, Gary Plummer came on our show at 7:15. You should go to KNBR.com.
He's really good. Yeah.
He's the guy who wore the original F. Dallas shirt, and he told some really fun stories, man. He sounded great. All right. I can't even believe we're going to do this.
What?
Aaron Rodgers. Dude, we don't even want to go down the road he tried to go down to yesterday with Kelsey and all that, dude.
I'm not going into that.
Yeah. It's like, hey, Rodgers, dude, your argument is so 2020. Dude, it's 2023. We're going forward, all right? I don't want to go. Dude, he's calling out for, it's nonsensical, all right? We don't want to just. Exactly. But he talked Brock Purdy. Do you want to hear what Aaron Rodgers says about Brock Purdy? And the question is, given your loathing of Aaron Rodgers, would you value anything he says about Brock Purdy?
Boy, that's a great question. Because obviously Aaron Rodgers is a great quarterback. I mean, he always has been. So you got to value.
Not against Nick Bosa.
No, true story. Bosa loves kicking his ass. But the point is, like, you would generally be inclined to listen to him talk about the quarterback position because he knows what he's talking about.
Your ears are open.
I'm just trying to be fair. I don't like him.
Wow, reasonable, Paul.
I'm trying to be fair. I don't like him, but I'll listen.
The unusual, reasonable, Paul. So here he was on McAfee yesterday, and Dan Orlovsky got some traction by saying Mac Jones would be doing the same things Brock Purdy would. Caused Rex Ryan to lose his mind, right? So they asked Aaron Rodgers about it. Here's what he said.
Why is that the thought? And do you think Brock Purdy hears any of this whenever he's going about his business throughout the week?
Oh, I hope he does. I hope he does. Because that's just a little extra fodder, a little extra motivation on the shoulder. I'll tell you what, man, I don't know how you watch that film and come to that conclusion. I know there's a lot of so-called experts on the network that you're repping now.
Whoa! Whoa, don't throw us into that whole thing. Whoa!
I'm not claiming to be the smartest in the room either, but I will say that when I watch Brock Purdy, I see a guy making some big-time throws. And he made a couple the other night that were incredible, throwing over the top of guys, throwing around guys, moving up in the pocket, keeping his eyes downfield, making plays. And yeah, Kyle's a great play caller. And Kittle, I saw him on the show yesterday. He's a great player. And Debo's a fantastic, Swiss Army knife. And CMC is one of the best, if not the best, running backs in the league. And the Lion is great. And on and on and on. And at the end of the day, one guy pulling the trigger. And he's been making a lot of really good decisions.
Man.
Hey, well, I'm glad I went open-minded because I was very positive.
And I think he's making some reasonable points about, yes, you have all those, he said, but you got to watch the guy, keep his eyes downfield, pull the trigger, make the plays. It's all true. I mean, it's just nonsense for these people to in any way diminish him.
And a big part, like, look at a young quarterback like Zach Wilson, for example, since we're seeing him a lot lately. Like, watch him in the pocket when it's collapsing, as opposed to Brock Purdy. It's night and day. Like, Zach Wilson literally sometimes doesn't look like he knows what he wants to do with it, and he'll, like, look left, he'll look right, he panics a little. Brock is just glides right out of there, man. He is built for this. Brock Purdy, the composure that he brings to the field, and Rodgers is talking about some of the nice throws he's made, but just the way he handles himself on the field, Murphy, does not look to me the guy like that. Hasn't even played a full season yet.
The out-of-my-seat touchdown pass to Kittle to start the game.
That was a great one.
The pocket was collapsing.
Rolling to his right, man.
Up and to the right.
Yep.
Paulie, as Kevin Costner would say in JFK, up and to the right.
That's one magic movie. As Seinfeld was saying.
Did I tell you the big news? I'm taking the fam to see Jerry Seinfeld at the Chase Center.
Love that.
Chase Center, yeah.
Let me give you some applause.
Yeah.
When's the gig?
Friday, November 3rd. And actually, check with Candace, is more excited about the opener, Jim Gaffigan. She loves
Gaffigan's got some people out there.
Well, by the way, these are two comedians who work clean.
Yeah, completely. Did you hear the big news about Jerry Seinfeld? Like, this is big Seinfeld.
Something about they might do something?
Yeah, he says so. I just read this last night. He was doing a gig in Boston. He must be on tour, same tour you're about to see. So he's on the East Coast, and I guess he does a Q&A if you buy like a special ticket afterwards. So somebody shouted out a question, what do you think of the end of Seinfeld, the ending? And he addressed it, and he goes, okay. He said, all I can say, he goes, I can't reveal everything, but he goes, all I can tell you is we're working on resolving that ending issue. Okay. And he goes, that's all I'll say. So people are now speculating there's either going to be a reunion of some kind, or
they got Kramer. How are they going to bring Kramer back?
That's a tough one. I don't know how you deal with Kramer now.
Do you want more Rodgers? Because he went on.
Well, yeah, I'll take a little more. If it's pro Brock, I'll take
more Rodgers.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
The kid out of Butte College.
Okay.
You talk about interceptions. He doesn't have one yet on the season, I don't believe, right?
No.
So this kid, he was drafted with the last pick. There's some motivation. I remember we played him in the preseason that year, and he came in and he took him right down the field. I remember thinking, like, man, that's pretty cool for that kid. Last pick in the draft.
Hey.
Might have a chance to make the team. Brock's done a great job. I hope they keep talking to him just for his sake. Just give him a little extra motivation, because that's always fun. But I think he's quieting people every single week.
I love it.
So there's like good Aaron and bad Aaron.
It took
that's
like
good Aaron, right?
17 years of his career for me to finally agree with something he said. I'm like, all right, that's cool. Thank you.
That was like really good breakdown.
Yeah, we're just talking football now. That's why. We're not talking Dr. Rogers.
We have historically been huge Aaron Rodgers fans here. Yeah. So.
And it's funny. He's given a great breakdown of the 49ers. In that first clip, he talked about Debo and McCaffrey.
He didn't mention
and
Bosa.
Kittle, all those players that are so great.
Nicky.
It makes me wonder why Rodgers didn't want to come to San Francisco.
Not going to San Fran.
Nice, buddy. Pebble Beach, 7th tee, where Dwayne Wade just made a hole-in-one.
What?
It's been going viral.
I saw that.
By the way, you would see a painting of Aaron Rodgers, but some people didn't want it.
No, you can't have that. I'm not going to have that in this room. Right. I'll tell you that much.
Deion said, do you guys remember what I said about Dak Prescott on Monday? And everybody's been burying me for it.
What did you say? We said a lot of stuff.
I said at the end, I kind of felt bad for Dak. Everybody's like, no.
It did look like he was going to cry for a minute on the sideline.
Your boy Prime, Coach Prime. Okay. He was checking in on Inside the NFL on Showtime, I think.
Okay.
Is that what this is from?
Checking in.
Inside the NFL on Showtime. He checked in.
Okay.
Former Cowboy, former Niner.
See, the thing about the 49ers, they have several players out there right now that you know what you're going to get every Sunday. Like, it's several of them that you know what you're going to get. And the quarterback is playing out his mind. And he wasn't even slated to be one of those guys. The Cowboys have guys that's supposed to be dogs.
The film don't lie.
Hey,
the film don't lie.
What is that? Hey, you remember when we went to school and the teacher called your name and you said, here?
Yeah.
I need you to say here.
Yeah.
Some. Say some.
Right.
Here.
Right. You got to at least pitch him, Coach. Like you said earlier, you got to fight back.
You got to fight back, man. I know that happens sometime in that game because we have a long season, but that was something to behold. What I watched on television the other day, and I don't watch the pro game much because I'm into the college game, but I had to see that. Wow. And I just felt bad for Dak. I really did. I felt bad for Dak because I think Dak is better than that, and I think he truly he's going to show that. But I felt bad for him.
There it is, man. He felt bad for him.
Did you feel bad for Dak?
I did, because he's a humanity. Because he's such a good guy. I think he's probably too good of a guy, quite frankly.
Yeah,
you got to
have that dog. Remember,
you do. You got to have that dog in you. But yeah. First of all, Deion. By the way, Deion talking about anything.
I agree.
Compelling.
They're always compelling.
And him talking about the Niners have players that you know what you're going to get every Sunday. The Cowboys, you're not sure. And then feeling bad for Dak.
You got to look at
Dak's now getting pity.
I know, which
you
is
don't
not
want your QB getting pity.
No, not at all, especially when you're a Dallas Cowboy, America's team. But the thing is, you look at his resume, Marcus, tell me, name a couple of big games Dak Prescott has won. Big games.
I couldn't give you one,
Neither
Paulie.
can I.
No.
That's the problem.
And
he kind of shrinks when it's...
No, because somebody was saying, like, can Dak lead the Cowboys to the Super Bowl?
He's not that guy.
I don't think so.
He ain't that guy. And that's not personal. Like, I don't like Rodgers. I got no problem
They traded for
with
Trey
Dak.
Lance. They traded for Trey Lance.
Yeah, he's there. He's athletic.
So
maybe
go.
he'll get a shot.
All right, there's your cooler of content. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Good cooler of content. Okay, what do we got? We got Mike Lombardi at 8:50. That's good breakdown. He knows good football.
More Niners.
He'll give you good football stuff. Jesse Sapolu at 9:15. And hey, you think we're forgetting your San Jose Sharks? No way, baby. Start the season tomorrow. Coach David Quinn joining us at 9:35. So Lombardi is next up at 8:50 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Go Sharks!
Okay, everybody, Paulie Mack saying good morning, and thanks for listening to Murph and Mack on this sunny Wednesday. Hey, my good friend Steve Moskowitz about to join us, talk a little bit of tax advice, tax situation. We'll see what he's got up his sleeve for us today, but I'm sure it will benefit us in the long run. So, Steve, I say good morning. How are you today, my friend? And what would you like to talk about today, Steve?
Paulie, I'd like to help your listeners who are suffering from a problem they think they're the only one. Unfiled tax returns. You know, so many times when a client talks to me about not filing returns, I start off by saying, Steve, have you ever done a case like this before? And I say, yes, literally thousands and thousands of them.
Yeah.
And the main reason people don't file returns is they just don't have the money to pay. Second biggest reason is somebody in their life left that was helping them with it. A spouse, a bookkeeper, their former tax preparer, and they don't know what to do, or they don't have the records. We know how to handle all of that. And the bottom line is, you don't want to wait until this new, expanded, aggressive IRS comes and does something to you to ruin your life, your business, your marriage. No. Instead, let us just take over for you. We'll file all the returns that need to be filed. If you have some money that you can't pay, we'll make a deal for you with the government. And most importantly, we'll give you back your life.
Oh, I love it, Steve, and thank you for that. And I can tell the listeners that's exactly what Steve has done for me in the past. And if you want to join that list, just reach out and talk to him about your situation. 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Call him toll free and visit Steve Moskowitz online as well at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mack continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Leclerc is ready. Here it comes. Strike three! And the Rangers sweep another. They are rolling into the LCS. They beat Baltimore 7-1.
Bruce, you've managed 3 World Series champions. Can this be the 4th?
Well, that's what we're here for. You know, that's why we play the game. So getting closer and closer. So get the work cut out, and we can't thank the fans enough too. I got to thank them again. Well. If it isn't my boys Murph and Mack on the Sports Leader.
I mean,
a lot of feelings coming back. Murph, it's getting emotional in here. We're playing tribute songs. I got lights going now.
Well, calm your emotion by telling you Tobin and Cooks have Steve Young and Chris Rose today. Rose at 2:50. Steve Young, TBD, given his flag football practice. This is what they play at the end of Niner games now.
They sure
down at
do.
Levi's.
Yeah.
Hear this when Bosa and when Warner and Kittle and Purdy are standing on the field. When are we going to start talking about the Cleveland Browns at all?
We
No?
probably should be. They have a great defense. I think the big question is the quarterback position with them. No one knows if Deshaun is going to go, and it almost sounds like maybe he's not. Murph, I mean, that sounds like kind of the vibe I'm getting from these reports.
Well, we'll talk to Mike Lombardi, Jesse Sapolo about that, and then obviously tomorrow, Greg Cosell and the whole deal. And as we continue to ramp up for the Niners and the Browns, Sunday morning, 10 a.m.
We'll be ready to rock and roll. Now, we got to make sure that we're going to forecast on Friday. Murph asked earlier, he goes, Paulie Mack, will you go back to the Niners 2 weeks in a row? Probably not, because I rarely take them at all. I try not to, but I felt so good about that Dallas game, I couldn't resist. This one I might stay away from, Murph, but we'll see if it makes the couch potato guide.
Well, yeah, we'll see.
I would expect so, but we'll see.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the deal. All morning long, obviously the story of the morning is Bruce Bochy's Texas Rangers advancing. It was our big hit. But we will keep our eye on football with Lombardi in the next segment. But just wanted to spend a few minutes here because it was our big hit and it caused a lot of reaction. And oddly enough, in the middle of all that, Bochy texted. So I asked him if he'd hop on by the end of this week because they have some time, right? They don't. Yeah. The LCS Waterboy doesn't start until the weekend, I think, right?
I wouldn't think so because Astros Twins Game 3 or Game 4 is today, actually. If the Astros win, they advance. And, I don't think they'd play until at least Saturday.
Yeah, he'd have a couple days, for sure.
Yeah, so anyway, we'll see if we can get him to hop on.
That'd be great.
I wonder if he feels it would be political to not come on in the Bay while...
Yeah, that's true. You might not be
beat up.
best
or
for him.
he might be like, hey, let's talk.
How things going for you guys?
It looks like Game 1 is scheduled for Sunday. Mark.
Oh, thanks, Marcus. Okay, so there's time.
Sunday, going right up against the Browns and the Niners. Here's the deal. People are out there, and there's an alternate reality saying the Giants stunk in 17, 18, and 19. They lost the series to the Cubs in 2016. By the way, that's for Boch. In 2010, 12, 14, 16, and 23, that's the only playoff series he's lost.
I used to trip out on that a lot. I used to think about guys like Buster Posey, Matt Cain, some of those OG guys that played in all three postseasons. And I used to say, because going into 16, I go, do you guys realize Buster Posey's never lost the playoff series? I used to say the same kind of thing. I know.
And he wound up losing two.
Yeah.
16 and 21. Mm-hmm. Here's the alternate reality. If Bochy has the 21 Giants, do they beat the Dodgers in the playoffs? Do they beat the Dodgers?
I don't even want to think about that.
Oh,
That'll
my
drive
God.
me crazy.
Could you imagine driving a stake into the Dodgers? I mean, there was a one-run game in the ninth inning,
That's
right?
Bochy's specialty. He lives for that.
That was peak Gabe, right? Game 5, ninth inning, tie game.
Yeah.
Doval, I just never forget him hitting Justin Turner. I was like, oh, dude. No free 90s, Waterboy, as you know. No free 90s.
That was tough.
Anyway, the point is that we are one win away from staring at a Dusty Baker versus Bruce Bochy ALCS.
I kind of expect it to happen, honestly. I mean,
2023.
Yeah.
And I said, for all the old heads out there, like Dante Whitner, who's posting pictures of himself shirtless saying, do I look like an old head?
Where is this going on, by the way? Yeah, I want to see Dante shirtless. Of course I do. That's my buddy.
Did you say, yeah, I want to see Dante shirtless?
Yeah, I want to see him. Show me some abs. Let me see some pecs and abs. Let's go. Why do you think I'm here after all?
It's actually kind of amazing, to tell you the truth.
I know. Well, he's ripped. I mean, he's
I can't even imagine how a guy does this here. Dante.
Well, he's dedicated to that life. He's about that life.
Is 2% body fat, Paulie Mack?
All I see are winnable labs.
Check it out. Here it is. Check him out.
Now, wait a sec. Now, is he, first of all, wow, he's flexing. He's posing. He's oiled up. Looks like he's oiled up, Marcus. I didn't know he had tattoo sleeves on each arm. I didn't know that. Yeah. He's a incredibly fit human being. Marcus, you
see it on the stream, Marcus?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we can see it.
Now, what is he putting that up on Instagram?
It might be in the DMs of Tyreek Hill after they were going back and forth on Twitter yesterday.
Okay.
It says,
let's have an ab off.
Does this look like an old head to y'all?
No.
LMAO.
No, it don't. It looks like a guy. He's in great shape. Yeah.
On the YouTube
Thanks,
stream
Murph.
there.
Shared it with everybody now.
And by the way, somebody wrote it. 559 said, I vote Dante Hittner for the next Giants manager.
Fine.
So anyway, we actually asked the half-joking question. If it's Dusty versus Bochy, do one of those Holler's big polls, like, who do you go for? And the answer, Kipe said both. That's what he said. He's not rooting. He said you just go both.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think, somebody else said one guy had 3 rings, one guy gave the ball to Russ Ortiz.
Well, what did Murph said in the opening segment? He goes, you got Johnny Lee Hooker in one corner and you got Hank Williams in the other. You got to make a decision. And they're both great. I don't know. I got both.
Exactly. Yeah. So anyway, just wanted to pay our tribute, and we're trying to get him on. We'll see if he comes on this week.
That'd be great, yeah.
And, I kind of feel like the deal is with Farhan, And Alex Rodriguez, you want to play that Farhan, that Alex Rodriguez cut?
Boy, A-Rod
Well, this one angered Smarty Pants Twitter because they're like, oh, yeah, right. They're like, because 17, 18, 19, Bochy was so good. But here it is.
His best signing, fellas, may be the three-time world champion Hall of Famer Bruce Bochy. And to think, Matty, that he got ran out of San Francisco for analytics and Gabe Kapler, looks like the Rangers are sitting with the right man.
By the way, it's a true story. I mean, he did.
I don't like hearing that.
Farhan basically said, I got to, I need a new guy. And I think the deal they brokered was that Bruce said, well, then I'll just gracefully step aside. Give me one, I'll do the last year.
And preferably somebody who's got a soft spot for hamburger reviews at the same time.
That's Marcus's riff.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Laid people out. You want to offer at 846?
Does Smarty Pants Twitter love all the burger reviews and the bridge walks and stuff? I mean, is that what they're looking for?
I don't know, Paulie Mac. I like winning ball games.
Dude, what the hell is it? Damn.
I'm holding this up on the YouTube and the Twitch here.
By the way, I think Dante oiled his head as well. His head appears to be
here's
oiled.
the thing, boys. With that body, I don't think Dante Whitner's on the search for the perfect burger right now. He ain't looking for burgers.
It's almost like they dunked him in a vat of oil and then just took him out.
Looks like that, though.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, no, he does.
Must be nice.
But what'd you say this morning at 6:07?
Well, I said earlier this morning at 5:07. I said it at 6:07. I'll say it again right now. The reason why Bochy and the Rangers are in the postseason is because Bochy's on the search for his 4th World Series ring. Gabe Kapler's still looking for the perfect burger in San Francisco.
Why? It's just incredible line. Mike Lombardi breaking down the NFL, the Niners, Brock Purdy, and Kyle next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Walk.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, everybody. Hey, it's Paulie Mac talking to all of my, sporting friends out there. Marcus and I talk a lot of football on the show, and I'm always curious about Marcus's picks. I go, Marcus, who do you like in this one? Who do you like in that one? How many sacks do you think Bosa will have, et cetera? We do it all the time. Where can you go and earn some cash with these takes? Get over to prizepicks.com. They're waiting for you, along with 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Prize Picks is the #1 daily fantasy sports app. When you feel like you're ready, you want to test your skills, get over there, make a few taps, make a few selections. And this is basically selecting players and then predicting how they're going to do statistically in a variety of categories. It's really entirely up to you. And it's that easy. So if you know football, you have some skills, you could pretty easily turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. It's very quick as well. Quick withdrawals, easy gameplay, an enormous selection of players. They're all waiting for you. And stat options are at prizepicks.com, the #1 fantasy sports app. Visit prizepicks.com/leader. Now, when you use the code word leader, PrizePicks matches your first deposit of $100. You throw $100 down, they're going to do the same thing. Now you're working with $200. Again, prizepicks.com/leader. They're going to match that first deposit for $100 at PrizePicks. Daily fantasy sports made easy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, just going into that game versus Dallas, how hyped that game was, and just the way they carried themselves in our building throughout the week, they weren't making much out of it. It was kind of like any other game and just any other week. And I think we got a good group of veterans who have been through a lot of stuff. Even still guys who were here from our 19 year when we started 8-0. And I think the guys who have been here and who have gone through stuff, they pass it to the other guys. And it's always our message that nothing can be taken for granted. And it's just 1 week at a time. And I think everyone preaches that. But I think through our life experiences together and stuff, our guys truly know it. And the guys who haven't been a part of that, they constantly hear it from the guys who have.
There he is, man. Kyle Shanahan riding high at 5-0, now having to turn his attention to the Cleveland Browns. And let's talk about that and other NFL topics with one of our favorite guests, Michael Lombardi, who we last had on to promote his book, Football Done Right. Really good book, really fun stuff. Mike also, of course, hosts the Lombardi Line on VSiN and hosts the GM Shuffle podcast, does it all on Twitter at @MLombardiNFL. And Mike, welcome back to the Murph and Max Show. Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey. I got to say, the book's called Football Done Right. I would say the game film from the Niners-Cowboys game on Sunday.
That's chapter 1.
That would be Football Done Right, wouldn't it, huh? Good morning, Michael.
Good morning. I think the 49ers season has been done right. I think they've kind of hit all the notes so far after 5 weeks, and they clearly look like the best team. And, they took a team like Dallas that had aspirations to perhaps compete, and it really wasn't a game from start to finish. I do believe, though, and I said this on my show on Sunday, I felt like Dallas is a tad overrated. They lost Diggs. I think if you watch the Arizona game, they averaged 7.6 a carry in the game. You can run the ball on them. And then if you can run, if Kyle Shanahan can run the football, then all of a sudden the offense is in full gear. So, look, it doesn't mean the season's over for Dallas. They've got to regroup and recalibrate where they are. But, I mean, they left San Francisco with a heavy heart.
Just staying on Dallas for just a second, Dak Prescott enters the, NFL quarterbacks are now the most scrutinized people in the world. This guy, stock very low right now, Mike. Had you always been high on him? Had you been low on him? Had you been medium on him? And how do you feel that performance affects him going forward?
Well, I mean, look, all the quarterbacks, starting with Brock Purdy, maybe Mahomes, but Mahomes is struggling this year in the sense that, last year he averaged 8.1 yards per attempt. This year he's down to 7. I think all quarterbacks have to have the right supporting cast and the right framework within the scheme. And there's some things to really like about Dak, and there's some things to be concerned about. I think this narrative that he's an interception machine is a little bit of a lazy one. Anybody can look at stats and say, oh, he threw too many picks, but are they all his fault? Are they all the problem for him,
Right.
And so I think, to me, can you win with Dak? Yeah, I think you can. Can you get to the next level? Can you win a championship with Dak? I think you better be pretty good all over. I think that, but I could say that for a lot of guys. I mean, it's hilarious. I mean, these Twitter experts we have is so good. Dan Marino, there's no one better than Dan Marino. I mean, he was tremendous. He went 4 years without making the playoffs with Don Shula, the winningest coach of all time.
Right.
He went to one Super Bowl his second year in the league in Stanford Stadium and lost. I mean, so, it's not always the quarterback. You need a lot of other things going with it.
Yeah, we're talking to Michael Lombardi. That's a fun one. Do you believe wins are a quarterback stat?
I do think the confidence of the team comes from the quarterback. I think when the team believes in the quarterback, I think the team plays at a different level. I mean, you could see it last week. New England played New Orleans. The second series of the game, Mac Jones throws another pick six. The team just went in the tank. Not an excuse, just a reality.
Yeah.
I think that you draw the confidence from your quarterback. So the winning belief in that quarterback, that's required. You get in a huddle and Tom Brady has a history of leading teams to comeback wins. You're sitting there saying, we can do this, and that sends that confidence to the team. Look, I think two things have to happen in football. The head coach's personality has to be with the team. All phases, offense, defense, and the kicking game. And the quarterback's competitiveness has to transcend itself through the team.
Great stuff with Michael Lombardi, who everybody should check out the book, Football Done Right. We had Michael on last time to promote the book, and we still have it here in the studio. It's really good. And hey, Christmas is coming up for your football fan friend.
Yeah.
Football Done Right.
Thank you.
No, it's cool, man. I like football books with lists and arguments and debates and all that stuff.
Me too. I like that too.
So now we get to Brock Purdy. You're talking about quarterbacks, and Michael, it's like so. It's been brought up. Kurt Warner is the ultimate. They made a movie about him. I mean,
Good story.
Right.
Stocking shelves or whatever in the grocery store to this. The other ones are Tom Brady, 6th round.
It's a good one.
And then Tony Romo, undrafted. These are I'm trying to think of the most improbable. Obviously, Brady is in another galaxy, right? Then you go to Warner, who is in the Hall of Fame. And you get to Romo, who, never got to a NFC championship, but still, I'm just saying, does Brock Purdy remind you of any of these stories, the improbability of it?
Trent Green. Let's talk about Trent Green. 8th round pick of the San Diego Chargers. Gets cut, put on the practice squad. Played at Indiana. Went up to Canada. Couldn't make a Canadian team. Got cut up in Canada. Ended up on Washington's practice squad because Cam Cameron was his head coach at Indiana. And then he played because they had injuries in Washington. Only that reason. And all of a sudden, like Brock Purdy, they found out, wow, this kid's really good. And then he signed a big contract with the Rams, with the Rams, and then all of a sudden he got hurt, and then he had to go to Kansas City. So I think there's these stories when you're in the right place at the right time, and you have instincts, and you have quarterback instincts. It's something that Purdy had. I mean, when he left his high school in Arizona, and he went to Iowa State, he was a 3-star player coming out of high school. Okay, and Iowa State, obviously, Arizona State didn't want him. Arizona didn't want him, or else I'm sure he probably would have stayed at State. And yet he goes there, and he's 3rd string, and by the time, his freshman year begins, he's the starting quarterback because he has those intangibles. I say this all the time. At some point, can we stop talking about him being the 7th, the Mr. Irrelevant? Can we just stop this?
I agree.
Walsh used to say this all the time. It doesn't matter where we pick them. It matters how they play.
Yeah. Love it. Yeah, I love it.
I've said this on my show. I've said it on my podcast. What's the difference between Brock Purdy and Tua? Now, I know I'm going to go down that rabbit hole with all the Dolphin fans. I'll give you the answer to it.
Okay.
There's no difference. One guy was picked 5th overall. The other guy was picked in the 7th. They both do exactly the same thing. They're both deadly accurate. They both have great rhythm to their game, right? They both are tough in the pocket. They understand and play instinctively. So, there is no difference. And, frankly, Purdy has a better arm than Tua. Purdy throws the deep ball. Tua's got to throw the deep ball after 5 steps. It's got to come out or else he's not reaching it.
Wow.
Yeah. So, I think to me, we just get caught up in where they're picked, where they were picked. And who did we miss? And why did he go this way? And why did nobody recognize it? Well, a lot of times it happens. Johnny Unitas, I wrote about him in my book. Johnny Unitas got cut off of Pittsburgh's practice squad. They sent him home when he was in Portland, Oregon, and he hitchhiked back to Baltimore.
I should have included Johnny U in that list. He's probably that's probably the ultimate. It's like Johnny. I mean, oh my God, so good. Michael Lombardi, the voice you hear, the host of the Lombardi Line on VSiN, and of course you can follow him on Twitter at @MLombardiNFL. Get the book Football Done Right for your football fan on your Christmas list, or check out the GM Shuffle podcast. You're right. Your friends, Mike Silver is our good buddy. He writes for the Chronicle. He used to be, and I think you know Mike. And he's obsessed with people stop overvaluing the draft. It's important. And then once it's over, they're in the building, right? But there is there's a societal obsession with it. I don't know what it is. It's a ranking thing, I guess, I don't know. It's something, Mike. I don't think it's going away anytime soon. I think we're going to obsess on it.
That's because we have a lot of draft nicks. So we have a lot of people sitting in their basement on Twitter that are geniuses with erasers, and they come out there and they want to be critical of the draft. And how did you blow this pick? And look what happened. You should have picked this guy. You shouldn't have picked that guy. Yeah. I mean, it's the greatest thing for the sport. I say that respectfully. I was a draft nick. That's how I got into football because I love the draft. But at some point, you got to understand the intent. You don't know the whole thing. You don't know the answers to a lot of the questions that are being asked. It's like, I love this on Twitter now. I mean, people start putting coverages up in the NFL. Okay, they'd start putting this guy's covering that guy. Like, if the average fan thinks he knows one thing about coverage, he's completely wrong, okay? Like, he's completely – and they do it with no humility.
Yeah, right.
They do it with – like, they're the experts.
No, of course, of course.
Like, and that's what happens in the draft. Well, look, do you make mistakes? We all make them. Walsh made them. I've made them. Every Hall of Fame coach, executive have made them. Ron Wolf's made them. But it's not when you make them, it's how you learn from them and recover from them. It's like all of a sudden, Belichick can't draft. How did he win 6 Super Bowls if he can't draft?
Well,
he won because of Tom Brady. Okay. Brady was out there playing defense in the first Super Bowl because in the first Super Bowl that they won, Brady threw for 134 yards. They ran for 133.
I mean, don't get me going on Montana Brady. I'll chew your ear off, Mike. Mike, hey, this is great. I love talking like this, and that's why everybody should go listen to Mike and the GM Shuffle podcast and follow him on Twitter at @MLombardiNFL. So I want to ask you about Belichick eventually, but just last couple minutes here, back to the Niners. Like, our only concern right now, believe it or not, Mike, it's like, don't peak too soon, right? It's like
and keep everybody healthy.
I mean, I guess injuries, obviously.
Yeah.
Any team would say that, right? But I mean, Mike, it's almost like, what's next for these guys right now? Is it to maintain this Walsh standard? That's
they're chasing a standard. I don't even think they've hit it yet. I think if you're Kyle, this is the greatest thing you have going for you. You're going to go into Cleveland. You're going to get a bunch of wind. It's going to be bad weather. Last time you played in bad weather, Chicago won the game with Justin Fields, right? So, we're not invincible.
No.
You're going in there. It's going to be a hard game. And we've got to build up resilience. We've got to be able to find a way to win close games. Look, my first year with the Niners were 15-1, and we had some tough games. We lost to Pittsburgh in a game where Ray Wersching made a field goal to tie the score, and Alan Kennedy lined up in the backfield. We had to kick it again. We missed the kick. We lost 17-14, the only loss of the year.
Yeah.
But we had close games that we had to win in the fourth quarter. That's what you want. Yeah. You want to build that mental toughness in these games. And that's what you're striving to do. Look, nobody's won the October Cup. Like, nobody wins the October Cup.
No.
It's the February Cup we got to win.
Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right. And by the way, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So that is the challenge for Kyle, to maintain that edge and that standard. And just a quick word on their defense. Mike, Steve Wilks takes over DeMeco Ryans. Everybody loved DeMeco Ryans. Heck, they loved Robert Saleh before him. But they, too, are playing seemingly at a standard that either Nick Bosa or Fred Warner or somebody is setting in that room, even though the D coordinators are changing. What your opinion on this 49er defense, their personnel, their scheme, and how they're playing?
Well, I think Kyle's been really smart. Okay, so when Saleh left, Saleh was and still is a disciple of the Pete Carroll Cover 3 Seattle system. Very generic, not a lot of chest movement. We're going to win with our front. Then when he brought DeMeco in, he changed up a little bit. He got DeMeco, who was trained in the system, to play some other things, kind of spread out, extend their defensive capability, to give the players a chance to not always play the same scheme all the time. Because what happens is teams get good at it. If you're a baseball pitcher and you throw nothing but fastballs, eventually somebody hits you. So you got to be careful. I think what Wilks has done, he's played more man. They haven't changed much of the front. The front's still dominating. And they tackle better than any team in football. Really, they do. You get very few yards after the catch against the Niners. And they give you a little bit of confusion in the back end, which is what you want. The best defenses in football play 33% man, they play 33% zone, and they play 33% of some combination of man zones, right? And so the quarterback, when he gets to the line of scrimmage, he has to read and decide, what are we in? When Saleh was there, it was easy. Middle of the field's closed, cover 3, here's what we got. Well, that made the game, it was hard because the front was so good. But when it gets to become, when the front's not going, then all of a sudden you can move the ball. So I think Steve has done a great job. I thought he did a good job in Carolina. I think Carolina has gotten worse since he left.
Yeah, good hire by Kyle, man. He's had to replace 2 guys, and he's done it. So last one is for Belichick, and we're talking to Michael Lombardi, of course. Check out his book, Football Done Right, for the football fan on your Christmas list there. It's a fun list of arguments and debates throughout the history of the game. But Belichick, you know him. You worked with him. And I mean, it's hard to kind of see this happen. People say he's done, he's what? I don't know. You just mentioned Don Shula going, years without making a playoffs.
And you also mentioned that pick six, and then that was kind of it for the entire game, which was interesting. Yeah.
So where are you at with the Belichick sort of?
I wonder too.
I mean, look, Andy Reid was 4-12 his last year in Philadelphia. This happens to coaches. As great as you are, it happens. And I think, and I was a big believer in Mac. I don't think it's not all Mac's fault. I don't want to blame it on him, but they're just not playing well, and they have no confidence. One of the things young teams have to do, and they have a relatively young team, is you have to develop confidence without evidence, right? You've got to be able to have confidence without the scoreboard telling you have confidence. And what's happened is they've given so many games away. They've been behind in the first quarter so much that they just haven't been able to develop any confidence or play well to the standard. And so, I think this is a tough situation for them. I think people are loving to gang up on him because anytime you've won a lot, people can't wait to tear you down. But he'll recover from it.
It's true. It's happened to them all. It's funny. We're talking baseball today on the show, Mike. That Bruce Bochy is a legend here for winning 3 World Series, and now here he is back in the ALCS with Texas. But some critics are saying, well, his last 3 years here in San Francisco, they were terrible.
See,
and so
you don't win it every year, right? There's a problem, right?
Right. I mean, look, the coach gets blamed for everything, and understandably, right? We get that. And so I think to me, you have to understand the key thing. And I learned this from the first day I worked for Coach Walsh is why do we win? Why do we lose? And if you can't figure that out the correct way, most fans, they could do it within an hour. They can tell you why a team won and a lose. I got a cousin, Vince, who's a big Packer fan. He texts me during the game. He's a carpenter by trade. But he'll tell me why the Packers won or lost. Now, he's completely wrong when he does it. It's hilarious, right? But he's the voice of America when he does it. And so that's the hard part is to figure out why you win, why you lose. Most owners just look at the scoreboard and say, well, the coach isn't any good. And I think sometimes you have to look at what is actually transpired and what is developing on the field. And can you fix that? And if it's unfixable, the players aren't playing to the coach. You got to fix it. But if you're not winning close games, you better figure it out. Remember, football is like the veterinarian business. The patient doesn't talk to you. You've got to be able to figure out systems. So when your dog goes to the vet, he doesn't say, I got a bad hip, right? No. The vet's got to figure it out. And football is a game of players, coaches, and scheme. You got to figure out why you're losing.
I feel like my dog telepathically speaks to me, though, Mike. With his eyes.
Me too.
You know what I mean?
There's other ways.
Mine's always yelling at me, and I'm shocked she hasn't barked while I'm on the radio.
Yeah, I do that too. Usually
nobody likes to get their voice heard more than her.
Usually my dog is saying, I'm hungry. That's what my dog is saying.
Always.
Hey, Mike, it's always great talking football, man. I love the conversation. Everybody get the book, Football Done Right.
Good having you, Mike.
Lombardi.
Yeah.
It's a good Christmas gift for everybody.
Anytime, guys. Have me anytime. Thank you so much.
Be good, Michael. Take care. Mike Lombardi. Some really good stuff in there, man.
That was a good conversation.
Really good.
Yeah, he's raised a lot of good points there. And again, the draft experts in their basement, Murph, who are going to tell you who you should and shouldn't be.
It is funny because you do see it because you're not on the Twitter like I am. But
I hear enough, though.
I feel like analyzing film, and I'm like, okay, well, does this person know?
Analyzing film.
I'll tell you what, Tim Ryan dropped a nuclear bomb on Pro Football Focus when we first started talking about it.
What?
Remember we were like, hey, Tim, in Pro Football Focus, and he just cut me off. He goes, who is that? He's like, and I was like, well, it's a great. Yes, who's grading it? What's he talking about? He's like, don't come at me. I was like, okay, we're not going to mention Pro Football.
No, we don't do that around Tim anymore. We learned our lesson, right?
But
well, it just goes to show you though for the people who actually play the game, what they think of reports like that.
Yeah,
not a lot. They don't think very highly of that.
Also, the other thing I took from that was the Kyle thing about this state. Kyle's got this team going to the point where you're chasing a standard now. You're chasing a stand like, okay, what's next for the Niners? Like greatness. This is the eternal quest in life. Be great every day.
Yeah,
be
and
great.
Paulie,
what did Joe Buck say to you?
Go be great today. He jumped out of the bushes at about 4 a.m. That's a true story.
And
down in Half Moon Bay.
He didn't say go be mediocre today.
He said go be great today. I go, damn, Joe Buck, I will. And I took that right to the air.
So that's what Kyle has. Kyle's got to go Joe Buck on his team every day.
He does.
Go be great today.
Go be great today.
Well, here's a guy who was great to how many? 5? I think Jesse won 5.
Jesse, no. He won. Well,
he did not get 5.
I'm giving him 5. No, he didn't get 5. Charles Haley's the only guy with 5.
Well, I think he was on IR when they won one. I think.
No, he wasn't on the 81 team.
No, but he was 83. I think he was on 84. I think he was on 84.
So that would be 4.
And then 94.
Yeah.
Oh, 4. Okay, my bad.
I need to confirm the 4. No, we got confirmation on 4. You're right, Murph.
Okay,
you got
so
the
you're
4.
talking about go be great today?
Yeah.
Jesse Sapolo.
To be honest with you, I'm going to go be great today.
He's next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 Sports Leader.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
George Kittle stopped by the Murphy Mac Morning Show yesterday as the 49ers Player of the Week to talk about his 3-touchdown performance against the Dallas Cowboys and, of course, his blank Dallas shirt that he wore on Sunday Night Football. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I thought they did a real good job. I mean, that team's a huge challenge, as hard as it gets in terms of pass protecting. I thought we did a lot better than we did last year. There were still some that they got in there, but we were able to get rid of the ball. And they ended up having, I believe, just that one sack, and there was a few plays that were risky plays for us to try a little farther down the field that sometimes gives those guys a chance to make plays because how good their pass rush was. And on those plays in particular, our guys really manned up and gave Brock the time and was able to lead a couple touchdowns.
That's Kyle Shanahan talking about a topic our next guest knows well, and that is the offensive line. Jesse Sapolu, four-time champion, four-time Super Bowl champion. We're going to talk about the Golden Heart Run. We're going to talk about life. Jesse, we're playing The Green, a band from Hawaii.
I hear that.
Is that you? Is that you? Is that you, Jess?
That's your groove.
No, hold up.
There it is, buddy. Is that on your playlist? Uh-oh.
No, that's not me.
Oh, I know. I was just joking. I'm sorry. I was joking about. Is that your kind of music? That's all.
Oh yeah. That's. I love the Green. I love the Green.
Is Hawaii still home for you?
I'm in Orange County, but I go back to Hawaii around about 12 times a year. So yeah, still home.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. Hey, any words about Maui? Anything we can say about that? How things are going?
They're moving along slowly. We're working with different outlets. I do the Polynesian Football Hall of Fame, so we're helping from that standpoint with the Tua Tagovailoa Foundation, Juju Smith-Schuster's Foundation, and Guy McIntyre and I are also working with a group that trying to get the NFL involved in that.
Okay, very, very cool, man. Well, listen, the one thing we were just talking to Mike Lombardi, the executive who does a lot of, football analysis. We were talking about the 49ers now, after that game on Sunday, which we'll talk about in just a second. But we were going big picture. Like, they're playing so great, and everything's going so well on both sides of the ball. We're like, we don't want them to peak too soon, right? And then we said, well, what they have to do is meet a standard. And that standard was set by your teams. And I was just kind of wondering, my question to you is, what was it like to be part of that standard where, even though you guys knew you were one of the best teams in the NFL every week, you still had to prove it every week?
Yeah, and it's important that one thing that allowed us to close the deal is that we had a team that took a shot every year for the Super Bowl. When you say the saying that it's either Super Bowl or bust, you got to earn it. And I think Kyle Shanahan's teams, 3 of the last 4 years were in the NFC Championship game. So, I won 4 Super Bowls, but I also lost 4 NFC Championship games.
Yeah.
And the reason I won those 4 is because I keep giving myself a chance, or our team gave itself a chance to keep taking our shots to the Super Bowl. So I think we've established that standard that you were talking about, because we were always, in the semifinals, and we went to the Super Bowl against Kansas City. Of course, it ends up breaking our heart, but you got to break your heart to become a champion at some point.
Yeah.
And I think the consistency is there for us to be able to say that, it's either Super Bowl or bust, because we've been there, we've been close, and I think this team has earned the right to have that expectation.
Jesse Zappulo is our guest on the UMA guest line. With this win against Dallas on Sunday, this year's 49er team, or this current Niner group, they extended their regular season winning streak to 15 games, and that goes back to last year. Now, you guys, with your groups, Jesse, you guys were involved in some historic win streaks also. The road win streak, for example. I mean, and you talk about the standard. I guess stuff like that really does speak to your standard, like that road winning streak. I doubt that'll ever be matched in
the last team to win 15 was the 89-90 team Jesse was on.
That's what I'm saying, Jesse. Yeah. So, I mean, was that something you guys actually talked about, like, or took pride in, like streaks like that?
Well, we want it to be special. And I think we realized that, we were on the verge of having a dynasty. And, I've been on teams that lost one game. I've been on a team that lost 2 games, and that team in '89 is probably the most dominating team when you went through the postseason. And of course, we beat Denver 55-10 in the Super Bowl. So we understand the standard that's laid out there. I think this particular team here, to me, we found a quarterback, man, that the guy is so calm under pressure, is able to process things in such a short period of time. These types of quarterback make the offensive line look better, and then when that offensive line start growing up and start becoming a real good offensive line, that's when they start dominating teams week in and week out. So those teams that I played on, the 84 team, the 89 team, that is something that's built over the years, the belief system, the standard, the expectation. It was something that we expected.
And Jesse, we're talking to Jesse Zappulo, who will be this weekend at Levi's Stadium for the Golden Heart Fund race, which we'll talk about in just a second. So that meant that even though, like, the Dallas Cowboy game on Sunday night, which was so hyped and felt like a playoff game in some ways, is followed by a game at Cleveland where it's not as hyped, and it's a 10 a.m. Pacific kick. The standard you guys set, you would go win that game. But is it a challenge for Kyle Shanahan and this team to go to Cleveland and have that same edge?
Well, I love this team. I saw Fred Warner yesterday, and of course, some of the TV shows were asking him about this particular question. And, and Fred is saying, for the Dallas game to mean anything, we got to win this coming game. We lose against Cleveland, and then that Dallas win just kind of goes by the wayside.
Yep. Nice.
So the consistency for the Dallas win to stay big and for people to keep talking about the 49ers, they got to win games like the Cleveland Browns. Now, Cleveland's got a pretty good defensive line.
Yeah.
So just because the record says certain things, there's still a danger situation there because. Sure. With the NFL, you have to respect all 32 teams or 31 other teams. Because you look at the Miami Dolphins, they score 70 points one week, then they lose the next week. I mean, it's just the way it is.
Yeah,
it's a long marathon. I think the one of the models that we had as the 49ers, during our generation was one game at a time. Don't look too far forward. Take it one game at a time. And then we'll look up at the end and see what we've done.
Well, that's the standard you guys set, and that's the standard this Kyle Shanahan team is chasing in 2023. So, Jesse, you are full of wisdom and good vibes, and you will be able to meet the people October 14th. So that is, 12th? Saturday, right? At Levi's Stadium? And
yes,
we're talking about the Golden Heart Run. Starts, it's a 4.9K. It starts at 8 a.m. The kids' run begins at 10 a.m. Entry fees $45 to run in person, virtual $35, $25 for the kid runs. You can donate. You're the official starter. Tell us about it.
Well, yeah, I was chosen the official starter this year. Very honored to do it. The Golden Heart Fund is a special thing that we do to take care of our own 49er alumni. So the Golden Heart Run is a big fundraiser to help our players that put their health on the line, to make our fan base happy over the years. Just because we played football, it doesn't mean we're not normal human beings, that at some point we're going to experience challenges. And even during the time that I played, even if you played 4 or 5 years, if you didn't invest right, we didn't make that kind of money like they make today where you can be set for life. So the Golden Heart Fund and the Golden Heart Run will help all 49er alumni. It goes straight to them to help them and their families, some of my brothers that need financial help.
Well, it's true. I mean, it's a brutal game, and not everybody, the transition to life after the NFL is challenging, as the Golden Heart Fund knows. And so it's a lifeline to alumni to help ease that burden to everybody who brought us all those great memories at Candlestick and everywhere. So this is for the 49ers families. It was founded in 2016 by Niners alumni and ownership, the Golden Heart Fund. So you can get some run in, get your run in, get your sweat on. And Jesse's the official star. You're going to meet and greet all the runners, huh, Jess?
Awesome, man.
I will meet and greet all the runners. I don't know if I can do the 4 miles. I might walk maybe 1 mile.
That's all right.
And then come back to the finish line and wait for everybody to come in. And, we want to thank Cisco for partnering with us. And I thank all of our fan base for supporting this cause.
Hey, the last question, though, Jesse, is will you be wearing an F Dallas shirt?
Let's talk some. This is some real Jesse, real talk now, man. Real talk. Yeah.
I mean, hey, look, it's competition.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. You had 3 hours to state your case. So you can't get mad. It's part of the rivalry. It's an intense rivalry. It's what makes the NFL fun. If you're going to get mad, then do it on the football field. Don't get mad after the fact. But I have a feeling we're going to see them again. And, it's exciting for all the 49er fans to see which teams are going to come up at the end to challenge us to get our number 6 Super Bowl.
We had Gary Plummer on this morning talking about that shirt, and he said, the defensive guys were down and dirty. They'd wear the shirt. The offensive guys were too nice, he
did say that, yeah.
He said, you guys were too nice to wear.
Well, we had a lot more to study. We didn't have time to think about the shirt.
Right. That's it. There you go. Very good. You had to do Mike Shanahan's playbook.
You guys
right?
are the thinkers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was Mike Shanahan. That's right.
Yeah.
That's
Mike.
right.
It was Mike Shanahan. There's a little runt kid Kyle running around now. Who's now doing it.
Yep.
So Jesse Sapolo is the official starter and will be on hand at Levi's Stadium on October 14th. That's Saturday. You can register in person at 7 a.m. It's a 4.9K race. And Jesse will meet and greet all y'all, and the money goes to the Golden Heart Fund. You can register online, goldenheartrun.org. Once again, goldenheartrun.org. It'd be great to see Jesse's smiling face down at Levi's. Thanks for hopping on, Jesse.
Thank you guys for having me on.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jesse.
Guy.
Yeah,
on,
man.
Yeah, look at him, man.
I mean, for life. Jesse for life. I mean, who's not a fan of Jesse Sapolo? We all love Jesse.
4 rings.
There was a guy I used to see, a kid, it's a true story. I've mentioned this before, and this is true. Back in the 90s when I was going to all the games, a season ticket holder, I used to see a guy at the stick. He was also a season ticket holder. I never talked to him, but he was a couple sections over from me, and he used to wear a Sapolo Hawaii jersey to every game. Yeah. Like you would always have that on, the green Hawaii Sapolo. So shout out to you if you're listening, man. I remember you, I see you, and love and respect for that Sapolo Hawaii jersey.
I know, it's pretty darn good, man. So Jesse Sapolo will be the starter down there. Everybody go check him out.
Yeah, okay. Man. What's next? I know there's so much going on today.
You got love for the Sharks, Paulie?
I do. We got a season to kick off, man.
Can I get an old time?
Oh, yeah, you want old time?
While you're looking for that, somebody wrote in during the big hit saying that they're missing their BHE.
Oh,
so don't be a stranger. Just next tomorrow.
Noted,
maybe.
And I'll make a change in that tomorrow. And in the meantime, to honor Murph's request, because we are old school guys, we like our hockey old school.
Old time hockey, like Eddie Shore. Yeah. Old time hockey, Eddie Shore. Yeah. Old time hockey, like Eddie Shore. Yeah. Old time hockey, Eddie Shore. Take me right now. Eddie Shore.
All bad. You do that. You go to the box. 2 minutes by yourself. You feel shame. You feel shame.
Like Eddie Shore.
Like Eddie Shore. The best is Ganji. Like, you got the goalie talking. This is our old creative director, Rick Ganji. He was no good. You had to get rid of him.
That's what we were looking for, buddy. So Sharks coach David
Let's
Quinn.
go.
Okay, Sharks, one step up this year, right?
That's
one
right.
step up.
Damn right.
Marcus's Tiburones. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Go Sharks.
KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
Go Sharks! Well, there it is. Mike Silver going to join Papa and Lund today at 10:50. How about Ralph, man? Rest in peace to the great Ralph Barbieri.
Probably the most famous, honestly, I would say, celebrity Shark fan, aside from the boys in Metallica, whose Marcus is playing now. Because those guys will actually throw the jerseys on and go down there and watch a game.
How about Paulie Mack as a celebrity Sharks fan?
Yeah, but I'm in Ralph's shadow forever, and I'm fine with that.
How about Marcus Boucher as a celebrity?
Now you're talking. Marcus is flashing a lot of hockey interest so far this season.
Well, Coach David Quinn's set to call in any minute. I got bad news, man. The prognosticators are not being kind to the Sharks going into this season.
Kind of a rebuild time. Yeah, they're trying to reload.
As I recall, we had Coach Quinn on last year, and that was
It was tough. It was a real tough year, yeah.
And now that's what they say. Well, they're out there to defy the experts, right? They start tomorrow night.
Yeah.
So down at the tank. And, they still have some of the names. Tomas Hertl, Paulie.
Logan Couture. Mercifully, one of the great goal scorers of
Mark-Edward Vlasic, still there.
But also a lot of new faces, too. New goalie, new all kinds of new faces coming in.
Well, I think Coach Quinn's calling in right now. So they open up tomorrow night at the tank, right?
Yes.
Sharks hockey. We'll see what they have cooking here. Is the connection made? Let me know when the connection has been made. What are you going to go down there?
We're punching them through. We got them.
Check them out there? You're going to go check out some Sharks hockey?
I know. It's right up the street.
Okay, he is. All right, there it is. Coach David Quinn of the San Jose Sharks. Tomorrow night, the puck drops at the Shark Tank SAP Center in San Jose, California. It's the Vegas Golden Knights at the San Jose Sharks. David, it's great to have you back, man. And we're ready. I know you're ready.
We're all ready, man.
Good morning.
We're all ready.
How are you? How you doing?
I'm doing well. It's an exciting time, obviously. Training camp can get long, but here we are, ready to go against the Knights for tomorrow night.
David, it's like returning the page. We're ready to start a new season, but I want to ask you, when you have, frankly, just a rough year like you guys had last year, it was not an easy season. There were struggles. When that season ended, did you just need to get away from the game for a while? Like I know a lot of you guys like to go fish in the off season and stuff like that. Are you one of those guys, or did you dive more into the film and more into the tape?
Well, what I did, to give you an idea, is that 2 weeks later, I went over to Europe and coached the U.S. team in the World Championships for a month. So I didn't get away from it right away.
No.
I ended up digging in and going over there and spent a month over in Europe, and it's an incredible experience. And then after that, you come back and it's already June, and you're decompressing and you're kind of relaxing and getting your golf in and on the beach. And then 2 weeks into that, you get bored and you get right back at it. So it's funny. You think, the season ends, I can't wait to take the next 3 or 4 months off and decompress, but it's amazing what happens when you miss it for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Right. Talking to San Jose Sharks head coach David Quinn. Okay, so here's the deal. The prognosticators are out, and they're not kind to the Sharks.
No, we suck. We suck if you listen to everybody.
So what's the Coach David Quinn message to the fans in the Bay Area about that?
I'm surprised. Let me be honest with you, and this is not coach talk or selling our team. I'm shocked at, what people are saying about us and where they think we might finish. There's a lot of optimism in our locker room. Obviously, when you lose, Eric Carlson and Timo Meyer, I get the ripple effect of that. But we've we acquired a lot of good players. We feel really good about our goaltending. People are getting better, and you're going to get an honest team, I'll tell you that.
Talking to San Jose Sharks head coach David Quinn. You mentioned the goaltender. You have a very young goalie starting opening night. Tell us about him.
Yeah, well, we haven't decided who our goalie will be yet. But,
okay. All right. Okay.
Capo might be the guy, and he's had an incredible camp. And, his finish was strong last year, had a good second half. And then, and he's really built on. He's had a great summer. And he's had a great training camp. He's played really well. And, we feel very good about our goaltending. It was a little bit of an issue last year. It was one of the reasons why we had the season we had. That was the other thing. Last year, halfway through the season, we had the record we had. And, we felt very good about the way we were playing in a lot of ways. And analytically, it looked like we should be a team fighting for a playoff spot. And here we were at the bottom of the standings because we just, at the wrong time, we'd make a bad play or we couldn't get the save we needed. And it was frustrating because I'll never forget Logan Couture coming to my office in mid-December. We're talking, and he just says, "I can't believe we have the record we have." He said, "Last year, we had a better record, but we're playing so much better this year, and I just can't believe we have the record we have." So, and that's probably part of the reason why people are picking us where they are.
San Jose Shark head coach David Quinn is our guest. You mentioned Logan Couture. He's obviously a fan favorite, one of the pure goal scorers the Sharks have had. And give us a little bit, how's he doing health-wise, and how's his mindset going into this year, Coach?
Yeah, he's in a great mindset. Unfortunately, he's been battling an injury. He had a little bit of a setback here the last few days, so we won't be in the lineup tomorrow night. And, it's really week to week right now for him. So, as you touched on, not only one of the great goal scorers of this franchise, but one of the best players this franchise has ever seen. And as great as he is as a player, he's a better person. And, you couldn't ask for a better leader.
Yeah, so you say a setback. Is this something long-term? Any news?
Yeah, we're not sure yet. There's more tests and evaluations going on here, so we'll probably have a better feel here in the next 48 hours.
That's a tough way to start. David Quinn talking about losing Logan Couture on opening night, but it brings in young guys, right? I'm reading about William Eklund. I'm reading about Thomas Bortolo. Are these some of the young guys you're looking at to provide a spark?
Eklund's real young, yeah.
Yeah, both these guys are young, and they're good players. I mean, Eklund came up last year and did a hell of a job for us in his 9 games with us, and he had season shutdown after he left us. He had shoulder surgery, so he's been getting better and better. He's 100%. His last game in the exhibition season was really good, and he's a really good player. And Bortolo continues to improve as well. He plays the center position, so a little bit more demanding position, a little bit harder for a younger player to be impactful, but he's done a nice job as well.
We're talking to David Quinn as the Sharks get ready to drop the puck tomorrow night against the Vegas Golden Knights. And we talked about the Couture injury, the goalie situation, some of the young talent coming in. But I see, in some of the interviews you gave preseason, you're talking about, and you just kind of mentioned this with what you said about Couture and how well you guys played versus your record. But Sharks fans are out there, David. They're like, they were during the run, the heyday with Thornton and
sold out every night, yeah.
You wouldn't think San Jose would be a hockey market, but it is.
Oh, they really embraced the team.
And I'm just kind of wondering, you got a chance to kind of speak to the fans, and you have a quote out here about saying, listen, we are going to give an intensely honest effort every night. And if you're a fan, you're going to get your money's worth. Just kind of want to elaborate a little bit on that, on what you guys are the message you guys are getting to the fans?
Yeah, listen, I mean, as you've touched on, this is a hockey market for sure. And when I got the Ranger job in 2018, people would talk about the buildings you go to, and everybody in the league would tell me, wait till you get to San Jose. And sure enough, that first game here on the opposing bench, I couldn't believe the atmosphere and the environment. And your number one job in the first 10 minutes was take the crowd out of it. You're just trying to survive. And, we were making playoff runs and pushes and competing for the Stanley Cup, for 15 to 20 years. And unfortunately, at some point in time, you got to pay the fiddler. And that's kind of what's happened here in the last 4 or 5 years. That being said, we are in a much better position as an organization than we were a year ago today. And a lot of the characteristics that those teams had when they were competing for Stanley Cups, you just don't acquire them overnight. It becomes ingrained. It becomes your personality, and that's the steps we took last year, and we're going to make another step this year in that area. We've got a really good group of talented forwards. Decor is a hard-nosed group, maybe not as skilled as people have seen in the past, but when you get goaltending with the forwards we have and the decor we have, you're going to get an honest effort every night, and we're going to surprise people.
So that being said, David, I mean, in the NHL, obviously, it's all about getting into the postseason. It's just all about, qualifying for the playoffs. And as a coach, I mean, I know you have a young group. We just talked about that. Do you talk about goals with these guys before the season? Like, do you say, like, guys, this is the mission. Now we're going to go out and achieve it. Is that part of the approach for you?
For sure. We're trying to establish the process first and foremost, and the winning and losing will take care of itself. You want to play with a game mentally and physically where you're going to give yourself a chance to win every night, and that's what we want our players to do. And the winning and losing will take care of itself. We've got enough veterans here that have had success, and with that approach, you will inevitably have success.
All right, David. Well, listen, it starts tomorrow night. You've done it all these years. You talked about coaching Team USA in Europe and everything. So still, after all these years,
shout out to the BU Terriers too, Murph. Shout out BU.
That's right.
Yeah, man. I got you. I got you.
And he's and still get the butterflies and the excitement after all these years.
There's nothing like it. Nothing like a hockey season starting from an excitement standpoint and a butterfly standpoint. There's nothing like it.
Hey, last one for you, David. And ESPN announced this, that Barry Melrose is stepping away from TV because of a diagnosis with Parkinson's disease.
It's awful.
Parkinson's affected my family. My father ultimately met his demise from Parkinson's disease. It's a very tough deal. There's a lot of good research going on, a lot of funding, but Barry's been such an ambassador for the sport. I got to imagine you have a relationship with him. Did you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, fortunate to meet him on many occasions, and just one of the great personalities in all of hockey. He's accomplished so much. I think he's drawn a fan base to hockey because of his personality and his passion for it. And really sad. As you said, most everybody has been affected by Parkinson's in some way, shape, or form. And, I know the hockey community's behind him, and we're certainly going to miss him.
Yeah, I just wanted to send a good wish out there for him. So, all right. Well, listen, hey, we had a long-time host here called Ralph Barbieri, who's left us, and he was the biggest Sharks fan in the world.
Lunatic.
I want you to hear.
He was a lunatic.
He used to scream on the air, "Go Sharks!"
We're
going to
give
you one right now, David.
Go Sharks!
There it is.
That's it.
Right.
That's the season. It's christened.
All right, David. You have been christened. Go forth.
I appreciate it.
We'll talk again, David.
Thanks for coming on.
All right, guys. Great talking to you.
Cheers.
There he is, David Quinn.
Don't sleep on BU hockey now, Murph. That's how it all started.
Saying, does he have a Brian Sabian charm to him?
Well, he's got the mass thing going. He's a Boston guy. He's a Massachusetts kid, so he's got that whole thing going there.
I'd like him to win some games.
Me
you know
too.
What I mean?
He's a very likable guy, this dude. I mean,
he's obviously very accomplished, too.
Yeah, and he's had big jobs. He coached the Rangers, you know what I mean?
Team USA.
Yep. So it's just about, it's a long process. There's so many young players.
Well, as you said, when you're on top of the hill for 20 years, you're going to pay the piper.
And it's like, they're leaders, guys like Logan Couture. He's not healthy, so the kids are going to have to learn on their own. Yeah.
That's a really tough one. And you got the Vegas Knights winning the cup? I mean, what the hell is that?
I know. I've had it with Vegas already, the Vegas Knights. They don't even, can you imagine how the Canadians feel up there? They're so proud of their sport, and it's been bastardized. Like, Carolina has a team. They're winning cups in Las Vegas. Like, Montreal Canadian fans, they must be losing their minds up there. I mean, because I don't know. I don't know that when the next time the Stanley Cup is going to get skated around in a Canadian rink. But it's really important to those people.
I think Edmonton's supposed to be good this year. Did you see the Gretzky narration of the Melrose piece?
No.
Oh,
unfortunately, I did not.
I was fortunate enough to be on Twitter last night when that hit.
I will definitely take a look.
4 minutes long.
I'll watch it.
And it's, Melrose. I remember when Melrose hit the scene. Well, first of all, he was coaching the Kings when I was down there.
Yeah, for sure.
And bro, he rocked that mullet.
Oh.
Just unapologetically is like an understatement. It was like the most in-your-face mullet I've ever seen.
Now, here's the funny thing about that term. When I went to college in Boston, all the kids that played hockey on my college team, they all had the mullet, but that term had not hit the vernacular yet. So you know what they used to call it up there? They called it hockey hair. So having a mullet back then, pre-mullet, they would say, "Oh, this kid, he's got hockey hair."
You're familiar with the Minnesota State Championships where the kids compete to have the most outrageous hockey hair?
They're not kidding around either.
No, they're like
going
the camera,
out.
And it's these are high school kids.
No, some of these things go down to the waist.
But
Marcus.
anyway,
yeah.
Are you Marcus? You down with the Barry Melrose? Are you familiar with his whole?
100%.
Okay,
we all are.
Oh, he's got a head of salad.
And he never said, you should watch this Gretzky thing. It's first of all, like I said, if anybody's ever been affected by Parkinson's, listen, it's not he's alive. He's not going anywhere, but it's a tough, endless disease, right? You know what I mean?
Unforgiving, yeah.
And it's obviously bad enough that's taken him off the air. But they reran his, those This Is SportsCenter ads were so amazing. I had never seen this one where Bucci Gross and Anderson are sitting down to do SportsCenter. And then all of a sudden this guy comes out in a tux and starts going, "Oh, Canada."
Nice.
And they stand up. And the guy goes, "My home and native." And he's in a tuxedo.
Yeah.
And Bucci Gross and Anderson, and one guy goes, "Is Melrose here today?" And they go, "Yeah." And they cut to the side of the stage, and Melrose is there with these huge tears streaming down his face.
Nice.
And
I love
This is SportsCenter. Yeah. It was really funny.
Oh.
Is Melrose here today? But anyway, the guy's just personality. Yeah, I mean, for me, obviously the least hockey guy in the history of the world. He's a guy I'd draw me in. I'd watch him.
No question.
I watch him on the TV.
No question. Yeah, very likable dude.
So anyway, he might say, you heard what David Quinn said. Yeah, we suck. That's what he said. So, well, hopefully not.
Well, good luck, Sharks. We'll be watching.
Hey, we gave him a Ralph.
We did. That's the best way to christen it.
Go Sharks.
Yeah, come on.
How about a Kipe doing Ralph? You heard that one?
I don't know.
That one's in there. One time during a talk back.
Yeah.
Back in the early
That one's in there. That one's in there.
Oh, it's in the system.
You know, we ought to play back someday just on a best of, retrospective. Ralph arguing with Sabian. Marcus, you would have loved that radio. They used to get nuts. They used to scream at each other.
But your boy got his start here.
Yeah.
Spring of 04.
Yeah. Oh, they would.
Tolbert was gone. That's where I got my start. They asked
would
me to
literally brawl.
And I sat
on the
there
air.
and listened.
It was like being a kid while the parents are fighting.
You could have rolled type on me. I was just like, I was there one of the days Sabian hung up on him.
Sabian ain't backing down, but Ralph wasn't taking any
I
S.
was like,
Ralph would.
So what do we do now?
He's not made of porcelain, famously, about Timmy.
You know what time Ralph got really mad at me, I think? He never really said it, but I could tell I hurt his feelings.
Oh.
Because I was just trying to riff, you know?
Don't hurt Ralph's
and he had
feelings.
just been announced the Father of the Year by some Bay Area group. He's like, I got to go. I'm being honored as the Father of the Year. And I said,
boy.
I said, you're in great company. Mike Brady won that award once. I said,
Nothing wrong with that.
Do you remember when Marcia got busted for leaving her bedroom? But it turns out she had snuck out to mail in her letter about her dad for Father of the Year.
I actually don't know, but
they
that's
busted
great.
Her, they grounded
That's
her,
great.
and it turns out she had written a letter saying my dad should be Dad of the Year.
so ridiculous.
And then when they were grounding her and punishing her, the award people came to the house. They're like, Mike, we received this letter from your daughter.
And meanwhile, it was Marshall all along.
Yeah. So I said to him, I go, hey, you're in great company. Mike Brady won that award.
He wasn't playing that.
He was like,
He's a serious award, Murph. You shouldn't disparage it like that. Yeah. I take a lot of pride in it.
Pretty much.
Shout out Ralph in the World Series parades with the kid. It was crazy back then, man. It was crazy.
It said, once again, second day in a row, inside joke from me to you.
Yeah.
Take off your glasses.
That's all you need to say. Do me a favor, take off your glasses. We'll leave it at that. That's from Murph.
Tim Lincecum, I'm saying this for everybody right now, is not made out of porcelain. And I'm not second guessing. I was first guessing.
Thank you, Marcus. I said it and you gave it. Thank you.
650 says Ralph used to get into it with Drew Remenda. I thought Drew was such a good vibe Charlie. They didn't argue, did they?
I don't remember that, but I believe the
Remenda's
listener.
coming on the afternoon show, isn't he?
Yeah, they can ask him.
But Tommy still loves his Remenda.
Yeah.
He loves his Remenda. What do you give me for Tommy and Remenda versus Tommy and Randy Bennett? It's like because it kind of similar look too.
Does Tom Tolbert go? Because I hear him say
by the
this.
way, I went in on Randy at the lunch, and Randy said, "Hey, have me on."
Anytime.
Randy Bennett.
Oh, I'd love to have him on anytime.
Yeah. So anyway, what are you going to say?
I was going to say, just Tom, because Tom is like, I always hear Tom Tolbert going like, I got home, I was watching some game on super late. Like, I think Tom goes, he'll watch like a Buffalo Sabre game on replay just to get a few shifts in. You know what I mean?
You will.
No, he'll watch Sabres hockey.
Well, you and I are sound asleep, buddy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We have.
He's living his life. I know.
All right. We'll hand it over to Birthday Boy yesterday. Did they get those shots up from the old ship?
Apparently they were boozing. Yeah, they got the glasses right there on the table.
God.
I'm a mixologist. Yeah.
KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Go Sharks.
Go Sharks.
Found it. There it was.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, fun day from Gary Plummer to Kipe to Mike Lombardi to Jesse Sapolo to David Quinn. I think tomorrow, Paul, you and I need to start really ramping up the Browns thing.
Fine with me. I'm all in. Let's do it.
A lot of Bochy today, including mid-show texts.
By the way, keep in mind what Jesse Sapolo said, and if you missed Jesse, go to KNBR.com and check it out. He goes, if you don't beat the Browns, that Cowboy game doesn't mean nearly as much. Very interesting.
There it is. Papa and Lund on the camera. Ready, you boys all ready to go, revved up. And
you guys are looking good.
Full gas tanks.
Yeah.
Caffeinated.
Look at the pop. We're getting the G-Pops wave. I like
the whole
that.
deal. You got it all. How was the birthday, Greg? How was it?
Did you hear the show? We had Elliot from Gold Bar Whiskey brought us drinks during the show.
That was very nice.
Oh, that's
Didn't
so
it?
good.
John, your voice is sounding very deep.
I did hear some of
throaty.
the I did
today. Is that the Gold Bar Whiskey? See, it brings out the voice.
See what happens.
Now, how does whiskey and live radio work? How's that? Is that a good combo?
Perfectly. Show
Perfectly.
It was great for us. I don't
First
know
2
about
hours and
anybody
18 minutes of the show sucked. The last 1 hour and 42 minutes.
Oh, man.
It was fabulous.
Was it the Montana Gold Bar?
It was
the 16?
the Golden Joe. Have you had one, Murph?
You know
Go
what?
to-
I
go to
got
Treasure Island.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
I'm going to brag about my generosity here. They gave me a bottle.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
I gave it to Triple E. I gave it to Eric. I said, you know what?
The generosity of Murph.
They've given me like 1,600 bottles, and I've given away every single one.
Can I have one of yours? Because I gave mine away.
Text Elliot. Text Elliot. John, did I give you one?
Text Elliot.
Yeah, I got. They were nice enough to give me the. In fact, let me.
The
turn
bottle
around
is
here.
gorgeous.
Look at this.
Oh, John's
Bottle
going to
is freaking gorgeous.
John's getting this.
Can you see that?
Paulie, look at that.
Nice.
Look at
Look
that,
at
baby.
that. Oh, it
That's
is
a classy
That's
looking
the golden
bottle.
ticket right there.
It is gorgeous, man. It is gorgeous.
That is nice.
All right, boys, you guys get into that bottle.
Have a good show,
and,
kids.
Triple
Yeah.
E and Marcus, we'll see you guys tomorrow when it's time for a change.
I see you,
Big
Greg.
Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
This is why you play the game. This is why I came back.
He got ran out of San Francisco for analytics and Gabe Kapler. Looks like the Rangers are sitting with the right man.
No, we suck. We suck if you listen to everybody.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
He's ready on the 1-2. Garcia hits this one high and deep to left. Really high, really far, and gone! Adolis Garcia, and the Texas Rangers now lead it 6-0 in the second inning. As Gibson delivers, and this ball is smoked. Right field, and it's gone! Nathaniel Lowe gets into one, Texas 7, the Orioles 1. Leclerc is ready. Here it comes. Strike 3! And the Rangers sweep another. They are rolling into the LCS. They beat Baltimore 7-1.
It's unreal. This is why I came back for, hoping something like this would happen. I know how blessed I am to be in this situation. And these guys have been warriors, road warriors. I mean, we've been through a lot. And to be right now, I mean, there's work to be done. But still, well, I mean, what kind of baseball they've been playing has just been awesome.
His best signing, fellas, may be the three-time world champion Hall of Famer Bruce Bochy. And to think, Matty, that he got ran out of San Francisco for analytics and Gabe Kapler, looks like the Rangers are sitting with the right man.
Wow, Alex
A-Fraud
Rodriguez.
strikes again.
Look at him.
Wow. Ran out of San Francisco.
Wow. Okay, let's discuss that. You heard Carl Ravitch on ESPN Radio with the final calls. The Orioles swept out by the Rangers. We got to get into that conversation as well, and what Alex Rodriguez said. And I don't know about Big Papi and Derek Jeter and Alex Rodriguez together. We shall discuss.
Where's Frank Thomas? Where's the big?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him.
He got ousted for Jeets.
Yeah, he was doing those pills, and so I guess those no longer work. But we got a ton to get to today. More Brock Purdy, more discussion on the 49ers, some Warriors talk. That piece that Anthony Slater wrote on Clay, he's so cool, man. We got tons to get to today. All the baseball talk, all the Bochy talk. Good morning, my friend.
How are you, Joe?
That was a fun show. Just to kind of continue what we were talking with Murph. Great drinks.
Yeah, we had fun.
The guys at Gold Bar are awesome. I had a bunch of texts and people who were tuning in on YouTube and Twitch, which you can do again today, having a good time. And I delivered. I've got a whole bar of some Gold Bar, so I had to make room for the Joe Montana bottle. So I actually dropped one at a big old Gold Bar to one of my friends yesterday. Nice. So yeah, good time had by all.
Spread the love.
Yeah, absolutely. How was the day?
We had fun.
How was the day?
We had fun. Watched baseball and got into it. And Elliot from Gold Bar was so generous, already texting me this morning. And you got to go over there. You got to go over to the distillery on Treasure Island. They do serve lunch on Wednesdays, Wednesday through Sunday. So great day. And just speaking of Gold Bar whiskey, I think Cap was more of a whiskey guy than Boch.
Yes.
Boch was a beer, and he and Saby Sabes would crush a little red wine.
Right? Yeah.
But, I mean, I just think about him being hired about a year ago. And, you know, he had the heart issue a couple of times. His dad had a heart issue, but he's in great health now. You know, he had the stents and the balloons put in and all that. He took time off, but he never said I retired. He was still employed by the Giants, A-Rod. He was not run out of town for the analytics. He did have a 98-loss season at the end of his Giant run, but he obviously the three-time World Series champion, and we'll talk about what Johnny B. Good, Dusty Baker, is doing as well. We could have a Bochy Baker American League Championship Series. Wouldn't that be great? But just the way he's been able to flip this team around in 1 year's time. Evaldi, with that four-seam fastball he's got, John, is electric. He was a nice addition, obviously. And then, you know, they bring in DeGrom, and DeGrom got hurt. They bring in Scherzer. Scherzer got hurt. So what are they going to be like next year if they're ever able to keep those guys healthy? But Boch has not lost a game this October. They swept Tampa Bay. The first game against Baltimore was the first game against Tampa was reasonably tight, but they were so sloppy defensively. But in any event, he's 5-0. And Corey Seager hits the bomb right away. They leave a 5 spot, and the game's over at 6-0 the way Evaldi was pitching. And now we gotta just look ahead, right? He's only in the American League Championship Series. He's got a ways to go. But I was just thinking, John, how many managers in the history of baseball have won World Series titles with 2 different teams and also do it in 2 different leagues?
I can one right off the top of my head.
Yeah, Tony La Russa did it. Sparky Anderson did it in recent years. You have to go way back when. Bill McKechnie in 25 with the Pirates and then later with the Reds in 40, but that's both National League. And Bucky Harris in 24 with the Washington Senators. And then many years later, 23 years later with the Yankees, both in the American League. So the only 2 in the history of baseball, Bochy would be the third, right? Would be Sparky with the Reds in 75, 76, and then with the Tigers in 84, and then Tony La Russa with his 89 A's, and then the early aughts, or early teens, 10s with the Cardinals, right? So Bochy would be the 5th manager to do it with multiple teams. And he'd be the 3rd behind Captain Hook, Sparky Anderson, and Tony to do it in separate leagues. Pretty amazing. He's got a ways to go, but wow, that'd be amazing.
Yeah. It is in what he's doing. And we can get into this right now. And text line is wide open. We're on YouTube and Twitch. Give us your thoughts as well on this whole thing. And look, I love Boch, but the logic behind it, because everybody's going crazy, Farhan did not have a good year. I've been on record as saying that, the personnel and all those kind of things. But to go all the way back to Gabe, and you've pointed this out many times, I mean, it wasn't popular what he did, but it's a new guy, new president of baseball ops. He wanted to put his stamp on the team. How do you put your stamp on the team? You bring in your guy. and he's going to implement the things that you want. Now, did it work out? Ultimately, no. It got him a 107-win season. They stalled out, but I'm not going to do revisionist history and say they should have kept Bruce Bochy. He's in a great situation in Texas. You pointed it out. They have the sticks. They needed the pitching. They needed someone to guide that pitching, and even with the injuries. And Bochy in the postseason is awesome. They had a great year. They got off to a great start. But I can't advocate that they kept Bruce Bochy. I think that's the ultimate in revisionist history. I mean, I think we can look back at certain things and you say, okay, maybe an organization could have done this or this or this, but they were never going to keep Bruce Bochy. I love what he's doing. I'm rooting for the Rangers. I hope he wins a World Series. But to go back all those years and say he should still be managing the Giants, I can't do that.
No, I think there was a sentiment to not even let him come back and manage the Giants' his final year in 2019 when Farhan took over that year. So Farhan let him finish his contract. They didn't have to fire him, and they let it ride out, and they had that great, Bruce Bochy day, which was maybe, in light of the pandemic and everything. And they've had big crowds there, obviously, for the Dodger Divisional Series in 21, which was going on exactly 2 years ago right now. They were going back to L.A. for that windy night on October the 11th on a Monday night. So in any event, Boch had obviously a great run, winning 10, 12, 14 World Series championships. And everybody's moaning about, the best teams aren't winning. Well, Bochy never had the best team. In 10, they won 92 games. In 2012, they won 94 games, won the division. And then the last one, they were a wild card team and won 88 games. Had to get the Grand Slam in Pittsburgh. And, obviously the 12 team were the Cockroaches. Just incredible the way they were up against it time and time again in Cincinnati and then later in St. Louis, and then just took apart the Tigers. But, his last few years, and they, a lot of those guys, just grew old, and he had a 98-loss team in 2017, an 89-loss team in 2018, and then an 85-loss team his last year, and he did overlap with Farhan. So, it's easy to. I think once you hired Farhan Zaidi, you realized that Bruce Bochy would not be managing the team forever. And he had a 13-year run here. He was in San Diego for 12, John. And Boch actually had a losing record here. It's amazing. 1,052 wins, 1,054 losses. Now, come October.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to manage against him.
Yeah, he was 36-17 come October, and this year he's 5-0 with Texas. But with San Diego in October, he was 8-16. Mm-hmm. He had good clubs that won the division. And the one time, he was able to go on to the World Series in '98 against the Yankees, they got swept. So, in any event, he's happy where he's at. He seems to be in good health. And now the question is, are we going to have a Bochy Dusty American League Championship Series? How fun would that be?
It looks like it, because look at it yesterday. My gosh, all of a sudden Houston, again, you just pointed this out. Houston in the regular season could do this and do that. They can lose certain guys. When they got Verlander halfway through the season back, but Garrett Cole leaves, and this is what you want. If you look at teams, and I'm not saying they're going to win the World Series, and I know about the garbage cans and everything, but this is why the Giants brought in Pete Patello. We never talk about him, but he's the general manager of the Giants, because what Houston does, it doesn't matter who they lose. They're not necessarily large market. They couldn't keep Carlos Correa. They couldn't keep Garrett Cole, but they just keep pumping guys out of the system, and they keep bringing guys into the rotation, and they keep bringing arms out of the bullpen, and it's the sticks that they have. And Yordan Alvarez can be hurt all year, and then he pops into the playoffs, and you can't get him out. And it's just, they are so good, and that is the team that you don't want to face in the playoffs. So the Twins saw it yesterday. They won that first game, but then the Astros have stormed back in the last two, and they scored 9. That place was on fire at the beginning in Minnesota. It's a smaller market. That's a great ballpark target. And they go in there and they just roll the Twins, and it's
Sonny Gray, wow,
man, and Sonny's had such a good year, and so you're probably going to get Houston versus Texas, which are that's a Texas football state, but that's going to be fun.
Silver boot.
Man.
What are we having? A silver boot American League Championship Series?
That's going to be fun, man. That is, I just look at the Astros and I think Texas is playing really well, so maybe they can stop them. But man, Houston's just doing it again in the playoffs.
Yeah, one more game. You still got the Twins. Yeah. They're going to have a home game today. So we don't have any baseball during our show, John. You have me undivided attention. 4:07, the first pitch, Astros and Twins, with Dusty looking to close it out. And if that's, in fact, the American League Championship Series and, the hum baby and Felipe Alou and Charlie Fox and Alvin Dark back in the 60s. But I think that would be the matchup of the two best managers in San Francisco Giants history, Bochy against Dusty, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then Braves Phillies at 207.
That is
fun. And
fun.
this one's going back to South Philly.
Yep.
Well, they're going to be on fire.
That's going to be crazy.
So 207, we got Braves Phillies. 407, we got Astros Twins. Do you like the overlap on these? And we're in playoff baseball's not going with the new rules. It would go 3.5 when A-Rod and the Yankees would play the Red Sox. It'd go 4.5. So then we got the Dodgers and D-backs in Phoenix. That's going to be now. How many Dodger fans are going to show up there? But that's Lance Lynn looking to keep the Dodgers alive. So seems like October all over again. Bochy's winning. And the Dodgers, John, are they going to be swept out of the first round of the playoffs in the division series? Wow.
You know, FP had a philosophy last night. I was listening to FP last night. I don't know if it's true, and you know, he knows what he's talking about. But he said the pitch clock has had a profound effect on the postseason because he thinks that pitchers, you know, there's a lot of pressure and they can't gather themselves. They don't have an extra minute to step off the mound and say, okay, things are getting out of control. Calm down, calm down, calm down. He says it's different than the regular season because your adrenaline, your heart rate, all those kind of things, and they have to get right back into it. And he said that's what's kind of, he thinks, is one of the reasons why teams are scoring so much.
Well, you see, what you're seeing a lot is a lot of crooked numbers.
Right, exactly.
Right, like Houston got 4 off of Sonny Gray right away, and Bochy's team got 5 in the second inning yesterday. So, you know, once it starts, they're just not able to gather yourself to mitigate the damage, and you wind up giving up, you know, a huge number. You give up 1 5-run inning, it's pretty much game over.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll get more into baseball. Tons of stuff going on. And again, we could have a fun American League with ALCS with 2 former Giants managers. Bruce Bochy is already there. Dusty Baker is trying to join him. The NL side, which has been a lot of fun. And obviously, Giants fans love to root against the Dodgers. They could get swept out by the Diamondbacks in the desert. And, of course, that Braves-Phillies series is great. We got a ton of 49ers to get to you. And, as always, Walter has put together a tremendous guest list that we'll tell you about coming up next. Papa and Lund on a Wednesday. It's Hump Day, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Bruce Bochy continues to roll in the postseason, taking the Rangers to the ALCS and waiting for a possible date with Dusty Baker and the Houston Astros. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Here's a throw. Ball got tipped up in the air, intercepted by Fred Warner. Running back the other way. Warner 25, dropped on the Dallas 26-yard line. Debo Lenore tipped that ball up in the air, and tips and overthrows are what, Tim Ryan?
You gotta get those, baby.
I think I've been telling you this for 3 years, at least, that he's the best linebacker in football. And he is. I don't think there's really any question. You know, I love the play he made, the sack he made in the inside the 10-yard line.
It was a great play.
Because he was spying on Prescott on that play, which he did a couple of times. But just the way he moves, he's gazelle-like, because he's 6'3". It's not like he's 6 feet. I mean, he's a long, fluid athlete. He just eats up space. And with that body type, the way he can transition and change direction is really, really impressive.
Of course, that is the great Greg Cosell from NFL Films breaking down Fred Warner. He is your NFC Player of the Week, which, of course, leads us to a conversation. If a linebacker anymore can win DPOY, it's almost like the MVP has to be a quarterback. It seems like the DPOY has to be a guy with a bunch of sacks. But if Fred Warner continues to do the things he does, and you know, yesterday we were talking about social media, and we got into that whole thing with Debo and George and his T-shirt and all those kind of things. Fred Warner has a really cool podcast video thing that he does, and it's called Warner Family. I don't know if you've seen it. But he
Warner's
does
House, isn't it?
Yeah, Warner's House. Yeah, Warner's House. And he does such a great job in breaking down his interception, on what he was trying to do on the interception and all these kind of things. And it got me to thinking that it's, you know, we talk so much about Big Brain Brock. If you listen to any of these guys, and it's obviously part of the draft process, and it's part of the philosophy of the 49ers, why they're so successful. But Bosa does it, Warner does it, CMC does it, Brock obviously does it. I mean, a lot of guys, Trent Williams does it. These guys can really, in an intricate fashion, break down what they're doing, what they're supposed to do. I don't know if every guy in the NFL can do that. Maybe they can. Maybe I'm just picking out 49ers. But there's a lot of guys on this team that understand exactly what's going on and can explain it.
Well, that's one of the first things John Lynch identified when he and Kyle came in. You know, what are your philosophies? They wanted to build through the D-line, but they also wanted special guys that love football. And they swung and missed early with Reuben Foster. That didn't turn out. But they come right back and get Fred Warner from BYU, kind of a hybrid player, in the third round, number 70 overall the next year. And right away, he becomes your starting middle linebacker, and he racks up 123 tackles. And it's just 100-plus tackles every year. He's extremely durable. I don't want to jinx anybody, but Fred don't miss games. And he's just pure class in every respect, Fred. When he gets on the bus for a game, like Sunday morning, we'll leave early, 9:30 bus in Cleveland, which is 6:30 our time. He's up. Alex from Armani is outfitted him. He'll put on an Armani suit. He looks like Pat Riley going to coach a game, or Michael Jordan, or Steph. I mean, he's got a regal way about him in every regard, and they're all smart. You're going to play for Kyle Shanahan, and now Steve Wilkes, before that D'Amico and Salah. You better be bright, or you're just not going to be able to hang here. It's just so. I wonder, these guys make so much money now. I don't know if they're motivated right away, but I wonder how many of these guys will go into a post-playing career involving coaching. Almost all of them could be broadcasters at high level, and if they choose to do that. But Fred is he's incredible in every regard. And what Greg Cosell was breaking down, and I'm going to sit down and talk to Fred after the show tomorrow.
Very cool.
And he's so much better than he ever was in every regard. The way they insert him in the rush, and I think it's almost a five-man pressure. I don't even call it a blitz. And Tim Ryan said, if you bring more than four, technically it's a blitz, but really they're blocking five. So if we bring five, is that a blitz? It's 5 over 5. It just creates a lot of one-on-ones, and Fred is so good looping underneath and either green dogging. So what Greg Cosell broke down was the play in which he sacked Dak Prescott, and that was CeeDee Lamb going in pre-snap motion across. Isaiah Oliver followed him. I don't know if Fred was spying Dak Prescott or He bumped CeeDee Lamb off his route, John. He took that away underneath. Isaiah Oliver also gloved him up, but he did bump him off that shallow cross, and I think that was Dak's first look. And then Fred triggered on a green dog. It was not called a blitz. He came after he saw the situation. He did not jump in the air. He just got a little bit off the ground on his toes, and it put his arms up to prevent Dak from throwing the ball, and then he closed on him, and he came up with the sack, and that was a huge play. That was right after Christian McCaffrey fumbled on the 2-yard line, and it was just a huge play. And then his interception that he got, Demo drove on the route, tipping the ball up in the air against Michael Gallup, and Diamador Lenore played that so well because he had inside position on a slant. I mean, Dak shouldn't put the ball there. He got tipped up in the air, but Fred had already got into his back pedal with his body turned to the other side of the formation. And his quick agility and change of direction, once the ball was tipped up in the air, he came across and made the pick. The best play that he loved the interception because he wants the INTs, but I thought the best play that he had all night was that peanut punch. I mean, the way he punched that ball out from Tony Pollard, and then the way the 49ers were able to swarm on the ball and keep it from going out of bounds. It had Diamador Lenore's leg. I didn't know if it had Fred out of bounds. Did not. It's just an oblong-shaped ball. It's funny, and it rolled back in the field of play, and Kevin Givens got on it. But Fred Warner is just a special, special guy. And right now, last year he made his second Pro Bowl. He was second first-team All-Pro. He was not the first. I think right now he's clearly the best middle linebacker, and play caller in football. And he gets everybody lined up. There's just always Fred Warner's the guy. And he's the perfect, he doesn't play calm because he's playing middle linebacker and he makes all these plays. But next to Big Play Dre, who's he's just breathing fire on every play. They call Dre, Mike Tyson because he looks like him and he hits like him. And but the way that they work on ball skills to punch that ball out, big time by Fred, and the interception. He and Dre and Johnny Holland were working all training camp juggling to come up with INT. So I know he loves the INT, but. Stack linebackers, it's tough. They don't like to pay them. Some teams, obviously. Look at what the Chicago Bears did with Roquan, and the 49ers paid him. They paid him early. And, Luke Kuechly, to me, he had kind of a Luke Kuechly game, John, where he's here, there, and everywhere. Whether he's dropping back into coverage or he's blitzing or if he's punching the ball out. I mean, Kuechly had snaps where he was sacking a guy one play and then dropping 20 yards and Fred's asked to drop in that 2-buck coverage, the Tampa 2. He's got to drop and cover the middle of the field, right all the way down the middle of the field. He ran with Brandon Cooks on one play, and Brandon Cooks got behind him. That guy used to run a 4.27 40. Now at age 30, maybe he's not quite that fast, but he's pretty damn fast. Just look at the different skill set on Fred Warner, John, and what they ask him to do, to blitz, to cover, to cause a fumble, and then when they call that Tampa 2, the 2-buck, he's playing like Brian Urlacher and dropping back into coverage like 30 yards back, back in the defensive backfield.
By the way, how we were talking so much about birthdays. Yours was yesterday, and George Kittle's, and there's been all these great birthdays. You know who we forgot?
Fred Warner's is November the 19th, so not him.
Today's is Steve Young's birthday.
Is it?
And he's exactly 1 year older than you. Well, 1 year and 1 day.
Wow.
So how about that? And then Jerry's
62.
is 2 days from Jerry's is Friday, right?
Well, he's 1 day younger than me. 1 year and 1 day younger. Right?
Who is?
He's Steve. Steve's. So he's 1 year older than me.
Older, yeah.
Right.
He's 1 year
and 1 day younger.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
364 days. Sorry.
364. Either way.
364.
Either way.
He probably wouldn't do the gold bar celebration like we did, but still.
I don't know.
Maybe he would. Who knows?
Mormons drink too, don't they, John?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
So Steve was born October the 11th, and Jerry was born October 13th.
Yeah. How about that? So, there you go. Another great birthday. What's the sign? What's your sign?
Libra, John. Libra.
Hey, it's like I'm picking you up in a bar. Hey, what's your sign? All right, we got a ton of 40. By the way, there's one other quick note. The NFL is considering fining George Kittle $10,927 for his Dallas T-shirt. That's what they're saying. So We'll see.
Why? Nobody even saw it. Did he wear it over his jersey or under his jersey?
Well, if he wouldn't have flashed it, he would have been fine. But what's the fun in wearing it if you can't flash it? As they always say.
He's going to have to do another commercial, John. What is he going to do?
The pineapple commercial?
How about the new one with the Little Caesars commercial where he's with Ryan Fitzpatrick?
Yeah, that's good.
And is it calzone? Why are we calling it a calzone? It's a calzone.
Yeah, I think it's a calzone. Why
are they calling it a calzone?
Maybe because they're getting confused with Nike, because it's not Nike, it's Nike. And so it's calzone. It's not calzone.
Tony Gemignani is not going to like this. It's a calzone, not a calzone.
Get Tony on the air. Let's double check
Who
that.
Who the hell's eating Italian food at Little Caesars anyway?
It's a calzone.
George Kittle is.
Hey, how much is that going to pay me? Done. Doesn't matter. Done. All right, we'll give you the guest list coming up next. We'll give you a little teaser. Mike Silver's going to join us from the Chronicle. Of course, we'll talk all about the 49ers. Got some great pieces up right now on all of the NFL and where the 49ers sit in it. We'll do that in about 20 minutes. It's Pop in London only here on the Sports Leader. It is always great to talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz in Moskowitz LLP. And he's got all the answers to your tax problems. And Steve, today we're talking about what are we talking about today?
Unfiled tax
tax returns, yeah.
If you forgot to file your tax returns, it's a real common problem. And when people talk to me, a lot of times they say, Steve, have you ever done a case like this before? And the answer is yes, literally thousands and thousands of times. It's a very common problem. Here's what usually happens. Somebody doesn't have the money to pay. So they make a mistake. They don't file the return. Then year two rolls around and they still don't have the money. And they say, well, how can they file year two when they didn't file year one? Then it becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle. And I've seen it ruin lives, marriages, businesses, and it doesn't have to be. The bottom line is, if you haven't filed returns, whether it's 1 year or a bunch of years, talk to us. We can file all the old back returns, and then we can make a deal for you with the IRS. What if you don't have your records? We can get all the records the IRS and state has on you. The bottom line is we just want to give you back a good, normal life.
Unfiled tax returns. You got to call Steve because he will get you out of that deal. 888-TAX-DEAL. Call 1-888-TAX-DEAL or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, we'll throw him in Wednesday. I haven't checked this morning on when he's flying in and stuff. I was told he's flying in today. I ended up giving the players off, so we're not seeing them right now. But I'm sure when he gets in later today or tomorrow, he'll start meeting with Chris Eric.
That was Kyle Shanahan from Monday talking about Randy Gregory. That was on Monday afternoon. Today is the Wednesday that he discussed. So hopefully Randy Gregory's in the building. And you're down there at 49ers HQ, and I know you get out to watch practice today. So potentially Randy Gregory could get some snaps against Cleveland on Sunday?
Yeah, and they moved the schedule back. So they were supposed to start practice at 1:50. Now the activation is 2:35 and the practice at 2:45. So that may be, in fact, to get Randy Gregory up to speed. I'm not sure. He was here on Friday, and he did take his physical and passed that. Then he went back to Denver and came back on Monday. So by moving practice back, what about like 50 minutes from, or 55 minutes, whatever it is, obviously gives him more time to make practice. He is going to wear, he wore 94 in Dallas and 5 in Denver, and DeMarcus Ware played for both franchises, so I don't think they wanted to give him 94 in Denver. He wore 5. Here, Cleveland Ferrell is 94, and he got quite a good history. 49ers, obviously, Charles Haley wearing number 94. But anyway, he's going to wear number 5 here. And I think we're going to see Myles Garrett play in this game on the other side of it for Cleveland, John. I know he was walking out of this game 2 weeks ago during their bye week in a walking boot, but the word is he is expected to play. We'll find out about Deshaun Watson, if he's going to be able to play with that shoulder injury. It sounds like it's bad. But just watching the Browns, I watched them last night, and I watched them a lot this morning. Wow. Myles Garrett he's as fast or faster off the ball. And Chris Kasarik talks about the GTFO, they get the F off. Myles Garrett is the fastest off the ball of any player in football. And he is huge. I mean, he's not built like Micah. And then they got Zadarius Smith on the other side. And then their cover corners, they got Denzel Ward, who's just a great player, Greg Newsome II. And they got 2 good safeties, Juan Thornhill from Kansas City and Grant Delpit, who Jim Schwartz, may the Schwartz be with you, their defensive coordinator, puts down in the box a lot. So we'll get into it more throughout the week, John, but I just looking at it, this defense may be better than Dallas's defense. Myles Garrett is just so huge. And think about Trent Williams. He goes from one game when he's blocking Micah to the next game when he's blocking Myles Garrett. What a matchup that's going to be.
Yeah. I think their defense is really good. I think, like you said, I think it could rival Dallas's, and I think that you got Bosa in there, you got T.J. Watt, you got Parsons. I think there's 4 elite, and he's one of those. But unless the 49ers turn it over a bunch, a half a team is not going to beat them. They're bad offensively. They were bad offensively with Watson. And the other thing about Watson today is he normally talks to the media on Wednesday. He didn't. That doesn't mean he's not going to play, but every sign he hasn't practiced. He's not practicing today. He's not talking to the media. So I would think all signs are pointing towards P.J. Walker. And with the injury to Nick Chubb, and again, even with him, they weren't great offensively. So it's, unless the 49ers are going to lose 3-0, I think they should win this game unless there's, the unforeseen, the injuries, the turnovers, things like that. This is a great defensive team, but offensively they struggle.
Well, the 49ers are going to be favored. You have to go out and beat them. And the one thing is turnovers, and Cleveland just turns the ball over incessantly. They have 10 turnovers, and they didn't play last week, so they did it in 4 games. But just watching him closely, he took a couple of shots in that game against Tennessee and landed on his shoulder. And it could be a bad shoulder injury. He could be out several weeks. He didn't play last week, and now they're off their bye. So it looks like it's bad. They still have Amari Cooper, even though they don't have Nick Chubb, and that was a gruesome injury on that Monday night game against Pittsburgh. They do have Jerome Ford, who's a good player and a good route runner. They'll put him out wide and throw him. They ran him slant and go against Azeez Alshire of Tennessee, and he cooked him for a touchdown. And they got the old guard, Kareem Hunt, who had a contentious offseason, but he's back in the building now after the Chubb injury. And they got Elijah Moore, who's a slot. So I hear you. And Amari is just a tremendous route runner. That guy's feet are incredible. He's always been an elite route runner. the word on him was to be physical with him when he came into the league with the Raiders. And I remember one game, Marcus Peters was actually doing Steph's 2-ball drill with his head on the field one day. But he's battled back, and he's hard to get to because his feet are elite. But we'll see about Deshaun. It's just, wow, what a sad story in every regard. And he made some really poor choices off the field, obviously, and it derailed him. We'll talk to Mike Silver coming up. There was a time there where the 49ers were in that one-off season when they wound up trading up from 12-3 and taking Trey Lance, but the initial part of the offseason was all in on Matthew Stafford, and then Stafford went to the Rams, and then it was Deshaun Watson. And you and I talked a lot about it. I studied every snap he had that year, and it was actually, it was Deshaun or Stafford, and they had played a Thanksgiving Day game in Detroit on that season in 2019. And obviously all the allegations with Deshaun Watson came out, and there was no bringing that guy in. But Deshaun Watson's career, John, has just taken a precipitous fall. I mean, the last year, and it was the pandemic year, he hit 70% of his passes. He threw for a league-high 4,823 yards. He had 33 touchdowns, only 7 interceptions. We talk about Brock Purdy and that yards per attempt stat. Deshaun led the league that year, 8.9. He also led the league in yards per completion at 12.6. And then he doesn't play a snap in 21, obviously, with all the legal problems. Houston, in retrospect, probably should have traded them immediately, but they wound up getting a haul when they finally did trade him on St. Patrick's Day of 2022, and then he went to Cleveland. He got suspended, didn't play the first 11 games last year, looked rusty. He looks rusty at times. I've seen him play well. It's just his decision-making off the field, obviously, just ruined his career right when he was beginning to ascend into a superstar player at age 25, and he got the huge contract, obviously, from Jimmy and Dee Haslam and Andrew Barry and Paul DePodesta. And that's the Paul DePodesta that was with the A's and the Moneyball and Billy. He was there before David Forster, with David Forster. But anyway, he's just, and then some of the decisions he makes in games. I mean, you just to watch the Monday night game against Pittsburgh, he was so indecisive where to go with the ball. And then he played well against Tennessee, but he had one play where he got spun all around, and he was actually facing backwards, not towards the line of scrimmage, but to his backfield. And he just throws the ball to Elijah Moore, who's standing behind him. It's like, what are you doing? And it turns into a fumble. And so some of the choice, you just wonder, where is he at mentally? He looks, obviously, with a shoulder injury in this game. Physically, it's a question mark, but all the allegations, all the legal stuff that he had to fight for his freedom and all of it, John, what has that done to his mentals? Because he just looks, he's not the same player at all that he was in 2020.
Well, Pop, I mean, he was taken in the same draft as Patrick Mahomes, just 2 picks later. And I remember his breakout game against Seattle and Richard Sherman. It was a Legion of Boom. Yeah. And he put up 42 points. They lost 42-35 in that game. And from that point forward, it was like, this guy's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Like you said, the year in 2019, he was the best quarterback in the game. Add on top of that, he ran for 413 yards and 7 touchdowns, so he was responsible for 40 touchdowns that year. He looked like one of the best quarterbacks in the game. And as you said, since he's been to Cleveland, 9 games, 11 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, and a rating hovering around 80. So, the mental part of the game, having gone what he went through and all those kind of things, and certainly I'm not excusing what he did. It was awful what he did, but he's just not the same guy. And you can't blame. They have a great offensive line. They've had great running back talent. They have good talent as far as the receivers are concerned. So it's not anything around him. He's just not getting it done. And I don't know the reason, because, like I said, in 2020, he was a top 2-3 quarterback in the game.
Well, I remember that game against Seattle well. I was actually in Buffalo doing a Raiders game. And the 49ers lost that day in Philadelphia, and it was one of the worst games ever. Everybody got hurt in that game. And then they traded for Jimmy Garoppolo the next day on Monday. Deshaun Watson is like had a rocket arm. I remember studying him coming out of Clemson, and I thought he was like Lamar Jackson. He was more runner than thrower. Boy, that changed fast. He became a great thrower of the football. I mean, an amazing thrower, still able to run. I think last year he didn't play in 21 at all. And then in 22, he was suspended the first 11 games of the year. Remember, we kept talking about, why don't they trade for Jimmy Garoppolo? They never did that. Jacoby Brissett was there. Whatever it was, he just looked really rusty last year. I think he's better this year than he was last year, but still, some of the choices he makes with the football are really curious, like the choices he made off the field. And now we'll see if he even plays in this game because he's got a bad shoulder injury.
All right, let's talk to Mike Silver about everything 49ers, his thoughts on the Cowboys' domination and looking ahead to the Browns and the rest of the NFL and where the 49ers fit in all of it. Mike Silver from the Chronicle, but great national contacts as well. We'll get into that conversation next, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
And I'm Greg Popple. You'll hear me on KNBR 10 a.m. on Sunday morning calling a football game from Northeast Ohio. Is your home ready for kickoff? Everyone knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday. So get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season now in the second quarter, so it's the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior would allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck, or just keep your luck the way it is, because it's going pretty well with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. We are playing 17 games again this year, so let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many seasons to come. Support your team and your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
faithful, it's time to get serious with Silver.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
It's the Chronicles' Mike Silver talking Niners ball with Papa and Lime on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
First and 10, Dallas on their 37. Dak under center. Play action to Pollard. Hufanga comes in a blitz. Going to take a deep shot down the field. Overthrown and intercepted by Tashawn Gibson. Running back the other way, 30. 35-40. Cuts inside McEwen. The tight end will drop him on the 38-yard line. Where was Dak Prescott throwing that ball?
That's
the hell was he doing?
I love that part of the call.
Oh, went on and on. We didn't stop at that.
Tremendous.
He pummeled him.
That was tremendous. Thanks for joining us. We love being joined weekly by Mike Silver to give us tremendous perspective. Of course, San Francisco Chronicle columnist, used to be SI, Yahoo, NFL Network, you know all that stuff, books and all the such. Great piece this week. 49ers use Cowboys measuring stick to smack them into submission, and he joins us courtesy of the Umagessa. How are you?
That's an incredible intro. I felt like at the very end of that call, I felt like I was hearing Jerry Jones saying, "Where was Dak Prescott throwing that ball?"
Yeah. And you,
underrated. That was not bad.
And you spoke to the billionaire pregame. I saw you huddled up with Stephen Jones. So we'll get into Dak and dissect it all because I think he may be the biggest issue they have. But after getting smacked the way they did on Sunday Night Football, and they're simply in one business, and that is to win Super Bowls. But they can't get to the Super Bowl since 95, January of 96. So give me the state of the Dallas Cowboys after talking to Jerry pregame and then watching the smackdown on Sunday night, Michael.
Well, I think pregame, his outlook was, and I don't necessarily disagree with this, and we've talked about it a bunch over the years. His outlook was, look, we've been pretty good these last few years. It's a fine line. These games are decided, by little things in the playoffs, and we've had some bad luck. For example, Pollard getting injured in the second quarter at Levi's last January, and we think that we are knocking on the door and could break through. And to some degree, that's the 49er philosophy too right now, right? Like 3 championship games in the last 4 years, the Super Bowl. It's so close. They're still building it, and they feel like they're going to break through. The difference, or one big difference, is that the 49ers have now changed quarterbacks, and they feel obviously very, very good about where they are with Brock Purdy. The Cowboys are all in with Dak Prescott, and sometimes you look at Dak and you see a guy who can carry it and looks transcendent and worthy of all that cap space, and I can see it happening. And then sometimes, as with Sunday night, it just doesn't look great, and you hear Greg Papa say, "Where was Dak Prescott throwing that ball?"
Get that guy a cigarette and a blindfold. What the hell's he doing? I don't think he sees the field, Michael. I just don't think he sees the field on a play like that.
But sometimes he does. I mean, I do believe that when you get down like that in such a crappy situation, it lends itself in any sport, especially football, to overextending, taking more chances, sometimes just out of frustration. You know what? I'm just going to let this one rip. So that
was early in the game, John. When was that interception? There was still a game.
It was after they took the 28-10 lead. It was after they had the back-to-back penalties.
You make a shot, and then the throw he makes down the sideline when Brandon Cooks gets behind Fred Warner by 7 yards, and he throws the ball into the sideline. What the hell? So, I mean, what do they do with him long-term? Because you were critical of Danny Dimes, and I get that. Dak's had more success. But it's a 4-year, $160 million contract like the Giants quarterback. Can they really win big games with Dak Prescott at quarterback, Michael?
Well, I mean, they beat Tom Brady in the playoffs, and Dak Prescott had an epic game the week before they faced the 49ers. And he's had some good playoff games in victory and defeat. That first one against the Packers where Aaron Rodgers kind of stole his soul. Like, he's had some good big games. So I don't have as much clarity as I do with Danny Dimes. His leadership, they say, Dak, is off the charts. His interception rate has been pretty low until last year. So, I don't know that they can draw that conclusion. And every quarterback has bad games from time to time, except for one, Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
He's the only one.
Exactly. Mike Silver's joining us from the Chronicle. We're talking Cowboys-Niners. We'll move on to other things in a minute. So that's the Dallas side of things. The 49ers side of things, and I get it that we're only 5 games in, and certainly in football there's a lot of things that can happen, injuries, so on and so forth. But it just looks like at this point of the season and what we have to go on is that they're just at a different level, that they're just they have this focus, that they're just steamrolling everybody, that they're just that much better than everybody else. Is that what you see?
Well, a couple of things have happened. One, the scars of the last 2 seasons have informed their perspective, right? They started slowly twice, and twice went on these runs and got all the way to the championship game on the road and lost. So I think, I know that all offseason and certainly in the summer, they've been talking about, let's not, leave ourselves such a thin margin this time. Let's start fast, get after it, and ideally have home field. So that is a very intentional, outlook. The other thing that's happened is that their quarterback, who was a fairy tale last season and, obviously such a revelation once he got into the actual games, is getting better and better. And it's understandable that the curve is still going up sharply because Brock Purdy just hasn't played that much. And so that's another thing. And, look, they are, if the playoffs started right now, they would be massive favorites to win the Super Bowl, although I still think there's a case that Philly and the Niners are on pretty equal ground, and that would be, a heck of a battle. But, it doesn't. And injuries happen to everyone, and on paper you would say they are more of an injury risk than most in that they play so physically. They have a bunch of older guys / guys who've played a lot of football, even if their actual age isn't that advanced. And so, I think it's fair to worry because the playoffs don't start now. They start in January, and they're going to play 12 really physical games between now and then.
And starting with Myles Garrett and the Cleveland Browns and their ferocious front, and that guy is all that. What a great player he is. But obviously the health of the quarterback is so paramount around here. We were saying Jimmy Garoppolo was playing the best football of his career before he got hurt in December, and the Brock Star was born. Just a word on Brock, and he was pretty damn good right away last year, Michael, obviously, but he has gotten better this year, and the numbers are insane. The way he stepped up into the pocket and under the pass rush of DeMarcus Lawrence on Sunday night when Micah Parsons was out of the game is a great exhibit of his improvement. But he's just been amazing. You've been covering this league for a long time. We keep going to Kurt Warner. Going back years and years ago, Johnny Unitas was, cut, and Len Dawson went to a different league and came back to the. There's been great stories, but really in the Super Bowl era, is this one even? And we'll see where it all goes. Kurt Warner won an MVP and won a Super Bowl and greatest show on turf of all that. But this Brock Purdy story, Michael, are you getting ready to write your book on the Brock Star, Big Brain Brock?
Well, I'm a little biased on the Kurt Warner front in that I did write that book after that 99 season, and they made it into a major motion picture. It did take 21 years, but
what do you get for that? Did they steal your book? What do you get for that for royalties?
Well, you could see my name way in giant letters at the start of the movie. I got to go to a killer premiere at Chinese Theater in Hollywood with my wife and daughter, and yeah, of course I got something for that. But look.
Why do I always buy our beers when we're together? Then, damn, you shouldn't have told me that.
Because I didn't get that much. But, it's a great story. It's different when you are regular season MVP / Super Bowl MVP. And I don't want to underplay what's going on with Brock Purdy, but Kurt Warner was not close to being drafted. He was stocking supermarket shelves. He was playing in minor leagues. And as soon as he started playing, he was glaringly the best player in the league and then the best player in the Super Bowl. So it is a tough standard, but it is really, really cool to see. And I got to be honest, there was one person that I spent a lot of time talking to, and this is for the book I am doing right now, which is about the Shanahan-McVay coaching group and how they've changed football. But I was talking a lot to Mike Shanahan in the 2022 offseason, and he kept telling me how much he loved Brock Purdy. And, almost uncomfortably, I was like, man, Mike Shanahan thinks Brock Purdy is unbelievable. And
so what's the timeline there that offseason? You talking OTAs before training camp started or once training camp started?
No, it was OTAs.
Wow.
and then into that. And I think once, Mike watches practice tape of OTAs and everything. And I think once he saw what was going on, it fortified his belief because he did like him before the draft. And then when it got to be regular season time, he said some things that were incredibly strong. And I was just thinking, wow, I wonder what would happen if he ever got to play. And then you and I saw him play that first game, and I think you and I were pretty early on going, whoa, this is pretty good. And I think Kyle knew, no later than that Seattle game, which was his third start?
His third game on Thursday Night Football, with 2 broken ribs.
Yeah, I mean, no later than that, the end of that game, I think Kyle knew. The only thing that could have changed him being the guy was what happened in Philadelphia. And, knock on wood, the recovery could not have looked any better. I kind of joked with Brock after the Ram game that maybe they gave him a bionic arm. Is his arm stronger now? And he laughed it off. But, I mean, the arm, if it's not better, it looks just as good. And, and that's kind of the other thing when it comes to the injuries. I do want to be careful because it's very easy for people to say, if Brock Purdy hadn't gotten hurt and if the 49ers hadn't run out of quarterbacks, they would have won that game and maybe won the Super Bowl, to which the rebuttal is, yeah, but football includes the opportunity to rip a quarterback's arm off or knock his head to the turf. It's not like flukish when that happens. It's a byproduct of one team's defensive line swallowing you up. So I think any weird suggestion that the Eagles just kind of lucked into that championship. No, the Eagles did what you do in the championship game when you're trying to win. They took a page out of the playbook from your old boss in Oakland that said the quarterback must go down and he must go down hard ×2. So, it's a long, brutal process. That right now the 49ers are the best, but there's going to be an Eagle game in early December in Philly. There will be at least 2 elimination games to get to a Super Bowl, and then, hey, maybe it's Patrick Mahomes on the other end or a Dolphins team that can put up 70 or somebody else who's pretty good.
The great Mike Silver joining us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Center talking 49ers. You're as dialed in nationally as anybody. Is there anybody left who doubts Brock Purdy, or is everybody pretty much on board now?
Well, there was one guy going into the game, right? I don't want to – I've only heard about it. I haven't seen the actual thing, and I'm not a big ranking guy, but my friend Peter King was telling me before the game that somebody ranked Brock Purdy 25th among starting quarterbacks last week. So
in the history of the NFL? Yeah, I could see that.
Wow.
Well played. Yeah. So, 25th, I would have to do a lot of just to list 7 guys, that would be, you'd have to pick the 8th worst quarterback in the NFL right now starting. and put him ahead of Brock Purdy. That seems that would require some serious mental gymnastics. But yeah, I think, look, I think it's going to be hard because he doesn't have an arm that blows you away. So if you're just watching highlights, it just looks like guys are open and he's throwing to the right guy. People have this overinflated belief in the draft, so it's hard to overcome mentally that he went 262. If there were a redraft right now, I mean, take a look at that draft. What would he go, 2, 1? And then I think you add in, well, Kyle Shanahan's a great game planner and play caller, so people kind of think, well, maybe that's just happening. And then the skill players are so good, so you say, well, he's just getting the ball to guys like Christian McCaffrey and Deebo. And all of that can be true, but what's also true is if you watch this guy at all, you think he's elite. And more important, Kyle Shanahan, whose opinion really matters, has thought that since, before Christmas last year.
I think even earlier, honestly. With Mike was telling you that, I think Kyle thought that as well. Which leads to the quarterback matchup, and we'll see if Deshaun Watson plays or not in this game. He's got a bad shoulder injury, Michael, but Deshaun. At one point, he was in the top 5, and you could make a point even higher among all quarterback rankings. His 2020 pandemic year is one of the best years we've seen in football, and that was a time when the 49ers were looking at Matthew Stafford, couldn't get him. He wound up going to the Rams, and ultimately wound up trading from 12 to 3. But they were looking at Deshaun, and then obviously all the allegations and the suits. You couldn't touch him for a long time. But that year in 2020, he led the league in yardage, 4,823. His touchdown to interception ratio was 33-7. Every metric you want to look at, he was a burgeoning star. And then he doesn't play at all in 21. And this was after, asking to be traded, demanding to be traded, which they didn't do. And then he got suspended for the first 11 games last year. And you can see the rust on him. This year, there's been some good moments where he looked like himself and some moments when he's been highly indecisive, and his on-field decision-making is questionable as it is off-field. I don't know if he'll play in this game or not, but where is Deshaun Watson's career at on top of everything they traded to get him, the Haslams and Andrew Berry and Paul DePodesta, and then giving him a landmark contract, $230 million, Michael, fully guaranteed.
Yeah, and that's a reflection of how good he was before all this stuff started. I would argue his off-the-field decision-making is worse. And, it is, from a football perspective, kind of halting. It made sense last year that he was rusty and not used to it, and it just didn't look right. But you'd like to see, if you're the Browns, more than traces of what you thought you were trading for and committing to financially. And, that's a franchise that has been lost in its second incarnation the entire time. They've had a lot of bad decisions, a lot of fits and starts, and I think it's just kind of a cautionary tale that when you're desperate to fix it, remember they were talking about trading for Jim Harbaugh at one point, right? Back in a decade ago, or more than a decade ago, I think, maybe around then. But, when you're desperate to fix it, you often feel like you have to take big swings. They took Baker Mayfield first overall, didn't feel like it was happening, and that was their swing. And I don't want to, I don't want to understate this. The 49ers did that too. They got to the point where they said, enough, we're taking our big swing, and they infamously traded 3 ones to get the third, or to move up to the 3rd overall pick, and took Trey Lance. What a testament to the organization, the football gods, and who knows what else, that they did that. It worked out horribly. They're still standing, and they look to have not only the best roster in football, but a quarterback who is now being talked about as top 25 all time on the Papa White Show.
Not only that, I mean, is it sacrilege what we're hearing too? Because it went from like, yeah, we're not sure, and like you said, the physical traits and the pick 262, and then this week Rex Ryan's saying put a 16 on his back and Brady comparisons, and we talked about Warner. I mean, now all of a sudden it's like he's Montana. It's like whoa. We got to find a happy medium here, right?
Well, here's the thing with Montana, right? The magic supersedes all. So Joe Montana had a zillion incredible attributes, and I could, completely filibuster and talk about them all. But the one thing that he had that nobody has ever matched, I've told you that I just kind of did, is the magic. When things looked bleak, and that even goes back to Notre Dame and the chicken soup game and all that. He did things that were, just supernatural, in my opinion, that nobody else has done since. And Brock Purdy has not had to play from behind. And that's
he
the
did a little in
reflection
Las Vegas on January 1. They were behind. They were behind 10 points in that game.
And it's a reflection of how good that team is and how good the circumstances have been. And I'm not saying he can't or won't. I'm just saying I don't want to hear any Montana comparisons, probably ever. But, when you're down 21-0 in the NFC Championship game in the fourth quarter in the cold against the defending Super Bowl champs, and all of a sudden you're going to win if it's not for two of the worst defensive penalty calls in the history of the sport, then you've got my attention. That's what Joe Montana did in 1983 or in the 1983 NFC Championship game. And that was after...
In Washington, you're talking, right?
Yeah, that was after, coming back against the Saints in 1980, down 35-7 after the chicken soup game. After the catch and, before a whole lot of other things.
And the Super Bowl against the Bengals, right?
I don't know. We were toasting Golden Joes yesterday and saying Brock Purdy's better than Joe Montana, but we got carried away.
I'm triggered. And I will.
No, we're
fight,
kidding.
I will verbally fight anyone.
No, I don't. Let's do it. Okay, I would. We landed like 11 o'clock. We don't get to the hotel on Friday night in Cleveland until like midnight, so we're not going to have a lot of flat time. Are you even coming to Cleveland, Silver, or are you skipping this one?
What are you talking about? I'll see you on Saturday. It'll be great.
All right.
And, we'll see.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, where are we going?
That sounds great.
Let's do
it. Listen, it may not be Deshaun. It may not be DTR, who I know the 49ers had some interest in pre-draft. It may be P.J. Walker. But whoever it is, I have a feeling the 49ers will harness that. We're not the number one defense. These guys are for the second week in a row. And at least come out with some motivation. It'll be fun.
Good point. Silver, thanks, man. It's always our pleasure. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael.
At Mike Silver. Good stuff.
Every time you bring up a topic in the history of football, well, I wrote a book on that. Okay.
Well, he's got to write the Brock book.
I read a book on that.
He wrote the Warner book. He's got to write the Brock book.
He's written a book on everything, hasn't he?
He's rolling on that already. Thank you for joining us, Papa Lund, on a Wednesday edition of the show. By the way, bottom of the hour, you can't miss it. Seth Walder's going to join us 11:30 from ESPN. He is their analytics guy, and we'll have to come in with that Kyle on analytics. We'll talk some analytics with him. It's a lot of fun, and the analytics that Brock is putting up, the 49ers in general, all over the board are putting up. We'll talk to him all about that, and we'll react to some of the things that Silver just said there. We'll do it all coming up next. Pop and Lund on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Former 49ers linebacker Gary Plummer joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss the origins of the anti-Dallas shirt that inspired George Kittle's shirt on Sunday night against the Cowboys. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, wouldn't you want to know if you were paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk or even going to be able to live the lifestyle that you have always envisioned in retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass their wealth on to their loved ones. If you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give them a call, 866-496-2300. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to, and there's no cost or obligation. Call them today at 866-496-2300 or visit online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, that's 866-496-2300 because planning is a process, not a product.
Faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
He should be the MVP of the National Football League because the way you measure quarterbacks is with quarterback rating, with QBR, one of Skip's favorite things to measure. He's won in both. His QBR right now.
Away with both.
His QBR right now is 83.5 right now, which is very close to what Aaron's was in 2011. Aaron Rodgers, I'm speaking of, in his MVP season.
Yep.
But all you keep hearing about, he doesn't have the big arm. He's not Mahomes. He's not this. Like, at this point, y'all not watching the tape. The tape is all I care about. Effectiveness. Are they winning? Oh, he has all these weapons. I haven't seen a successful quarterback without weapons.
That's Richard Sherman. By the way, I don't know when they update these, but I get emails on different odds being updated. Apparently, Brock is the leader in the clubhouse now as far as the MVP, but what does that matter? I think some clarification is in order as far as these comparisons, because we were just talking to Mike Silver. And look, he's not Joe Montana. He's not Kurt Warner. He's not Tom Brady. But I think what you try to do is you try to look at traits. We're not saying that he's going to win X amount of Super Bowls or go to the Hall of Fame or any of these kind of things because he's 12 games in. But I think the Warner comparison works because of where he came from or how he came in, and that's kind of the closest thing. And then this guy is like a comet. I think the Brady thing is the same kind of a thing where it's like, this guy comes out of nowhere. I think the Montana thing, just because, the cool, the calm, those kind of things. Silver was saying he hasn't had the comebacks. Well, he hasn't had to have the comebacks, but he might. I think that's where you're trying to find these comparisons. You're not saying he's going to the Hall of Fame. You're not saying he's going to win all these Super Bowls. You're just trying to compare situations and then the coolness, the calmness. That's why I think the Montana thing comes in.
Well, I mean, he just starting his career. So he could do – I wouldn't say Brock Purdy can't do anything. He's just starting his career. And with Richard Sherman, the line is just watch the tape, and you can go back and watch the All-22 and break it down frame by frame or watch the game live on TV, and he's playing that well. And he's playing that well quicker in his career than the other players you mentioned. Joe got there, but Joe was not in the body of work. And it's really 13 games where Brock has played the majority of the snaps, 10 in the starting role, the 2 playoff games, and the game where he came off the bench and against Miami when Jimmy got hurt in December, and then he got hurt the 7th offensive play in Philadelphia. So the skill set is there, and he's playing at an extremely high level immediately. When he first got into the Miami game, he sailed the first ball into the sideline, and they went, uh-oh, maybe this is too big. And then he settled right down. That first drive, he hit Kyle Juszczyk in the right flat for a touchdown. And they kept scoring. And then they cover zero, blitzed him on the 3rd and 10. He hit George. So, and he's getting better like anybody does anything in life. The more you do it, you're getting better. So whatever the comparisons are and the greatest stories in the history of football, it's right there right now. And he's the leader of this offense. And it's damn near perfect, right? He makes some mistakes in the one behind Ayuk, and Kyle kind of said it was a bad throw. And, there was a defender in the front side of him. So maybe, slant's supposed to be on the front side. Maybe he felt like if it's going to be a slant, it's going to be a blow-up shot. He threw behind him. I thought he led McCaffrey into a couple of, woo shots, Ronnie Lott-like, where he just got blown up, where he fit the ball in a 2-aught light of a tight of a window, and they in and out, Christian. And he had a couple of throws batted down at the line of scrimmage by Jonathan Hankins. And, Hankins is not a great pass rusher, but when Brendel stood him up, he's 6'3", just got his hands up, and one hit him right in the face mask. And that's where Brock's, he's not 6'1". He's 6 feet, 5'8", 7-inch tall. So, not every snap is perfect, but every game damn near has been perfect. And when you look at it right now, and we'll get into the numbers, I think the bottom line, and Seth Walder will join us from ESPN, and he breaks down all the numbers. I just think the nature of the quarterback position, 2 weeks ago, we were talking about Christian McCaffrey and how he was the NFL MVP. I just think now it'd be Brock. And the quarterback position just has a higher value. Even after McCaffrey's 4-touchdown game, a lot of the analytics people were just not saying the running back position is that important. But really, you watch this offense, the crisis point, the conflict is for the defense is that handoff to McCaffrey, whether it's a give or a pull. They give it to him, and then he takes over and runs. And if he pulls it, it's the boot game. That's the whole essence of this offense. And, I want to oversimplify it, but that's where it's at. I remember Seth even getting into it deeper, John, a year ago. He didn't like the McCaffrey trade. He thought the 49ers gave up too much, a second, a third, and a fourth, and a future fifth to get him. How do you like that trade now? And overall, we talk so much about analytics in baseball, and especially with Farhan Zaidi here. How much do they use analytics in football? And what numbers do they look at? And specifically, I would think the team that uses analytics the most in football, I could be wrong, but look at who runs their front office would be these Cleveland Browns. The 49ers are going to play on Sunday. Andrew Berry is their general manager. He's an analytics guy. And in their front office in a prominent role is Paul DePodesta, who was with Billy Beane. And that's the Jonah Hill character from Moneyball. And Paul wanted nothing to do with that role. He would not sign off on it. They have to come up with a fictitious name for Jonah Hill's character. They could not be more different than Paul DePodesta than Jonah Hill's character. But in any event, Paul was a wide receiver at Harvard, and it's just, how much are they using? What do they use? I think the Browns, John, I could be wrong, just looking at their front office and Jimmy Haslam and years ago when he built that office and front office and hired Paul DePodesta. Are they the ones that use analytics the most in football? And how much do the Niners use analytics?
Seth Walder is going to join us coming up next. All the analytics on Brock Purdy, on the 49ers defense, looking ahead to this game coming up this weekend. And Kyle had some interesting comments on analytics as well, so we'll play those for Seth, see what he thinks. He is great. If you've never heard him on the show before, he'll give you a lot of insight. We'll do it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, your pal John Lund here for my friends at the Dolan Law Firm. I'm going to shock you with something. Did you know that many attorney ads that you hear, you've seen them, you've heard them, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some, they're not even based in the entire state. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're different. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, and children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful and let's work together. The Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than a $1 billion. That's with a B. I made that clear. $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front. No hourly rates. No upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Wednesday. We love talking to Seth Walder from ESPN, at Seth Walder. Make sure you follow him, ESPN Sports Analytics writer, and he does admit, oh, never mind. I was just told he got moved to 1150. So I was just going to...
Damn, nice setup, John.
Yeah, I was trying.
He didn't like the McCaffrey trade, did he?
He didn't, but I will give him this credit, and we'll talk to him in 15 minutes about it. He admitted when he was wrong. And then one other thing, he's got a great chart on his Twitter page, and you asked what teams are most into analytics. Would it be the Browns? Well, based on, and he has this on the top, pinned on his Twitter page, based on how many people they have in their department, maybe, because they have 10 in there. They have 10 led by Paul DePodesta,
Chief Strategy Officer,
CSO.
Yeah.
So above them, you have Cincinnati, who has 2. Just to kind of put it in perspective, Cincinnati has 2. The Browns have 10. The 49ers have 5. So I don't know that means that
Cleveland has 10.
Has 10.
DePodesta's David Jenkins won. Their executive vice president of chief operating officer, right behind Deepa.
I'm sure this will be scintillating radio. Paul DePodesta, Ken Kovac, Andrew Healy, Dave Gallinari, blah 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 blah.
Who was it? Gallinari?
They have 10 guys. 49ers have 5. Cincinnati has 2. 2 is the fewest.
So Cleveland's
in the league.
Probably the most.
So probably based on that. So
now, how many do the San Francisco Giants have?
500? I don't know. They probably have.
They took over Murph's office in the Nick Peters interview room and kicked everybody out. I didn't even know that. Wow.
So we'll talk to him more about it, and we'll find a cut. There was a cut last week that I know they're searching for back in the studio, where Kyle talks about the analytics. Tom asked him a question about the analytics. Kyle answers, and to me, baseball lends itself to it because it's 162 games and things will come back to the mean. And if people think about how they gamble, if they go to Vegas, you go on averages and all those kind of things. Well, 162 versus 17 is far different. That's why Billy Beane said in the playoffs it's a crapshoot, because all these teams can have all their analytics teams, and generally over that long a period of time, a regular season in baseball, things come to the mean. But in football, it doesn't work like that, and you often say this, it's an oblong ball. So you can have all the analytics you want. When that thing bounces wrong or bounces right, there's no analytic to that.
Well, but there are analytics, and we'll ask Seth how teams use them. Where the 49ers use them a lot is in the advanced scout for a game like Cleveland. And we haven't seen the Cleveland Browns since 2019. Kevin Stefanski was not their head coach. At that time, he was on the staff of Gary Kubiak in Minnesota, and we did see him in the playoffs. And their offense looks a lot like the 49ers. But what you get is down and distance tendencies, where they line up in certain situations, how much they use 11 personnel, just where they are on the field. So you get a detailed scouting report on your opponent, which I know they use and crunch all those numbers, because Kyle, he tells the team when I interview him on Thursday, he spits out all kinds of stats on the opponents, what percentage they run cover 1 and cover 3, and how much they're in a 2 shell. And you want to have all those numbers before you even start looking at tape and grinding, but ultimately it comes down to the grind. But then when you get into a game, and it's not just simply 4th down, it's also when to go for 2 versus when to kick the extra point. For instance, Kyle did something on Sunday night, and I'm not going to say he's the only coach in football that did it this way, but after George Kittle's first touchdown, John, the one where he stepped up in the pocket and he hit, Brock hit him underneath to Marcus Lawrence, there was a penalty on the Dallas Cowboys on that play, which would have moved the extra point from the 2-yard line to the 1-yard line. And the numbers do show, almost every coach I see in football now, if there's a penalty that's going to move the extra point from the 2 to the 1, they go for 2, with the theory being it's easier, or they maybe not easier, but you're getting double the points, and that still is a 33-yard extra point. It's not like a 20-yard extra point like it was in the old days from the 3-yard line. They put that ball on the 15-yard line. You back it up 18 yards. So Kyle did not take the bait. But how many coaches in football, their analytics department would be saying, we go for 2 here? I see it over and over and over again. We saw Jonathan Gannon, the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. And obviously in Philadelphia, Sirianni and Howie Roseman in their front office. Jonathan, how many people do they have working crunching numbers in Philly's front office, the NovaCare complex? Remember after they scored a touchdown, it was 3-0. They scored a touchdown. James Conner made it 9-0. Dallas had a penalty, and Arizona went for 2 right away, and they failed. And they wound up chasing that extra point. But you see it over and over again where there's a penalty on a touchdown that could move the extra point line from the 2 to the 1. I think the numbers show across the board to go for 2 there and not kick the 33-yard extra point. But Kyle Shanahan did not do that on Sunday night.
It's interesting. I think it's the most interesting thing that's going on right now. In a perfect example, too, not on extra points, but your 4th downs was Josh McDaniels had a hell of a time this year deciding when to go and when not to. And on that game Monday night, now he got bailed out. But it was 4th and 1 or kick a 52-yard field goal with Daniel Carlson. The book said go for it on 4th and 1, end the game. They were up 4 at that point. He kicks the field goal. They miss, and then Green Bay couldn't capitalize on it. But at that point, you're not supposed to kick the field goal, which still they're within a touchdown. So it would have been 4-7. Still, they could come back, get the ball, score a touchdown, tie the game. The book said go for it on 4th and 1. He didn't. So, depending on situations, and this is what I'm saying about analytics, it's not always perfect, and it's what Kyle told Tolbert and Coates, which is, how's my defense playing? How's my team offensively? All these different things come into play. So you can't just stare at a book and say, okay, this is what to do. There's all these different factors that Kyle was talking about with the guys that you have to take into consideration.
Well, remember when the 2-point conversion came into the NFL, it was a way for coaches not to go to overtime. And it was kind of a CBA thing where the numbers show if we go to overtime, our athletes are a greater, much higher percentage in overtime snaps of being exposed to injury. And then they very seldom embraced it. They just didn't want to be the one that went for 2 at an odd time. There was a time Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh when he had Ben, I thought he was started to go for 2 every single play. And if you have that kind of offense like Denver had with Peyton Manning, the year they scored 606 points, and they ran all those rub routes on the goal line, they were so good. Look at their 3rd down conversion rate that year. It was like the best in the history of the NFL. It was like over 75%. I thought that team should go for 2 every single time because they were just so good with the picks and the rubs on the goal line that they're hard to cover all the time with the Peyton Manning, and they had Demaryius Thomas then, and they just had great players that could, take it in short areas. But they still scored 606 points, so whatever. I agree with you on Josh McDaniels, but again, you got to feel the game a little bit. The coaches, when they first started doing this, and I don't know if Kyle has that in his pocket, there's a chart. It's probably upstairs with Brian Hampton and the analytics team up in the booth, where they tell you right away when you score a touchdown and you go up by X amount of points, if the chart says go for 2 or go for 1. But you have to feel like, what kind of defense do we have here? Can we score that 2-pointer? Right. And you have to feel it out a little bit. It's not just so carte blanche. The one thing that's always bothered me, especially in the 4th quarter of games when possessions are getting limited, if you're up 1 point, you score a touchdown to go up 7. Why they don't go for 2 to go up 9
drives me crazy.
And make it a 2-score game. I remember John Fox years ago losing a playoff game doing that, and for every reason. I see some coaches doing it, but it really is very rare. And then getting back to Josh McDaniels, I mean, who's one of the greatest game managers as a coach of all time? John Madden was incredible at it. And the league was different then. You didn't have the 2-point conversion back then. But Bill Belichick, the way he runs a game, the way he's always looking up at the scoreboard to see time and score, and he just does not mismanage games with game management. Now, his team's so bad right now, it doesn't matter. They're getting blown out by 5 touchdowns, but Josh was around him all these years and just doesn't seem like he's got a feel for it. And when he was a younger coach in Denver, he did the craziest stuff I've ever seen. He gave the Raiders a game one time at Mile High because he mismanaged the game. So, but it is interesting, and we'll talk to Seth coming up at 11:50 on just how they use analytics and exactly what analytics do they use. And I think it's really that I know the Niners use it for getting ready for a game for the advanced scout, on, all the tendencies of what the Cleveland Browns do. And, Jim Schwartz, their defensive coordinator, it's not all just offensive stuff. It's when does Schwartz blitz? Where does he bring the blitz? What down and distance does he like to blitz? So I know they use that. But then there are also, numbers that guide you on the in-game stuff, like going for 2 or going forward on 4th down or not.
Seth Walder, he'll join us coming up next. I introed him, so I'll intro him again. But again, one of the other pieces that he wrote beyond the analytics departments and such is, of course, a year ago, he did not like the Christian McCaffrey trade. What does he think now? We'll ask Seth about it coming up next. Seth Walder from ESPN Analytics, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, I remember Kyle and I talking, and one night I think I said to him, I got to try to finish this because you know who's going to interested. It's going to be the Rams. You know, at that time it just felt like everybody we were interested, the Rams were, and sure enough, at the end, you never know these things, but conjecture says that it was the Rams, and we were kind of bidding against, and it got more and more expensive. But we were so convicted at that point, we were going to figure it out, and we had one more draft pick they didn't have, and so we made it happen. And I had no idea that people were saying it was a bad deal. I try not to focus on listening to the pundits, but people have been telling me that a lot of people panned, the deal. And sure glad we did it because he's been tremendous for us.
Oh, yeah.
That was John Lynch, of course, his weekly appearance with Murph and Mac on Fridays, 8 o'clock. You need to make sure that you tune in. Papa and Lund on a Wednesday. Seth Walder does a great job if you've ever heard him on the show before, and you read him at ESPN Sports Analytics. Make sure you're following him at Seth Walder, and again, read him on ESPN. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. We're not giving you grief over this. In fact, I give you a ton of credit because a lot of people write something, then it's off the internet, they bury it, and they never talk about it again. You didn't initially like the CMC trade, but obviously you've come around on it.
Yeah, when I got the text you guys wanted to have me on today, I knew where we were going. Yes, I did a story regrading the trades from last year. I grade the trades the teams make throughout the year, and I feel it's important. Like if we're going to be in the evaluation and prediction business, that we go back and see how we do. And you know what? This is one I got wrong, really wrong. And I really didn't like the McCaffrey trade at the beginning. It was a really expensive deal for a veteran running back. And so that's all the kind of normal signs of, I think, concern. However, I think I missed a couple of key factors. And I think what I've seen here is, we obviously see McCaffrey's box score production. The thing that really sells it for me is the way that it changes how opponents have to treat the 49ers. You can't just play zone coverage against them because you're going to allow McCaffrey to get the ball so much. And so we saw that teams had to shift towards more man coverage against the 49ers, which is where Shanahan's offense excels more. And that resulted in just better offensive efficiency as a unit. I'm not just talking about when the ball's in McCaffrey's hands. And so that kind of effect is pretty dramatic, and I don't think it's no one needs to be sold on Christian McCaffrey playing well for the 49ers. I think we get it, but to me, that was the thing. And also, he is, when we say running back, right, we're really stretching the definition of it when we're talking about Christian McCaffrey because of what he's doing in the receiving game. And so he's been an incredible acquisition. There's no doubt about it.
Well, they've only lost one time when he started the game, Seth, and I hear you. John and I debated this last year, and John was on trading for McCaffrey before I was. And the 49ers had just played them October the 9th in Charlotte almost a year ago exactly. And I didn't know if he had that breakaway speed. I saw quickness, but the difference is when he gets to the second level in this offense, the quickness comes into house calls, and he scored a touchdown in 14 straight games. But I do want to ask you, and the epicenter, the conflict point for the defense is whether they give it to McCaffrey or pull it and run the boot game and all that, and then you put him in the slot, and he beats man coverage as well as any back as ever. But they did pay a lot. They paid a second, a third, and a fourth in last year's draft. They still owe a fifth-round pick to Scott Fitterer of Carolina coming up. They had to give that extra draft pick because the Rams were going to jump in and make the trade, and the Rams didn't have it. They offered Cam Akers. But just overall, McCaffrey's great, and he fits this offense perfectly. But to give up so much in draft capital, to pay him, he's the highest paid running back in the history of football, runs different from what the whole league is doing. Josh Jacobs, franchise tag, they give him a little more money. Saquon Barkley, same story. Austin Eckler wants a deal in the offseason from Telesco in L.A. with the Chargers. They didn't give it to him. Two of those guys are hurt. So, did ultimately Could the 49ers have gotten McCaffrey at a cheaper price, or maybe said no to McCaffrey and gone and gotten Austin Eckler? I mean, it's easy to say now, wow, look at how good he is. He may be the league MVP. But still, that's a lot of draft capital, a lot of money to pay for a running back in the modern NFL.
Well, I think you're right. And I don't think he's the league MVP. I wouldn't put him in that conversation. But I think, to me, everything you're describing is the reason why, I made this an A- and not an A. And I saw some 49ers fans were upset that this wasn't an A. But it is true. You've given up a lot of draft capital for a guy who is, he hasn't really been expensive for the 49ers, right? But sure, they'll start to have to pay, that salary's going up. And I do think, of course, he is still an older running back who has had injury problems. And that is a thing. At any point, that could still crop up. And so, that's why it was a huge risk. You know what I think is going to happen? Is I think that this trade worked out for the 49ers, and this trade is going to cost some other team a lot. Some other team that says, hey, look, it worked for them, right? But the problem is most guys are not like that. And so I think that you look at the Lions paying an extraordinary price for Jahmyr Gibbs, hoping he can become Christian McCaffrey. And it's well, you know what? The chances that you end up being that guy are incredibly slim. And so the 49ers have a special player, but most teams are not going to find that guy. Yeah, I like your point about, in retrospect, could you have gotten Austin Eckler for much cheaper? Yeah, probably in maybe this offseason, maybe. But they were also looking at 2022 at the time. It wasn't just about 23 and beyond.
Absolutely. Seth Walder's joining us from ESPN, does a great job with the analytics, and we're talking about his piece. He's got the latest. And again, like a good man does, he admits, hey, you know what, didn't get this one right. But like you said, we're in the opinion business, and that's what happens. I love something that you got pinned to your Twitter page right now, because we were talking about this before you came on. Looking at the analytics, and we talk about analytics in baseball all the time, but you've got how many analytical people are for each team in that department. So, for example, and it makes a ton of sense, Cleveland, who the 49ers have this weekend, led by Paul T. Podesta, who we know who used to be at the A's, they have a 10-man department. Right above them, Cincinnati has 2. The 49ers have 5. Is it obvious that teams who have a bigger analytical staff are more into analytics?
It correlates heavily. I wouldn't say it's the only thing. If you look at my chart, the Jaguars have a ton of people, and I think that they are in some ways analytically forward, but they also have a weird thing where a lot of their people split working on football and business side, so that's not super representative. I think you can get a pretty good sense, though. I've done this survey. I didn't do it this offseason, but in the past couple off seasons, I've done this survey of analytics staffers, and I asked them, who are the most analytically advanced teams? Who are the least analytically advanced teams? And so, I think you pretty clearly see a 3. I would say Cleveland at the top, and then clear tier 2 of the Eagles and Ravens, and then in the next tier is probably where you get to the Buffalo, San Francisco, maybe Indianapolis in the past. Those are kind of the teams. Probably people would probably say Dallas now.
Minnesota with Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, are they up there?
I think maybe, I don't know. I do talk to people around the league. I mean, who it's hard for me to know. In some ways, you say, hey, there's only one team in the NFL who has a GM who has risen through the analytics ranks, and that is Minnesota. Now, they haven't hired a huge analytics staff the way that I thought they were going to, but they have certainly made some moves that I think are, if you remember in their first draft, they made this trade down with the Lions, the deal the Lions got Jameson Williams out of. And that was a trade that was widely panned. But by our model, by most of the analytical models, it was, hey, this is a light win for Minnesota. And that to me was okay, they're going to embrace some of these quantitative measures. I would say, I think Minnesota is in that tier 3 too. That's a good call.
So, Seth, what do they look for? I mean, in baseball, we're still trying to figure out with Farhan Zaidi and what numbers he looks at. He divulges some of it. When you talk analytics in football, to me, there's also the analytics of preparation for the game. And I think the 49ers are, as far as the advanced scouts, they pair it with, this game. Stefanski, when is he more inclined to run this play? Jim Schwartz on defense, when's he going to bring pressure based on down and distance? So how much is that in the pregame preparation for advanced scout, and then in game, going forward on fourth down, when to go for 2 versus 1? So what kind of numbers are we looking at here that they're analyzing?
Yeah, all sorts of things. And that's why I think across football, we're talking about a wide range of stuff. So the tendencies you're talking about, I think that's been done in football for a long time, but maybe their numbers they're looking at are saying hey, teams have tended to have success against this team when they run, play action against this coverage or something like that. I think you can certainly analytics is playing a role in that game preparation. Definitely when it comes to, are you going forward on fourth down? Are you going for the 2-point conversion? It's interesting. You're not allowed to have a computer in the booth, right?
You're not upstairs, Brian Hampton, with the Niners can't do that? Wow.
No, you cannot.
Can they have a laptop or iPad?
No,
nothing?
No.
Really?
So you can have these models, but it has to be analog in terms of making that decision. So you can make basically a binder of those kinds of things, but you can't literally spit out the way we have on our website. You can go to, here's a quick plug, ESPNanalytics.com/decision. You can see what we think of every fourth down in every game, and they can't run the numbers and be hey, we have a 2% better chance to win this game if you win this. They can have a sort of rough estimation in a binder based on their model, but you can't have a computer. But certainly that's a huge part of it, and I'd say it's one of Kyle Shanahan's only weaknesses because he makes a lot of decisions that we disagree with. And then there's an entire other element here, which would be player evaluation. I think that's really where you have things going in all sorts of crazy directions. But we have ways to evaluate corners and tackles and that were just so much harder to do even 5 years ago.
Seth, Kyle obviously, he had Robbie Gould and now he has Jake Moody. He likes going 3, 6, 9, 12. He likes kicking field goals because he's got a great defense and a great running game. But there was one choice he made on Sunday. I don't know how closely you were watching 49ers Cowboys, but after the first touchdown on Sunday night, George Kittle scores. It's 6-0. There was a defensive penalty on Dallas, which you can take on the extra point, which would have moved the ball from the 2 to 1 yard line. I think almost every coach in football that I see today would have gone for 2 from the 1 yard line as opposed to kicking a 33-yard extra point. Kyle did not do that. Jake Moody made the extra point. What does the chart of the numbers say? If you're moving the extra point from the 2 to the 1 yard line, should you almost always go for 2 there?
Yes, in a neutral situation like what you're describing, right? It's not fourth quarter and you have some sort of scoring scenario. Just like a neutral early game situation, you should absolutely be going for it from the 1. So the chance of once they move the PAT back, the odds, the expected value of a kick versus a 2-point play is very, very close to even, right? And so the second you move the ball up from the 2 to the 1, that makes a pretty sizable impact on your chance of conversion for the 2-point conversion, and it just moves it wildly into the zone where it's absolutely you should be going for 2. So yeah, I would call that an error. I think it's we thank the football gods that Kyle Shanahan is not very good at fourth downs and 2 points. Otherwise, he'd be overpowered. He's just too good at everything else. It wouldn't be fair to everybody.
Damn, we should have gone for 2 and beat him 43-10. That would have been way better.
Seth Walder joining us, ESPN Sports Analytics. It's a lot of fun to look at all these numbers. Do your models just blow up every time Josh McDaniels runs a game? Or, I mean, on Monday night, I'm sitting there with a beer in my hand on my couch, and I'm going, it's 4th and 1. If you kick the field goal, it's still 7. It's still a one-possession game. You got to go for it on 4th and 1. And if you want to look at it from a football standpoint, you have Josh Jacobs in the backfield. You have a good offensive line. It's analytics. It's your gut. It's everything. I don't get him. I don't get what he does.
He's had a couple of ones that are so amazing. Sometimes a lot of times we have some contrarian takes, right? Like, then the numbers sometimes say go for it in situations where a lot of people wouldn't. When McDaniels is making mistakes, he's making these errors that's like everybody on the planet agrees he's making the wrong decision, except for apparently him and the Raiders press box. That was such an obvious one because it's like, just think about what is the chance of you converting a first down versus what is the chance that you convert the 52-yard field goal? It's basically the same, except one of them you win the game and one of them you don't. So what are you going to do? That was a clear one, and I couldn't believe it was even like he really even had to think about it, and let alone choosing to kick. We actually had punt as a better option in that spot from the 34 than kick a field goal.
And all those years with Belichick, he's learned nothing about managing a game. And go back to his Denver days. He just kicked some games with some game management. But so we were talking about McCaffrey, and I made the point about him being the MVP. You kind of pushed back on that. So, I mean, when you look at it from a football standpoint, Seth, the conflict the opponent's defense is against the 49ers is McCaffrey. When he lines up in the backfield and takes a stretch run or an inside zone, are they going to give it to him? So you better come up. Your linebackers better step up and take McCaffrey, because if you wait a beat, he's going to crease you. Or they're going to pull it and boot and keep and roll off of that, and now they get behind the linebacker. So to me, his value is immense. But you kind of pushed back like, whoa. He's not the MVP. Are you just saying in the modern NFL set, the running back cannot win most valuable player?
Yes, I would put that pretty unequivocally, because like I don't disagree with what you're saying in terms of the value of that, relative to other running backs. Yeah, sure. But we're talking about like comparing his value playing, I would call running back one of, if not the least important positions on the offense, and could compare that to, and I know we're stretching the definition of running back with McCaffrey, compare that to the value of a quarterback. Like, it's just not in the same ballpark. And I'm not saying if Christian McCaffrey, twists his ankle and he's out tomorrow, how much is the spread on the 49ers game going to move? It will move, I don't know, a point, maybe a point and a half. I don't know. That would be like a ton for a running back, 1.5 maybe. But if Josh Allen gets hurt for the Bills or Patrick Mahomes gets hurt for the Chiefs, I mean, the line's probably going to move by a touchdown. So, like, I just think that it's just like, it's almost apples and oranges, and it would be more fun. It would be a more fun award if other people could win it, but it's just a quarterback's award, and that's just the nature of the position.
Seth Walder joined us at Seth Walder, ESPN Analytics. All the numbers for Brock Purdy. I know you're a QBR guy. First of all, will you explain QBR? He's number one in the league, 83.6, and then across the board, whether it's yards per attempt, all these different things, yards per completion, adjusted yards per attempt, blah, 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 all these different things. But QBR, he's number one. QB rating, he would have an all-time record right now, 123.1. I think it's Aaron Rodgers at 122.5. But is QBR to you, is that the end-all, be-all as far as looking at a quarterback?
It's not the end-all, be-all, but I think it's the first step of where I look at. So, like, in QBR, the difference being, there's a couple differences if you think about that compared to, say, traditional passer rating. The first one is that it's sort of EPA-based instead of yardage-based. And if you think about it, that's just like adding more context. We all know as football fans that if I say to you, hey, Brock Purdy threw a 5-yard pass, is that good? We say, well, I don't know. It depends. I mean, if it's 3rd and 3, yeah, that's good. If it's 3rd and 15, no, you didn't do anything. So, like, that we're just including that sort of context of down distance, clock. So if you throw a pick at the end of the first half, just throwing a Hail Mary, just because you're not going to get docked for that. And then we're including the rushing, which is a big, passer rating obviously doesn't include design runs or scrambles. That's a huge factor for quarterbacks. We're including sacks, which are often quarterback driven. They don't get blamed for the entirety of a sack, but they get blamed for part of it. So you put all that in, it's kind of like it's an efficiency metric. And so, yeah, Purdy is number one in the league. Now I think if your next question is like, does that mean he's the best quarterback in the league? Well, there's a lot of things we could say about that. Firstly, the 49ers are the most run-heavy team in the league, so he has it easier on them, right? And he's also got it easier in terms of, well, just an exceptional group of weapons I think it's really hard to quantify scheme, but I don't think that anyone would disagree that the 49ers scheme is advantageous to quarterbacks or is really, the most helpful in terms of offense. So he's got a lot going for him. But, yeah, his QBR is exceptional, and I don't think you can say he's doing anything but playing really well.
If you had a vote, and it's the AP voters that have it, would you vote him MVP, Seth?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't because of all those other factors I just said. I think, I think it's reasonable to put him in the discussion because of where we're starting in terms of that efficiency. But like, even if we look at I think if you're looking at MVP, I want to translate that efficiency, which is like per play number, into a volume metric. And so guys like Allen and Mahomes have played, as in they are involved in many more plays than Brock Purdy. And so even without considering the receivers, I think the receivers in the scheme, it puts pretty close, where you have those other two guys like Allen and Mahomes. And then once you consider those other factors, I would certainly have those two at least ahead of them.
Give us that website again. I want to track everything. I want to follow along on everything.
Yeah.
What is it?
We just
I love it.
this. So this is good. ESPNanalytics.com/decision. And so it'll refresh. So you can go there and you can see all the fourth downs in the 49ers Cowboys game or any of the games in the last week. And you can look at them and you can see how much, how much, well, there wasn't really that many exciting ones. But like, let's say in the Raiders game, the McDaniels, what we talked about, we said there was a 90.4% chance the Raiders win the game if they go for it, and an 85.7% if they attempt a field goal. And like what I like too is you can flip it. You can put your mouse over it. It'll flip over. It will tell you what's called the break-even chance. This is another way I really like to look at this, which is like in that Raiders decision, what we were saying is the Raiders only needed a 46% chance of converting to justify going for it. And so that's another way where you can think about it and be like, well, they definitely have a 46% chance. Like league average is kind of like low to mid 60s in that 4th and 1 spot. Like even an incompetent offense is going to convert more than 46%. So that's how it's like, that was the wrong call right there.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm trying to see how many times you agreed and disagreed with Kyle.
You realize, Seth, he's 5-0, right? He's 5-0, and Brock's 5-0, and Josh Allen's 3-2. You do realize that, right? Right?
I have
scoreboard. Look at the scoreboard.
It's good stuff, man. Seth, thank you so much. We appreciate it, and nice job on the McCaffrey piece and everything else you guys do. You guys do a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That was fun, man. Thank you.
Seth Walder. I love this stuff, man.
Smart guy.
We'll dig up that thing that Kyle said. I think they might have taken it because if you go to KNBR.com and you check it out, they edit up the interview sometimes. And I went through the whole interview now because I wanted to play that for Seth because it's kind of like you were talking about where Kyle last week, he was with Tolbert and Coase, and he said, football's not perfect. It's not like baseball. There's all these different things. How's this going? How's that going? He's like, it's not going through my mind that 58% of the time this happens and 42% of the time that. It's really interesting what he says versus the analytics. And like Seth said, he said that as far as their models, they don't agree. But like you said, look, he's 5-0 and he's a hell of a football coach. So we talk about this in baseball all the time. How much of your gut? How much is the computer and all those things? And the other thing that he said was interesting. You can't have a computer up there. So it's like having a test. It's like having a test, right? You can have your notes and you can have all your charts and you can have all that stuff, but you can't have a computer up there. That's kind of interesting.
Really? Can't have somebody with a compuder in your ear? How do they police that one?
That's interesting.
I don't know. And I think the one thing when the head coach is also the offensive play caller.
Yeah.
I think that's different. I think if you ask Josh McDaniel, his decision is based on, I don't have a damn call here. That's why I got to kick it. Right. I don't have confidence we can do this. And Kyle, that's all part of it. And with his team, John, 2 threes is a 6. It's almost a 7. And if you keep going, and with Robbie, it was 3, 6, 9. All of a sudden, his defense is not going to give up more than 14. He's thinking. So it's just we get a couple of those, and now they're scoring 6 touchdowns a game, and they're routing people. So As Finn Sirianni, he does not call their offensive plays. It's
right.
that's just different there. And then, so who's the one? Doug Peterson?
Yeah.
Doug in Philly and in Jacksonville does call their plays, and he's been, I don't want to say he's the most aggressive, but he's very aggressive with the analytics. I just think it's different when you're the play caller, the one, crunching these numbers, because you're looking at your call sheet, and they may say, yeah, go for it here. But he's like, damn, we didn't pick up 3rd and 2. How the hell are we going to get 4th and 1? I don't have confidence we can get that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where I think football is different, but I also think that there becomes logic, and that's why, again, with McDaniel and watching the game on Monday night, even if you make the field goal, it's a 7-point game, and they got a minute and a half to tie the game, and you can still lose this thing. Versus going for it a 4th and 1. Well, he misses the field goal, and now they have it in the same position that you'd go 4th and 1. And I understand he's probably saying, look, I don't have confidence in this or confidence in that, but you have a good offensive line. You have Josh Jacobs, who last year was the best running back in the league, and you're up 4, so they still can't beat you the field goal. Yeah, they can beat you with a touchdown, but if you make the field goal, they still tie you with a touchdown. Like, logic like that, I'm just going, what?
Well, it's Josh McDaniels, and then you got Mike McDaniel.
Right.
In Miami. And I the guy on the 49ers staff is the one that feeds them. He's their Brian Hampton. And they're the opposite. They are crazy.
Right.
They go forward on 40. When they scored 70 on Denver early in the game, they went forward 4th and 1 on their own 30, and they were already up like 21-7. I'm like, the only way they can get back into the game is if they get stuffed on 4th and 1, just punt the ball. But they do. There's been many times, John, where Mike McDaniel, Miami Mike, just does. Wow, he's insane. But he has confidence in his offense, and he's an offensive guy, and he's going for the throat all the time. But the way Mike McDaniel runs a game is very different the way Josh McDaniels runs a game.
No, that's a great point. And a lot of it is, right, confidence. I mean, if you're the Eagles and it's 4th and 1, you've always gotten the brotherly shove or the tush push. You're going for it every single time. So it's like Baltimore. Remember when this guy kind of first started and Lamar Jackson pretty much unstoppable on 4th and short, so John Harbaugh was going at a really high rate? I mean, I think a lot of it depends on that. So where do the analytics come in on?
Was it there
like
or
said,
Doug Peterson in Philly?
I thought it was
Doug Peterson in Philly went 4th on 4th all the time.
But I remember when, and
that's
again, I could
Roseman.
be wrong, but
that's Howie Roseman.
But I remember that Harbaugh, just because somebody asked him about it, and he said, I have Lamar Jackson. Like, I have so many options on 4th and short. And that was one of the years where you just couldn't stop. I can't remember exactly what the numbers were, but Baltimore was unstoppable.
Okay, then
on
the same
4th down.
theory, if you're going to go for it there, why don't you just go for 2 every time?
I think that's logical. You and I, when Chip Kelly was at Oregon and was going for 2 every single time, that's, I think, when our conversation started.
I thought when he came into the NFL, he'd go for 2 every single time. He never did. Of course, the hard part was getting the ball in the end zone and getting 6.
Well,
that was the issue.
Yeah, you're not playing Oregon State. It's a little bit different.
You can't go for 2 from the logo or on your own 20. They're not going to do that for you. No.
That was a problem. All right, Papa and Lund, one of the big stories of the day, everybody's talking about Bruce Bochy as he moves to the ALCS, and he might take on another former Giants manager in Dusty Baker. Who you pulling for? And there's one big question that everybody's throwing back and forth when it comes to Bochy. We'll tell you about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Our good friend Dante Whitner, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to expand upon his comments about Dak Prescott, how he sucks. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
They're all different in their own way, but they're all special. This is why you play the game. This is why I came back. You have your moments, ups and downs, but to see those players, celebrate. I couldn't be happier for them, especially the ones that were here last year. That was a tough year for them the last 2-3 years, and to see their faces and the celebration, that's what really made it special for me.
If you need a beer, grab a beer.
Why do I laugh every time I hear Bruce Bochy talk? He's not being funny. It's just we've had so many impressions of Bruce Bochy that when he starts talking, it's like an impressionist doing Bruce Bochy, but it's Bruce Bochy. And he's going on to the ALCS, by the way. So it's a very serious matter. But anyway, I just always laugh.
He's a likable guy, Bo.
He is a likable guy.
Except when he loses.
Yeah.
And he gets a little ornery with his staff. Right. But now, amazing turnaround. Well, I mean, where would you put this in all of Boch's seasons as a manager? And he had some really good years, obviously, in San Diego. I mean, right away, his second year, he won 91 games. He won 98 games, and then he went to the World Series that year in 98 with a 98-win team. And then I remember when Petco Park opened, John, he had great teams right away in 05 and 06 and won the division. And even with, lower win totals, 82 and 88, and then obviously with the Giants to win and they won the West in 2010, running down the Padres at the end, winning the last game of the year, 92 wins, winning the World Series that year. Wow. Where did that come from? And then come back in 12 and win 94, and the cockroaches and all of his speech and quoting Gideon and everything else. Just insane. And then what they did in 2014, the way he managed Baumgartner and all that. But, the Giants had a slow build. The Texas Rangers were awful last year. To get 90 wins out of them and then go 5-0 in October, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, they are playing great. And if Houston can take care of business, then we'd have a Dusty Baker, Bruce Bochy.
Is that a Danny's
ALCS.
big poll? We got one more to win.
Yeah, who would we vote?
Houston.
Who would we? Yeah, that's not bad.
Danny's big poll. Who are you rooting for? If it was Boch against Johnny Be Good, who would you take? Ooh.
I love Bruce Bochy. I don't know. He's a
Did you love him
guy.
when he lost 98 games here? Was you loving Bochy then? When he lost 89 games his last year? Did you love Boch then?
Yeah, that's what I mean. We've talked about everyone saying now you should have never fired him. I think the consensus at the time, correct me if I'm wrong, because we were both here, was that, it's kind of time. Now all of a sudden all these people are screaming and yelling saying you never should have fired him.
Of course they are.
And that doesn't, look, Farhan took over baseball operations. He was going to bring in his own guy. There was no chance that Bruce Bochy was going to stay around.
But he didn't do it right away. Farhan and Boch overlapped in 19, and they, a lot of Farhan's principles, the Giants, they took the line change and the pinch hitting to a whole nother level. But they at that time in 2019, the Giants had more pinch hit at bats than any team in the history of baseball. So they didn't win as well. But then when Cap came in after the pandemic year in 21, the line change was amazing. So they did embrace a lot of what they. What Farhan did, it just didn't work out. But when he took that job, it was Corey Seager, and it was Marcus Simeon. They had Lowe, they had Gray, they had Mitch Garver, who had a big, grand slam. But look at the team that he had last year. Texas went 68-94 last year. The year before, they lost 102 games. In the pandemic year, they were 22-38. In 19, they were 78-84. In 18, they were 67-95. And in 2017, they were 78-84, but still a losing year, John. They went from 102-94 losses to 90 wins, 5-0 in October, and now all the way to the American League Championship Series. Is this Boch's best managerial job ever?
Boy, it'd be tough versus some of those World Series teams, but pretty good. And put on top of that, you said this earlier, Max Scherzer, they make the big trade, he gets hurt. Jordan Montgomery's been really good as far as the trade, but then Jacob deGrom was their big guy in the offseason, and he got hurt. So, the one thing about Boch is he's so good with the pitching staff, and they went out and got Chapman early when they were blowing some leads out of the bullpen, and he hasn't been exactly great. But I think also Corey Seager's been healthy this year. They've got a ton of bats in that lineup, but they shouldn't be as good. Nathan Eovaldi is pitching really well in the postseason. He's kind of been hot and cold throughout his career in the postseason. Remember with the Red Sox. But this is a hell of a job to take a team that was that underperforming to this point, and then you get an AL West showdown if you get Houston, which I think that's what's going to happen.
Well, and then just go back to the end of the year, not this past year, 23, but the 22 year. So Texas, and they've got demanding ownership there, as we know. They fired Chris Woodward as their manager, and that was August the 15th. They did it middle of the year. John Daniels, was there for a long time as the president of baseball operations. They fired him 2 days after they fired Woodward. So they cleaned house August 15th, August 17th, you're gone. And then the Giants kept Farhan. We'll see what he does. The point I'm making is, and did you ever think that Bochy would turn this team around from 94 losses and 102 losses the last 2 years to 90 wins? We know he's a great manager, but they got off to such a great start. Then they lulled for a long time. You thought they're even going to make the playoffs? And then they get in, and the Bochy magic in October takes over. So when you're looking at the Giants and you're like, how do you do this? How did Texas do this exactly? How did they get so much better in 1 year's time?
Well, they had a rookie third baseman that was really good. He got hurt in the middle of the year, but he's really good. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I didn't look it up, but Corey Seager was hurt a lot of last year. But a lot of it is, like you said, it's Bochy magic with the pitching staff, because at the beginning, they went out and took a massive risk on DeGrom, and what did he have? 1 start, 2 starts, whatever it was, and then he got hurt pretty much right away.
Evaldi was a key pickup.
Yeah, he was huge. So, yeah, and and the way that they look, I mean, they're not just barely getting by. They've dominated the first 2 series, and that's what the playoffs are all about, is getting hot at the right time. And I know we're going to have a debate, especially if the Dodgers get swept tonight by the D-backs, that, do you need to extend these things out? I don't know. I mean, if you're Baltimore, you had the great season, you won over 100 games, and you couldn't win a game against the Rangers. I mean, if you were down 3-0 in a 7-game series, you're still going to lose that series probably.
I mean, Billy Beane said it. My job is to win the 162. When we get into 3 wild card, 3-game series, 5-game series, 7-game series, the best team doesn't always win. It's a crapshoot. And let's face it, the Giants have 10, 12, and 14. How many series were they favored in? How many series were they they had to play on the road as opposed to having home field advantage? So that's just baseball. And if it is Houston and they got to close it out tonight in Minnesota, 4:07 first pitch, that'll be so fun to have Dusty Baker against Bruce Bochy in the American League Championship Series. State of Texas will be watching, but certainly the Bay Area will be watching. I think you'd have to say, with all due respect to the Hum Baby and Felipe and Charlie Fox and Elvin Dark and Rig and whoever else I'm missing, those are the 2 best managers in the history of the San Francisco Giants, are Dusty and Boch. If they square off, that would be riveting. And then looking ahead to next year, when he gets Jacob deGrom back, assuming he's ever going to come back, the guy's got to have health at one point. But for a pitcher, you don't know. But if they get deGrom back and Max Scherzer, John, how good is Texas going to be next year?
No doubt. All right, let's get back to the 49ers. Tony Grossi is going to join us. He covers the Browns for the Land on Demand and 850 ESPN in Cleveland. We'll get the insight, especially at the quarterback position. Is Deshaun Watson going to play? If not, what does that mean, and how good is this defense? We'll ask him next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Man, that guy talks fast. He is a cunning linguist. Hey, Greg Papa here for Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. If you're a regular listener to radio, you may have heard about TimberTech lately. Local contractors and professional builders choose TimberTech for their clients because they offer natural-looking composite decking without the maintenance of wood, and they look really cool. TimberTech also offers the largest selection of colors and textures, making it easy to satisfy the homeowners and builders you're working with. So why do I bring up TimberTech in a Golden State ad? Because your local source for TimberTech is Golden State. With locations and the largest inventory throughout the Bay Area, you're also going to find a good selection of Truss Joist, producers of the best framing components in the industry for walls, roofs, floors. Truss Joist is engineered for excellence. So to save time and money, talk with your rep at Golden State, and remember you can start an order or request a quote at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, customers have relied on Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Like I said, as a quarterback, I don't care. The great ones know that I get the ball out of my hand, I get it to my playmakers. They're going to make me look good, and he's done that. He's done a great job. Obviously, great ball placement. Great reads, quick reads. He's never rushed. He has great poise, obviously, to be a year 2 quarterback. But like I said, just getting the ball to his playmakers, and he's able to do that very efficiently.
That's Browns middle linebacker Anthony Walker Jr. talking about one Brock Purdy, getting ready for the Browns and the 49ers coming up this weekend. And remember, all the games right here on KNBR with the Giants season being over, so make sure 10 a.m. is the start. We'll start for you with the pregame show bright and early at 7 a.m. Tony Grossi is going to help us talk about it behind enemy lines. TheLandOnDemand.com, 850 ESPN in Cleveland. And Tony joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Tony.
Hello, Greg. Thanks for having me.
And John's here as well. Just before we start, I've been reading you for, I think, my entire life, and I'm a very old man, Tony. How long have you been covering the Browns?
That makes me feel so good.
It's true, though, right?
Yeah, I've been covering the Browns since the 1984 season, which was the year before Bernie Kosar era.
Was Brian Sipe? Was that Brian Sipe?
Yeah. Yep. Sipe was gone as a regular quarterback by then. But Sam Rutigliano, the coach of the Cardiac Kids, was still on the job.
Right.
And then we go to the Kosar era, then the Bill Belichick era, then the no team for 3 years, and now the expansion era.
Wow. Let's talk about one thing that has been consistent for a lot of those years that you've covered this team, which is problems at quarterback, and they thought they solved them with Deshaun Watson. And when he's been healthy, he hasn't been the Deshaun Watson that we saw, especially at the end with Houston. So what's going on with Watson, and who's going to line up under center on Sunday?
It's more than likely going to be their number 3 quarterback, their practice squad quarterback, P.J. Walker, who they picked up, in the end of August, never thinking that he would be on the field. Deshaun Watson still is not practicing with the team, still is not throwing the football. He's got a bruised rotator cuff, and it's, day-to-day has become 16 days now. Day-to-day. The injury was described as day-to-day. 16 days hasn't thrown. So, although they wouldn't declare him out, they did make the move on leapfrogging P.J. Walker over the 5th-round rookie Dorian Thompson-Robinson, who quarterback against Baltimore was really overmatched. He was not his fault. He was not. He should have never been the number 2 quarterback, but they traded Josh Dobbs stupidly right at the end of camp, and thinking, we're never going to need the number 2. Watson never misses a game, blah, 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 and here we are. 3rd quarterback in 5 games.
Well, he does miss games. He missed an entire year because of the litigation and the civil lawsuits, and then he was suspended for the first 11 games last year, and he clearly was rusty. Right. So I was just watching back the game where he got hurt against Tennessee. I thought he played much better than the Monday night game in Pittsburgh, Tony. But the nature of the injury, Amani Hooker, the safety of Tennessee, delivered the blow to the shoulder. When you hear a rotator cuff contusion, now, that's a pitcher injury, the rotator cuff, but it's a bruise to the rotator cuff. So exactly what's going on with his shoulder? Do you even know?
Yeah. No, it's been mischaracterized as day-to-day, and again, we're in 16 days. Bruised rotator cuff is better than a torn one, right? The old MLB injury. Torn would be out for the year probably. This is bruised, but the bruise apparently isn't going away. Did not throw. We had a bye week last week. He didn't throw then. The week before that, he didn't throw, and now this week starts and he's not throwing. That's not great, obviously. The GM did his state of the team bye week address and stated at the beginning of that Baltimore week, Watson couldn't even lift his arm above his waist. It was the first we heard of that.
Wow.
You know what? If you watch that game, and you said you went back and watched.
Yeah.
He played after that injury.
Yeah.
He had his first quarterback sneak of the year after that injury. He threw a touchdown pass after that injury. He was lifted not because of injury, but because of the scoreboard margin of victory. After the game, no mention of injury. Then the following Wednesday, first week of practice for Baltimore, first day of practice, the Browns always issue a pre-practice injury report. You know, these guys are not expected to practice. Was not on that list. We go out there on that Wednesday of the Baltimore week, and he's not out there. He's out there, but he's not throwing. And so they thought right until 2 hours before the Baltimore game that he was going to play.
You know, and when I was watching it back with the knowledge of the injury, I was searching for when he did it, and I just cited that play in the third quarter. But there was a play in a design run earlier in the game in the first quarter where he got flipped over, and he landed hard on his elbow, which shocks right to the shoulder and the right rotator cuff. Do we know definitively which play he got hurt on, Tony?
They have come clean that they've confirmed that it was the Amani Hooker hit on the 10-yard run, inside run.
Yeah, right.
In that third quarter. But then again, it didn't seem affected by it. So it's been a mystery. And then the coach came out and said on the Monday after the Baltimore game, well, it was his decision not to play. It was medically cleared, no structural damage. And here we are. 2 weeks later, he's still not playing, still not throwing.
Strange. Tony Grossi joining us. We're talking about the Browns and 49ers, 10 a.m. Sunday right here on the Sports Leader. Obviously, Nick Chubb, huge that he goes down. Jerome Ford there. You bring back Kareem Hunt, and obviously the quarterback situation. So the offense is struggling. But how big of a factor is it that Nick Chubb is missing?
Well, that was their bread and butter. That was their security blanket. Chubb could make up for a lot of problems in a game. If there are offensive line issues, he'd make up for them. He was the only offense in the Pittsburgh game, the game 2, in which he got hurt. He had 50 or 60 yards in the first quarter, and then you saw what happened to him. Their running game has not recovered since, and it doesn't. Nobody could compare to Chubb, especially on this roster. But it seems to be a total breakdown of the entire running system, starting with the offensive line. Guards have had a problem. You got a rookie tackle at right tackle who's not great at run blocking, even though he's huge. You got a left tackle who's still struggling in his fourth year. And then when the quarterback was out, you got a rookie in there with a different cadence, and everything was discombobulated. So the running game has suffered without Chubb for other reasons, but yes, the major reason is no Chubb.
And then over to the defense, and 49ers just played Micah Parsons in Dallas.
Yeah.
And you look at Myles Garrett, Tony, man, I think his first step is even quicker than Micah, and he's way bigger, and he plays the run. That defense will just Zadarius Smith on the other side. The corners are good. Ward and Newsome, and the Delpit gets in the box, and you got Thornhill. But to me, it starts with that pass rush, like the 49ers group. What's going on with Myles Garrett and the foot? And is he going to play in this game?
Yeah, he did not practice today. It was called precaution. When they came back from their bye week on Monday, he was on the field. So I'll buy what they're saying on him. The coach gives these veterans a day off during the week a lot, and although he's still listed as a foot injury, that's mostly precaution. Myles, even after the game with his foot in a boot 2 weeks ago, said, "I'm playing, don't worry." So I expect him to play. Now, the defense, until the Baltimore game, they were the story of this team. They had a setback against Baltimore. They did some uncharacteristic things. They forgot how to tackle and got out of their gaps and all that stuff. And Lamar, as usual, picked them apart. So they're still the strength of this team, very much so. It's defensive line oriented with Jim Schwartz, the coordinator. And it's going to be interesting for me to see if they bounce back from their setback against Baltimore now against San Francisco. I think, if they do bounce back, they could keep the game competitive, I think, for a while at least. But we'll see, because they're healthy. That unit is, if Garrett's on the field, they're totally healthy.
Should be a good defensive battle. Tony, thank you so much for your time and your insight. We appreciate it. We'll see you on Sunday.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me. Take care.
You got it. At Tony Grossi again, thelandondemand.com and 850 ESPN in Cleveland. He's been covering the Browns since '84. My goodness, man.
And he was there. Kyle Shanahan had a stop over there in 2015. Last time the 49ers played there, Kyle was the offensive coordinator for Johnny Manziel, and I don't think he endorsed the drafting of Johnny Manziel. That was strictly a Jimmy Haslam deal. So it'll be interesting. And then he went to Atlanta, John, right away and got out of Cleveland and with Dan Quinn, and it took a year to get Matt Ryan rolling with that offense. But Matt Ryan's second year, the 16 year, he was the NFL MVP, and you have to look at the numbers on what the Niners are doing offensively, as far as points per game. But boy, that Atlanta offense was humming. But for Kyle, it was a frustrating time, being in Cleveland with Johnny Manziel at quarterback, to be kind.
Top of the hour in 10 minutes, we'll give you the foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today, including we were talking yesterday about everybody having the podcast, everybody having a reason to talk, and all the negative stuff that comes from it. A real positive thing that comes from Fred Warner's, which is a description of a play he made against the Cowboys in great detail, which shows you not only physically he is so great, but mentally as well, like a lot of these 49ers. We'll play that for you as part of the foreplay at the top of the hour on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Bruce Bochy continues to roll in the postseason, taking the Rangers to the ALCS and waiting for a possible date with Dusty Baker and the Houston Astros. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Five 5-0, bro. The Niners are rolling, and we celebrate every victory with Italian food, great Italian food, and I especially go right to pizza. And where do I go? Tony's Pizza in North Beach, the best I've ever had, and Tony's has been ranked #1 in the entire world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They make fresh pastas. Try their spicy bucatini, one of the all-time faves. And don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where they make delicious tavern-style cracker-thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties is the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those Sando beefs are gigantic. They are mouth-watering, a little spicy, but they are good. Save room for dessert. He's got delicious cannoli or tiramisu. If you want to go in the morning, take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And now he has the Slice House locations in all the different sporting venues. I'm at Levi's here. You can get it at Tony Slice House here. You can get it at Oracle Park when the Giants are playing and the Warriors are coming back out to play. So don't forget, throughout the Bay Area, to check out Tony's Slice House locations. But wherever you go, get Tony's Pizza, #1 ranked in the entire world.
so strong, girl. Fears away.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. You're 3 minutes away from the foreplay. It is a good one today as well. Papa and Lund, sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the BBB. Call Pacific Coast Termite. 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. You will hear from Kyle Shanahan on analytics. We just had our analytics guy on from ESPN. We found it. We found the bite that we wanted to play for him, and it is fascinating.
Okay.
Remember this was yesterday, so you probably do, Debo and Parsons and Kittle over the shirt. You wanted to know what Rob Gronkowski thought of that. Of course you did. Fred Warner breaking down his sack.
Sure I do.
Fred Warner breaks down the sack on Dak, and Alex Rodriguez rips the Giants.
For getting rid of Bochy.
Yes, exactly. So we will discuss that as well. So make sure that you tune in for all very good cuts. I've heard them myself, especially it was driving me crazy because I knew that Kyle talked about analytics because I heard it. And we couldn't find it for one reason or another, but we ended up finding it. I wanted to play.
What was he talking analytics with Tolbert and Copes?
Yeah, Tolbert asked him about analytics, and so he had an interesting retort about how he uses analytics, which I think from football standpoint, it's not exactly like baseball. So anyway, real quick, Fred Warner, NFC Defensive Player of the Week after his performance, first Niner since Navarro Bowman in 2013 with a sack, interception, and forced fumble in a game.
Who was the NFC Offensive Player of the Week?
I don't know. It wasn't CMC, so I didn't pay attention to it.
Brock Purdy would be the call, or George Kittle.
I don't think it was one of those guys.
CMC did not have a great game.
No, he did not.
But Brock threw 4, and George had a hat trick, and the way he blocked Micah Parsons.
It wasn't him. It wasn't either of those guys.
Yeah, we would have known.
DJ Moore and Jamar Chase combined.
Oh, DJ Moore went all. It was
Moore
the Thursday
and Chase
night
both
game.
had really good games. Yeah, they tied for it.
He was almost going Flipper Anderson that night.
Yeah, they were both ridiculous.
Yeah, DJ Moore richly
14-3
deserving. There's no doubt. He had a great game.
That's too bad because Brock was really good. In fact, I would say Brock was better last week than the 20 for 21. I thought his throws were amazing.
I would agree.
I'm not voting.
Yeah, but DJ Moore's a wide receiver.
Yeah.
You got to give him that. There's no debate there.
That game was silly, man.
He was so good in that game.
And I think, didn't he have one called back or something?
He did.
Yeah. So
I thought he was going
ridiculous.
Flipper Anderson.
Yeah.
What's the all-time? What did Flipper do? Did he get to 300 yards? Derek's around there in the bunker.
I think it was against the Saints.
290 or something?
I think it was 316 off the top of my head.
He got to 3 bills.
I think he got to 300. Let's see, record game. Here we go.
That was with the LA Rams before
336.
Wow.
336. Oh, my gosh. Week 12, 1989. I knew it was over 300.
Was that Jim Everett, the quarterback?
Who was that? That would be cool if it was. I did enjoy Jim Everett in our time in L.A. when we went to that discussion. But, wow. Look at that. Yeah, Jim Everett. Wow. Nice call by
DJ Moore, 8 catches for 230 yards and 3 touchdowns.
That was ridiculous that day.
So what did Flipper have? An extra 100 yards?
Yeah, 336.
Yeesh.
That's silly. That's crazy. All right, let's get to it. It is Pop and Lund on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station for playtime.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, let's start with Kyle Shanahan. We finally tracked it down, so we had an analytics guy on about 30 minutes ago.
Seth Walder.
Yeah, Seth Walder. He's great.
I thought he was good.
And they're big into analytics. They're the fourth downs, all the different things that we discussed, how big the departments are for each team. So Tolbert last week asked Kyle Shanahan what are his thoughts and usage. How does he use analytics. Here's what Kyle said.
You know, I've gone to these meetings a lot in other buildings and even here where you meet with an analytics department and they bring out this whole book and there's 2 million numbers to memorize. And I've watched coaches try to do that and you just melt during games. It's too much info. And it's when you realize, man, most of this stuff can be pretty natural. And some of it's 50-50. It's just your preference. And that's kind of what I try to keep my mind clear on it and go with what's natural. And then whenever there are those just obvious ones, when to call a timeout here between like 2 minutes and 2:30, when you have the 2 minute, all those things that analytics are 100% right with and the math is totally there. I don't even waste the time to learn that stuff because I just say, hey guys, when it's that automatic, just tell me and that's when I'll do it. But if it's not that automatic, if it's a 50-50 thing, just always let me go with my gut and my experience. And because I'm thinking about the 3 technique, I'm thinking about the weather, I'm thinking about the quarterback on the other side, I'm thinking about what play I have ready, what the fronts are doing, all that stuff. I'm not just thinking of, well, over 200 times in this situation it's 58% to 42%, so therefore if you go for it you'll win over time. And I'm like, well, I'm not playing blackjack. I'm not going to sit at this table for an hour and just keep gambling till the percentages even out. I got one shot. And so those ones I don't even want to talk about. But there are some that are, it's a no-brainer, and that's when I want our guys to be as decisive as possible and just say it's one of those no-brainers, and I will Ron Burgundy it, and I will just call timeout without even thinking. Yeah, and there's too many variables, and it's one shot. It's not, I mean, all those numbers are over time. You know, and it might happen over time, but that's not about right now. And this time, our guard can't block that 3 technique. And this time, it is different type of weather or whatever it is. And this time, the guy on the other ball cannot run a 2-minute drive, and we're not worried about it. You know, so there's that stuff doesn't show.
That was awesome.
He went on there.
How great of an answer was that? He got Ron Burgundy in there.
Yeah,
It
he
was
did.
amazing. Blackjack tables. Love it.
And he is a blackjack player. The one thing I would say, Kyle's game management has improved immeasurably from when he first started, and that's the big thing from going from an OC to an HC. Can you actually manage the entire game? And I remember that game at Lambeau in 2018, John, and C.J. Beathard threw a pick at the end of the game, and Aaron Rodgers came back and won. And you know that now the way he runs the game, the choices he makes with the game. The way they drain the clock when they have a lead and take it down to 5 to 4 to 3 to 2 to 1. They are, as we dubbed them last year when Brock took over, they are clock suckers, those guys, the way they drain the clock. It's amazing. And then just, he's not, Kyle's so new school in the way they run their offense and the edges and the perimeter and the positionless and, using a fullback like a tight end and a halfback like an ex-receiver and all that. But then he's got old school in him as well, where he does embrace 3-6-9 and kicking field goals. But he does go forward on 4th down like he did in Pittsburgh, 4th and 1, like he did with George in the Arizona game. He had 1 catch, but it was a big 9-yard gain on 4th and 4. Remember Trey Lance's goal line play in Arizona on October the 10th of last year, 22, and Buda Baker blew him up. That was a 4th down play. They went for it. So I think the bottom line is he reads the game and he reads the situation. And as the offensive play caller, he figures out, do I have a call to do this? And I think that's what guides him in these situations. But a guy like Seth Walder in the analytics community, they pan him, a lot. When he goes up against Sirianni in Philadelphia, it's just how they treat 4th downs. And the ironic thing about it, John, that NFC Championship game, what did it come down to? Brock getting hurt, obviously, but that 4th down shot that Sirianni called to Devontae Smith, and whether or not he even caught the ball, and the replay showed he did not catch the ball. I mean, that Philadelphia game on December the 3rd, may come down to who wins on 4th down, not just 1st, 2nd, and 3rd down.
Right. But I like also what he talks about. There's a lot of different factors in football. And he talked about weather and how this guy's playing and how that guy's playing and how confident I am in this or that I just don't think you have to deal with in baseball. And again, baseball is over 162 games. And when they get in the postseason, those numbers a lot of times don't match up. You're talking about 17 games in football. And one of the points he made was, I'm not sitting at the blackjack table until my luck turns. Well, if you're a team that's in the second or third quarter or in the second and third game or whatever the case may be, You can't go 1-4. You can't go 1-6. Your luck may change. Those numbers may change, but you have to have a feel for your team. And I think that's where sometimes you watch baseball, watch certain teams, maybe watch the Giants, you're thinking, you got to have a gut feel to this whole thing. And it's no accident to me that Bruce Bochy's sitting there after sweeping the Orioles, and he's in the ALCS because there's, I think, one way to manage over 162. And you and I have talked about this many times. Bruce Bochy manages with an urgency that some people just don't in the
playoffs.
Yeah. He
from the
takes
very
no
start.
chances.
From
No
the very
chances.
start.
Yeah.
And if we do have a Dusty Bochy redo, go back to 2012. They met, and Dusty's team won the first 2 games in San Francisco, and they bombed them. Matt Cain did not pitch well in Game 1, and Game 2 was even worse. And I go to Dusty and the way he managed or mismanaged Game 3, and Dusty had a lot of physical issues that year. But still, when he pulled Aroldis Chapman in that game, in Game 3, because he said, I want him available for tomorrow, I thought, whoa.
Yeah, that's not what you do, man.
Bochy is killing those cockroaches tonight, and you're not going to do that. So as if they do meet up again in the championship series, you got to remember 2012, and Bochy came from 2-0 down to win over Dusty in Game 5. By the way, the weather in Cleveland, heavy rain on Saturday, 80% rain on Monday. But right now they're saying clear for Sunday. But who the hell knows on the shores of Lake Erie? That could change.
You know, it's funny you say that because we'll get to cut number 2 in just a second. I'm watching, there's some video of Browns practice, and they're showing P.J. Walker throw. It looks like a beautiful fall day in Cleveland. So, wow.
Today it's 63 degrees, but by the weekend it's supposed to rain pretty heavy on Saturday, 80% chance of rain.
Bring your rubbers. You're going to need them for
I always pack my rubbers.
Your run to the flats.
And my galoshes as well.
Yes, yeah, both. I know that you needed to know what Rob Gronkowski thought with this whole George Kittle F. Dallas T-shirt, and Debo jumps in. And,
First thing I thought of.
And Mike Parsons jumped in. So here's what Gronk thinks of the squabble.
Yes, I'm on Debo's side. They definitely don't want to see the San Francisco 49ers again. I don't know what they're thinking. If they want to figure out a way, if they make it to the playoffs, how somehow the 49ers lose and they don't got to face them, they don't want to see them again. The Dallas Cowboys aren't for real. They kind of tricked us this year, and I'll tell you why they tricked us. Because they had 3 blown out wins already. But you got to look back at it now. Now you see when they played a good team, the San Francisco 49ers. Then you go back. Their defense dominated 3 teams that have absolutely no offense right now. The New York Giants, the New York Jets, and the New England Patriots. They absolutely dominated. But guess what? That's why they tricked us, because those teams don't even have offense. The Cowboys stride versus them, and then they play good teams. They get absolutely blown out. And San Francisco, they're for real. They're not tricking us. They are the best team in the NFL, and they struck gold with an $800,000 quarterback as well.
Yo soy fiesta.
Had that guess what had me, man. That guess what in there. That was Romo-esque.
I thought it was Bill Romanowski.
So did I.
Guess what?
So just like him. Guess what? That was
he took a shot at his former team, Belichick. That's not going well there.
No, it's
so
not.
when you look at it, the Joneses, Stephen and Jerry, obviously, bested the Joneses twice. That would be Daniel and Mac Jones.
Oof.
And then he got a Zach Wilson in there. What's going on with New England? I mean, Belichick, he's not going to get Don Shula. I don't know if he's going to get George Hallis. When is he going to get
17 short of
When's he going to
Shula,
get his 300th win?
Yeah.
Is he going to win?
Well,
it's gone
plus,
so badly for New England. Wow.
You know, and I don't know if this is true or not, but there was a piece in The Athletic by one of the beat writers for the Patriots who talked about how Robert Kraft is growing impatient, and the headline of the article today in The Athletic was, if you think that Bill Belichick won't be fired by Robert Kraft, think again. And now, look, I don't know who this guy is, but could you imagine if Robert Kraft fired Bill Belichick?
Yeah, I think what'll happen is he'll just step down at the end of the year if it continues to go this way. And then they could let him run the front office, and Bill Walsh did that at the end of his run, but wow. I mean, he's 1 win away from 300. How many is he going to get to? Is he going to get to 301, 302, 305? I mean, I think one thing is safe now. He's not going to get Shula or Papa Bear.
Nah, because he's not going to, like you said, he's not going to hang around long enough. I don't know if someone would give him a chance. Maybe someone would. at his age. I don't know, but man, it's not working there for sure. All right, we'll come back. Fred Warner breaks down one of his key plays against the Cowboys on his podcast, and Alex Rodriguez on Bruce Bochy and the Giant and the what he thinks is a mistake that the Giants made. We'll get into that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Former 49ers linebacker Gary Plummer joined Murph and Mack this morning to discuss the origins of the anti-Dallas shirt that inspired George Kittle's shirt on Sunday night against the Cowboys. That podcast and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here for the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They are the leaders in modern vision correction, including LASIK, SMILE, EVO, ICL, and the procedure that I had, and John Lund had also CLR, or custom lens replacement. So before I had that procedure, I had an eye exam to see if I was even a candidate for any of these procedures. And the eye exam, unbelievable. It's the advanced vision analysis, and it gives their doctors over 1 million data points to see if one of their 5 modern vision correction procedures is right for you. They determined, like John, I was a candidate for the CLR, custom lens replacement, but they perform all the forms of LASIK, all 3 types, and they are specialists in the EVO ICL, insertable contact lens is what that's called. Some of these are more appropriate for the people. So the first thing, Dr. Craig Bindi and his staff will take care of you. Dr. Joseph Lind, the surgeon, he's just an expert. Great hands and just a good guy to talk you through it all, because you got to go back in for a few follow-up procedures. So their entire team are so cordial, punctual, take good care of you, and they're known for their conservative advice on proven procedures that work. So go in, find out, have that eye exam that I was talking about, see which one you're a candidate for, and then check them out. Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 1045 and 680.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. It's Pop and Lund on a Wednesday. We will be reunited together tomorrow down at Levi's Stadium. Walter just told me Dan Orlovsky, who said that Mac Jones would be doing the same thing as Brock Purdy in this offense. He'll join us at 10:30 to explain. And then we're going to have the great, your partner, Tim Ryan, at 11 o'clock, 11 to noon for the football hour, as we always do on Thursday, live from Levi's Stadium. That will be fun.
It will be.
I'm looking forward to talking to Dan Orlovsky. Plus, I'll ask him about the tightest suit I ever saw in a man, even tighter than tight pants, Bueller's pants, when he pitches for the Dodgers when we were in Phoenix.
What does he
year.
weigh? Orlovsky is
He's
really
skinny.
lean.
He is lean. Yeah, I'd call it lean.
And whenever the topic of food comes up, he doesn't like anything. Does he not eat? Is that how he's so
We'll
skinny?
have to ask him.
He's so skinny.
I was behind him on an escalator when we were at Phoenix last year at the Super Bowl, and I was walking up the thing, and I thought, man, his pants are going to split. Like they're tight. You know,
He's
whatever.
got his tight pants.
Yeah,
He's
and I'm
got
not a
his tight pants
fashionista. You know,
on.
I mean, I dress poorly. I'll say it right away. But those are just observing. They're tight pants. That's all.
Yeah, and Dan's he's well dressed, but then they go
nice.
with a suit and then the sneaker look. I just don't. I cannot embrace that. It looks weird to me.
Yeah, I can't get past it. It doesn't work for me.
They all do it though. They all do it.
It's huge. And I thought it would be kind of like a phase kind of a thing, but it's not. Like everybody does it. And then now
Bill
companies
Walton did it because he has bad feet.
Yeah, totally.
You don't have bad feet. Do you have to go that look?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. But Orlovsky, I'll be
Yeah,
anxious to hear what he says about Mac, which is curious because Mac, to me, has regressed.
Bad.
I mean, he made some choices with the ball against Dallas 2 weeks ago. He tried to throw across the field one play, and he skipped it to Kendrick Bourne. It's like, okay, don't ever do that again. He did it 2 plays later, and Deron Bland picked it. It's like, what are you doing? So I'd be anxious to hear what he's thinking there. If Mac Jones was in this offense, he'd be a lot better. But would he be Brock Purdy level? And then what you broke down the other day, those back-to-back throws that Brock made, the one to Ayuk, the corner route, wow. And then it got called back because Spencer Burford got called for a hold. It was like a 40-yard gain down the left sideline, comes right back with a 3rd and 14 hole shot right through a cover 2 defense and hits Debo on the dig and hits him perfectly. So he's on to Brock Purdy and not being a system quarterback, but we got to ask him more about Mac Jones. Yeah. What's going on there?
All right, here is the rest of your foreplay. Fred Warner. This is a great podcast. People need to check it out. It's the Warner House podcast. There's so many podcasts out there, but Fred, we all know the physical side and what he does there, but it's his intelligence, I think, that sets him apart. Here he is breaking down his sack on Dak.
Sackaroonie, I had to wrangle him down. Big old Dak. Just something about Dallas. Unfortunately, I hate to say this, I grew up a Cowboys fan. I mean, ever since they didn't draft me, I'm like, hey, y'all had your op, and now you got to see me. They tried to motion CD to kind of see, all right, is a man zone read. I knew that they love slants and they love crossing routes to try to, when we're in man coverage, if they want our guys to run into each other as their guys are kind of crossing to knock them off. And so I'm popping, and I'm kind of looking in my peripheral to see if they're crossing. I see CD coming across and the tight end, so I literally just had to try to jump in front of both of them to knock them off just to make sure that they didn't rub the guys that were covering. So boom, when I knock them off, that knocks the timing off of the play. Dak has to pump it. Oh, he escapes out. And then it's just perfect little lane for me to just run up and right in through there and woo! Sackaroonie.
That is outstanding. And he steals the Bosa Saccaroni.
And that's the exact play. I mean, we could see it when they motioned CeeDee Lamb across the formation. Isaiah Oliver followed him. We saw that was going to be the primary read, and Fred just got in his way and bumped the route. Isaiah Oliver also stayed on CD, and then he green dogged. He just went, and he didn't jump in the air, but he got up enough to take Dak to pump it and not throw it.
Because he had a guy right behind him.
And then he kind of like Alden Smith. He just closed on him and took him down. So, and then in the preseason, remember when Fred had a sack in the preseason? He gave us the Nick Bosa, and he went, the money and the Saccaroni. So have you seen the ad? And we're going to have Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson and Aaron Andrews, Tom Rinaldi, that whole crew.
Yeah.
You see the ad where they're sitting around and they're coming up with different names for a sack?
Saccaroni and cheese.
Yeah, I mean, it got
sacrilegious.
And I think we're going to get Burkhardt on at some point. And Kevin's so busy this time of the year because he's doing baseball studio on Saturday, NFL game on Sunday. But was that because Nick Bosa was caught on the sideline mic calling it Saccaroni? Had to be, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I think.
Yeah.
We've never talked about that, you and I. But
Suffering What was that one? That was a bit of a reach.
And then, it's actually a good spot. Then,
it's a good spot. It's just
Burkhardt walks away and goes, what did he say? This is a terrible idea.
I'm not doing this. But that had to be from Bosa, right? And his Saccaroni?
Yeah, Saccaroni.
Had to be the start of it. Yeah.
And then they went back and forth on that whole thing. That was very well done. And finally, speaking of Kevin Burkhardt, he's in studio with A-Rod. A-Rod and with Jeter.
Big
and
Papi.
Big Papi. And here's
I wonder how when they all go and watch the game in the green room, who does Jeter hang out with? You think he's by himself? Like, I got to deal with A-Rod, and Papi's just nonsense.
By the way, speaking of him, did you see that there's I think it's what is it, like a GMC Denali commercial or something?
Yeah,
he goes home to his wife, Hannah Davis, who you and I had on the air at the Super Bowl in New York.
I forgot that's her.
Yeah, they broke up and then they got back together. And remember when the guy?
I forgot about her.
There's these handlers.
They broke up?
Well, then they got back together.
What's her name?
Hannah Davis. She was a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model.
I remember.
So that's who he ended up marrying after all those years of gift baskets. And so I remember distinctly the handler, and this was what was one of the most fun parts about working with you is that the handler comes up to us and says, "Don't ask her about Derek Jeter." And so we're like, yeah, whatever. She sits down and you go,
First question.
Derek Jeter.
First question.
And the handler just shakes his head. Like, we didn't even wait like 3 or 4 questions. I didn't even know what she was promoting. It wasn't even 3 or 4 questions. It was right
Those
in.
handlers at the Super Bowl are really annoying.
And so when I'm watching that commercial, they had that commercial yesterday, and I'm watching the commercial, and I didn't know that.
I forgot that was her completely.
Yeah, so she's in that Denali commercial, and she comes out, and all the kids, because it's a rainy day, and Derek Jeter has to get through the rain in this Denali, so he gets out of the car at their mansion, and he comes walking in, and the kids come running out, and they show her, in the doorway of the house, and there she was, and. Yeah, that was a famous one.
That was her.
Yeah, that was her.
Oh,
so
wow.
we had her.
Okay.
We had her on, but which reminds me too of Alden Smith, who came on, and what was it? Don't ask him about.
Yeah. Well, I just said, why are you here? Why are you not in rehab right now?
That's what they said. Don't ask him about alcohol. You're like, okay. So you should probably be in rehab, huh?
I couldn't believe he was there. And that was the off season. That was the season when he hit the tree before the Colts game. And
that was not
where's he now?
I don't know.
Is he in jail? I think he's in jail.
Yeah.
Just keep him alive. It's a sad story.
That was another one of the handler stories.
And you look at the Micah Parsons start to his career. Alden Smith had a better start to his career.
Than just about anybody from a sack standpoint. Yeah, he was great.
Javon Kearse, the freak, and Alden, the two best.
All right, finally, let's get to the last one. Alex Rodriguez, speaking of Fox's coverage with Kevin Burkhardt, says the biggest Rangers signing was Bruce Bochy. Here's what he said.
His best signing, fellas, may be the 3-time world champion Hall of Famer Bruce Bochy. And to think, Matty, that he got ran out of San Francisco for analytics and Gabe Kapler, looks like the Rangers are sitting with the right man.
Oh, look at that.
A little harsh.
Come on.
A little harsh. Did he get...
They weren't going to keep him.
First of all, was he ran out or was he run out? And whatever they did, come on. So what would they have done? Gotten rid of Bobby Evans, hired a new GM, and kept Bochy. I mean, at that time, I think and Bochy had health issues, when he first left, John, I didn't know if he would manage again. The Giants did hire him. You know, he was an advisor, whatever the title was. He did show up at different things. I mean, is A-Rod really, is he informed enough to phrase it that way? I would not describe it that way. And I think, you know, like Bill Walsh said or Pat Riley, you get like a 10-year run, and then the message starts to get diluted. Now, you change players, obviously, you know, throughout his run. But, I mean, to me, that's revisionist history to bring that up. And now that he's having great success, and here he goes again, and you're looking for a manager, and Cap is out, and you're thinking, damn. But at that time, I think we were all on board that it was time, right?
Yeah, and look, he's doing great, and I'm sure there's a lot of people who think that, but what you said at the beginning, this is the highest level of revisionist history, and it's also somebody who didn't know the situation at the time. Like I said, the Giants weren't playing great baseball at that point. You had brought in a new head of baseball operations, and whether people like Gabe or like Farhan is not the point. You're going to bring in your guys. They wrote it for a year. You and I constantly talked about if they could get along and get through it. They did. But I think at that point it was best for both sides to go in another direction. And nobody here thought, you know, Bruce Bochy is not a good manager. It was just time for a new regime. It hasn't worked out. I'll admit that completely. But it doesn't mean that you should have kept Bruce Bochy around. I just don't think it ever would have fit.
And how would he have handled the pandemic year? I mean, just the whole thing. I thought it was a good time for him to leave, but obviously, now you're looking at managers. You see, Joe Madden wants to manage the New York Mets.
Yeah, I did see that.
Joe Madden, a candidate here. Do we have a list here of managers that Farhan's looking at? Is there a short list, a long? I think he's. Plus, you got to wait and see who wins in October. What if Dave Roberts loses tonight and they get swept?
That's
Will the Dodgers fire him?
That's going to be an interesting one. Well, and he did say, too, from a timeline standpoint, he did say that he wanted to get it done before free agency. Well, free agency starts, 5 days after the World Series, technically?
Right.
So
that's when it starts.
Yeah, so there you go. That's the time. All right, that is your extended version of the foreplay. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Theater. I think my wife had a procedure today, so she's asleep, so I can say this. Maybe the lead story will be something.
You probably shouldn't have been allowed to say what you just said, but that's
something that my first wife did that we'll talk about.
How many times have I warned you about
I
that?
know, but I think she's asleep.
It's going to get back to her, though. Somebody that's not asleep will hear it, and they will text Lainey, and you're going to get grief from it.
I know, but I just
the
checked
first
on her.
rule of
She was
wife
sleeping.
number 2 is never to mention wife number 1.
It's like Fight Club.
Yeah.
The first rule of.
And the second rule of wife number 2 is to move on to wife number 3.
See, look what you just did. She's going to hear that, too.
No, I said that, not you.
Oh, okay. She'll get confused. Believe me, you know how it's going to go. That one will get confused. I heard what you said about wife
I didn't
number
say that.
I didn't say exactly.
Pepe said that.
That's not the way it's
He
going
was
to be
drinking
heard.
Gold Bar whiskey too much, even the day
Again.
after his birthday.
All right, your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
You say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Okay, so she's awake now, so this is I'm probably going to get in trouble for this, but I teased it, so I
Send
have
it to me.
follow
I'll read
through.
it, and she'll never hear it.
I love how these stories are written as much as the stories themselves sometimes.
Whisper.
It starts out this way. It says, no joke, they croak. Female frogs fake their deaths to avoid sexual interaction, a new study has found.
Wow.
Like I said, just like my first wife. So here's what happens. I did not know this, so you're going to learn something on the show today if you learn nothing else.
You called 911? My wife's dead.
What the male frog does is he attaches himself to the female when they have sex. So
Similar.
Yes, exactly. Same thing. So it says here, it says of the 50, so they did this study of the 54 females clasped in an embrace, 33% played dead, or in scientific terms, experienced tonic immobility, the stiffening of outstretched
Is
limbs.
that a gin and tonic immobility?
Tonic immobility, the stiffening of outstretched limbs and the inability to respond to stimuli. So they play dead so that the male frog gets off them and goes away.
Wow.
Oh, that is outstanding.
So it's not tonight. I'm dead.
Exactly.
So wait a minute. So
they don't have a headache. They're dead.
So are frogs a endangered species?
Oh,
since they're not procreating. Is the females are faking their own demise to get out of intercourse?
Well, it says only 33%, so
Oh.
you have a 2/3 of a chance of at least them not playing dead. I don't know if they say they have a headache or whatever, but like you said, that's pretty extreme. Not tonight, honey, I'm dead. But
So,
anyway, yeah.
males are such dogs anyway, or we should say frogs. Do you think that's a deterrent for the male frog?
Well, it
Or
says
it's not
here.
better anyway.
Yeah, it says here,
That's terrible. I
again,
didn't
54 males, 54 females studied in this whole thing. A third played dead to avoid the sex.
Wow.
Apparently the male frog gets off. And I was like, eh. I mean, no, not gets off. I should say leaves the situation. Not
Yeah.
gets off. Sorry, that could be
Probably
confusing.
a good way to go. Yeah.
They leave. They leave. So it works. Apparently it works.
Don't give our audience any ideas.
No, I'm just saying, like, maybe that's the way to go. There is just to be like,
How do frogs actually have sex?
I knew that question was coming because I know you. and
I've
I
called
don't
many
know.
a frog jumping contest in my day. My first assignment here, right when I was doing the Warrior Games, was to go to the Gilroy Garlic Festival.
That's
and
right.
I called a frog jumping contest.
How long did that last? Because they're not that fast.
Well,
right?
the
I mean,
female
probably takes a
frog kept faking her own demise, so
So none of
I
the
don't
females
know.
won.
I don't know. Thank God I didn't know that then. So
Yeah. So you learn something new every day. So that would be the one.
So is this true with Patrick Mahomes and his wife, since he is Kermit the Frog?
That's true.
Is that the same way?
He does sound that way. Yeah, that is a good point. This happened over the weekend, and we didn't get a chance to talk about it. Gavin Newsom over the weekend vetoed a bill aimed at decriminalizing the possession and personal use of several hallucinogenics, including psychedelic mushrooms. There was actually a discussion that they were going to become legal. Mushrooms, of course, weed's legal now, everything, but mushrooms are a no-go. Mushrooms are a no-go. So, anyway, I can tell you that back in the day, I did try those, and I woke up the next morning with a gigantic rock in my bed, and people were telling me, "This is my favorite rock. This is my favorite."
That's what you were
rock."
saying?
Yes.
Wow.
So maybe that's a good idea that those are staying where they are, because that's what I do.
They're mind expanders, John. They're good for you.
Yeah, I just remember a giant rock in my bed. The next day I rolled over and was like, how did that get here? And somebody said I was walking around saying, that's my favorite rock. So, anyway.
I didn't know you ranked your rocks.
Yeah.
You got your rocks off on shrooms?
I ranked my favorite rock. Today is National Sausage Pizza Day. Are you a...
Wow. I do love sausage.
That is...
Now, just sausage, not pepperoni, mushroom,
Just
and
sausage.
sausage?
Yeah.
And I think you need to go sardines as well.
Oh, sardine, really?
So we're talking...
You go sardines on a pizza?
I love it.
Really?
Love it. Anchovies. Love it.
My wife is big anchovy person.
So, but is it just sausage? Can you do?
Yeah.
I mean, my standard is pepperoni, mushroom, and sausage from.
Oh, that's a good
one of only Tony Gemignani.
Of course.
Actually, at Tony's, I just go pepperoni.
You do?
So good.
I think I am in the minority in that most people would do a pepperoni pizza. I would do a sausage pizza over pepper. It's my favorite
Really?
topping on a pizza.
Just sausage?
Yeah, well, I like to put other things on it, like you said. But if somebody said you could have one topping on a pizza,
It'd
I'd
be
go
sausage,
sausage
more
over
pepperoni?
pepper. Yeah, I love it. And like
So-
if they could do a spicy one.
So
or
your
something like
pizza
that.
parties turned into a sausage party.
I guess you could say that. Yeah, you could say that. I do like that as like a base top. I'd put other stuff on it, like you said. And if I was doing it, I'd put pepperoni on it too. But if they said you could only have one,
Yeah. I wonder what George Kittle, when he and Ryan Fitzpatrick are doing their sleepovers for Little C. Who's the third person in that ad, by the way? It's Ryan Fitzpatrick. It's George Kittle. Who's the third one?
I have to do that.
Yeah, and they're eating calzones. It's not calzone. It's calzone.
Could they got to fix that, right? It's a calzone.
I'm sure they know what they're doing. I think they're kind of having fun with it. And it's Little Caesars anyway.
Yeah, I do believe it's
you ever been to a Little Caesars, John?
I have not, and I lived in
I don't
Detroit
think
where
I
that's originated.
Right, their own. That's the owner
Mike
of the
Ilitch.
team, Mike Ilitch, right?
Yeah, so that's not.
Are they big in Detroit?
Yeah, they're everywhere. They're everywhere.
Really?
But when I lived there, you could smoke in a restaurant. Like there was a non-smoking section. I walked in one day, and the girl says to me, it was like a cafe, and she said, "Smoking or non?" I'm like, I laughed because I thought she was kidding. Because I'm.
What year was
California.
this?
Early.
Is that
2000s.
a city ordinance or a Michigan law?
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. But it was
Smoking in
early
restaurants
2000s.
has been banned forever.
I know. It was early 2000s.
Well, that's when I was in San Antonio.
Yeah.
I remember when that law changed. I was in San Antonio in the late 90s. It changed.
I thought she was joking. Like I laughed. She goes, "Smoking or non?" I went, and I'm like, "Oh, you're serious?" I'm like, "Non," and then you know how it is. It's like it's wafting into your section. It's not like it's like there's fans and there's barriers. I mean, I was just sitting in there trying to eat breakfast, and I'm like, "This is nice." By the way, speaking of food,
was Jim Leland the manager of the Tigers? By the way, at that time.
He probably got the law changed. Like, we have to be able to smoke.
You can smoke in the dugout.
Yeah,
Why the hell can't we smoke at an IHOP? Come on.
That's a good point.
Yeah, Little Caesars.
This came out again a couple of days ago, and I know you and I have talked about it, and so I don't think this is a new story, but Al Michaels was on 60 Minutes, I guess, and talked about
vegetables. He hates
how he doesn't eat a vegetable.
He's never had one his whole life.
Yeah, and I thought that was an old story, but apparently it's gotten recycled
Oh, yeah,
this
he's
week.
talked about, he's been, how old's Al? Almost 80 now?
Yeah, he's never had a vegetable.
There's a story when he was 20. He's been interviewed about that. What's his theory on that?
What was his
Whenever
theory?
my mom would make me like Brussels sprouts or, broccoli.
Right.
And she wouldn't put cheese on it, I'd say, I want to be a sportscaster like Al Michaels, Mom. I'm not eating vegetables.
He doesn't eat anything.
Can I get more Tony Gemignani pizza with sausage on it? No, I don't.
The other, the
So
one
what's
thing
his
that did-
theory on that? He does
I
talk
know
about
it's
that.
something.
at
Let me
length.
look at this real quick.
And
But
he's
the-
a foodie. Al's a big foodie.
Yeah.
He eats a lot of
thing-
steaks. He's a big red meat guy.
That's what I was going to say, because you don't do anything like this. So what happens at his games, and this part I did not know, is so at halftime of games, he scarfs down a steak. They have a steak prepared
What?
for Al, and at halftime of the games,
What?
they wheel the steak in, and Al eats a steak at halftime.
I've been next to him. And the booth
That's
in
what they
Seattle,
said.
our booth in Seattle are glass. We're right next to each other.
Yeah.
I never seen him eating a steak in the middle.
That's
Every
what-
game he
okay,
does,
this was CNN. Yeah, this was
he does.
CNN.
He has a steak at halftime every.
Yeah.
Wow.
He says, he said, I was born when my parents were 18, so my mom just let me have the run of the course, and I always pushed the vegetables away. So that was it. So, but yeah, in that piece, he discussed how what they do at halftime of games is they bring a steak in, and he scarfs down a steak.
And what does Kirk Herbstreit have? A
Water.
Chicago dog?
No, no way. This is what if this was this was probably the funniest part, because carrots are kind of like there's certain kinds of vegetables.
Well,
Carrots
some are fruit. You think that they're
that's true.
You think they're vegetables, and they turn out to be fruit.
Yeah, he was
Right?
asked, is there a vegetable that is not an objectionable vegetable? And he said, like a carrot. And he said, no, that's an objectionable vegetable. He doesn't like any of them.
Doesn't that improve
Nothing.
your eyesight?
Yeah, you would think.
Bugs
I mean,
Bunny?
Yeah. Anyway, it's pretty funny. But yeah, I know you and I had talked about that.
Well, I have
before,
food allergies. I've occasionally had an allergic reaction to carrots.
You
And
do-
I
you
think
don't
it's
like
not. I think it's the pesticides that are sprayed on the carrots.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
So I kind of stay in celery. Sometimes does that. That's why when I'm having my Bloody Mary, John, I got to be very particular about the celery stalk. It could set something off. So
Celery and peanut butter is a good snack.
So when Al goes out to a restaurant and he gets his fillet, there's not like a side of vegetables with that at all. How does he do that?
Here's what I would ask him: Is a potato a vegetable to him? Because potatoes are great, and you can just throw all sorts
What does he
of butter,
say?
sour cream, everything.
Right,
on
a
that.
baked potato on the
Yeah,
side.
that doesn't taste like a vegetable.
So what
at
does he
all.
say to that?
I don't know. I don't think he said anything. Got to find out. Because I mean, that's technically a vegetable, right? A potato. He'd probably say no, because he says he's never had a vegetable. Period. So yeah, you got to have something with a steak. I mean, I know at a lot of the steakhouses it's a la carte, and that's how they serve them. But
Do you ever
gotta have
look at the
something with it.
list of the things you think are vegetables that are actually fruits, like cucumbers? What would
That's a
you say?
fruit?
Yes.
Really?
Many of our favorite vegetables are actually our favorite fruits, like tomatoes. Well, that's a fruit. Eggplant, pumpkins. Now that we're into October, those are actually fruits.
Pumpkin is a fruit?
Yes. Green beans, avocados. So technically, a lot of things that you think are fruits are actually vegetables.
They got to rethink that. A bean is not a fruit. A green bean is not a fruit.
What does it
When I
taste
was-
by how it's grown?
When I was a kid, and my mom would put green beans on the. Now I've grown to like green beans.
So this
But my
is
mom would put
lessening the
green
list of
beans-
vegetables that
No.
Michaels would eat because these are all technically fruits. So maybe Michaels enjoys fruits. He just knows the difference between a fruit and a vegetable.
There's no way Al's eating anything green because I think in that interview they were saying, do we have a clip from it? We have a clip from it? Here's what he said.
Is it true that you have never knowingly eaten a vegetable in your life?
That is true.
That is true.
I was born when my parents were 18 and my mother hadn't even read Dr. Spock at that point. So she just let me have the run of the course. And I always pushed the vegetables away. To this day, no. And I guess what I've proven, Chris, is that man does not need vegetables to survive.
But is it just possible that you would like, I'm thinking of one of the more non-objectionable vegetables, a carrot?
Oh, please. Please.
A carrot?
No, a carrot. No, that's an objectionable vegetable.
I mean, really? What? I mean, how would you know? You've never tasted it.
I look at it. I just don't even like the look of it. And I surmise what it might taste like in terms of the texture of it. I think a lot of it probably has to do, it just doesn't look like something that would go down well.
I'd like him and Tom Brady to go to dinner together. That'd be amazing.
I feel for Chris Wallace. Did Mike Wallace ever interview Howard Cosell about why you don't eat vegetables? Is that how far that show has fallen? Is it true, Al, that you don't eat vegetables? So here's the list of fruits that are commonly mislabeled as vegetables.
Okay.
Avocados. That's a fruit.
Wow.
Tomatoes.
I love avocados.
Is a fruit.
I can see
Zucchini is a fruit.
That is not a fruit.
Olives. I love olives. That's a fruit. Peppers are fruits.
So it's all
what the hell's left? What the hell isn't a vegetable?
Exactly.
What the hell is Al turning no to? What are vegetables? Broccoli? Nuts? Corn. Corn on the cob is a fruit?
No, that's not true.
I'm telling you, John. Would you look at it here?
But if you think about it, corn is grown in the ground.
Is a fruit. Eggplant. By the way, you put some laces on an eggplant, it looks just like the Duke. That is a fruit.
Eggplant is very
much
versatile.
Easier to catch than a football.
If you look at an eggplant online, it might be something else.
And now that we're into October, Brocktober, pumpkin is a fruit.
Pumpkin is not a fruit. I don't believe that.
Take a look here.
I think the people who do that need to recategorize.
Cucumbers are a fruit?
I like cucumbers. The cucumbers are good.
So what is it Al Michaels can
but I bet he doesn't like fruit either because he doesn't eat any of those things.
So what's the difference?
Green.
They all have seeds. Is that not how they're actually grown on the plant? It's that they're seeds.
Olive doesn't have a seed. It has a pit.
All I know is when I'm having my martini extra dirty.
Exactly.
Give me 3 green fruits in there, would you? Is Al Michaels now? So an olive is a fruit, not a vegetable.
Yeah,
so when Al's having his martini, so they actually wheel the thing that I'm learning. I knew about Al's vegetables.
Yeah, the steak.
I cited that to my own mom many times. Al Michaels doesn't eat vegetables. Why do I have to?
That's a good call.
I want to be Al Michaels. Terrible bodies and be able to live till I'm 100.
Oh yeah, well,
he's not a picture of health, so I don't know if he should be promoting this.
Yeah, but he's past the average expiration date.
He's starting to go hunchback on me.
Yeah, he better start.
He's starting to bend over a little bit. But maybe he should mention a vegetable later in his life. But they actually wheel a steak into the booth.
Yeah, I read the article about that. I didn't hear it.
I have a hard enough time having Holder bringing me a cup of black coffee.
I've been to that booth. They don't give you nothing.
I go get one for Tim, and I'm like, can you run out and give me a cup of coffee? Al Michaels gets a steak at halftime?
They wheel a steak in there for him.
What kind of steak does he have?
That's a good question. I don't know. A cutting knife, the whole nice napkin, high end.
Can you picture Mike Wallace asking, poor Chris, here's your assignment on 60 Minutes. Go ask Al Michaels if you ever had a vegetable.
He's probably like, oh, God, I used to do hard news.
Is it true?
Look at me now.
And you never had a vegetable.
I like that part about you, though, because I know that's what you do. You're so nice. You bring Tim coffee. You guys do coffee at halftime. You got to get your own.
He's the only guy that drinks as much coffee as I do.
Man.
And even on a night game, Sunday night, we're going to the fourth quarter, 2-minute warning. We're still drinking black coffee. Incredible.
You can tell. You guys are going.
We're flying.
You guys are going.
Anyway.
All right, that is your sweet.
You didn't know this about it's the seeds.
I do that.
John. These are all fruits because they have seeds, right?
Corn does. Well, I don't know.
So I'm going to have fruit on the cob.
think it's miscategorized, but what do I know? All right, we got a couple
It's
more
all in the
remnants.
same category at Safeway. It's fruits and vegetables.
That's true.
They need to have a line there. Where are the fruits? Where are the vegetables? Right?
I don't think Al eats fruits
Does Al
either.
eat fruits?
No, he might eat an apple or an orange, but
So
that's
what's
about it.
watermelon? Watermelon's
Oh,
a fruit.
now you're blowing my mind.
That's a fruit.
But it's got
'Cause that has
seeds in it.
seeds.
Yeah.
It has seeds.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, we got some remnants for you before the top of the hour. Then Tolbert and Copes at 2 only here on the Sports Leader.
A carrot.
Oh, please.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Our good friend Dante Whitner, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to expand upon his comments about Dak Prescott, how he sucks. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, your pal John Lund here for my friends at the Dolan Law Firm. I'm going to shock you with something. Did you know that many attorney ads that you hear, you've seen them, you've heard them, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some, they're not even based in the entire state. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're different. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, and children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful and let's work together. The Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than a $1 billion. That's with a B. I made that clear. $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front. No hourly rates. No upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
No, that's an objectionable vegetable.
Really? What? I mean, how would you know? You've never tasted it.
I look at it.
A carrot.
That's solid logic.
carrot.
I look at it.
What
and
does
I
he
know
think
I would
of
hate
the
it.
comedian Carrot Top?
Yeah,
I agree
he
with
hates it.
that. That's an objectionable comedian. I just look at him.
I can tell you that Carrot Top does not smell good. We were in Las Vegas and we were doing a show. He does not smell good. We were doing a show
Put a little
from
pepper
Las
on him,
Vegas
John. Maybe he'll be better.
a few years ago, and he was behind us, and somebody was taking a picture with him, and I turned around and was like, "Oh my God, what does that smell?" It was Carrot Top.
Rotten carrots.
He does not
good.
smell good. So maybe I'm behind now, Michaels, on that because Carrot Top is not good. It is not good. Yeah.
Wow.
His
okay.
He could do better with deodorant.
Maybe just had a bad day that day.
He might have been. Might have been jogging that day, coming straight from the gym.
It's kind of like a stand-up bit. It stinks.
Because he is, he's buff and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe he was coming from the gym. I don't know. But, yeah.
So we got Braves, Phillies coming up in minutes, John.
Yes, I'm excited
Aaron
about
Nola
that.
on the mound.
Yeah.
And then 2 hours later, Dusty goes for the win in Minnesota. And then Dodgers D-backs tonight with Lance Lynn on the mound. Are the Dodgers done tonight?
Dodgers will be done, and Houston wins, and we get a Dusty versus Bochy. Let's go.
Wow.
That'll be good stuff. All right, tomorrow on the show, Dan Orlovsky's going to join us, and then Tim Ryan's going to jump in for the football hour. Going to be a great time had by all tomorrow at Levi Stadium. You're off to practice, so we'll get your thoughts on what you see today, and we'll be down at Levi Stadium tomorrow. Thanks, as always, to Walter and Danny, who do a tremendous job every single day. They are next. Tolbert and Copes, only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
But guess what? That's why they tricked us.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We gotta get after it today, man. It's gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today we're going to be joined by John Wilner, he of the Wilner Hotline, and we'll talk a little college football, a little Pac-12 football. Got a couple big games coming up this weekend in the Pac, and Chris Rose, a little baseball, a little basketball. I actually got a cut today in an odd place, and it's not. It was a weird. It's not like you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. I know how your minds work, because that's how my mind works too. But it's not that. It's my Achilles. I got a cut like straight down my Achilles.
Like a paper cut, or like a
no, like a cut,
like an actual
cut.
slice,
like a slice.
What got you?
Well, that's the funny part.
Oh, okay.
This is where the story gets funny.
Funny, haha.
Well, it didn't feel funny. I wasn't. I wasn't like laughing at the time because it was a cut. It wasn't a bad cut, but it was significant enough to where blood was flowing out of it. And I was like, oh, I got to get this.
That's a loose part. It seems like if you hit that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So immediately I got it into the shower. I did it on the shower door, of all things. I know.
Glass door?
You're like, no? Well, it is, but,
yeah,
I
but
didn't do it on the door. I
Was
did
it on
the
like the
bottom.
silver part there
Yes.
that like clips off? It's like
Yeah.
a little hedge that like keeps the water from falling out.
So, so dumb. So the shower, I was getting in the shower and I wanted to set the towel because I like showering downstairs because it's got great water pressure. Nothing beats good water pressure. I mean, water pressure, I hate getting into the shower.
Yeah.
And all you get is like spit. Like, I don't want spit. I want like a nozzle. I want like a fire hose coming at me. So
It's near the top of things on the list of things you don't know how good you got it till it's gone.
Underrated.
You know what I mean?
Underrated.
You
great
walk into a
thing.
nozzle and you're staying like a friend's house for a
Yeah.
week, or like you rent a place or whatever
Yeah.
it is, and you're like, what the?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And then nobody
drooling on you.
Yeah, nobody wants some 80-year-old with a bad prostate shower.
Well,
I mean, nobody wants. It's like a Tommy gun.
Tim's face when you said that. Looked like you stepped in dog crap.
I just want. So anyway, so I go down there and I'm setting the towel up so I can grab it when I get done. So I turn around, open the door, and turn around at the same time, and I was like, it didn't hurt that much. I don't know how many nerves you have down there, but I was like, are you kidding me? There's just no way I did that. And I look down and it's like blood's
got a
like
bleeder.
blood's like coming out of it. I'm like, what did I just do? Like, come on.
So did it
Like,
look
that
worse than
didn't
it was,
happen.
or was it?
Yeah.
Was it not? Is it?
Yeah, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't like.
How you feeling now? Can you do the show?
4 hours could be tough. I'm thinking about bailing around 4:45.
I'll tell you what you're not doing is a back-to-back. We get on you tomorrow. Dude. No back-to-backs the rest of the year for you.
That's not happening. Yeah, I
So
need
we
to
need
load
you like
manage.
Clay.
I'm gonna load manage. So yeah, that was just. It's just odd. I was like, what a dummy. Like, who does that? Like,
Yeah.
What? So anyway,
What's funny though is I know yours is a slice. It's a different thing. I would wager that most people who have torn their Achilles, unless it was like a physical injury where you're playing football, but even then, a lot of the times it's non-contact. I would bet a lot of the people who have done it did it doing normal things. Like anyway, KNBR, if you've had that injury, like I know somebody who's popped both of them, and like did it getting off the couch a couple of times, like just weird
Just
angles,
popped
or
it?
you sit down weird, and you
Really?
and just it's
oof.
not like super freaky, unathletic people, like not just it'll happen sometimes. Like maybe it's a calf strain thing that leads to it. You don't know. I mean, maybe you play quarterback for the Bengals, and no, I'm kidding. I don't know. It's clearly part of it, but I feel like that's an injury that when people have heard it, they do it fairly normal things. Because there's nothing you can do to protect it.
No.
It's just there.
Achilles heel.
That's it, man.
There
How'd
you
it get
go.
its name? I'm kidding.
You want me to tell you?
I saw Hercules. I know. I got it.
The dip. You gotta dip in.
Dip it in.
Dip it
Why
in.
don't
You
you
gotta,
flip the whole thing?
you gotta hold Achilles by something.
Why can't you flip him upside down and then dip him back in by the hair? You know what I mean? Like
pull it out.
Hold him back in
put
by
it
his
in.
arm. After you dipped him in once, like you couldn't flip him over once? What's the matter with your fingertips going in all the way? I never understood the logic behind Achilles.
Like, why couldn't you dip? Well, I
Unless
guess
you
even
said
if
you
you
can't
dipped
be
him
all
even if you dipped him all the way in, or how about this? You dip him in right there, and then you let him go and grab him again.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
You might lose him, though.
maybe you'd have like four.
Here's the
like
question.
I would rather have like 4 fingerprints on my calf
Yeah.
that are like exposed.
Right.
Who's gonna find
Who's gonna
those?
snipe those,
Who's
dude? What are the
gonna
odds?
find
Like a
those?
blow dart? Come
Nobody's
on.
gonna find
No
those.
way.
Yeah.
No
so
way.
yeah.
Here's
just
the
think-
question. If
now
you
everybody
drop-
knows.
If you drop him all the way in, does he drown?
Well, it's a baby.
Well,
So
but is
very
he
well
like
could've.
indestructible? Is he like?
Well, I don't think at that time.
Oh, he's got to grow into it. See, there's a lot of rules here with this.
I
With
think
these
it took
great
like
guys.
I think it took like 2 days
A lot
to
of
harden.
rules.
I'm not positive
A lot
about
of
that. I
rules.
just made that up. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know.
A lot of weird rules.
They just make up their own
Pushing
rules.
rocks up the hill
It
and
is
all
much-
that stuff.
Well, no, if they did that, like if they did what you're suggesting, there'd be no story.
You're right, and the stories
There'd be
are
no-
what kept
there'd be
people
no
going.
story.
You know what I mean? What would they put on stage? What would
Aesop
Socrates?
needed something to write about.
It's fables,
Gotta
right?
have fables,
I was in a
absolutely.
play. I was in a play that was like a comedy. It was like a modern comedy in high school, and I was one of the main characters. And it was about this guy. It's called "Saving the Greeks One Tragedy at a Time."
Yep.
So it was like a super breaking the fourth wall. Like basically all the characters from Greek tragedies were
Oh, really?
characters in the play, and I was the main character who was like, "We're starting this other land called Better Land."
Oh, so this is in high school.
This is in high school,
Okay.
dude. My main character, his name was Dialysis. My slave, dude, his name was Peon. He
That's
was a
funny.
peon. That was
That's
it, dude.
good. I
It's
like
pretty
that.
funny,
I
dude.
like
We,
that
walk
one.
into the crowd at times, like,
Yeah.
is this a musical? Grab the program, stuff like that. But like Dr. Phil was a character in it. Like it was a pretty modern modern play. Pretty funny. Funny stuff.
You mean
Anyway.
Dr. Phil didn't exist back in ancient Greece?
No, I don't
No.
think so. I don't think. I can't confirm.
Yeah.
Neither here nor there if Aristotle or Socrates learned from Dr. Phil. We have plenty to get to today. Last 2 Wednesdays, we've had kind of good whip around Wednesday days where we can hop around and hit a bunch of different stuff. As you mentioned, John Willner is going to join us.
Yep.
We can jump around a bunch of college football. How's the slate this week? I haven't looked over the slate really.
Well, the
Colorado
one,
and Stanford this week?
Yeah, that wasn't one of the ones I was going to mention.
No. But because I think Colorado now immediately, and I'm like, is this their first? This kind of their first game where I'm like, I don't really care.
ASU, I didn't care.
Yeah, there you go.
I didn't care about that one either. Colorado, Oregon, Washington.
Yep.
And USC, Notre Dame. Tennessee, A&M. A pretty nice game. There might be one or two others that are, kind of, I think those three are definitely. And I think
there's some teams that I've been paying attention to, like Big Ten teams. I
think A&M, Tennessee, and Oregon, Washington are 12:30 games, and USC, Notre Dame's a late game. That's like a 4:30 game. I'm not sure if we have anything else like.
Who's Penn State play this week, or like who's like
nobody.
North Carolina play this week?
Bama plays Arkansas, so that's like Ohio State plays Purdue. That's nothing special. There's just not. I mean, A&M Tennessee is a good one. I like that one. And Iowa Wisconsin, hell no. I will not watch an Iowa game this year. That's just not going to happen. This isn't a big game, but I'll watch Arizona, Washington State just for the heck of it.
That's because those are your guys. So
those are my guys.
Yeah, we got college football. We can get into with John.
Miami,
Willner.
Florida, North Carolina.
Yeah, there you go. That's the game. And Carolina's a dog, right?
And UCLA, Oregon
barely
State's a pretty good one too.
Yeah,
we'll see how Miami bounces back from that boneheaded coaching mistake. If they do, they might not.
Who stepped in at the worst this week? It was Cristobal.
No doubt.
Chris Rose, who's of course NFL Network. We are going to catch up with him. We can talk some baseball with him as well too. But obviously, does games for the Cleveland Browns.
Yep.
And Niners are hitting out there this weekend. First time they've left California since week 1. Right? I mean, it's crazy. They've been home virtually all but week 1 since week 2 of the preseason.
Yep.
So this will be their first real test on the road. We'll get into some of the 49er stuff. Also, Klay Thompson sat down, did an interview with Anthony Slater. We can talk about him and what his expectations are for his contract beyond this year. He has some realistic expectations, I think, about his career. We'll talk about what the Warriors are looking for from him this year. But first, when we come back, before we talk to John Willner, Bruce Bochy is back into the LCS. Handful of coaches have done that. Handful of managers have gone to the LCS with 3 different teams. Nobody has ever gone to a World Series with 3 different teams as the manager. Bochy's looking to become the first. We'll hear what he had to say after the Rangers eliminated the Baltimore Orioles in a sweep in the division series. When we come on back, Tolbert and Copes, Wednesday afternoon. Bochy advances on the Sports Leader.
Antioch, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Antioch Sports Leader.
Bochy keeps winning in October as the Rangers have advanced to the ALCS in a sweep over the Orioles. Is there ever any doubt that story and more trending now on KNBR.com and KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. On Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 1045 and 68, the sports leader.
Leclerc is ready. Here it comes. Strike three! And the Rangers sweep another. They are rolling into the LCS. They beat Baltimore 7-1.
It's unreal. This is why I came back for, hoping something like this would happen. I know how blessed I am to be in this situation. And these guys have been warriors, road warriors. I mean, we've been through a lot. And to be right now, I mean, there's work to be done. But still, well, I mean, what kind of baseball they've been playing has just been awesome.
His best signing, fellas, may be the three-time world champion Hall of Famer Bruce Bochy. And to think, Matty, that he got ran out of San Francisco for analytics and Gabe Kapler, looks like the Rangers are sitting with the right man.
All right, like, I'm all for Boch. I'm rooting for Boch hard. I am. I'm pulling for the Rangers. I'm pulling for Dusty Baker. But kind of like Tom said yesterday, like after after Dusty got his, like for me, I'm like, all right, I don't need any more Astros really. That's okay. I'm more in on Boch. I want Boch to go win one. That would be cool. Harmless to the Giants, really, except that
Boch
it's our guy.
Baker.
But A-Rod. A-Rod just the king of not telling the full story. You know what I mean?
Of course he is. Come on. It's
how long's this guy been piecing things together, dude? You know what I mean? Ever since Boch got ran out of San Francisco for Gabe Kapler and analytics. Hold on a minute. The guy who was Gabe Kapler's bench coach the first year is Bruce Bochy's bench coach right now, bro.
And to think, Matty, that he got ran out of San Francisco for analytics and Gabe Kapler?
Not bench coach. It was always Kai Correa's bench coach. Donnie Ecker was one of the hitting coaches or offensive coordinators. It was like a different title they had given him. But he's like one of the favorites to become a manager across baseball. A lot of the guys from the Giants coaching staff have been plucked and gone elsewhere. So that's not really the point here. The point here is that Bruce Bochy, yet again, is into in a league championship series, and nobody has ever taken 3 teams to a World Series. Like, Tony La Russa went to, 3 with the A's and 3 with the Cardinals, and he won 3 total. 1 A's, 2 Cardinals.
Sounds right. I know he won 2 with the Cardinals, 1 with the A's.
Yeah, that's right.
6 is what it was?
Yeah,
okay.
6 he won with the Cardinals. Yeah, 13 he lost to the Red Sox. Yeah, he got 2 with the Cardinals, and he went in 2011. That was the other one. Right. So La Russa did it with 2 teams. Bochy has a chance to be the first ever to go with 3 teams. And by the way, we'll take your calls a little bit later at 808 KNBR and your thoughts on Bochy back into a championship series and how frustrating that is. But Bochy wins a World Series with the Rangers. Could this be, like, where does this rank in managerial jobs? Because it's like, it's like picking your kids, what your favorites are.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, in terms of, recency bias is a thing, but to walk in your first year, take a team that wasn't in the play. They weren't in the playoffs last year, were they?
No.
Spent a lot of money.
They lost like 94 games.
Remember how bad the start of the Semien contract was?
Yep.
And the bad start of I think Seager was hurt at the start of his contract and came on a little stronger.
And then let's not forget, DeGrom gets hurt this year.
They trade for Scherzer.
He gets hurt.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking the managerial job Boch has done. They started the year really without a closer. He's had to sort of piece together the bullpen. They had a bunch of different starters at one point. And what's funny is their pitching staff ended up being what we kind of thought the Giants' pitching staff was going to be.
Yep.
With like 6 or 7 different guys who could give you 5 or 6. The Giants ended up not having any of that. They've got a bunch of, like Dane Dunning. Went to see him eat some innings in the championship series. Like, Boch has got a staff. And to get through this sweep right now, like the other series going on, he's poised to do something I think pretty spectacular, pretty special here. He's got the offense. He's got some arms. It's just a matter if he presses the right buttons. And sitting back for a few years and relearning the game and how it's evolved, there's no reason why he can't get it done from a managerial standpoint.
Well, look what they have. They went out and got 2 superstars. They went out and got some pitching. But, I mean, Evaldi's been fantastic for him. So they go out and get him. Then they go out and get Heim. But Heim wasn't a big-time guy. I think they traded for him. But they didn't know he'd be that good. But they
get a catcher.
Yeah, get a good young catcher.
Coach compared his poise to Posey, which I thought was ridiculous. And then we started comparing Brock to Montana. So I was like, I'll shut up. You know what I mean? I'll let Boch do his thing.
Yeah, let Boch do his thing. And then you have some young guys. And that's the formula. That's what the Giants are hoping. They're hoping they have a Josh Young. They're hoping they have a Ardolis Garcia that comes up. Now, he was a trade, but still he came up, I think, through their minors. He was traded and then came from the minors to the Rangers, I believe, unless he came up let's put it this way, he was young when he came up. Evan Carter, who looks like he's a really good player. I think they drafted 4th overall this draft and got some kid from LSU, like a third baseman or something that's really good, or one of those schools that was in the world. So, I mean, you go out and get the superstars, and then you supplement them with guys from your system that come up and perform really well. And, I mean, that's what you're hoping for. That's what you want. Is it always going to be that way? No. I mean, you could put together a team. Look, we're watching a game right now. Braves have a whole bunch of guys that came up through their system, and they signed them all. They've done a fantastic job. Then look at the Phillies. They basically went out and got everybody. Harper went and got him. Turner went and got him.
Wheeler.
Schwarber went and got him. Castellanos went and got him. Yeah, Wheeler. I mean, he was young,
Real
so
Muto.
I'll almost say Real Muto
Wheeler was a free
him.
agent contract. I mean, he went through a full 4 or 5 years at the big league level with the Mets. Remember, the Giants traded him there. He was a Met first.
That's right.
Then he had Tommy John, I think, so he might have missed some time.
Right.
But, dude, that was a free. He got $100+ million contract.
Yep. Nola, I think, is theirs, isn't he?
Nola came up with that.
I think Nola's theirs. But, I mean, most of their guys, they just went and got. So, look, there's not just one way to do it, of course. But usually you got to supplement it with some guys from your system. I mean, they got Caveman Marsh, who they traded for with the Angels. I mean, hell, I should go down their roster, see if they have any guys that came up through their system.
Hoskins?
We'll watch him. He's not playing, though.
No, Stott.
I think Hoskins did. Stott did. I think Stott did. I think Stott did.
I think Bryson Stott.
Not positive, but okay, there's one. We got
That's
one.
pretty incredible.
But, yeah, they've just kind of like, okay, let's piece this thing together and see if we can get it done. Get her done. And they've been able to do so. So, but, yeah, that's going to be fun. Nolan Elder, 0-0, top second. And then we got the Twins trying to stave off elimination, and the Dodgers down 40-15, trying to come back and get back in that thing, and they don't have the serve. So they're not.
That's
they're not
tough. You're looking
good.
at a break here. Yeah, you're looking at a
They
break.
need a big time.
Now, Mookie Betts has got big
break.
numbers against Brandon Pfaadt, who's starting tonight. Mookie Betts, he's only had 6 at-bats against him, but I think his numbers were 6
Who would have
at-bats.
thought? Dodgers season on the line, and they hand the ball to Lance Lynn.
How about that, dude?
Who's actually been pretty good for them.
Ketel Marte owns him.
He was brutal with the White Sox, and now he's been pretty good with the So here you go, Lance Lynn. Help us.
But what you're talking about here with the Rangers getting it done with a hybrid of guys,
yes,
right, and with a great sort of old school manager.
Dodgers kind of hybrid, I would say.
Thank you. By the way, Kevin Franzen will tell you that Rob Thompson, who's taken over as the manager in Philadelphia, who's gotten them now to back-to-back postseasons here, and last year they win the pennant, go to the World Series. He took over for Joe Girardi. Joe Girardi was like an exact opposite pendulum swing from where Gabe Kapler was there, right? They wanted the old school guy who wasn't going to do they wanted like a Charlie Manuel type guy to come in and just sort of handle things, and that's just not the way things were going to work. So Rob Thompson is a analytics guy. He just doesn't talk about it, I don't think, as openly as what Kevin Franzen was telling me. He said he still relies on that stuff a lot behind the scenes, and they do a lot of that same stuff. If you look at Kyle Schwarber hitting leadoff, that's not an old school way to do things. That's you put Trey Turner in the leadoff spot.
Yep.
By the way, there's another one of your guys, $300 million.
Yep.
The Phillies spent.
Yep.
They spent a lot of money on this roster, and usually you don't get this kind of production out of everybody when you spend that kind of money, and they're getting it.
Yep.
Which is pretty impressive. It's just it's evidence that there's ways to run teams, and they've done it basically all through free agency and trades, like you're talking about. You have the Rangers who have done it with a good hybrid of young guys and a couple of huge splash big free agent signings that are panning out. So proof that some free agent stuff works. And then you've got a team like the Orioles who haven't won, but they got to the playoffs with virtually anybody had heard of 3 years ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They did it with all homegrown guys. So there's a lot of ways to get to the top of the mountain in baseball. I think the Phillies are proving that. I think the Astros are proving that.
Yeah.
The Rangers are proving that. There's not one way to do things.
No, there isn't. I always ask, like, what's the special sauce in a winning formula? And I don't think you can say precisely what that is, because look at the Padres. They went out and spent too. I mean, what do they have from their system? I guess you can consider Tatis Jr., even though they traded him. He came from the White Sox, but he was young at the time. So, but they go out.
He was a throw-in. You developed him, right?
Trade for Soto, trade for Machado. Yu Darvish. I don't know if he is free agent or trade.
Free agent, yep.
Snell.
Yep.
I mean,
Kim, they signed from Korea.
Yeah, they basically put their team together.
Cronenworth, he's theirs.
He was theirs. You can have him. But they put their team together. The bulk of their team, Bogarts, free agent.
Yep.
I mean, they put their, kind of like the Phillies have, where we're just going to go out and get some players. And their players, in theory, are as good as the Phillies players. Their pitching, good as the Phillies pitching. It just, for whatever reason, it hasn't hit there. Like it last year it did, but this year was brutal. And I don't know, and I don't know why last year was different than this year. The same players, you would think, like Philly, same players, similar team, similar years. I mean, you would expect that to happen when guys are in their prime, but it doesn't sometimes. And I don't know what the binding agent, so to speak, is between teams that are like really talented that perform and teams that are talented that don't. I don't know.
If we knew that, then we'd.
Well, yeah, exactly. Because I don't know.
Figure that out. Bottle that ass up.
Yeah, I don't know if you can know it. I don't know if you can.
Maybe John Wilner knows it. He's going to join us when we come on back. Maybe he knows it from a college football standpoint. We'll talk to him a bit about the slate coming up this weekend. John Wilner's going to join us. Then Chris Rose, who covers games and calls games for the Browns, and you see him on the NFL Network and the Rose Rotation podcast. We'll do it all with Chris Rose, but John Wilner joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It has been far too long since we've talked to John Wilner, he of the Wilner Hotline, Bay Area News Group. Talk a little Pac-12, a little national college football stories. John, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. Tell me you had the Cats plus 20 on Saturday night.
I did not, but I did enjoy. I did enjoy it nonetheless. Yeah, Fafita was pretty good. That was a fun game. Him and McMillan are a nice hookup there. So I don't know what they're going to do at Washington State this week, and I don't know if Delora will play. But yeah, that's it. I don't know. To you, did that say more about the Cats or more about USC?
A little of both. SC's just not. Their defense is just not any good. But I think Arizona's better. They're better on defense for sure.
No doubt.
And they've done a nice job. And certainly you can see that they are on the ascent. To me, it's just a question of whether they can, kind of ever get up to that 7-8 win mark, or are they going to be stuck at 6-6, 5-7 most of the time.
I hated the toss sweep at the end of the game, though.
That was a bad call. Yep.
I hated that one. Now tell me what you thought, because when they scored initially in the first overtime, like, go for it. You're a 3-touchdown underdog. This is your chance right here to just win the game. It's in your hands. Best play you have, not a toss sweep, and try and win the game right now. What did you think?
Oh, absolutely. They should have done that. Given where they were, had the flow of the game. I mean, plus the longer you go against Caleb Williams in overtime, the less chance you've got to win.
Yep.
So, and you also know, because of the new rules, that you have to go for 2 if you score a touchdown in the second overtime period.
Yep.
So just do it in the first. I thought they had USC on their heels, and that was the time to do it. And I thought that was a big mistake.
And no, I totally agree with you. I always tell people, look, if they played a whole another game right now, who do you think would win from this point on? Probably USC is going to win that game, right? So if you just keep distilling it down quarter by quarter, USC is probably going to win that quarter, probably have a better chance to win that quarter. So the point is, the longer the game goes on, if you're the bigger favorite, you have a better chance.
It's the go for 2 on the road thing.
You have a better chance to win the game. So if I have a chance to put it away, that's exactly what I'm going to do. But they didn't, and they have. We'll get to the Notre Dame game, but the Washington-Oregon game is the big one. I don't know how you have it. I kind of have Oregon, Washington, USC as the top 3 right now in the Pac-12. I think Oregon's a little bit better than Washington because of their defense, but, I mean, Washington's offense is just so dang good and just explosive. I expect them to score every time they get the ball, and that's going to be in Seattle. So, I mean, do you think Washington's a little bit better, and how do you see this game plan out?
I actually think Oregon's playing better right now. I kind of like Oregon's got better balance.
Yeah.
They got better run-pass balance on offense, and they got better offense-defense balance overall, right? And to me, it's going to end up being decided at the line of scrimmage, and I just think Oregon's a little bit better. But it certainly is going to be fun, and it could very well be 50-45 and come down to, 1 or 2 if a defense can get a stop on 3rd or 4th down in the 4th quarter. But it's the first – these teams are bitter rivals. Yeah. And it's the first time in the history of their series that they have both been in the top 10, at the time of the game. And certainly the winner is going to have an inside track to the playoff, Pac-12 championship. The winning quarterback is going to have an inside track to the Heisman, right? I mean, Pac-12's got the top 3 betting favorites for the Heisman right now, which is just insane. So there's huge stakes, but then you gotta turn around and keep going down the stretch, because they both play USC, they both play their in-state rivals. Oregon's got to play Utah. I mean, the second half of the season in the Pac-12 is just going to be off the hook.
I was going to ask you. I don't need to ask you anymore because I was going to ask you the implications of this game, both national championship and Heisman, and you just stated that.
Well, the thing is, the loser is not out of it, but then they don't have any margin for error, right?
Correct.
There's never been a 2-loss team in the playoff, and so whoever loses is going to have to run the table, and that's going to be a tough road.
No, there is no doubt about that. Let's talk about USC and Notre Dame. This is one that Notre Dame generally wins when they're the tougher team, maybe not the most skilled team, but just the tougher team, underdog, even though they're a slight favorite in this one. I think people still look at SC as like the better team because they're flashier. They got the skill position guys. And Notre Dame's coming off a grinder of a 3-week stretch, but you've seen so many of these games as I have. Doesn't it seem like this is a type of game Notre Dame wins when they're just like, they're not as athletic. They just grind it out. They'll probably grow the grass to like 12 inches and slow USC down. But I don't know. To me, this just seems like a Notre Dame game, even though I can see USC winning.
Yeah, no, it does. It feels that way for sure. And Notre Dame's got a quarterback that can make some plays. I mean, he had a terrible game against Utah. I think he had 3 picks. But at that venue, they kind of just squeeze the game. Fewer possessions for Caleb Williams, wear down USC's defensive line, run the ball. Get it into the fourth quarter where it's real close, and then whoever's going to make a boneheaded play, just that decides the game. I could totally see this being, 23-20 or, 27-24. Notre Dame kind of just finds a way and makes a big play at the end.
Talking to John Wilner, I always forget the name of the show. Wilner Podcast, Wilner
Hotline.
Wilner Hotline, dude. I don't want to. It's the
correct.
That's the article you write there. Wilner Hotline. Getting into that. Sorry, dude. I asked Tom before, and then we got distracted coming back. I was like, dude, I don't want to say the wrong thing. Then I stepped right in it there, John. Question going back to what you were saying about the Heisman odds with the top 3 guys coming out of the Pac-12: Michael Penix Jr., Caleb Williams, and Bo Nix. One, do you have a favorite? And I wonder about what you're talking like. In college football, sometimes when it comes to trying to get into the college football playoff, we saw that a couple of years ago with Georgia and Alabama both getting in, where you get in a team that's a non-conference champion from the SEC. Can the same effect happen with a guy who maybe doesn't go to his conference championship game? Can it still benefit him in Heisman odds when it comes to voting?
I think you gotta get into the championship game is big. I mean, that helped Caleb Williams last year. Just getting there, because the Heisman votes are due the Monday after the conference championships, and so most voters wait to see what happens then. But I think Williams is, he's got the platform. Everybody knows him. He's a fantastic talent. And the fact is, USC has a lot of clout with Heisman voters nationally, right? Like Notre Dame or Ohio State would. So he's got an inherent advantage over, Michael Penix and Bo Nix, the quarterbacks at Washington and Oregon. But if those guys, they also are all playing head-to-head. So, that would be whoever plays better and their team wins could end up getting the inside track there. Washington plays at USC. I think it's the first Saturday in November. And then next week, USC goes to Eugene. So that stretch is going to really tell us a lot.
It's so ironic, and it's a blast of a game we get on Saturday, as you guys were mentioned. 8 Oregon and 7 Washington. It's at 3:30 this Saturday. In terms of Oregon, like what keeps coming to mind for me is that game at Georgia last year, right, where they rolled in and we thought this is going to be one of the best teams in the country, and they ended up being better than we thought they were after that. Was it 38-3 or something was the final in that game? It was terrible.
Whatever it was
awful.
worse than the fourth
first
that
game.
it was.
He's walking in there. I still wonder, like in the back of my head, like how far behind are they from those teams? Is it still a different stratosphere? Has Bo Nix taken that step? Because I think he looks incredible this year. I don't know how old that guy is, but it's been a lot of fun to watch what he's done this season.
I kind of still think everybody is one step behind Georgia.
Yeah.
Right. And until they lose, it's hard to pick to see them losing. Right. It's hard to see anybody staying with them in a game where Georgia is locked in, right? I mean, they're going to play some close games when they're not very motivated. But look, you saw what happened last week. Kentucky, they play Kentucky. Kentucky goes in undefeated, ranked like 20th, and Georgia just blitzed them, right? So I think any game that Georgia is locked in, it is going to be really hard for anybody to beat them. And until it happens, I'm very skeptical. But I do think that it's not necessarily clear who the second best team is and who's going to make the playoff, right? Because, Ohio State hadn't looked great. Alabama's down a little bit. Clemson's down. So you've got a chance for some other schools, including Pac-12, to get into the playoff and maybe even make it to the championship game. But winning that one game against Georgia is going to be really hard.
No, there's no doubt. Although I will say, Georgia killed them, but Kentucky went stupid the first 8 minutes of that game. They were driving and got personal fouls and just really, really dumb stuff that put them behind the 8 ball. And that's the one place you don't want to be with Georgia. I don't even think you want to be behind the 4 ball with those guys. There's no doubt they're really
is that the
good.
Purple one?
But I don't know what it is. I think you're right. Talking to John Wilner, nice enough to join us. Before we kind of get nationally, let me ask you 2 more Pac-12 questions. UCLA, they got Oregon State this weekend, and they're kind of still sneakily in it. And I don't know if their quarterback, who I think is going to be good, I'm not sure if Moore is quite ready to take that step this year, but who knew? UCLA plays defense. Everybody talks about, Utah's incredible defense and how Oregon's got really good balance, and Oregon State's can be nasty on the defensive end. Nobody talks about UCLA. I've watched them play a couple of times, and I'm like, wait a minute. UCLA looks like they're actually playing defense. You've probably seen them more than I have, but were those aberrations, outliers, or are they a defensive squad this year?
No, I think they are, and it's certainly a big flip, right? Instead of winning games 45-40, they got to win games 24-20 because their offense is not what it was. I think their offensive line isn't very good, and they got a freshman quarterback, and they don't have Zach Charbonnet in the backfield, so they are defense first, but they're good, and that is I think that's gonna give them a better chance to stay in some of these games that they haven't been able to win the last couple of years until the winner of the loser of the UCLA Oregon State game this weekend, I think, is out of it. But the winner is certainly got to be considered a contender, until they lose their second game. I think that could be one of the best games of the week.
Yeah. All right, let me ask you this. I wanted to ask you about the Pac-12 lawsuit before we leave. I know everybody will love that one, but I did want to ask you this. Who amongst these teams would be most vulnerable if they had one loss? Pick your Pac-12 team, USC, Washington, Oregon, UCLA, whatever. Florida State with one loss, or let's go Michigan with one loss, because they haven't played anybody. They're going to get a chance at Penn State. They're going to Penn State, and then they'll play Ohio State. And then I guess, let's take them off the list because they're going to actually probably end up playing three quality teams. I'll throw Texas in there. So Texas got their win at Bama, but Texas, Florida State, or the Pac-12 winner with one loss. Who would be most vulnerable, you think, of not making the playoff?
I would argue it's going to be Texas.
Okay.
Even though they beat Bama.
Okay.
Because the Big 12, I think they're not going to have as many chances for, that committee, when they get down to brass tacks the last couple of weeks, one of the things they look at is how many wins do you have over ranked teams. And the Big 12 is down this year. And I think that could really hurt Texas, whereas the winner of the Pac-12, even with one loss, they're going to have 5 or 6 wins over ranked teams. And, Oregon, we got to see how good Texas Tech is, but that's a decent non-conference win for them. I think the Pac-12, just given the way it handled itself non-conference, 29-5 record, I think it was. I think a one-loss Pac-12 champ is going to get in this year, especially because Notre Dame now has 2 losses.
Got it. All right, give us a thumbnail sketch real quick of what's going on with Oregon State, Washington State versus the rest of the Pac-12.
So they have sued the Pac-12. The whole deal is what is the Pac-12? Who controls the Pac-12 now? Oregon State and Washington State believe that the other 10 schools, because they have agreed to join other conferences, have basically relinquished their voting power on the Pac-12's board of directors. And so that the only 2 schools that have voting authority are Oregon State and Washington State. The 10 that are leaving are saying, no, we're not leaving until next summer. So we have to have voting authority as well for the next 9 months. And that is the source of the dispute. Oregon State and Washington State are worried that the other 10 will basically gang up on them and vote to dissolve the Pac-12 on July 1st. And if that happens, all the money, all the assets of the conference would be split 12 ways. If Oregon State and Washington State are deemed basically the only voting members of the board, they can keep the conference alive. They would get the assets, and then they would, do something with the Mountain West to form some kind of combined league.
I could rule on this right now. Oregon State, Washington State, you win. You got left behind. You got screwed. The rest of you decided to leave and go elsewhere. Take your riches from the other conferences you went to. You're out of the Pac-12. You're no longer in it. Bye-bye. Oregon State, Washington State win. Everybody go to lunch. So there we go.
Yep. No, I think that, well, there's certainly a lot of sentiment. I kind of agree with that. That's the right thing to do. That's the right outcome. But, there could potentially be $60 or $70 million at stake from NCAA tournament units because, all the other schools have participated in earning NCAA units, and they don't necessarily want all that money to just go to Oregon State and Washington State.
Yeah, I would say suck it, dismissed. Get out. Beat it. Beavers, Cougars, you get the money. Enjoy the
I'm with the 10, but we'll argue that next time.
Enjoy the spoils. Hey, let's do it again soon as we get closer to some of the bigger games in the Pac-12 and what's going on as the college football playoffs start to take shape. Hopefully we can give you a buzz and chat with you sometime, John.
Anytime. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
I appreciate it.
John Wilner, the Wilner
screw
hotline.
the rest of the schools.
Yeah. I mean, it's like they're separated, but they're not divorced. You're like, you're out. You left.
Yeah, bye.
You left. You're done.
Go. Take your money elsewhere. Get out of here.
They left, and you know who's coming?
Yeah.
Chris Rose is coming. They're leaving. They're out. Now Chris Rose is coming in.
Oh, very good.
Chris Rose is coming to talk baseball, football, Niners, Browns. We can do anything with Chris Rose with the NFL Network.
By any other name, it's a Rose.
Rotation.
I've heard. Is that a saying?
Chris from a Rose.
I don't know. A name from a Rose?
Shakespearean.
All right.
On that note, Chris Rose next on the Sports Leader.
What are you gonna do?
Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson could miss Sunday's matchup against the 49ers with a rotator cuff contusion. Oh, no. That's the Ray Moore trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Good.
Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
3 receivers off to the right. Chigokonkwo off to the left. Spears in the backfield next to Tannehill. He gets the snap. He's pressured by Myles Garrett and sacked. And time is going to run out on the Tennessee Titans in the first half. Myles Garrett continues to own Dillard. Keeps the Titans out of the end zone and keeps the Browns with a 13-3 lead.
For you heard there, our next guest, Chris Rose, on the call for the Cleveland Browns. He does Browns radio out in Cleveland. You also hear him on the Rose Rotation podcast and, of course, on the NFL Network. And he's a friend of the show. Chris Rose joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, Niners and the Browns, playing on Sunday, 10 a.m. kick right here on the Sports Leader. What's up, Chris? How are you, man?
Doing well, guys. How are you?
We're pretty good. Let's start with Niners, and we can jump into some playoff baseball stuff and some stuff going on around MLB, because we got a lot of people here thinking about Bruce Bochy and hyped on what the Texas Rangers are doing. But what kind of Browns team are we seeing this week? Any word on or indication on what's happening with Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, it's going to be undermanned. If I had to guess, it's probably going to be P.J. Walker starting at quarterback. I don't definitively know that. I'm not in town right now, but certainly that's the way that it's trending. So, I mean, that's basically all you need to say is that they're going to have a guy who wasn't even on their preseason roster as the quarterback against the best team in football, which is not a perfect recipe for success. So you got that going for you if you're a Niners fan.
Which is nice. Well, look, DTR looked like he was totally overwhelmed against Baltimore. And look, it happens. He's a rookie, but I'm assuming unless he's hurt that they just thought we can't do that again. Like, it's not fair for us, not fair for him either.
Yeah, well, listen, they have got some questions they need to answer, right? And this isn't the time to do it because the move was already made. But something they did was 2.5 weeks before opening kick was they traded Josh Dobbs. And
right.
They traded him to Arizona for kind of a late-round pick in the future. And I think they felt like because DTR had such a good camp and Deshaun Watson has been healthy, he hadn't missed a game because of health since 2017 when he tore his ACL, right? We know about everything else off of the field. But as far as physically, when we're just talking about that player, he hadn't missed a game. So they felt like, okay, well, we've got a young fifth-rounder that we believe in. They had him ranked very high on their draft board in terms of quarterbacks, and they felt like he could handle it. Right now, the move is to say it's backfiring is one thing, and to say that it might cost them significantly if Watson can't return anytime soon is probably right where you're going to settle on this whole issue.
Yeah.
Talking to Chris Rose here on the UMA guest line. From a Niners perspective or a national perspective from where you're sitting, did that game against the Cowboys change anything for you with the Niners? I think all of us here kind of thought, no, they're in the same class?
Bit.
No? Okay.
Now, I've come on this show and said countless times that the Niners, I'm a Browns fan. Outside of the Browns, the Niners are my favorite team to watch. I just love their talent across the board. They are a physical football team. They're extremely well coached. They've got a Pro Bowler or an All-Pro in every position group except quarterback, and I think that'll change this season, and cornerback. Other than that, you're talking about stars all over the field, and they're just – I think there's a significant gap, if you ask me, between the Niners and the Eagles at this point. Not that it can't be close.
Yeah.
Not that Philly can't beat them at home later on in the year. But to me, the Niners are just way better than anybody else.
Yeah, they just look like that team, don't they?
Look.
Yeah.
Yep. Every level.
Yep. No.
Everything. And, it was funny because we had a discussion on the show Sunday night was if this really kind of told you more about the Niners or about the Cowboys. And for me, Dallas is kind of relegated to, at best, the top wild card spot because I don't see them beating Philly. And they could even fall further back, depending on how a team like Seattle continues to develop or somebody like that. And if the Cowboys fall to, let's say, the 6th seed, you really want to go to a place like Detroit for your first game?
Yeah.
Good luck with that. If it's Tampa or New Orleans, I would take my chances. But if it's Detroit, Daniel Jeremiah, with whom I worked with on Sunday night, called Detroit the Niners JV team. Like, that's how they're built.
Yeah.
And I think he's right. Like, that's kind of the trajectory that they're on. But nobody can compete right now with Philly and San Francisco.
Well, we talked about it earlier this week, Chris, and I don't know if you would agree, but I would have Detroit as far as, like, let's say they were playing on a neutral field. I would favor Detroit by a point maybe because I think Detroit might be a little bit better than Dallas. They're close, but what I've seen so far this season, I think Detroit might be the third best team in the NFC.
Yeah, I think they're definitely right there. Absolutely. I don't think there's a question about it. They're really tough, both sides of the line of scrimmage. That's what I'm talking about,
yep.
like a JV Niners.
Yep.
And if Goff can play well enough, they've got weapons. They're getting more and more. They just drafted an outstanding tight end who could be like George Kittle Part 2 out of Iowa and Sam Laporta. And they've got Amon-Ra St. Brown on the outside leading that. Jahmyr Gibbs is a playmaker. David Montgomery's been off to an awesome start. So they're in good shape. They're a fun team to watch. They'll be a tough out. They're gonna cruise to the NFC North title. And then if they win that 3-6 matchup, whether it's the Niners or the Eagles that'll end up being the 2 seed, they would have to play them in the second round. That's not a fun matchup.
Yeah. It's funny that Iowa's turned into tight end university when they're lucky if they can score 5 touchdowns a month.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, Iowa's the worst watch in college football. But they just keep cranking out all these tight ends. I mean, Hawkins and it kind of started with Kittle. And now you got Laporta, and even Fant is a guy that is in the and I mean, it's amazing. Every year they have one of these guys. I'm gonna have to do some investigative journalistic work and see what the hell is going on.
Well, you're going to see more and more programs that are just going to have their tight ends standing up the entire time.
Oh, Hayden Fry, let's go. Hayden Fry. Remember they'd have both their tight ends standing up under Hayden Fry, and the wide receivers would be in a 3-point stance and be like, well, that's odd. That's a weird look they got going there.
Yeah, I just always thought their tight ends couldn't bend at the waist or something. I thought it was like those were the only type of guys they recruited.
They weren't
guys
flexible.
Who don't bend at the waist.
Get me a non-flexible tight end. That's exactly who we want to recruit. We're talking to Chris Rose, nice enough to join us. How do you kind of view the rest of the league? Because the AFC, I still think it's Kansas City and Buffalo. And Buffalo lost to Jacksonville. Well, that's a weird week. Jacksonville's waiting there for him for a week. I don't know why they left so late in the week to go to England anyway. But anyway, that was kind of a weird week. Those two teams for me, and then the rest, I think Miami's really good. I still want to see some more of their defense. And let's find out about Cincinnati in a month. When Burrow's completely healthy, they get T. Higgins back and see what they look like. But Baltimore, that's a weird. That you know what? I shouldn't say that's a weird game, Chris. That's a Pittsburgh Ravens game. They're all like that for some reason. But how do you look at the AFC?
I don't know what to make out of it yet. I think we're probably going to need a minimum of half the season to get a grasp on most of these teams. Like, obviously, we know Miami can score with anyone, right? They just have so much speed.
Yep.
And they get a critical stop when they need to, like when you need to in playoff time. That will be the big question for them. Buffalo, I don't know what they were thinking getting there 50 hours before kick, but the Titans are about to do the same thing. And I don't, for the life of me, I can't understand it. I understand that the facilities overseas are not up to NFL standards. Like, your meeting rooms might stink, and who cares?
Yeah.
Get me over there 6 days before so I can get on some sort of regular sleeping pattern.
Yeah.
Like, you have Josh Allen taking naps, the day of the game and stuff. Like, what are we doing here? So the rest of it, Kansas City, I'll be curious to see if their wide receiver room holds them back this year.
Yeah.
I know that last year when they played for the first time without Tyreek Hill, that still Juju gave them some really, really big moments last year. Who's going to be that guy? Is it going to be their second-round pick, Rashee Rice? Or is it going to be somebody else? Because they need someone other than Travis Kelce to get it done, really. I mean, at some point, you would think.
Yeah.
Talking to Chris Rose on the Uma guest line. So part of the reason we had Detroit as such I kind of buy into the diet 49ers or the JV 49ers notion, because we were saying we just thought they were a more balanced team than Dallas was. But when I look at the AFC, I'm wondering, who do you think is and I know statistically, I guess it would be Cleveland has got the best defense going right now. Now, you look at the opponents they've played to this point, everybody in the division, but no real super high-octane offenses. I know Baltimore sort of expected to be, and they're kind of coming along a little bit, but they lost that game terribly last week. What do you make of the best defense in the AFC? Is it Cleveland, or is it a little bit of fool's gold right now?
The Browns' defense is actually pretty good. It's fast. Jim Schwartz has them playing really well. I think it's going to be a tough chore because I think they're going to be on the field so much. I just don't have much faith in the Browns' offense without Watson. And even with Watson, it was shaky at times. So I don't know if this weekend's going to be a great barometer for how it measures against other AFC defenses. I do think Baltimore's is going to get better. They're lacking some pass rush. Those 2 second-year pass rushers have been banged up. They finally got Marlon Humphrey back, and he got beat on that big play by Pickens. But, getting him back is a huge help. I don't really like anybody out in the AFC West other than Kansas City. The Chargers, they seem to have talent for whatever reason, and they've got a defensive coach. They can't stop anybody when they need to.
They're the Chargers.
The Jets
it's weird.
Defense,
always. Yeah.
Jets defense, I think, is pretty good. Yeah. I like the Jets defense.
Yeah, they're not bad. Their D-line's pretty good, too.
Yeah.
Quinton
really
Williams' brother, the linebacker, the guy who had the scoop and score, that guy's really good.
Yeah, I think he caused the sack, actually.
Maybe he was the sack, sorry.
It was Hall that scooped it up.
That's right,
Because you had Breece Hall scoring on offense and
Bryce Hall on defense. That's right.
So if you had one of the Halls scoring in your league, good job. Nice work, everybody.
One of the Halls. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
I know.
The Bryce Harper home run here.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it was 1-1 here, first and third. Phillies and the Braves in the bottom of the third. Bryce Harper just hitting. And by the way, while you were talking there, Chris, and talking about the game, Tom and I are sitting here watching the game in the studio, and Tom took his headset off, and he goes, I can't believe they're letting him pitch to him. And I said, dude, he's going to hit a tank right here. And sure enough, Bryce Harper just hit a 408-foot, 3-run home run to go up 4-1.
Yeah, no, 408 feet. I think he just drove a par 5.
Yeah, it was straight up.
I think he just did.
I seriously cannot believe they let him pitch to him.
110 exit velocity.
I cannot believe
Guys,
that.
It was great. It was a really nice try of Farhan to offer him like a 4-year deal when he was a free agent a couple years ago. He was this close to taking
You know what?
It's too soon, Chris.
You know
too
what,
soon.
man?
Too soon.
You know, I didn't need that. I didn't need that. Yeah.
Too soon. Since then, you all had Arson Judge on your roster for 10 minutes, and you had Correa signed to a 18-year deal, but he didn't pass his
all too soon.
toenail.
All too soon. All too soon.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm glad we got a chance to bring up baseball because I wanted to ask you about baseball. Okay, I want to get your thoughts on this because you follow baseball very closely. You followed it for a long time. What can baseball do about the playoff format? Because to me, I almost want to go back to the one game wild card. But
I do. I want it back.
We can't do that now, but it's so unfair to the higher seeds that, and people don't care about fair. I get that. Sometimes I don't either. But if you'd like them to advance further in the playoffs, by definition, you're going to play a team that has just played while you've been off a week. I don't know in baseball if there's any way to solve that. I'm not sure there's any way to keep yourself sharp. It's a game you play every day and all that for months. And then all of a sudden, you're going to play a team who's been playing, and you got to try to get ready for that and get back in rhythm. If it was a 7-game series, okay, at least give them 7 games to kind of get the juices going so they can get going. But how do we solve? Does it bother you? I guess number one, is it an issue, and if so, is there a solvable workaround for it?
Okay, so there's a couple of issues here. Number one, there's supposed to be a benefit to a bye, but this is totally different than the NFL.
Exactly.
Right? The NFL is a long, long season. You've had one bye, but maybe it was back in week 6. You need a week off. Your body needs a week off. The only guys that I think really benefit from the downtime through a bye are the relief pitchers.
Yep.
Those are the only dudes who I think maybe, if you're an everyday ball player, maybe you need 2 days off, and then you're rearing to go. So 5 days off, whatever. But here's the thing. It hasn't bothered Houston.
Yeah.
It hasn't bothered Houston. I mean, they figured out a way to get through it. If you were to ask guys, the options are go play a wild card round where you might lose, a 3-game series, a wild card round, or you can have the bye. What do you think they're going to take?
The bye.
Well, the bye because you can't lose to a bye.
You can't get eliminated, right?
Right. You're going to take the bye. So there's just no way. There's no way around it. It's not great for the sport if the Braves and Dodgers lose. I think having Bryce Harper and the Phillies in the NLCS, that's still a pretty good consolation prize.
Yeah.
But let's be honest here. The league office is begging for the Dodgers to win 3 in a row. Begging.
Yep.
Because there's no way they want the Diamondbacks in the NLCS. Sorry, Diamondbacks fans. And by the way, they should know that, too. They're just like the league office last year when my Cleveland Guardians were playing in Game 5 against the Yankees. You don't think that everybody in the league office was rooting for the Yankees? Of course they were.
Yep.
So, unfortunately, that's where they have kind of placed their sport. That's what's happened. And they have decided to, I'm not going to say get greedy because I think it is more fun when there's more playoff teams involved. But because you have 6 teams, there's going to be 2 teams that are advancing.
Yeah.
And they have a bye. And y'all just got to figure it out on your own. There's no way around it.
Well, the easy fix to me is just make the next series 7 games somehow, some way. Figure it out.
They're not going to do that. They can't do that.
Why? It's more money.
It's more money, but now you're getting pushed. I'm just telling you, you're going to get pushed into almost the second week of November.
It's too late.
And I just don't see that happening. And I've been on the road when they've done these World Series, and I've covered games when it's 38 degrees. It's not good for anything. So
take away the off days then.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could.
They do it during baseball. It's not that hard.
Didn't bother Buster Posey against Max Scherzer in the World Series.
I just think it's, again, I would like to see the team. Again, you're right, and this is the way it is, and it's not going to affect every team, but it's affected enough teams now to where you look at it. I mean, the Braves, all-time offense, come out and just lay clunkers for 15 innings against the Phillies and then kind of wake up and make a series of it. So, anyway, I mean, what do you look? I mean, the Rangers obviously look good. Ratings will suck, but I would love a Bochy versus Dusty, Rangers versus Astros ALCS. That would be incredible.
Well, hold on here, Tom. If your alternative is the Rangers against the Twins, that one isn't going to compare to Super Bowl 57 ratings either. So
that's a good point.
Yeah, I actually think Houston against Texas would be interesting, just because those two fan bases, people don't really know it, but Houston Astros fan base just toys with Rangers fan base for whatever reason. They're like, you don't know anything about winning, we win, and the Rangers fans are like, yeah, but you cheat and you're bad people, and so that could be interesting if we get to that. Bochy against Dusty would be really fun. Obviously, the city of San Francisco would take aim at that. Bochy's unbelievable. Like, I don't get why we can't put him and Dusty and Tito all in the Hall of Fame next year. Like, who cares if they're still managing two of those three? It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, they're awesome. They're great for the sport. Let's let them do their Cooperstown speeches now. Why not?
All right, before we let you go, one tough question for you. Does Bryce Harper have the best head of hair for a superstar?
Whew. Bryce Harper, best head of hair. My son's just walked in from going out with a mom.
Ask him. He might know.
Josh? Bryce?
In any sport?
In any sport or just baseball, guys?
Just baseball.
Just baseball.
Corbin Carroll.
Corbin Carroll, interesting.
That's
the young son.
That's a good call.
Not a bad call there. I think Harper, though, it's awfully thick. I'm so embarrassed. The only way I can get that sort of thickness on top of my head is by shave the hair on my back and then staple it to my head. So I don't know.
I like to go honorable mention Jazz Chisholm when he's rocking the blue. I'll go honorable mention on Jazz.
Well,
hey, he's got great style.
He's got flash. I like that stuff. Yeah, I like it.
I know who it's not. It's not. I love Freddie Freeman, but my God, the 1958 box cut is nuts. But it works for him.
Dude, he's got the name.
Absolutely.
He's got the 50s name, the 50s cut. It's all good.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
As someone who hasn't used shampoo in 30 years,
what are you asking hair questions for?
I don't know.
What are you asking hair questions for? Chris, always appreciate the time, man. Thank you so much, and we will catch up with you soon, dude.
You got it, boys. Tell the Niners to take it easy on my team, please.
All right,
thanks.
Yeah. Well,
thanks, Chris.
Enjoy the factory of sadness. I don't know what to tell you. Taking shots to the Niners. All right, we'll get back into some of this with the Cleveland Browns. He was just talking about it. Chris Rose was. If it's not Deshaun Watson, Kevin Stefanski says it's going to be P.J. Walker, not DTR. We'll talk a little bit about P.J. Walker. Niners catching a break here. Also, we talked about a Deshaun Watson injury. I didn't get the one I wanted, though, Tom, and I demand to get what I wanted. Tolbert and Copes, we'll talk a little bit more about this Niner-Browns game next on the Sports Leader.
Fairfield, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfield Sports Leader.
Former 49er Jesse Sapolo joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss his joy seeing the 49ers beat up on Dallas yet again. That interview and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
On Deshaun, he's not going to practice today. He continues to be day-to-day with this injury, and we'll continue to treat it. And that's really, I'm not going to have updates past today. It's all part of the rehab process with his injury. He's working extremely hard. He's working around the clock, and we're just going to continue to take it day by day. Any injury, don't care if it's ankle, knee, shoulder, you have to be able to do your job, and you have to be able to function and be able to do all the things that are asked of you to play your position. So that's really what it is, making sure that he continues to rehab and get to a place where he's able to do his job at a high level. I think PJ's been here now for a month plus, getting a better understanding of what we do, but just felt like it was the right decision for the team.
As opposed to Kevin Stefanski, Cleveland Browns head coach. Niners going to see the Browns, and we'll have the game for you right here Sunday morning. 10 a.m. is the kickoff time. Our pregame gets going at 7 a.m. Myself, Dennis Brown, and John Lund will be with you. By the way, we do the live stream throughout each and every show here on KNBR 104.5 and 680. Check it out on YouTube on the KNBR page, knbr.com, or our KNBR Twitch page. You can check it all out there. And we're doing pregame and postgame for the 49ers rest of the way on the YouTube stream as well. So check it out starting 7 a.m., and then we'll have your post-game and be taking your calls after the Niners and the Browns. Stefanski there talking about the injury to Deshaun Watson, who's dealing with a rotator cuff contusion. Ah, man. When we talked injury before the year, Tom, we were thinking we were both pretty open about our feelings on Deshaun Watson. Pretty okay if he stepped in a sprinkler drain. People were like, man, you're wishing injury on the guy. I was like, hey, if you want to be the one that defends Deshaun Watson, go ahead. It's me and Tom against Watson, and you're going with Watson. That's on you. Anyway, Deshaun Watson out with a rotator cuff injury 2 weeks ago. Dorian Thompson-Robinson got the start.
How long is he going to be out with that?
Well, he was out 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
And then they had a bye, so that's why they're not totally sure. And part of me thinks they're just kind of being coy about it. We don't have any update. We don't have any information. Sometimes when that happens, we just sort of pop up and they're like, oh, you know what? He's doing okay. He might end up playing a little bit. Or we're gonna see if he's going to try to go. That's what they always say. He's going to try to go. Means he's playing, and then if he gets hurt, then he's out. Yeah. Right? That's it. So they're going to go with P.J. Walker, he says, likely instead of, or that's the expectation, instead of DTR, who started a couple of weeks ago. I'll give you his numbers in just a minute. But the Browns, having already lost Nick Chubb, who's really who their offense runs through. I mean, that's the equivalent of the Tennessee Titans losing Derrick Henry. I mean, he's one of the top 3 or 4 running backs in all of football. An absolute monster. Watson, you've given a ton of money to, and you were expecting big things from him. Niners catching a bit of a break here, running into a banged-up Browns team, even though they're coming off a bye. And then next week, they're going to see the Vikings. Justin Jefferson's going to be out at least a month now, landing on IR with the hamstring. So while this is the first real test, and we were talking about it off-air for the Niners because of the weather and going on the road, they catch a little bit of a break here. Potentially here. Even if Watson plays, he's not 100%.
Yeah, look, they're a better team. It's just a better situation for Cleveland. Coming off a bye, last game they played, they got their asses handed to them, and they're at home, and the weather's not going to be great. That's a good situation to be in against a team who hasn't lost, who came off an incredibly impressive performance on national TV. I wouldn't call it a short week, but little bit of a short week since you play at night and then you're going to play
fewer
West
hours
Coast
if
time.
you're doing that thing.
West Coast time, you'll play in the morning. So situationally, it's a really good spot for the Browns. And they played, I mean, they're really good defensively too. So that can keep you in a game. Problem is, they have quarterback issues. You don't want to have quarterback issues? You specifically don't want to have quarterback issues against this team when you don't have a running game to complement it. Problem is they've lost their backfield. And you lose your backfield, you're paying your backfield a lot of money. Although I don't know how much Chip's getting paid. You should get paid.
I think he's in the top 3 or 4. He's number 4. Is that what Derek's saying?
Okay.
He's making like $12 million or $11 million a year, something like that, right, Derek?
So yeah, it's a really tough spot for them. And 49ers might just be that team this year that just keeps rolling everybody. There's always one of those teams that you just can't stop them. And that might be the Niners this year. They just might be, bad spot, good spot, terrible spot, great. It doesn't matter. They're just going to win because that's what they do and that's who they are and that's how talented they are. They very well could be that team. So I don't know that I'd take the Niners. I certainly wouldn't take. I'm not going to step in front of the Niner train. It may not be on the train, but I ain't stepping in front of it. I'm not. No, that's no. So they again. I don't want to bet against them and then watch them play and go, what are you doing, dummy?
Yeah.
It's dumb. Oh, but I didn't think they'd win by 8. Stop. They are until otherwise noted. They are that team. So, yeah. And the thing for the Niners, they could win if they have to score 40. They could win if they have to hold you to 10. They don't have to play a certain style of game. Like I'm not sure Miami right now could win a game if they score 14 points.
No, I don't think
14,
so. I think
13.
the Niners can. Yeah. Niners will win a 17-6.
Niners can definitely do that.
They'll grind one of those out if they have to.
Absolutely.
They'll hand it to Mason 10 times and hand it to Debo 5 times, and McCaffrey will grind it out. Juszczyk will get some. It'll be they can win games like that for sure. The question is also, this becomes a factor for a rookie kicker going on the road in a different environment, potential with some rain. So what you're talking about here, and we said this the other day, is that there's not one Achilles heel you look at for the Niners where you say that can beat them each and every time out, or if they don't fix that, that's going to be a problem. I look at Cleveland in the same sort of way I looked at Dallas. I said this all last week. I did not trust their offense. 2 offensive touchdowns a game coming in. They got 1 last week, right? They hadn't shown me anything. Cleveland, same sort of thing. If they're without Watson, pretty bad. However, in 4 games this year, and they're 2-2, by the way, they've played Cincinnati. They beat Cincinnati week 1. Lost to Pittsburgh at Pittsburgh, beat Tennessee at home, lost to Baltimore at home. Then they had their bye last week. They're the 23rd best offense in terms of points per game in the league, 19 points per game. Their defense is fantastic. They're giving up under 200 yards a game total in 4 games. But look at the offenses they faced. Cincinnati was horrible week 1. Pittsburgh hasn't done anything really. Tennessee's nothing. Steve Young makes fun of them on our show every week. And Baltimore put up, I think, 28 on them, and I think they might have gotten a defensive touchdown, or a special teams TD. So it's their defense, I think, is probably pretty good. They've got weapons. I think they can stop you, but I think you can run into a game like we saw with Dallas where they could beat the brakes off of them because the offense won't be able to keep up.
Yeah.
I think we could see that on Sunday. But we'll talk more about the Browns defense. Let's talk more about the offense, though, with the 49ers. You made this comp the other day comparing them to the Warriors. And I'm wondering which Warrior team you're talking about and what the comp is.
KD team.
I was wondering, that's exactly what I said. Derek goes, which one was he talking about? I said, I think it's a KD team. This could have been year 1. I'm like, no. McCaffrey's here. It's got to be the KD situation. Yeah. What are those comps? And can this be a team sort of like the Warriors where this is not the end of a window that we think is going to get tight financially, but maybe the springboard into something else? That's coming up next. Then we'll get into some Warrior talk and our Coach Speak segment, one of the best each and every week. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
We got guys who all believe that they can affect the game because they can. We got a bunch of good players who all want to touch the ball, and I think what's good is they've all been here a while, so they kind of know how we work.
Yeah, I mean, we do have some speed and athleticism, in our roster. I think that's accurate. We're not going to be the quickest team, the most athletic team, but got a lot of skill, a lot of knowledge, a lot of feel, championship experience.
Kyle Shanahan and Steve Kerr both speaking about the talent and experience of their teams. I don't think they were sitting next to each other when they did that. We just cut those two sound bites together. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Earlier this week, Tom, you had made a comment about the 49er team reminding you of the Warriors.
Yes.
Where they could beat you in multiple ways. Is there anything else about them? Because that feel, I think, it's not it's not just a skill set thing wise, I feel like, with the offense. Because that Warriors, that's the thing I think people forget about with that Warriors team. And it's probably what people will forget about with this Niner team when the season's over, even this stretch of games here, when maybe they stop being as hot, whatever happens. I think you forget how great teams are in certain elements when you're in the middle of it, right? That Warrior team, incredible three-point shooting team, obviously. They were an insane defensive team.
Yes.
And people forget, I think, that when Steve Kerr got here, and that's something that I think he credited Mark Jackson with, that was a mental change of culture that Mark Jackson focused on, and then Steve Kerr sort of honed in on, and by the time he got here, those guys were ready to make the jump, and never could have predicted what was going to happen with Steph. But I think we forget what they were great at, which is why the offense was so good. The Niners, I think, both ways. We haven't seen defensive touchdowns yet, but the defense last week was as good as we've ever seen it.
Yeah. Well, they were actually the best mid-range shooting team in the league.
In 15, 16?
No. In 17.
Oh, in 17.
When they had KD. When the first team that won the championship, that was the best defensive team they had.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, that's when they were number one offensively, number one defensively. They just dominated the league. Yeah. Now I'm just talking weapons, which is why I compared it to the 49ers, and mostly the 49ers offense is that the weapons are silly. You have way more options than any other team. You have more versatility than any other team. Debo, versatile. McCaffrey, versatile. Kittle, versatile. And then he can catch and block. And then you got Juszczyk, who can come out of the backfield and catch it and block. Ayuk's not super versatile. He's like your classic wide receiver. He's really good.
He's a great blocking receiver.
He is.
Downfield blocker.
But the other four, just super, I don't want to say interchangeable, but really versatile. And they can do a lot of things. And you can't stop everybody. You almost have to pick your poison, and you almost can't stop enough of them. And you can have two involved at one time. They don't all four have to be involved. It's like the Warriors. All four of them weren't involved, but you could have two of them on the court at the same time whenever you wanted. You never had to go without two of those guys on the court.
Right.
So you always had two stars. And I just look at those teams and think, man, the Warriors were almost impossible to stop from a defensive standpoint. I'm not sure teams didn't stop them. And then you look at the 49ers and think, okay, well, how do you stop this? Okay, we're going to take away the run game, which they did last Sunday night. Blitzed them through the air, blitzed them early. We'll take away Ayuk. Okay, well, then we're going to go ahead and just get it to Debo and let Debo do his thing. Okay, we'll take away the short screens and then try to take away the runs. Okay, well, we got Kittle and we got Ayuk on the intermediate and deep routes. Okay, we're going to take that away. All right, now Kittle's open underneath or McCaffrey's open underneath. There's so many weapons they have that it's damn near impossible to stop, and that's why I kind of made that analogy with the Warriors offensively in that versatility, tons of skill, and impossible to stop. I mean, the kind of the difference is Purdy in a lot of cases has to deliver the ball to all these playmakers. Mm-hmm. In basketball, you have the ball in your hands and you can create on your own. You have guys passing it to you, of course, and that's another hallmark of the Warriors is passing and 30 assists and all that kind of stuff. Now, that doesn't really...
That's more like Barcelona soccer than anything.
Yeah, exactly.
more than it's like
exactly. But skill, tons of skill and versatility is why I made the analogy between those two teams, the KD Warriors and kind of the McCaffrey, if you will, 49ers.
Do you see it, guys? 808 KNBR to the listeners out there. You can hit us on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We're going to take your calls a little bit later. We'll get into some of the Bruce Bochy stuff and get some of your calls on the search for the next Giants manager. Bochy actually, by the way, texted Murph this morning and asked him about that. Like, while Murph was on the air, he got a text from Boch. Boch was like, hey, thanks for the congratulations. Who's the front runner for manager up there? It was like 8:20 this morning.
Bonjour.
I was just like waking up in a bath of champagne, and he's like, who's managing the Giants in 24? That's a big year for them. Anyway, we'll take some of your calls on that. But anyway, KNBR, which Warrior team does it remind you of more, or reminds you more of this 49er team? Is it that 15 that won the first championship, or when they became more lethal when Kevin Durant got here? I see the comp to both just because this team hasn't won one yet. The defense is wild. And I think this defense is going to prove, again, it's tough to tell when they're dominating teams the way they are. Like in the second half, they're running away. I was just looking at like their points per quarter. Do you know what is their highest scoring quarter of the game for the Niners?
If I take a guess,
yeah.
Second,
they go 12.4. That's their highest scoring. And then their second highest is the fourth, and they go 10.2.
Yeah.
Remember last year how bad they were in the second half of games, and specifically the fourth quarter?
Yep.
They were going like 2 points a game at one point in the fourth. It's not the same thing. They're going 6.8 in the first. They're going a touchdown in the first quarter. And usually like milking a whole clock almost, right?
Yep.
Like taking a big chunk of time out. 12.4 in the second, 4.0 in the third, 10.2 in the fourth. So they stay consistent. And I think teams now are trying to, like the Cowboys kicked it to the Niners first. They wanted to make sure they got the ball second.
Yep.
Right? Like teams now are trying to throw off. I don't think they care. They just come out and they pound you. So I can't see any scenario where this team has enough falling off. But I also see the defense. It's at some point going to start scoring touchdowns. The defense is like most of their interceptions right now are like tip drill to each other too. Like they're in the spots where they need to be. Guys know where they belong. I just it's tough to tell how good the teams are they're facing because they're dominating them the way they are.
No doubt. Now, the one thing I would say is it doesn't really matter how dominant you are after 5 games. You got to keep it going.
Yeah.
But I don't see any reason why they wouldn't. Again,
we got a show to do.
They just look like that team. I understand that. Yeah. Content, baby. But they look like that team. There's always a team that looks like that team. There have been a couple years where Kansas City has looked like that team. There was a year when the Rams looked like that team. There's a year when Buffalo looked like that team. Now, they all didn't win it, but they just look like that team. And you got to stay healthy, and you got to have a few breaks here and there. But they do. They look like that team. And no one else looks like them right now. Not Kansas City, not Buffalo, not Philadelphia, not Cincinnati, not Miami, not Baltimore, nobody. Nobody looks like this team right now. They are, in my mind, I talked about this yesterday, just to kind of give it some perspective when it comes to point spreads and stuff. I would make them a small 1-point dog in Kansas City and Buffalo, maybe in Philly. That is it. Other than that, neutral field, they would be favored against everybody in the Super Bowl. Everybody. And probably by a field goal over everybody and more over some. But they are the best team in the NFL right now. they're the highest power-rated team in the NFL right now. And they look exactly like that. Like sometimes you look at a power rating and go, wow, they're third or they're first or they're fourth or they're, wow, interesting. Kind of dig into it a little bit more. You don't need to dig into this one because they look exactly like everybody says they look. If you looked on paper, if you never watched the Niners play and you saw them like they're the number one power rated team, and then you watch them, you go, yep, didn't even need that. Didn't even need to see the power rating. I can tell that. I've seen the other good teams play. Philly, that's a solid team. Didn't look like they've hit their stride quite yet, but yeah, good team and lost both their coordinators, so maybe they're working a few things out there. But yeah, they look good. Kansas City offensively, yeah, I mean, they got some struggles with the wide receivers, but the defense is playing good. Buffalo's been a little inconsistent, but you can see Buffalo's Buffalo. Miami looks great offensively, defensively kind of I like Seattle, and the Rams are maybe a little bit surprising. Detroit, though, I like Detroit. But no one looks like this team.
Yeah.
Nobody.
On the same, on that level on both sides of the ball. It's why,
Thank you.
That's why I was with Chris Rose saying, who was saying, Daniel Jeremiah of the NFL Network was saying, yeah, it's like the Lions are like the JV Niners because they're balanced. They're not at as high of a level, but they're doing things sort of at the same clip against maybe not lesser opponents, but just not on the same level because they're not as proven. The talent isn't what it is on the Niners. They're not quite as established, but they're on their way, I think, the Lions.
I want to see if you read this stat. I read a stat today.
Okay.
And I don't know if I could have been sleeping. I'm not positive. But Kyle Shanahan's offense has never scored 20 points against a Jim Schwartz defense or over 20 points against a Jim Schwartz defense.
Kyle Shanahan offense has never scored 20 points against a Jim Schwartz
either
defense.
20 or over 20 points. I think it was like 9 games. It was like a fairly meaty sample size.
Over-under on the game's 37 and a half, right?
And I think it says on Twitter, and I could probably find it and scroll through with a muck.
Don't do that. Let's just talk about it instead and wonder if it's true.
But I do believe I read that. I should have wrote it down, but I didn't.
Wild if true.
Well.
If true, that's a pretty crazy note. That's what they're going up against this week. Don't forget Jim Schwartz, same guy who got into it. The dude who was just yelling nobody. Dude,
he got the 5-point star from Harbaugh.
Who puts up with Jim Schwartz? Oh no! Oh, it fell flat. It fell flat. All right.
Bonjour.
Let's. By the way, you were saying Niners like you watch them. There's nobody else that looks close. I had Tim dig it up. We may as well just play it. I was like, yeah, because they are who we thought they were.
The Bears are who we thought they were.
I just need to know who they thought they were.
That's why we took the damn field.
Yeah, no.
If you want to crown them, then crown their ass.
By the way, Bears.
But they are who we thought they were.
Somebody said Bears and Chargers were on like Sunday Night Football coming up later this month. Is that right?
What?
I was like, that's terrible.
Well, that didn't surprise me.
Oh, it's getting flexed out. Yeah, we'll flex that one out. Yeah, I'll take care of it.
Can we flex it out at that point?
I think you can flex out as early as like now. I think like week.
Really?
Dude, it used to be like week 12, and week 5 is now the flex date.
Really?
Yeah. Because you know why? Because of what happened. Nice, dude. Because you teed us up for that, dude.
No, he teed himself up.
He teed himself up just to hit
He teed himself up. That's the worst when you tee up your own joke. Let me tee up my own joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's just
throwing it all you
rude.
That's missing a shot, grabbing the board for the triple-double. That's
really
what that is.
You went
purpose.
Ricky Davis on us. You went Ricky Davis.
Hey, Tim, you know who likes you teeing up your own jokes? Nobody! Come on back. We'll get into a little bit more of the Warriors. How about this? Klay Thompson sat down with Anthony Slater, talked a lot about this coming season, what went wrong a little bit for him last season. What do the Warriors need out of Klay Thompson this year, final season of his contract? And what does he expect for the rest of his career and a contract beyond this season? We'll tell you about that next, only here on the Sports Leader. Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson could miss Sunday's matchup against the 49ers with a rotator cuff contusion. Oh, no. That's the rain. More trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy, best place to play fantasy sports. We've been saying all football season, but we got a break from football tonight. Why not get back in on the action with some playoff baseball? You got LA going up against Arizona tonight. I'm looking at the pick'em game. It's where they give you a stat for two different players. You pick whether or not they're going to go higher or lower than that stat. I say two players. You can pick up to 5, and if you go 5 for 5, you can make 20 times your money in a single game. What I'm looking for tonight is a couple of good numbers here. Mookie Betts for LA. Mookie Betts going up against Brendan Pfaadt, the starting pitcher for Arizona. 3 for 5 in his career. I'm looking at higher than 1.5 total bases. That's exactly what I'm going to go with. And then if I take a look at somebody for Arizona, how about Ketel Marte? In his career against a LA starting pitcher, Lance Lynn, you go 13 at-bats. He's got 4 hits. How about that? Hitting 308. You take higher than 1.5 total bases for Ketel Marte, and you got yourself a night, right? You can make yourself a little bit of money, but it all starts with heading on over to the App Store, downloading the Underdog Fantasy app, and when you do, sign up with the promo code KNBR because they'll match your first deposit up to $500. And for new customers, what they're going to do is they're going to give you a special pick'em higher than a half a yard. It's a mystery pick'em special for new players in your pick'em lobby, but you got to download the Underdog app, sign up with promo code KNBR. They'll match your first deposit from $10 up to $500, and you get that special pick'em in your pick'em lobby. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms do apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
As far as with Steph, that's all I know is Steph is my point guard, and I've been lucky enough to see his work ethic, and we were able to get in the gym this summer together. I know I let him down on the golf course, so I'll try and pick up the slack and have a great shooting season. That's the only way I can really make up for it.
How's Klay Thompson? I like him saying, hey, Steph's my point guard.
As far as with Steph, that's all I know is Steph is my point guard. And
it's not a quarterback. Like, a lot of guys are going to play. A lot of guys are going to handle the ball. A lot of guys are going to get assists. Klay won't get many of them, but a lot of guys will get assists, including a lot of Steph to Klay. So Klay had a sit-down, and it was good. It was in the Athletic. It's in the Athletic right now. Anthony Slater. It was a great job covering the Warriors, who opened, by the way, it's 2 weeks from yesterday, the 24th, 2 weeks from yesterday, October 24th. They opened against the Suns. Anthony Slater released a piece today in the Athletic, a little sit-down with Klay Thompson, where they talk about his contract and what went wrong in the playoffs last year. So correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe I'm paraphrasing, but I thought in the last year or so, Klay had made a comment about a max deal or wanting a max deal. Am I wrong on that? 808 KNBR,
I don't know if it's exactly those words, but I think it was, like along those lines. Like, I'm not going to take a discount.
Maybe it was something like that, or I'm a max player.
That.
Something like that.
Something like that, yes.
So, I think this was following the championship season, maybe coming into last year. Did he just do it again? Bryce Harper just hit another bomb to center field.
That thing was. Is he going to look at Arcia on the way around second base again?
Oh, man.
He did.
7-1. He did.
What did Arcia say to him?
I don't know, but he's eyeballing him every time he runs second. I
got to find out what Arcia said.
Harper's got 2 homers in the game, 4 RBIs. Phillies up 7-1 now on the Braves, bottom of the 5th. By the way, we are going to take your calls in about an hour. We're getting into some of your thoughts on Bruce Bochy. And, by the way, could the Dodgers lose today and then move on from Dave Roberts? We'll get everybody's thoughts on that as well, as the Giants still do not have a manager. It's been kind of quiet on the managerial search front, by the way, just as things are going right now. But back into the Warriors here. We'll try to find exactly what the details were. But Klay made some comment along those lines. And you and I talked about it at the start of last year, where the season started and they said he's not going to play back-to-backs. He had a minutes restriction. And I remember you talked at the beginning saying, I remember exactly this. We're sitting in our old studio and you were going, yeah, but you got to be careful with him coming back and we're yada, yada. And I said, I understand all that, but if we look at his numbers in the playoffs, like that sort of debunks all of that argument. He was up to playing over 40 minutes a game. Mm-hmm. He helped. He was a huge cog in winning the NBA Finals against the Celtics. So when he makes that statement, I thought, boy, you've really got to play better, I think, than you did in this past year, because he didn't seem like he was in shape and they weren't getting enough out of him. So here's what he says to Anthony Slater, quote, I know if I do my job and I'm in shape and I compete at the highest level, I'm going to make money in this league for a long time, so I don't worry about it. I'm blessed beyond measure. Obviously, you want to make the most in the window you have as an athlete, but I'm not going to let that get in the way of winning a championship. That's a hell of a comment. When you win, everything else will be taken care of. Let's just start with that. That's a different guy than came into the league. Not that he was a boisterous, brash, demonstrative dude, but that's a guy who understands the ups and the downs of what's been an incredible Hall of Fame career for him. I think his perspective on that is spot on, because I think it's easy to lose that, and I'll never know. We'll never know what that perspective is like to have all those titles won, to have both of those injuries happen, then to come back and win it again. You say what you're going to say. You know what I mean? But I think that perspective is pretty damn cool.
No, it's maturity. It's just understanding what's important. And I think as you mature and get a little bit older, and you can mature without even getting older, but if you do both, I think you take on a different perspective in terms of what's important. Is money the most important thing? Is quality of life the most important thing? Is being with an organization that I've been with my whole career the most important thing? Is being with teammates that I love being around the most important thing? I think sometimes you start changing priorities around a little bit. And look, he was a guy that came back. And what did he hear the first few months that he came back? He's not the same. And they had to deal with that a lot. He's not the same. He's never going to be the same. He's older. He's coming off 2 catastrophic injuries. Of course, he's not going to be the same, but I think he felt like it was piling on. I think some of it was just people stating the obvious, but from his perspective, it's like, hey, I remember him saying, give me a break. Give me a few months. I'm trying to work this out. Yeah, I'm not going to be the same, but I'll get back to and then he gets back and wins a championship. So I think a lot of that was still kind of in him, like that fire. Like I got to show people I can still do this. I got to prove it to myself that I can still do this, that I can play at a high level. And maybe now that he's done that and he's gone through a year, another year has been removed. Maybe he looks at it again through a new lens. The only thing I wish he would not say is he gets so caught up in shooting. Like it's almost like he feels his self-worth is whether he's shooting well or not. Like when he said in that clip, I hope I have another good shooting year. It's like, I hate that and maybe that's the way he ticks, but I hate that he puts that pressure on himself, because it feels like I see him sometimes on the court when I'm doing the games. He'll miss a few shots and the shoulders kind of slump a little bit, and he gets down on himself like he can't believe he missed a shot. And it's like, bro, just go.
I think he's a different beast, though.
You're better than that.
I think he's kind of like a reliever. You know what I mean? Like how they're kind of like different creatures. Like shooters got to shoot, man.
Yeah,
like that's his skill set.
Well, he's going to.
Well,
we know this.
And the other part is because the defense isn't there in the way that it was. The lateral movements are like he's still.
It isn't, but he's still a good defender.
Still good, definitely.
He's just not a lockdown guy. He's still. My point is that's not the only thing he offers the team.
Yeah,
is that he can offer the team other things even if he's not shooting the ball. Clay just being on the court opens the offense up. It does. People run at Clay all the time. They're always going to run to Clay. One dribble, pump fake, kick the ball. Guys are going to get wide open shots because Clay is on the court. Clay runs the court, runs the wing. That drags defenders with him. That opens the rest of the floor up for anybody else that decides they want to run the floor. So my point is he's more than just a shooter. Like that's all he can do is shoot. He can play defense. Again, not at the level he once did, but look, he's getting older and the 2 injuries. So we understand that. He's going to have some limitations there. But just him being on the court and how great a shooter he is helps the offense and helps other players that are out there on the court with him. So I just sometimes wish that he wouldn't get so down on himself when he misses shots. Like I know I understand. He feels like he should make every damn shot. He does. And apparently that's what good shooters, when you're that good a shooter, you never expect to miss a shot. But I like it when he shoots, misses, and whatever. Let me just get back on defense. We'll come back, shoot, miss, whatever.
He shot his way into it. He'll shoot his way out.
Yeah, exactly. Right? He always does. And
that's what shooters do.
He's always going to give him a chance, give himself a chance to shoot himself back into it, because if he's open, he's shooting it. I don't care if he's 28 for 28 or 0 for 28.
Next one's going in.
Yeah, exactly. Or there's they're up 2 with 5 seconds left and about to get fouled. He'll still shoot it. Clay didn't care. Clay's like, I'm open, I'm shooting the ball. Clock, score, whatever. I don't even know what that means. Just give me the ball and I'm going to shoot the ball. But, yeah, I think he sounded a little reflective there. And maybe that bodes well for him, bodes well for the Warriors, and we'll see where it goes.
Well, you elaborate a little bit more because he talks. Here's another comment from him. We'll react to this one too. This is funny too because this is so I can hear Clay saying this like in his voice. He goes, "Absolutely, I wouldn't want to go anywhere else to play for one franchise, man. That's so rare in any sport." Ready? Then he goes a little Grandpa Joe on us. Football, baseball, basketball, hockey, Australian rules football.
What?
To play for one club is insane. Yeah, he said that. That's actually what he says. One more time. Absolutely, I wouldn't want to go anywhere else. To play for one franchise, man, that's so rare in any sport. Football, baseball, basketball, Australian rules football. To play for one club is insane. It's some real legendary stuff. I've just been so lucky to be a part of this franchise. It'd be hard to envision myself in another uniform. Basketball. So never say never, but that's as close as it gets. I mean, for him to say, I'm not going to let stuff get in the way of a championship and I can't see myself playing somewhere else. I'm not saying he's playing for free, but the fact that he said what he said in the first statement about, look, when you win and you take care of business, everything takes care of itself. I think if he does what they need him to do this year, they value that. He doesn't have to be the Clay of old to get another contract that's pretty good for him, the same as Draymond. Not asking for 14 points a game from Draymond like you were in 16.
Yep. Cricket. Team tennis.
Pickleball. Backgammon.
Live.
Bowling.
Yeah, it's all those.
Live, dude.
You're just going to want to play
to play for one live team. To play for Brooks Koepka's one team for my whole career. It's legendary stuff, man. You put it up there with the Yankees and the Celtics and the Brooks Koepka Live Tour golf team.
That's such a Clay thing to say. Australian rules.
Dude,
What are you
really,
talking about?
football,
like Australian rules.
baseball.
I couldn't even name
All
one.
Blacks.
I couldn't name one player.
No, I could go NRL with you, but I couldn't go ARF.
I couldn't name one player. The only guy I even could maybe kind of not recognize, but if somebody pointed him out, was the Niner that played.
And again,
or
not,
even
not
played
Aussie,
rugby.
not Aussie, it wasn't Aussie rules football. He played rugby league.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
well there you go. So I couldn't name a guy then. Like I have no idea.
Yeah, Jared Hayne. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's supposed to talk Hayne. Yeah,
he had to. Yeah, he had to say bye-bye.
Yeah, Hayne, not a good dude.
No, not at all.
So you get on a plane, Hayne, and get out of here, huh?
Yeah.
Sasha talks a lot of mess about America. I gotta throw Jared Hayne back in her face.
There you go.
I'm gonna do that to her tonight.
Yes, I think
hey,
you
remember
should.
that guy? By the way, I remember they called him like the Michael Jordan of rugby.
Yeah.
I asked Sasha about that early on when we were dating. I was like, "Do you remember this guy?" She's like, "Yeah, he was all right, man. Yeah. Won an MVP or something.
okay.
Yeah, he's okay, man." I kind of get the impression he was more like.
Well, remember, Michael Petrus was the Michael Jordan of France.
Well, Air France.
So there you go.
Dude, I was like, man, they
the
just
Michael Jordans of other countries are what they're cracked up to be. Apparently,
I know. It's really not. It's really not quite the same. I don't know what the conversion rate is on Michael Jordan's.
It ain't good.
It's not good. When you get to France, dude, you're losing a lot of money. You're losing a lot, dude. You try to convert your Michael Jordan from France into American dollars, you get some good coin.
Yeah.
That's some good coin. One more here from Clay. They asked him what he learned. Anthony Slater said, what'd you learn about yourself last year? What happened? What went wrong for you personally? Because he also, by the way, don't forget February, he carried the team.
Yes, he
Clay
did.
had the greatest month of his career last February. We'll run through those numbers in the next couple of days here. I'll pull them up for you in just a sec. But he said, quote, I learned that I was fried. I was tired. Can you imagine? He hadn't played a full season since before it was the 2018-19 year, right? It would have been the year that he got hurt in the Raptors finals.
Yep.
Because then he gets hurt again. He misses a year. Then he gets hurt again. So he hadn't played a full. Think about how hard it is for guys to get their minutes back. When Wiggins was gone for a couple of months, and we were like, how long is it going to take to get his speed back? Has he been working out? Clay hadn't been able to run. How do you even keep your stamina up like that? I mean, he's trying to build these muscles back in 2 different major injuries. He said, I learned I was fried. I was tired. All my shots in that game 6 were short. They were all online. They were just all short. I don't know if that's mental fatigue or physical fatigue, but it happens. Then on top of that, I learned as I get older, I'll have to rely on my teammates and my smarts to be as efficient scoring the ball as I possibly can be. That's back to the scoring, but it's also a different reflection on scoring. As I get older and as the legs get more tired, I mean, that's another part of it too, right? It's adjusting to how your body reacts. Because I'd imagine that when you're I imagine that the peak for a player or the prime for a player is that they can operate at the same level or improve here or there, right? You're within the same little window of excellence for whatever period of time, and your body reacts sort of the same way for that time. And then at some point, things start breaking. It's like a car, right? It's like things start breaking down, and you need a change here, and you got to fix this now, and you've got to spend more time working on this part of your body to be able to get ready to go next time. And a lot of times, that's what changes guys is it's too much work to get ready to play that it's just not worth it anymore.
Yeah. Well, guys will tell you they just don't have fun doing it anymore. Don't have fun showing up to practice.
Yeah, because your body lets you down. Yeah.
But you got to get ready to play, and guys just that stops being fun for them. But no, it'll be interesting because I think this year health will be a key factor because all these guys are getting up there. Steph's older than all of them. Well, not Chris, but he's older than all the original Warriors. And have we for sure? Do we know Iggy's retiring? Do we know Andre's retiring? I think he is, but
he's done. I think
we heard.
I think he officially called it.
They did.
Yeah, he announced it on his podcast.
He did. Okay. Well, there you go. Then I don't listen to his podcast.
And I was like, thanks for coming this year, man.
Yeah, we should get him on.
It's good to see you.
I'll see if he'll come on this show.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
We could chat with him. But you never can predict injury, but it's easy to see that being an issue this year with guys who not only are they older, they have a lot of tread off the tire. I mean, think of how many deep seasons Draymond, Steph, and Clay have played. And forget about all the deep seasons Chris Paul's played. Yep. Maybe not as many as those guys, but he's getting close to 40. So, I mean, it's not like these guys have played 82 and they're out. These guys are playing 100 games year after year after year after year. I don't know if next year or last year will benefit them at all, having a shorter, how many games they play? 7 and 6? Is that what it was? 7 and 6? They losing 6 to the Lakers or losing 5? I think it was 6
to the Lakers, right? Yeah.
So 13 playoff games. Yeah. So, 95 as a team still. Now, they didn't play in all of them, of course, but those are like stressful innings for a pitcher. I mean, those are intense minutes. You're playing more minutes in the playoffs. So that will definitely be worth watching. And it's not something, again, you can predict, like, this is going to happen in October. This is going to happen in February. Watch for this. You can't do it that way, but it's easy to say when it comes to the Warriors, that could be a concern.
Yeah.
That is a concern. Keeping these guys healthy.
We're in that window now, right?
Where the Warriors staff, medical staff, has done a great job. And also minutes. I don't think there'll be minute restrictions. There won't be. But they're going to try to limit their minutes. Try to keep them in those low 30s and keep them healthy throughout the course of the year. So it's going to be very, very, very interesting.
We will see. Some good comments there from Klay Thompson. And again, less than 2 weeks now from opening night. 2 weeks from yesterday, Warriors open against the Phoenix Suns at Chase Center. First time Kevin Durant's going to come back and play at Chase in front of a crowd, which will be fun. Chris Paul going up against the Suns.
Yep.
I saw a guy today at the store on my way to work, and he goes, "Hey man, how about the Warriors, man? That's going to be fun this year." And I just kind of went, yeah, like kind of the unknown. Like, I don't know, man. Who knows? And he goes, "Oh, I don't know if they're going anywhere, but it should be fun, right?" And I was like, you know what, man? Absolutely. You're definitely right about that. No matter what, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a story. When we come on back, one of our favorite segments each and every week of the football season, Coach Speak. We will hear some of the best comments from NFL and college coaches across football from over the last week. You got a little Bill Belichick in there, Deion Sanders, and we got a couple other ones in there as well. By the way, Steve Young.
So exciting.
Steve Young normally joins us each and every Wednesday throughout the season at 5 o'clock. Is that what we normally do at 5 o'clock on Wednesdays? It's his birthday today, right?
Happy birthday.
So Steve's we're gonna give him a little special dispensation today. He missed the show. He's going to join us tomorrow. We will have Steve Young and the Steve Young Show returning tomorrow. But in about a half hour, we'll hear from you, taking your calls on a little Bruce Bochy into the LCS. How hard are you rooting for him? And we're still going to talk a bit about the Dodgers. If they lose tonight and whether or not they move on from Dave Roberts. Is that a name?
What do you mean keep singing?
Is that a name that... Who keeps singing?
I stopped singing.
Is Tim playing that? Stop playing that. Put your hands where I can sing.
I'm not going to sing because you want me to sing.
What?
The only time we sing on this song is when it's more and more and more.
More, more, more.
Or a puka, puka. That's the other one. All right, we will take your calls regarding Dave Roberts and Bruce Bochy with their futures. Puka, puka.
You know what we sound like?
What do we sound like?
We sound like the...
Toga. That's what I keep thinking of.
No, I keep thinking of the fish in the aquarium in Finding Nemo.
Puka, puka.
Do you guys
the fish
you remember
in the
that
aquarium.
scene? So they're in the aquarium in Finding Nemo. And they're doing that. They're doing that.
Is it when they get kidnapped? When they get captured?
Well, they capture Nemo, put him in the aquarium.
And then he has to get across the road. There's the Pizza Planet truck drives by. All that.
Bro, that's like Woody and Buzz.
Dude, no, I'm talking Nemo as well. Yeah, dude, pizza. That's that.
What are you talking about?
I'm going Pixar universe.
You're jumping all
I'm
over.
I'm not. I'm
jumping
talking
all
about
over
when
the
Nemo
board.
ends up in the fish tank and they have to escape in their little like fish bag, right, of water.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's a little Easter egg. Sorry, I guess I'm too inside on Nemo.
You were
There's
you're way too inside.
Yeah, we can talk Fenton's at the end of Up. Where do we want to go?
No, I do remember that.
See? Yeah.
I do remember Fenton's at the end of Up, but I think you're jumping movies on me. I couldn't keep up.
Anyway, I thought it was interesting.
No, it was
to know
like some sort of like a tribal ritual.
You're right. I know
They're
what you're talking about.
But that's why I thought of anyway, whatever. That was like that was a way wide left turn. So
I just thought it was always cool
scrap
that the Pizza Planet had franchised and made it out to the Great Barrier Reef. Nice to see that they've hit multiple continents here. So when we come on back,
the show has run its course.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. You started this
Appreciate
crap.
it.
Coach
you
Speak
did.
next on these Sports Later. Former 49er Jesse Sapolo joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss his joy seeing the 49ers beat up on Dallas yet again. That interview and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. I talk to you guys about it a lot because everybody is on this path, or I hope you're on this path, whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired. Don't you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or taking too much risk, or if you're setting yourself up to live the retirement lifestyle you've always dreamed of? That's where Greg O'Donnell comes in. If you got those questions, for more than 3 decades, he's been helping people answer them right here in the Bay Area. People like you help them plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. So if you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, Greg is an awesome guy. Give him a call. His team is a breeze to talk to, and there's no cost, no obligation. They want to help. They want to answer these questions for you and get you on the right path. Call them today, 866-496-2300, or visit online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon's sports leader.
When NFL coaches speak, we listen.
And I just think it's difficult to box without sparring.
I couldn't get free coffee?
It's football season. Most players play football in football season.
This is Coach Speak with Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
All right, little coach speak here. Then we want to hear you speak. We will talk at 4:30, 4:50. We'll start taking your calls. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. A little bit on Major League Baseball's playoffs. Bruce Bochy into the ALCS. You're rooting for Boch. Has this postseason run made you question the decision to let Bruce Bochy go? Has an opportunity to take a third team to a World Series. And where are we on the Giants managerial search? I mean, pretty quiet on that front. And could be another name potentially that rises up, and we'll see if maybe that's a reason the Giants have been quiet on that front. We'll talk about that, taking your calls. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call. Has the postseason run made you regret moving on from Bruce Bochy? And I'm sure a lot of you felt like that was the bad move. Anyway, a little coach speak here for Wednesday, October 11th, 2023. Mike McCarthy. I like how this one's saved. It's no fat on this cut at all. It's just a post-game cut. Or maybe a Monday afternoon cut. I don't even have a date on this. Mike McCarthy's reaction to the 42-10 loss to the 49ers. Just cut and dry. Here's Mike McCarthy.
Well, I think it's a punch in the gut. It's a kick in the ass, whatever phrase you want to put on it. But, I think it's clearly, but you look at how the season's gone. We've been knocked down. I mean, clearly. They beat us in all three phases. So, I think we will clearly acknowledge it. And I'm not a burn-to-tape guy. I think that's a crock. We're not going to do that. We're going to go through it, make sure we're clear on exactly, what the expectations are, make sure we're giving our players what they need to be successful. So, they played extremely well, and we did not. And it was really in the areas of basics, really in the areas that I thought we had taken a step as a team. So, I didn't see this coming.
Why did him and Dak both say they didn't see this coming? They both were like, I couldn't have seen this coming. And I'm like, really? Not at all? Like, not even all the football you guys have watched and played and been around, just not even in the, I know you got to psych yourself into it, but afterwards.
Look, did anybody see it coming?
Dante Whitner did. He called it, but he also calls 50-point blowouts a lot.
They called him to go undefeated, too.
Yeah.
So take that for what it's worth. I love Dante, but I mean.
We laugh.
Well, maybe he could be right. But he said last year.
Yeah, true.
They wouldn't lose after they got Christian McCaffrey. I think as a player, you would never entertain this. You would never even think about getting beat like this. Because, look, it doesn't happen that often.
Can't put your mind there, no.
Even in the end,
I get that.
The Dolphins. They didn't even beat the Giants that bad, right? I mean, statistically they did, but on the scoreboard they didn't because it's football and things happen. So, no. But it sounds like that's what he said to the team afterward. That maybe they talked about it because a lot of times if you listen closely, a lot of the players will say what the coach says because they feel like, well, I can't get in trouble if I say what he said. Sometimes they'll go rogue and go off script, but I didn't see that coming at all. Nobody saw that coming. Nobody can see a 32-point ass kicking happening in the NFL. Maybe, occasionally it'll happen. Like I said, if the Dolphins would have beat the Giants by 32, you could say, I saw that one coming.
Yeah, that was kind of predictable.
If the Bills beat the Giants this week, I saw that one coming. Sure. That one doesn't surprise me at all. Not this one, though. But you better learn to live with it because it did happen.
Yeah.
That just happened.
Moving on in the Coach Speak segment here. Deion Sanders, how about this? Colorado, a couple of snooze games in terms of schedule, but they barely sneak by 24-21 against Arizona State. Here's what Deion Sanders had to say after their 3-point victory.
I'm sorry, I'm happy about the win, but I'm not happy in the fashion that we won it in. We're better than that. We really are better than that, and we got to start showing that. I expect to win, and I expect to win in a better fashion than that. I'm sick of these consistent holes that we're displaying and the penalties and the things that we're doing. We're so much better. I apologize for my anger today, but I don't accept mediocrity. Maybe you do. Maybe you can live with it. Maybe you sleep with it. Maybe you lie with it. Maybe you're comfortable with it, but I'm not.
Wait.
I like that. I like that.
Give me all those, just that bit at the end, Tim, where he's talking about everything he's going to do to this game. You know what I mean? Lay with it, lie with it. Maybe you go with that, not me.
Not me.
Dude, something about the rasping.
Maybe you do. Maybe you can live with it. Maybe you sleep with it. Maybe you lie with it. Maybe you're comfortable with it, but I'm not.
What was the spread on this game?
3.5.
They won by
3.
Yeah, so you're right where everybody thought they would be, right where Vegas thought you'd be.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I understand being like, we need to clean some stuff up. Things got to get better and whatnot, but I think he's putting them in his mind in the class of the USCs and of the Oregons and of the Washingtons in the Pac-12, and they're not there yet. What they've done already has been a victory this year. It's incredibly impressive, but they're not in that class yet.
Yeah.
They're just not there.
No.
Moving on here in the coach speak, Bill Belichick. So remember the other day we played the comment of him after the game where he said, we got to start over.
Correct. Yep.
Somebody's like, you ever start over before? He's like, yeah, lots of times.
I know. It's so exciting.
What does that entail?
Lots of times. What are you talking about? Here's Bill
Starting
Belichick.
over.
He was asked to expand upon his comments that the entire team needs to start over.
You used the phrase starting over. I think last time we spoke with you, what does that specifically entail the last 2 days?
Yeah, it's what I just said. Fundamentals, things that'll help us play better.
Is that just on the players? Is that coaching staff starting over?
Yeah, all of us. Yeah, we're looking at everything.
Is there self-reflection in that too? What can the coaching staff and everyone do better?
Everyone.
Everyone.
Dude, he doesn't have to answer anything ever. He doesn't that's it.
Everyone.
He doesn't have to, if he doesn't specify it, he just generalizes it all. There's nothing else. Is anybody going to? Yeah, everybody's going to. So everybody's going to, everyone.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
Fundamentals, things that'll help us play better.
You're right.
I love that his demeanor's the exact same, win or lose, dude. You don't know if we played a soundbite from like a week before his 5th Super Bowl ring, you wouldn't know the difference between that and this right here.
No.
After a 34-0 ass kick to Derek Carr and the Saints in Week 5. One more here from James Franklin, head coach of Penn State. He's talking about Penn State's quarterback. Do you know
Drew Aller?
Is that his name? Drew Aller?
Mm-hmm.
Aller?
Stop.
Thank you, Tim. Nice.
Now everything ER, forget it. It's over on this show.
James Franklin.
No, I didn't do anything. Maybe I did, but I did whatever.
This is Tom and Stein's Monster, yeah. James Franklin, head coach of Penn State, was asked if...
Monster?
Nearly killed her. Asked if Penn State quarterback needs to be more aggressive. If Aller needs to be more aggressive. Here you go.
Is there a balance, though, between, hey, we need you to throw the ball deep no matter... Just take a shot. Don't overthink it. Take a shot. We need to see it. We're going to call it. And we need you to get some confidence in doing this as opposed to even giving a young quarterback the chance to say, hey, just check it down if it's not there.
I don't really understand what you're saying because we would never. Like my skin is curling when you say just drop back and chuck it deep no matter what. Like that is like I don't even know what you're saying. It's like you're speaking like from
just
Mars.
Just send a guy on a post pattern, take the shot, throw it.
No matter what.
Give your receiver a chance to make a play on a ball. Even if he might be covered 30 yards down the field, maybe you think he'll be open 45 yards down the field and like Godwin did or with Jahan or KJ.
I still don't like you're speaking Japanese. We have never done that. Just throw the ball up and maybe he'll be open and maybe he'll catch it. Like my skin is like you're making me uncomfortable. Like I don't know what you're talking about. So okay. we would not do that. We would never do that. We've never thought about doing that as a head coach, as an offensive coordinator, as a receivers coach. I coached the receivers. I didn't want them to do that. So no. Strong, no. No.
I just knew that's where that was going. You just hear the
question keeps going. I was like, this is bad.
This is going to be bad for him.
This is not a good one.
It sounded like a student reporter, too.
Oh, dude, he just laid into him. You ever just chuck it deep no matter what?
You're speaking Japanese.
Just so we could see it, see what it looks like? What do you mean just see what it looks like? It was chuck it down the field and see what it looks like. That looked pretty good. Got picked. But it looked pretty good. It was a spiral, so we got that going for us.
High-level riffing by
what is that?
High level by Franklin, too. Just that's a guy, that's not some meathead coach. Him not cursing at the kid, not ripping or laying in. Just I don't even know what you're making me uncomfortable. Wasn't it incredible until he flips it on him?
Really?
You're going to catch an HR violation.
Although I do got to say that every time I think of James Franklin, I think of his practices in hiring assistant coaches.
Listen. He is at Penn State. It's a tradition unlike any other, hiring assistant coaches,
You know what he does, right?
What, how he goes about it?
Yeah.
What's his ploy? Or what's his like how he finds his assistant coaches?
Yep.
Go ahead. I don't know this.
He wants them to have hot wives.
Oh, I did know this. Yeah,
Yes.
I did know this.
Gotta have hot
you're making
wives,
me uncomfortable.
So you have confidence.
Yeah.
If you have confidence, you had a hot wife, then you got confidence, then you can recruit. I'm like, oh wow. I hope that's the only reason.
How many natties he got to show for that? How many appearances is he making at CFP? One? Have they made it? They haven't made it. Penn State hasn't made it, right? They've fallen just outside a couple of times.
Yeah,
right?
I think Vanderbilt just fell short of the debate champion.
No.
I don't think. No, I think they've been to a Rose Bowl, a couple Rose Bowls, I think. But I don't think they've been to a college football playoff. No.
I don't think so. They're a team right now that's like right on the outside looking in. They could jump in there. They could jump in.
You ever thought about just dropping back just so you could see what it looks like?
Strong, no.
Can I get all the no's at the end real quick? Because he says no. I think he gives a third no.
No. Strong, no. Like, yeah. No.
Like, yeah.
And there's a good pause in between the strong and the no. It's not strong no, it's strong no.
No. Yeah.
Just to emphasize
Just
the
so
no.
we can
You're
see.
making me uncomfortable.
I love
You're making me uncomfortable.
When the kid doubles down, he's like, he's like running a post
Yeah, but
pattern
what
or
I'm
something.
saying,
And he's trying to explain one more look. Like, I like what I'm saying is he's not open 30 yards downfield because he's covered, but maybe he'll be open 45 yards. So you just heave it just to see maybe he'll get there.
Maybe what happens. Let's see what happens.
Japanese.
You're speaking Japanese.
That's
Was it the
unbelievable.
Vapors?
Unbelievable sound. Oh, dear, thank you. Nicely done. I got you, Tom. I got you.
Oh, God.
Great stuff in the coach speak. We've got a lot of really good a lot more great sound coming up in your sound soiree.
Are we gonna do the Mad Dog at some point?
Oh, that's coming in sound soiree at 5:15. If you as a fan are upset about the way like the national football schedule goes, remember last year we got all those Broncos games.
Yeah.
This year we got all these Jets games.
You got a lot of Bronco games too, unfortunately.
Yeah, we can flex out of some of these games as early as
goodness.
right now. Well, there's a game that Mad Dog Russo is real upset we can't flex out of, and you'll hear about it in the sound soiree. Before we do that, when we come on back, just for kicks, just because it's out there, Giants. We haven't heard any news really on the managerial front. Where else they're interviewing? I would imagine if there was a bunch of guys coming in from other teams, we would be hearing that the Giants were interviewing, ex-coach from whatever team. Do you wonder at all if the Giants have interest in Dave Roberts if the Dodgers move on from him after this year? We'll discuss that
I
next.
hadn't until you said something.
Dodgers facing elimination. I know a lot of Giants fans would immediately say, no, absolutely not. He's a Dodger manager. I think Dave Roberts.
No.
But no. I think Dave Roberts is a damn good manager. Is it something the Giants fans would embrace? Would they reject it? We'll get your calls on that coming up in about 15 minutes as well. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Would you embrace Dave Roberts as Giants manager? And counter to that, how hard you rooting for Bruce Bochy? That's all coming up. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Like, yeah. No.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think the simple answer is getting Mookie and Freddie going, but there's still other guys in there that potentially that bleed into Freddie and Mookie that could open some things up for them too, some situational at bats. So I think it's still a collective team effort that has to be for us to be sustainable, throughout the rest of the postseason and obviously to win a ball game tomorrow. So I think for me, it's everybody. We all got to be accountable to, being better with the team offense.
Baseball. Yeah, I don't know. Facing elimination in the division series, down 2-0 on the road against Arizona, who has to win, one at home here of the next two.
Correct.
It's going to be tough for the Dodgers. I don't know against Brendan Pfaadt tonight. I don't know that accountability on offenses really work. At this point, you're like, dude, you're one of the best offenses in baseball. Guys just got to show up and hit. Now, Mookie Betts, big numbers against Brendan Pfaadt. I didn't see what Freddie Freeman has done against him. It's going to be Lance Lynn for the Dodgers, who, you said he'd been pitching well lately. I hadn't seen what his numbers were.
You know what? I'm going to check right now.
But I bring this up mostly because Dodgers could be eliminated tonight. And we mentioned yesterday, I said, yeah, it's all fine and good. I like rooting against the Dodgers. I don't care if the Giants are in or not. I'm rooting against them. It's fun to do. It's fun to have a rival like that, Mariners go in. Nobody cares if the Mariners win or lose. What I mean? Padres are there. It's like, we're like, yeah, I don't want the Padres to do it, but who's that hurting? It's not affecting anything. So when it comes to Dave Roberts, and I'm wondering this because we have not heard news on the Giants front in terms of where they're going with manager. We know they were going to do some in-house candidates, and they said they were going to kind of cast a wide net. We know the Guardians had already started interviewing because Craig Albernaz from the Giants interviewed with Cleveland for their vacant spot. I think we have 4 vacant openings right now. Giants, Angels, Guardians, and I want to say there's one more that I'm forgetting.
Angels. Oh, did you say
I
Angels?
said Angels.
You said
yeah.
Angels, Guardians, Giants.
White Sox. I think the Whites, they had an opening unless they hired somebody already. Could be White Sox potentially. Anyway,
I don't know.
I think there's 4 openings right now as it currently stands. Anyway, Dave Roberts. I don't know how Giants fans feel about him. I loved him when he was here as a Giant. It wasn't a great era of Giants baseball. It was like Bruce Bochy's first couple of years. But he was all part of that Bruce Bochy ground attack. He would reach base on a bunt or a walk or a hit, steal second, get bunted over to third by Freddie Sanchez or whatever, and then come on home. It wasn't Freddie Sanchez then. It was whoever was punting around at second base for the Giants back then. Anyway, in terms of managing, he managed, I guess, he started in 2016 with the Dodgers, and they've won the division every year except 2021. Now, how much of managing and coaching do you look at? I think the best example I can give here is we're just using it for the Niners. Steve Kerr with the Warriors. Steve misses what year is that? Right after they win the championship? The first 20-some-odd games of the season the next year?
Yep.
And the year they started 24-0?
He missed 24, 20. I don't know. I forget how many games.
They won 24-0. They
Yeah.
lost to Milwaukee.
Correct.
Right? And then, anyway, all those wins went on Steve's ledger, but he was giving credit to Luke Walton. He was the guy who was out there coaching and walking the sidelines. I think there's that notion that, anybody could have coached them to a 24-0 record if Luke Walton did it, and what's Steve Kerr really doing? I think we see now what Steve Kerr does. I think people close to the organization know. I think the same can be said about Dave Roberts. I don't think it's not easy to go out. He missed 43 games that year, too.
I know he missed a lot. I didn't know it was that many.
It's not easy to go out and win as many division titles in a row as they have, no matter what the talent is in your roster in baseball. And to do it with the variety of superstars and whatnot coming in and out of that clubhouse, that's impressive in and of itself. He's one of the most respected names and faces in baseball. He's only 51 years old. 91-71, 104-58, 92-71, 106-56, 43-17, 106-56, 111-51, 162. His 9-year managerial record is 753 and 443. That's a 630 win percentage. 3 pennants and the 2020 World Series title. Where are you on him as a guy who could take the Giants into the next level or into the next era? He's a guy who I wouldn't mind whether this regime is the same or not. That's kind of why I look at Dave Roberts and I go, if Farhan's here or not, I think Dave Roberts is a respected manager.
Well, I'll start real quickly with tonight's game when he said easy answer is Mookie and Freddie getting it going. Easy answer is not giving up 9 combined runs in the first inning. That's your first start, and then kind of work from there. When you're down 6-0 and 3-0 before you ever get it bad, you're kind of behind the 8 ball. As far as Dave Roberts as a manager, look, I didn't know he got paid $6 million a year. He's one of the cheapest managers early. I didn't know he got that much now. There's no way they're paying that much for a manager here. I just can't. I cannot see it. That aside, I like Dave Roberts. I like Dave Roberts. I don't care if a guy's a Dodger. If you look at he's a Dodger. Can he win? Is he a good manager?
Dusty Baker was a Dodger for a good amount of time.
Anybody want Mookie Betts here?
Yeah, I'll take
if he
him.
became available? Anybody want Freddie Freeman here? If he became available? Yeah, he's a Dodger. Good, yeah. I'll take him. I'm good. I'm totally good with that. In fact, during the offseason, and I thought they should have done this last offseason, Cody Bellinger would have been a nice ad. Now, I don't know if they could have got Cody Bellinger because he was probably thinking friendly confines. That'll help the offensive numbers. I can get back out there, but he's going to get a big payday. By the way, him and Yelich have quietly had nice years this year for their respective ball clubs. And I've mentioned that for the last 2 or 3 years. Like, what happened to these dudes? They're like 1-2 in the MVP running. All that being said, yes, Dave Roberts would be good. I would not mind Dave Roberts at all. He knows the division. He obviously could win. And it's not just about the talent. It's about managing clubhouses.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they have. I mean, look, when you have a team like the Dodgers, you're going to have some personalities. You got to be able to manage those personalities. And Dave Roberts seems like the type of guy with the type of demeanor that can do just that, handle the personalities, manage the personalities. So, I would have no problem with that whatsoever.
I'd say it's as close to coming off of Bruce Bochy's coaching tree as a former player as you can get to.
Yeah.
Played for him in San Diego and played for him with the Giants here in San Francisco. The one catch to this, and the one argument I think I would have against Dave Roberts would be he's never managed a bad team. Yeah. He's never managed a team that has struggled and needed to figure it out.
Yeah,
and didn't maybe have the pieces or a guy who could carry the lineup for a week. He's had to like I think we've overlooked the managerial job he's done this year with the lack of pitching. But I just
absolutely
I just can't see him. I mean,
but would they even think about getting rid of him?
You better have another answer. You know what I mean? Who's the other guy? Who else could you bring in there? I mean, they're a big. Tim says Kapler.
Oh, God.
He's available.
No.
Anytime you want to hit that soundbite again, too. That's no.
He was no. Shooter is no.
No.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, there you
go. No.
True Blue on the YouTube page just says, hey, is Bobby Valentine still out there kicking?
He was doing Angel games this year.
Was he?
Yeah, he was in the booth.
Angel games?
He was in the booth. Not full time. He'd kind of come up there and hang out with Gooby a little bit for maybe like 3 innings, and I forget who was doing the play-by-play. They had like a couple guys up there, but he was Bobby Valentine was down there doing Angel stuff. Probably just keeping himself in the game in case anybody because sometimes out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
But if you're there, people see you go, hey, that's right, Bobby Valentine. Maybe do that.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, that's like sort of how Buck Showalter got back into it, right? He was just like sitting on TV, and we're like, dude, old Buck will do it.
Yep,
get Buck's ass down here to manage the Mets.
Buck will do it.
Yeah, get Buck. I don't know what the Giants need, man. It kind of seems like maybe they just go with another first time, not another, but a first time.
I want a little
manager.
more of a kind of a gruffer guy because they seem like you look at their team now, and with Brandon Crawford leaving, they're going to have these young guys coming up, and I think they need a guy who's willing to kick you in the ass a little bit. Again, I'm not saying they need Lou Piniella or Earl Weaver or Billy Martin or any of those guys from the Tommy Lasorda from the 80s. Those guys don't exist anymore. It's not the same anymore. It really isn't. Sports really don't have those guys anymore. They just don't. You look at basketball. You don't have Nelly. You don't have Doug Moe. You don't have these like lunatics on the sidelines. Although Steve's close sometimes. Steve loses it occasionally.
He's a connection to the past.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a link to that.
Like he is. But you look at the rest of the coaches in the NBA, you don't really see that. You don't see guys lose it. Like Steve will lose it occasionally. Like he'll just like flat lose it, and I love it. because that's I grew up, and obviously I know Steve, so it's funny for me. But that's the way coaches used to act all the time. But look, that's not the way it is. Guys don't do it anymore. Players don't respond to it anymore. So you're not going to do it as much. You're going to temper that down. So you don't really want that, but you do got to have a guy. Like, I guarantee you, there is no doubt in my mind, Bochy'd put a foot up your can. Like, he's not a raver, but I guarantee you behind closed doors, he'd get in your face.
Yeah.
He'd raise his voice, and he'd get upset, and he'd let you know it, and you would know it, and you'd feel it. So I don't know, especially with a young team. They might have a young team next year. And this is just my preference. The whole touchy-feely thing sometimes is just too much for me. Like, you got to expect more of these guys, and even if they're not capable of it, you got to make them believe they can do it and convince them they can do it. And if it takes being uncomfortable, you got to be uncomfortable sometimes. You just got to learn to live with it. Like when Nelly yelled at me, and he did quite frequently, did I like it? Like, no.
Did you? No. But sometimes you need to be coddled. Sometimes you need to have the fire lit under you. Yeah, you need to be bit.
It was
sometimes.
good for me.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need a kick in the butt to get going a little bit. Because if you don't, a lot of times athletes will take the easy way. They're not all self-motivators. So you need someone to motivate them and get them going occasionally and wake them up. So that's my preference, is somebody like that.
808 KNBR is the number to call. Who's your guy? And how would you feel about Dave Roberts? What if the Dodgers lose tonight and they decide, you know what? How many times are we going to win a division and win 100 games and get to the first round of the playoffs or to the second round and not win the pennant and not win the World Series? Sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes it's like, you know what? We've done this too many times.
Yep.
It's time to move on. We need somebody else to shake it up. 808 KNBR, would you take Dave Roberts if he became available? Where would he rank on your list? And I'm talking real Giants fans. I'm not talking Will Clark or Buster Posey. Those aren't options.
Yeah,
they're really not options.
They're not managers.
That was sort of fun for a couple of days to say that. Yeah, get Matt Cain back here. No, it ain't happening. And if it did, we're all going to be better, like worse off for it probably. I don't think that's the best move for this team. 808 KNBR, how hard are you rooting for Boch? Are you having pangs? Are you getting upset that Bruce Bochy is into the second round and he's not in a Giants hat? And how would you feel if Dave Roberts were the next Giants manager? We'll take your calls. 808 KNBR, 808-5627 next. And then Sound Soiree only here on the Sports Leader. Bruce Bochy keeps winning in October as the Rangers have advanced to the ALCS in a sweep over the Orioles. Was there ever any doubt? That story and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. We try to tackle a different topic every day. Steve, what do you do at this time of year if you have unfiled tax returns? What happens?
You call us and let us take care of you. It's such a common situation. But, you know, Adam, so many clients have said to me, Steve, have you ever done a case like this before? And the answer is yes. Literally thousands and thousands. It's a real common problem. And here's what happens. A lot of times people don't have the money to pay the taxes, so they make the mistake of not filing the first year. Then the second year comes around, they still don't have the money. So, well, how can they file year two if they didn't file year one? Then it becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle. I've seen it ruin marriages, lives, businesses, kids put up for adoption, suicides, and it doesn't have to be. So if you haven't filed returns, even if you don't have the money to pay the taxes, that's okay. What if you don't have your records? We'll get all the records that the IRS and state has on you, and then we'll do everything for you. And if you owe some taxes and you can't pay them, that's okay. We'll make a deal, and then we'll give you back your life. Don't wait for this new enlarged IRS come and ruin your life.
Thanks so much, Steve. Give Steve Moskowitz a call. You heard it ringing there. He had to go take a business call. Steve will take care of it for you. 1-888-TAX-STEAL or find him at moskowitzllp.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Give me a call right now. Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday evening, with you till 6 o'clock tonight. FP Santangelo will be with you at the, not the top of this hour, the top of the 6 o'clock hour to take you up until 10 o'clock. By the way, 1-1 the score right now in game 3 here between the Astros and the Twins.
Watching it in beautiful
standard. Oh, no, sorry, we're at game 4 here.
Watching
Astros
it in beautiful standard definition.
Yeah, standard def. I like this. It's not good enough now to just have games on. We have to have it on and...
Why do we have to why can't we get high def?
Fix the contrast. I can't even read the score.
Don't look at me like that.
Yeah. It's 1-1 Astros and the Minnesota Twins, bottom of the third inning right now. Actually,
everybody likes standard def.
Top of the fourth. We were asking you before we went to the break whether or not you would accept Dave Roberts as manager of the Giants, or if you even had a choice. This is my problem now is I don't know what they need. I don't even know who's out there. Stephen Vogt seems to be not a bad option for a first-time manager. If you were going to go with a first-timer, sure, why not? That's as good a chance, as good of an option as any, I think. Other than that, I don't really know. Personality-wise, we don't really know. We can go out to the phone lines here. 808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call and to text. Let's go out to Marina, who is in San Francisco, wants to talk about Dave Roberts. Marina, what are your thoughts on Dave Roberts as manager?
Hey, Coped and Tom, Marina, first-time caller but long-time listener. Dave Roberts and I went to UCLA together. I was his athletic trainer his senior year at UCLA. Tom, my other claim to fame was I worked at Steinberg and Morad during Ralph's tenure.
Did you really? Oh, my goodness. You got some stories.
Yes, I do.
Oh, I know you do.
Anyway, I'm a huge Giants fan. I flippin' hate the Dodgers. But you know what? Dave Roberts is a super great guy, and he was a Giant. It's not an idea that I would hate. And, he had been kind of, with Farhan also and how to do all this analytics stuff. But I still think that there is a touch that he has that, now that Farhan has kind of learned a lesson or two with Gabe, maybe he would let, Dave, we called him DR. I know everyone calls him Doc, but back in the day we called him DR.
Yeah.
And I think that, maybe they'd give him a little bit more a leeway there. It's an idea that I don't hate. I hope he doesn't lose his job. You never want a friend to lose a job, even though, but, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah. What years were you at UCLA?
89 to 94. So I did football for 4 seasons, and then my senior year I did football and baseball.
We must have just missed each other. I think I was gone by then at Arizona.
Yeah,
I was gone in 88.
Yeah,
Okay. So you started at UCLA that year. Okay, got it.
But Murph and I are friends also in the morning.
Well, that's too bad.
I had to throw that in there.
I was going to say, you were on the fields, though, so you didn't see Murph.
Did you know him at UCLA?
I didn't. I met him after. Actually, I'm gonna give you some ammo here, Tom. I met him at the opera opening when Candace was working as an editor or publisher of Hoity-Toity magazine, and I'm sitting at a table at the opera opening, and he introduces himself, and I was like, "Do you write for the Chronicle? Did you go to UCLA?" So I met him at the opera.
Was he like, oh, me? No, it couldn't be me. No.
Check with Candace.
Yeah, was he wearing a name tag that says like rights for the Chronicle?
That is great. Well, awesome.
Stuff,
give us a buzz occasion, Marina.
Yeah, give us
Thank
a call
you.
again. Thanks so much.
Will do, you guys. Thanks for having me.
I've never been seen it at the opera.
No.
Check with Candace.
I can't say.
What about a filming of Oprah?
Phantom
I think
of the
I'm more
opera,
likely to be that. Yeah,
but not opera.
No,
no,
you won't catch me at the opera.
No. Opera doesn't matter. Neither of those.
Closest I'm getting to the opera is saving the Chelsea Opera House in Dirty Work. That's as close as I'm getting. Dude.
Ooh, that wouldn't be bad.
He's definitely got his thumb up that dog's ass. Tom is in Petaluma. Tom would like to talk a little Dave Roberts. Dave Roberts, again, still employed right now. We did all this about a week and a half ago.
He's starting all this.
Just trying to, we got a show to do, boys. You know what I mean? We got stuff to do. We were doing it with Bob Melvin like 2 weeks ago. We're like, how would you like Bob Melvin? Padres are like, whoa, back off, dude. Still our manager. Tom's in Petaluma. What do you think of Dave Roberts, Tom?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it. You know what? He was a Giant at one time, so I wouldn't be opposed to it. I guess I'm intrigued. One little side note to opera. Tom, I did see you at Phantom of the Opera a few years ago.
Well, that's what I said. I said I was a Phantom of the Opera, but not at
keep him
the
honest, Tom. Keep him on his toes, man.
Phantom of the Opera is really good, by the way.
It was good. Hey, I'm curious. I don't know how the relationship was with Phil Nevin and Shohei, but what if we brought in Nevin and then signed Shohei?
I don't think that's going to work.
It'd be funny if that was the reason, wouldn't it, Tom?
But I think from what I hear, the relationship was good. Like, they liked him. The players liked...
I don't think anybody has beef with Shohei.
No.
What manager's like, I hate this guy?
Nobody.
This guy's got an attitude.
No, I can't imagine.
Sit this guy down. All he wants to do is win.
Just hire Shohei as a manager. I'm telling you.
Dude, get his
interpreter as a manager.
Thanks for the call, Tom. Appreciate it, man. Let's go out to Steve. Steve just doesn't want Dave Roberts. Straight up, no Dave Roberts. Steve, you're on The Sports Leader. What's up, man?
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
I got you, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes. Hi. My name is Steve. I'm from San Anselmo. I'm a first-time caller, but long-time listener. I love you guys. Anyway, I'm a former minor leaguer myself with the Atlanta Braves organization. I must admit that I'm a little biased towards my candidate that I want to throw in the hat.
Okay.
But he's because he's one of my former best friends who I grew up with. But he had an 11-year major league career. He's also coached in the big leagues, and he's been a AAA manager for 7 or 8 years.
All right, get to the punchline. Who is it?
All right, you guys. I'm trying to see if you can guess.
No, I can't.
Is it Frankie Menachino? I don't know, man. I don't know. Is it Bobby Crosby?
Here's the punchline. He hit the farthest ball ever out of Wrigley.
Andres Galarraga.
Are we going again with Will Clark? Is that where we're going?
No. Glenn Allen Hill.
Oh, Glenn Allen Hill.
Glenn Allen Hill. Is he managing?
Glenn Allen Hill. His name has not been brought up at all. He's a former Giant. Okay, he was a former player with 11. I don't know, 8 different teams. He was a former coach with the Rockies. The guy has been around the block, but he's a people person. He knows how to relate to people. Just to throw out his name, Larry Bear, Farhan, do you hear me?
Where does he manage right now?
He's not managing.
What's he doing?
I got bad news, dude. I got bad news for Steve. It doesn't look like he's coached anywhere since 2012.
Well, that's okay. He's still in the game. He still works. No, he still works. He still works with lots of
Steve, but the game is different. The game's different, Steve. Like
Steve, not going to hire a manager
since
that
2012, like the kids who were
11 years.
Yeah, kids who were born in 2012 are like in like 5th grade now, 6th grade. Like we're talking the era has changed, man. In 2012, the Giants were in the middle of a championship run. Steve, thanks for the call, man. I'm listening to any option. Like I immediately was like, dude, what's he doing?
Thanks for listening, though.
What's Glenn Allen Hill up to? I appreciate the call, Steve, but
but he
coached for the Rockies from 07 to 12, it looks like, and that's about it.
I wonder
As a
if
player,
he
a long
played for the
time.
Gwinnett Stripers.
The Gwinnett Stripers. Is that double
minor
A?
leagues. I have no idea.
Is Gwinnett single A? I can't remember.
I don't know. I do not know.
Was Gwinnett triple A, Tom? I don't.
I don't know if it's rookie minor league, if it's minor ball. I don't know
short
what
season.
It could be instructional league.
Short season high
I do not know.
Okay, I'm weary on this one. I'm going to go out to Marty in San Francisco.
You might as well just go ahead and give it a rip.
I'm afraid it's Marty in San Francisco. I'm afraid it's like, no, it's not. It's different, Marty.
Great job, brother.
No.
Disguised his voice. Marty in
He'd
San
be out near
Francisco.
Sacramento.
Marty, what's up, man?
Oh, I get to talk now. Geez, thanks, guys.
No worries. Go
Marty,
ahead.
throw him back on hold, dude. It's Tom, the tractor guy. Tom, the tractor guy. Bochy needs to. He said Bochy need to get out of this. Wow. Says no to Dave Roberts. Look, Marty, you know what I mean. You got to play the game, dude. Tom, the tractor guy. You're on the Sports Leader. What's up, man?
What's up, Coach? And I don't know did Steve get into your stash or something? I don't know what the hell he was smoking.
No. Steve's throwing names out, dude. We're all just throwing names out there.
It's like, wow, Glenn Allen Hill. Jesus. So, Dave Roberts, no.
Really?
So, yeah, look, you've been to the postseason that much and you cannot win. The only time he won was in the pandemic. That was the one thing about Bochy. Like, he got there, he won. And, as far as Bochy going, I'm cool with that because, at some point you run out of, the passion for it. And, Bochy had some health problems and stuff, and sometimes you need to get away from the game for a little bit to become great again. So, it's not like, wow, if he stayed here, we would have had this. Maybe not. Bochy got it away. He got his batteries recharged, and, now he's doing great, and I love it.
No, I agree with you. I agree that it wouldn't have been the same here. It could have been, but not likely. You're right. You need to get your batteries recharged. You need a different team. You need a new challenge, and he got that. So, but I just don't have a problem with Roberts because I think now I'm not playing the due theory here. Like, he's due. Get him to the playoffs enough time, you're bound to win, but. The fact that you can manage that type of team over and over and over again and the disappointments they've had and get them back into the season, like I thought what he did this year was remarkable with that pitch. That pitching staff was a wreck. A wreck, and he got him to 97. The players did, but he helped him along to 97 wins. So I'm not saying that'd be my first choice. What I am saying is I would not have a problem with it at all.
Well, it makes him a perfect manager for Farhan because, I'll give you 2 pitchers, you make up the rest,
Yeah,
So,
there you go. Tom, we're putting you in the Glenn Allen Hill camp, right?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, go ahead.
Tom, the tractor guy, thanks for the call, man. Marty, good sport, man. Marty, you have the floor, dude. Marty in San Francisco, you're back on. What's up, dude?
Careful.
That's what I get for doing security for you guys, and I 100% deserve it. So that's okay.
You're on the floor, Marty. What's going on, dude?
Thanks. Well, I'll tell you, I'm real happy for Bruce. I really hope he does it. And I even told him that when the Rangers were out here, too, that they were going to do it. And he says, I don't know. But that was great. But, I know Dave. I've met Dave over the years that I've been working. He's always been one of the nicest guys to me, walking up and down the hallway. But he's just not winning it in the postseason. And that's the hard thing. And he's had the talent to do it.
Yeah.
And I think we have the talent to do it. We just need to get the right manager.
So do you think they need somebody more? Do you think they need somebody who's like, do they need a young guy who's just going to change the culture? Do you need a vet who's been there before who says this is where you need to get to? What do you think?
We need a vet, and I know who it is.
Okay.
And to me, it's Ron Wotus. He knows the old school stuff. He knows the Giants. He's taken part in the analytics. The front office loves him. The players completely respect him. So do the fans. And to me, he can take us all the way to the end. And it would help if he can get Tim Flannery off the music trail and come and coach too, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But I put all my money behind, whatever money I have, and behind Ron Wotus to do it for us.
Well, hang on to some of it, dude. You know what I mean? Don't put it all yet on Wotus, all right? Let's make sure we got some players, too. So, Marty, thanks for the call, man. Call anytime. Appreciate you waiting on hold, dude. A couple more quick ones here. Let's go out to Jose. Jose's in San Francisco. Do you like Dave Roberts as a potential manager, Jose?
No. Well, first of all, thanks for taking my call. And no, I don't like Dave Roberts as a potential replacement to Kapler. I feel like he's almost similar to Kapler, but just an older version of him. I can't. No.
All right. Jose says no.
Okay.
Jose says no on Dave Roberts. I think Dave Roberts, thanks for the call, Jose. I think Dave Roberts better manager than Gabe Kapler. He also had better talent. Again, I don't know what happens.
Yeah.
I don't know how much a manager makes up for and wins. Like, if you put Gabe Kapler on the Rangers this year, are they as good now? I have a tough time believing that. Are the Giants much better if you put Bochy there? I kind of have a tough time believing that, too. I just don't think the personnel was there. I think you get the most out of great players, and great managers know how to do that.
Yeah. Rangers will be getting better burgers. We know that.
Rangers are getting better burgers.
But we're not sure. Here's the thing.
Worse warm-up music, I'll tell you that.
We don't even know how much the manager is responsible for because we don't know how much the front office is chiming in. Like a lot of times we get on the manager for making a decision. That wasn't their decision to make. That decision's already been made, so we don't even know that.
We will take a quick break. We see more of your calls coming in here. Rachel and Fremont, see you guys waiting. David and a few more people are checking in on the Dave Roberts thought. We will get to that, and we will get to your sound soiree, a whole bunch of sound from across the sports world, including a schedule that Chris Mad Dog Russo is irate about coming your way this December in the NFL schedule. Sound soiree and your calls next on the Sports Leader.
Hayward, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Hayward's sports leader.
Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson could miss Sunday's matchup against the 49ers with a rotator cuff contusion. Oh, no. That's the Ray and More trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction in San Jose. It's where I had my LASIK vision procedure done. Look, if you're thinking about doing something like this, improving your life and every bit of your lifestyle, and I say lifestyle because everything got easier for me when I started being able to see in a way that I did not know. And not just being able to see, but see without corrective lenses. They were annoying. They get in the way. I hated wearing contacts. I get hay fever and allergies. All that stuff goes away, but also like my golf game improved, not like tremendously. Still not a good golfer, but I could see much better. Like for a ball that wasn't moving, I wasn't hitting it very well. Anyway, Furlong Vision helped with that. Simply by booking that LASIK consultation, you can see as good as I'm seeing. No joke. See in 2015. I had problems with both my eyes, wore corrective lenses, and now I don't. Furlong Vision has been voted the best place for LASIK in the Silicon Valley for so many years, and Dr. Michael Furlong and Dr. Sane have been voted the best LASIK surgeons in the Silicon Valley year after year after year, and it's easy to know why. They use the best, most advanced FDA-approved technology, and it's important to know that they also offer contour topography-guided LASIK. Sounds confusing, but what it is, it's the most advanced FDA-approved technology, and it measures up to 22,000 evaluation points, which creates a customized vision map that's completely unique to you and your eyes. Dr. Furlong's been doing this for a long time. They want you to feel safe. They want you to feel comfortable. It's why they use the best equipment, and you're going to the best surgeons. Your eyes and your vision deserve the best. Book your vision correction appointment at furlongvision.com and learn more. It's a great place to go, and they'll help you through it, and they definitely want to focus on your vision. You want to start seeing better, go see the best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong, at furlongvision.com.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Give me a call right now. Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday evening, 5:15 in the evening, actually. Much sunnier out today at 5:15 than it was last night. Dude, last night I had soup for dinner. It's feeling like it was like cold and misty. We got some good weather back in the city today. A few of you guys hanging on hold here. I want to get to you guys. By the way, Houston just put up 2 more runs. I didn't see how.
Abreu bomb.
Abreu bomb, dude. Abreu bomb.
This guy hasn't even been like.
He's got 2 tanks.
Yeah, he wasn't very good this year. I don't know if it was good late, but he wasn't good for the most part of the year. But I guess it doesn't matter anymore.
By the way, I was playing MLB The Show last night, and I came up, I was facing the Astros, dude, and I Jose Abreu hit a walk-off home run against me. I was not really paying much attention. I grooved a fastball, bottom of the 9th inning, hit a 2-run walk-off, And I was like, dude, he is the most scary hitter in baseball. Like Tom says, like, just standing there.
Not Abreu,
Excuse me,
Alvarez.
It's Alvarez. Who hit,
that
not
guy.
Alvarez. Abreu he's the right-hander, of course.
Yeah, Abreu, yeah.
Abreu hit
Alvarez
the
is,
there,
he has 2 tanks in this series.
Alvarez is a monster.
I'm telling you, that guy.
He's like
I just see him, I'm going, ooh, I don't want to pitch to that guy.
There's a character in Rookie of the Year where the kid pitches. He's a teenager and he gets signed by the Cubs. He throws like 100 miles an hour. There's a guy, the villain he has to face. His name's Hato. It's Hato. And John Candy's the broadcaster. And it's funny because when he comes up in the clutch situation, it's like Candy didn't know the lineup. And he goes, all right, they're 1 out away from the World Series. I don't know. It's Hato. Like he didn't know. It's like, dude, this guy's been bad. He's been in the game the entire time for the Mets. When he steps up there, his bat looks like it's like that little yellow Fisher-Price bat.
Oh, yeah.
He's so big. He's popping
ball.
out. Dude, and when he squeezes the bat and he grinds it, they make like sawdust come off the bat, dude. And he says, hey, kid, I'm your worst nightmare. Come to mommy. He's like yelling stuff out. It's great 90s comedy there. Let's go out to Brian. Brian's in... Hold on. I know Derek has lived all over the country, dude. Derek has lived in more places than any of us have. I think even Tom is a pro athlete. Did he put Brian in Rudder Park? Is that a place I don't know? Or is that Roner Park?
Roner Park, yeah.
Brian, how's Rudder Park today, man? Good weather out there in Rudder?
Great. Yeah, I'm a 14th time caller.
Attaboy, Brian.
Steve's call gave me an idea earlier. Another former Giant. How about former Sonoma County Crushers manager Kevin Mitchell? He coached 1 year in 2000. So,
Brian, I like you from the top rope. I kind of like the idea of just going to like 95 Giants who are around. Like, what's Stan Javier doing? You know what I mean? Can he?
Yeah.
Stan.
I'm actually okay with Roberts. Why not? You know, I was thinking maybe Mike Maddox, but he's never managed, right? I mean, there might be a reason for it, but it would be great to have Roberts come in and then win. You know, that would be another, stab to the Dodgers. So that would be pretty cool. But
can we request Bud Black? How about that? How about we just go to the Rockies? And say, look, you're the Rockies. Just give us Bud Black.
Yeah, but even, Bochy did not close the deal with the World Series in San Diego, and then he came here and won. So, I think Roberts could do it, but Black's a good idea too. So
there you go, Brian.
Rather than going experimenting.
Hey, man, careful on the streets of Rudder Park, man. It's dangerous out there, dude. All right, man, be careful. All right, see you, Brian. Rachel is in Fremont. Rachel, you are on The Sports Leader. What's going on?
What's shaking? Hey,
nice.
I don't mind Dave Roberts at all, but I think they need to go old school. So I think Buck Showalter would be a great manager.
I think so. I wouldn't hate that. I would. Like he wins. He wins where he goes initially. It seems like it kind of tails off after that, but he knows baseball. There's no doubt he knows.
He knows
baseball.
Yeah.
And Rachel, I'm not sure exactly. I'm going to try to look it up real quick. But when he got to Baltimore, when he took over the Baltimore Orioles in their last rendition of being successful, when they had like Chris Davis and J.J. Hardy and Manny Machado and those guys, when Kevin Gossman was there and he came up with them. I want to say that when Showalter got there, they weren't spectacular. I think he kind of helped them get to the next level. And so if you've got a core of players, I don't hate that idea. I kind of look at him and think he's a little older, but that's not a bad idea.
They need somebody old school that's going to kick some booty.
I'm with you.
I don't think Showalter says booty, though.
Preach.
And we also need some players that aren't such delicate flowers that get hurt every time they catch a freaking ball.
She's going to Rocher. Forget these nice guys. Give me some a-holes that can play.
Let's get Socha back in here.
Yeah, let's get dude. I don't know about that. Now we're going to I don't need to go the Dodger and the manager of the O2 World Series champion Angels, okay?
Is that a bridge too far?
Have a good night, you guys.
Hey, you too, Rachel. Thanks so much.
Too far?
That's too much, all right?
Too soon? It's been 21 years.
I don't
Strong. No.
Real quick, Buck Showalter, when he took over the Baltimore Orioles in 2010, they were in third place.
Yeah.
He took them over at 34-23. The next year, Tim, you know how many wins they had that year? They lost 93 games. That means they won
69.
Exactly. 69-93. The following year, 2012, he flipped it.
93 and 69?
69.
There you go. Back in the summer of 69, dude.
Really? Brian
So he goes. They go. His first year in 10, he's a partial year. Then he finishes fifth place. He goes from fifth to second to third to first to third, second, and then 2 fifth place finishes before it wraps up. But he was there from 2010 till 18. So 9 seasons in Baltimore before a few years off. Then he joined the Mets. 101 and 61, 75-87. There's Showalter.
69.
line, dude. I don't know if this is David in Stockton or David Stockton, the former Gonzaga point guard, but you're on the Sports Leader, David. What's up, dude?
No, I'm David L. from Stockton, former minor league player. Dave Roberts would be the worst choice in the world.
Really?
Buck Showalter. Come on. How many times you got to give him a chance to win? And it's a good old boy network. Let's bring in Ron Wotus.
Okay.
Bring in somebody who knows the organization. I'll tell you one thing. This was such a bad job by the Giants organization. I can't even tell you who's coaching what today. And before, when Bochy was here, we knew all the coaches. Bottom line. And if you don't have players, you don't win.
That's what it comes down to. Did you not know who the first base coach was? It was 4 years of it.
Yeah, but I couldn't remember because they hey, how could you remember anybody on the Giants this year? They brought up so many youngsters. They couldn't have won if they tried.
I hear you, and that's one of the frustrations of the fan base because that's the constant of baseball is they feel like they're part of your summer family. You know who they are every day. They're there for you, right? When you don't know who's there, Brandon Crawford even said that to us. That becomes frustrating, even for the players to not know who's in the lineup each and every day. David, what you got, David?
I got to say this. How can you tell us that Brandon Crawford has played his last game for the Giants when he haven't even announced that he was going to retire? And I know he's on the end of his career, but at least show a little bit of class.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically the exact same thing they did with Bochy. Bochy never said, I'm retiring. He never once said it. His contract was up, and they said, well, yeah, later. I mean, that's and we talked to Brandon about that. We wanted to know how he defined that, and he just said it was a nice reflection if it is the last one. And Dave, we appreciate the call. If it is the last one, and that was his final opportunity, I thought that was not classless. I thought that was classy of the Giants organization. I think there are far worse situations where guys leave with bad blood. Ray is in Petaluma. Ray, what's going on? You're on the Sports Leader.
Will Clark.
Bye, Ray. Ben, you're in Granite Bay.
You got to at least try to name someone that wants the job. If you don't want the job, you're not in consideration. Well, I guess you don't have to. Look, you can do what you want to. It's America. You can name however you did. Name Darren Erstad. Maybe he wants a job.
How about
the Eckstein, the X Factor?
Don't you bring up David Eckstein in my presence, dude? Don't you? Yeah. What
about Troy Glaus? How about Benji Molina?
Tom.
Benji, he's a broadcaster. How about Yachty?
How about John Lackey?
John Lackey and his mole walking through my clubhouse, man. I need that thing. Jared Washburn and his buck teeth. You can shove it too. Yeah. And Ben Weber, take your stupid glasses and your dumb little, your stupid Brendan Donnelly, your double pumping.
Maybe K-Rod.
K-Rod.
You could be the pitching coach.
How cheap was that, dude? Troy Percival, I'll tip my cap to you. That's the one. That's the one guy I liked, like, before the Giants played the Angels in 2002. I was like, Troy Percival's sick.
Yeah.
I always like Trey Gloss and
Percy.
Sean Figgins. I know he came in a pinch run. I'll give you a pass, too, in that seventh inning. Ben is in Granite.
Tony.
Chone Figgins.
Tony Figgins.
Ben's in Granite Bay, not Rudder Park. Granite Bay for Ben. What's going on, dude? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. First-time caller. Love the show. I got a really good one that probably no one is thinking of. I'm in the Sacramento area, so I go to a ton of River Cats games.
Okay.
He's been coaching with the team for about 4 or 5 years now.
Okay.
His name is Holbert Cabrera. He used to play for a bunch of teams, a ton of MLB experience. Right now, he's the third base coach. He knows all of the players on the roster, has an excellent relationship with all the Latino players. He's a guy that you would want to have a drink with who knows a bunch of crap about baseball. And if not a manager position, they should definitely put him on the coaching staff. He could be one to grow into a potential manager in a few years.
Did he even manage in Sacramento?
Third base coach so far, but he's been up and down the system. He's been in like A-ball. He was in
look, I hear you, but before you get the big job, you're going to have to get that job first.
What about Craig Allen? There's talk that Craig Allen. Hey, Gabe Kapler had zero managerial experience, didn't he? He might have gone down to I think Gabe Kapler, when he was like a player, retired for a year and got hired as a minor league manager and then retired from that or quit from that and came back to play. So I think Gabe may have had very minimal minor league managerial experience, but I don't know that that's.
Yeah, but the guys that didn't played in the big leagues, a lot of them.
Well, Jorge Cabrera, he's Orlando Cabrera's brother, Holbert Cabrera. Orlando Cabrera, the former shortstop.
The Wizard of Oz?
Yeah. Is that you, Holbert?
Shortstop 4?
Ben, we appreciate the call.
The Angels.
The Angels. There you go.
Absolutely. The Wizard of
Tom.
The Wizard of OC.
Yeah.
Let's go. The Wizard of OC.
He had the helmet that looked like
What are
it
you talking
just
about?
covered in prime time.
Him and Vladdy.
He could have played for the Giants,
Vladdy
too.
was like sick. Vladdy would take his helmet off with his bare hand and it would stick to his hand.
Don't forget the beef that the Cabreras had with Renteria, too.
That's
Remember, they're
correct.
both Colombian.
That's correct.
They're both Colombian. They had beef, like going back to remember, because I think we had Renteria in 10. I think Joel Bear, Orlando Cabrera showed up in like 13 for the Giants, maybe, Tim? Yep. One of those off-World Series years. Somewhere when Jeff Keppinger was kicking around, Orlando Cabrera was here. That's what I'm saying. Matt Downs was around somewhere. That's going to do it for your thoughts on Dave Roberts. By the way, thanks for all the calls. He's still employed, by the way. Tigers play tonight in about a half hour. He may not even be available. Just there you go. Tim. Steve, I really appreciate the call, man. Steve, who called in and suggested Glen Allen Hill. We're going to riff on this forever, but I appreciate the call, man. We're not mocking you. It's just it's a funny suggestion, dude. I do appreciate our other guy who called in, Tom, and said, why not? Who's the other guy he suggested from that team? Tim, who was it? Yeah, no, not the Will Clark guy. Somebody else called in and said on the Glen Allen Hill tip, I've got another player to suggest. We had another caller, too many of them. Suggested another Giant. I said we should go 95, like Stan the Man Javier.
I can't remember. Oh, Mitchell, wasn't it?
Kevin Mitchell. There
Kevin
you go.
Mitchell.
He's like, yeah, he managed the year back in
Sonoma
Crushers. There you go. Right.
The Crushers.
Called out one season of it. All right, we've been teasing it for a while. Your sound soiree is next. The NFL schedule giveth and it taketh away. Chris Mad Dog Russo hates one of the scheduled games that's coming up on a big day, national television. It's going to affect your life. We'll tell you about it next on The Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. Look, sometimes circumstances get in the way when it comes to paying your taxes. You want to pay your taxes, but something happens, an emergency happens, a medical emergency with the family or whatever. It could be any kind of emergency that you have to take care of, and the taxes are just going to have to wait because you need to take care of it right now. Problem is, taxes don't wait. They will start accumulating penalties immediately, and they will continue compounding. They're not going away. The IRS isn't going away, and the money will just grow. So the more you wait, the more you'll owe. Sucks. It's the way it is. They're going to get their money. So you end up wondering if you're ever going to be able to get out of that mess. Yes, you can. All you have to do is call Alex Kugelman. This is what he does. This is what he handles. He handles all kinds of tax issues, seemingly unimaginable tax issues. Like, how guy sit down, talk with Alex Kugelman, set up a consultation, and he's very personable, knowledgeable. You'll have a roadmap of how to get back to where you were, so you're not worried about the taxes. Because it's not just the money, it's also the stress that you're dealing with day after day. Day by day by day. You're dealing with the stress. You don't want to have to deal with it. You're going to drop the bag of stress and get the issue resolved. So give Alex a call. Let him tell you how to get out of this. And immediately, even though immediately you probably won't be out of it, it's going to maybe take you a little while, but at least you'll know where you're going. And that is a good feeling. So take that first step to putting your tax issues behind you and schedule a consultation with Alex by visiting sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com, or just Google Kugelman, Kugelman, Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corner Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Sound Swap.
This nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday evening, October 11th. Less than 2 weeks away from opening night of the NBA. The Sharks open tomorrow against the Vegas Golden Knights. We got Thursday night football, Broncos and the Chiefs tomorrow. We got Niners and the Browns on Sunday. Good time of year. Good sports time of year, and playoff baseball is in the thick of it. Dodgers trying to fend off elimination tonight against the Arizona Diamondbacks, but we have a sound soiree for you. And the sound soiree today is going to start with Bruce Bochy.
Bonjour, bonjour.
How about...
It's so funny.
Dude, you know where that came from? I cut that piece of sound, actually.
Did you?
He did a hit with Murphy Mack after he left the Giants, where, remember he was named the coach of Team Italy for the WBC qualifiers? Like years before, like 2 years before the WBC even happened. He was like, excuse me, the Italian team, the French team.
French team, yes.
Because he's got French ties. I think he was born, wasn't he born like in France or something? Like I thought it
was France, but I didn't want to correct you because I was like thinking in my head.
I said Italy, I meant France.
I was like, is
Bonjour is Italian, is it not?
That's how well I know foreign languages. I'm like,
bonjour.
Tom didn't want to correct me, dude. Right?
I don't want to jump in front of the. What if I'm wrong?
You know?
I don't think bonjour is Italian, but I'm not positive. Yeah. So that's on me too.
I think he's a military kid.
I'm a dope.
I think he was born in France. Anyway, so he's got citizenship, and so he was going to manage.
Yeah. I don't think so.
Thai? No, it's not Thai.
I don't know why I said that.
Some peanut sauce, Thai.
You there?
Bruce Bochy. This has nothing to do with anything French or Italy or Thai. Or Thai.
Oh, God.
They asked Bochy about playoff series victories. Any of them more special than the others? And here he is just reflected on this one.
They're all different in their own way, but they're all special. This is why you play the game. This is why I came back. You have your moments, the ups and downs, but, to see those players, celebrate. I couldn't be happier for them, especially the ones that were here last year. That was a tough year for them over the last, 2-3 years, and to see their faces and the celebration, that's what really made it special for me.
So funny. I think about like how I felt in 2002 when the Giants lost that World Series. As we're talking about, like, how would you feel about Dave Roberts? Like, I wanted nothing to do with any play. Like, I was even a little miffed when Benji Molina became a Giant in like 2005 or whatever it was. I think it was 05. It was 06. Whenever that was that he became a Giant. I was like, God, I got to root for this guy. And he was the first one. He was the first sort of break through the glass ceiling. I was a kid then still, but it's like, you know what, this guy's here like catching Tim Lincecum's Cy Young seasons. You know what I mean? I'm rooting hard for this guy. I imagine there's some kid out there who was diehard when the Giants beat the Rangers in the World Series in 2010. Then that kid has to watch the Rangers cough it to the Cardinals. 1 out away like 3 different times in that Game 6 against David Freese and the Cardinals in 2011. And then Bochy shows up there. And now you're like, well, we got to root for this guy. Turn things around fast, man. Quickly.
Real fast.
I mean, no better way to make yourself a fan of the home crowd than by doing what Bochy's doing.
Absolutely.
And to be the demeanor he is. I mean, the media there's got to love him.
Oh, yeah.
The way he's treated us, the way he treated the media.
Hey, look, when you win, everybody loves you.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's great. When he showed up, I was pissed, though. I was like, really?
Just don't lose to the Astros.
What are you doing, 80 and 82? Here you go. Steve Kerr, your buddy. Steve Kerr was asked by Monty Poole about the Warriors not being picked in the GM survey. What does this mean, Derek? In the GM survey, like no GM picked the Warriors to win the finals. Is that it?
I'm going to guess he likes it.
That's right. I imagine Steve gets real animated in this and gets real
big
upset.
time, yeah.
I imagine it bothers him. Here's Steve Kerr on the Warriors not being picked in the GM survey.
The annual GM survey came out today, and the Warriors got no love for championship possibility. How do you like that?
I love it. I don't
Makes
care.
no difference. Being the non-favorite, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it never did anything for me when people picked us, and doesn't do anything for me that they don't. So it's just interesting stuff for fans to read, but nothing that helpful or harmful to us, and definitely not any bulletin board material. I'm not posting that on the locker room wall. No GMs picked us to win the title. How does that make you feel, fellas? I don't think anybody cares.
I couldn't even name like half the GMs in the NBA.
Yeah,
I don't know that I could. I don't know that I could
Rob
name.
Pelinka.
I don't know that I could name 10. Honestly, maybe like.
Well, Morey,
hard-pressed.
we could name. That's
Morey?
an easy one. Stevens.
How about this guy?
Boston.
This guy didn't pick the Warriors to win it.
So thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
Like, come on, man. Maybe you can vote for your own team. I love that too. Nobody picked you to win. If I was Steve, I'm like, not even Mike. I'm like, come on, Mike.
So thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
You made these moves. You built this thing.
Is Sean Mark still in Brooklyn?
Yeah. Or is that Bobby? No, I'm kidding. Bobby's with the ESPN.
That's not Bobby.
He's the front office specialist, former front office.
Yeah, but no, I don't think I can name 10 either.
Yeah, I don't think so. Is,
I just
is Isaiah
exhausted my
still in charge of
knowledge, I
anything?
think. Oh, Lawrence Frank is with the Clippers, I think.
Usai Majiri, is he a president or is he a GM?
Ooh, I think he's president, but who knows nowadays? Presidents kind of act as GMs, but
It's like Farhan. Farhan is a president of baseball ops. He is what the GM
but
was.
he's a decision maker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pete Patilla's the GM, but it's sort of like that in baseball is completely shifted.
Yeah,
that's changed.
exactly.
That position has changed.
Number one, who cares?
All right, here we go.
Thank you, Draymond.
We've reached the week. Actually, last week was the first week of the NFL season where they could flex games out of Sunday Night Football and move it back to like an afternoon slate and put a different game in Sunday night. They've started doing this earlier and earlier now because early in the season we schedule all these nationally televised games. Last year they just kept rolling the Broncos at us. They did not care. This year, if they have to, they can pull some of those Jets games down because you don't have Aaron Rodgers, right? They don't have to be the primetime game. Well, Chris Mad Dog Russo, who I get a kick out of his reactions, he's doing his show. He realizes as he's reading through the Broncos schedule and just through the NFL schedule, the Patriots and the Broncos play on Christmas Eve on national TV, and he's not happy about it. Here's Mad Dog Russo.
Let's give you Denver, all right? They're on against the Chiefs on Thursday night, unwatchable. They're on at Buffalo. They're on against Minnesota, that's 3. And they're on against the Patriots Yes, they're on against the Patriots on Christmas Eve. Oh, my God. Did they put that? I'll go to church for a change. Are they on? They didn't do that, did they? Please, they could not have put Denver on Christmas Eve as a standalone game. When I sit there, watch the fire there with the U-log, they can't. Please, oh my God! So on December 24th, they're at home live against New England. So that's my Christmas Eve when I want to bet and think about everything that is anti-Christ. I got Denver hosting New England on New Year's Eve. You must be kidding me. I got to sit there and I got to keep myself raring to go for the putting the presents under the dopey tree. And I got Belichick against Sean Payton, 2 Grinches, if there are ever 2 of them. Boy, how about that? How about the Sunday? Where is that game? Yeah. Is that game on NBC? Maybe that's a Torito, or is that an ESPN special? Because I got to see the 2 of them go to Belichick and Peyton with a little Christmas eggnog and talk about their 2 teams. Let's see, December 24th.
Now don't be a phony. You and the fat guy will have that game. You'll be taking Denver in that game. I know you two.
That's a Rich Eisen and a Kurt Warner special. Denver hosting the Patriots on Christmas Eve.
By the way, at one point, then he starts rambling on.
Impossible.
So go.
Even for me.
At one point, he keeps rambling on. He's like, yeah, then my mother-in-law, she's going to bring over the ziti.
Yeah, why don't we have that?
She burns the hell out of it. She burns the ziti.
Why don't we have that?
That might have been a longer version.
I can't believe we didn't have that.
That's it. Yeah,
that's ridiculous. That's just a poor job by the production crew.
Yeah.
Poor job. No,
Poor
it wasn't ziti. It was veal parmesan.
It was veal parm. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and she burns a smithereens.
She burns it to smithereens every year.
She burns it to smithereens every year. God, that's just a poor job.
Dude, him realizing that they're on Christmas Eve is pretty funny. Nah, they're playing because he's looking at the dates.
They're not going to do that.
National TV. Look at this. No, they're not going to do that. They're 2 Grinches.
Yes, they're on against the Patriots on Christmas Eve. Oh my God!
Under the dopey tree. What's this guy talking about?
So since we don't have it, I'll give you a synopsis of the ending, which was very good. The veal parmesan, great line, missed it. The Brendan Smithereen missed it. And then when he talks about Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner, for no reason, just a side swipe, he goes, let's be fair. They're not Madden and Summerall.
Let's be fair.
It's like he didn't even have to say it.
Dude, that's who Mad Dog is. He just pulls whatever thought comes to his head is coming out. Yeah.
They're not Madden and Summerall. Let's be fair.
The dopey tree.
So?
Yeah, little Christmas eggnog.
The dopey tree.
He's got nothing to get to. He's just grasping at that point. He just grasping. He's trying to be mad. It's like, dude, sometimes you don't have to be mad, Mad Dog. You don't have to have a take on it.
It's just it's like organic because he like runs across it. He's like, let's look at Denver. Let's look at Denver. And then he runs across, sees him on the 24th. Like, what? They're not going to do that, are they?
No.
That's going to be a standalone game? Oh, that was beautiful.
Have we seen those Christmas games yet? Because remember last year the Christmas games were like, ooh, these are going to be good. The Christmas Eve games.
The Broncos.
It was Broncos.
Rams.
Buccaneers played that.
We thought it was going to be good. That was the Buccaneers Cardinals.
And I believe it was Dolphins that weekend.
I think there was one good one. Yeah, it was Packers Dolphins.
There you go.
I think.
What am I doing remembering the Christmas schedule from last year? That makes no sense.
I don't know.
Putting the presents under the dopey tree?
Because I remember thinking, oh, man, I got to do a game that game. I got to miss all these good games. And I thought, I'm not missing anything. They suck.
Christmas Eve is going to be a slate.
Stink.
Christmas Eve's a slate.
This Christmas for the Bay Area is going to be, if you're a sports fan of the Bay Area, it's going to be nice. Because not only do you get the, Niners? Is it Niners, Ravens, right?
Niners, Ravens.
Because Niners, Seahawks is Thanksgiving.
That's right.
So you get Niners, Ravens, but before that, little Warriors, Nuggets leading into the Niners, Ravens.
Warriors, Nuggets.
Oh, we have it now?
And then whoever the Knicks play at 9 a.m.
Go ahead.
Impossible. Even for me. And I'll have that little church at 4:30. The mom will come over, a little veal cutlet parmesan, which she'll burn. She likes to cook it. She'll burn it to smithereens. The kids will be bored stiff, and I'll have to bet New England at Denver to keep me into it. That's a rough day. And it's not exactly Madden and Summerall with the game either.
I love him just destroying his Christmas Eve before it even had, all because his Christmas Eve is a disaster. All because the Pats are playing the Broncos. And by the way, the game's going to get flexed out. There's way better games.
That's a rough day.
No, they won't flex that one out.
That's a rough day.
It's just Sunday Night Football.
I don't think they're going to flex that one out.
It's just Sunday Night Football. You couldn't flex it out.
But I don't think it's on NBC. I think it might be an NFL Network.
I know it's NFL Network, but it's actually Sunday, and I know it's not the Sunday Night Football broadcast. I get what you're saying. They can't flex out. I love that too. Well, it's on a different network, so it's not Sunday Night Football. I'm like, really? It says here 5:15 kick Sunday night.
I love it's Christmas Eve and he's already good. That's a rough day.
That's a rough day.
That's a rough day.
Yeah, the rough day part of it is hilarious.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair.
I love, too, the kids are going to be bored. They just open all their presents. It's Christmas. They're about to have all their presents. The kids are going to be sitting there bored to tears. I'm going to have to bet the Pats, the Broncos, just to keep me interested.
Bored stiff.
I mean, look, Let's be fair. That's not Madden Summerall. Let's be fair.
By the way, we're all
It's not
starting
exactly Madden and Summerall with the game either.
Let's be fair.
for no reason.
No reason. Just sideswiped him for no reason.
Now, Monday, Christmas, you still get Raiders at Chiefs. That one's still fun.
That's always a good one, just
10
because
a.m.
uniforms.
helmet game. That's like a cool wake-up. Get a little Raiders and Chiefs in.
Good uniform game.
Maybe give me some points from Travis Kelce before breakfast.
There you go.
Then we get Giants at Eagles. Eagles are playing. You're getting Chiefs,
Yeah, but
Eagles,
Giants
Niners on Christmas,
stinks.
though.
Giants stink.
But you're getting
though.
three of the best teams in football.
Who do you get
playing that
the-
day. Chiefs, Eagles, and the Niners and Ravens. It's Chiefs,
Yes,
Chiefs,
yes.
Raiders, Giants, Eagles, Ravens, Niners.
That's a good one. But you know what? I don't got to watch the Giants because I watch the Nuggets Warriors. Boom. Problem solved.
Problem
Good
solved.
to go.
There you go.
Thank you, NBA, for putting that on at 2:30.
You'll be keeping track of Swift's numbers, though, won't you?
Absolutely, I will.
That's a rough
Absolutely,
day.
I will.
Fantasy implications.
I probably would watch the basketball games out because look, there's a Lakers Celtics game too. I want to watch that one, but I'll watch the Niner game. I'll just watch that one after I watch that. No, I'm not watching Knicks Bucks. Why is that one on every Christmas?
Dude, every year, 9 a.m., I can't get the Knicks out of my way.
Why do they got to throw the Knicks in? At least the Knicks are halfway decent this year.
Yeah.
It's better than throwing them on when they're 10 games under 500. Which they always do.
Come on to the Knicks.
Let me get the Knicks on. Let me look. Let me see right here. Wait, the Knicks are like 8-14. Why am I watching the Knicks? Because they're in New York.
Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
I don't think I've ever said that at any point. Hey, can we get the Knicks on? I don't think I've ever said that. Even I might have had money on the Knicks and not wanted to put it on.
Yeah.
That's a rough day.
I don't think
That's a rough day.
That's a rough day.
That's a rough day.
Here we go. Chad Johnson, Chad Ochocinco. He's on Inside the NFL, and they got Fred Warner on. He's talking to Fred Warner, and he's like praising Fred. He tells him he's a generational player. He also tells him, "You're lucky you didn't play against me, though," says Chad Ochocinco. Here's Chad Johnson and Fred Warner.
And when I say this with all due respect. You are what people call a generational talent. You are one of the best. You will go down as one of the best, similar to Ray Lewis, similar to the Dick Buskis. You set the standard on the inside linebacker position right now in NFL. But I think you are lucky in the fact that I don't play in today's game. You are lucky I don't play in today's game based on what I would have done to you coming through the A gap, B gap, or C gap, because I played running back before I went to receiver.
Hey.
And I know you're good at scraping. I'm just telling you what would have happened. It's physics. Because of physics, I know you would have lost that battle. But all due respect to you.
The way he set that one up was perfect. Like he set me up, he built me up, and then, lucky I'm not out there, Freddie.
And then Derek thought we should just have a reminder of what kind of player Chad Ochocinco was when he came across a big linebacker like Ray Lewis. Here's what he used to do to him.
I hit Ray by accident. I thought I was going to win because he didn't see me coming. What happened in New York? I tried to hit Ray when he wasn't looking. Hey, I thought I got a good shot, but I failed. Something ain't right. On that play, when Rudy's coming, I tried to blindside Ray. He ran me over.
Pretty good.
I remember seeing that clip.
One of the best. He was one of the best. In his era, man, anybody who's listening who doesn't remember Chad Ochocinco or was too young to even see him, like he had a 3-year window there where he was one of the most exciting players in football.
Yep.
Something ain't right.
Something ain't right.
TJ Hushmanzada and was Andy Dalton their QB? No, they had Carson Palmer was his QB. Carson Palmer until he went down in that playoff game. Then he had John Kitna. That was no good. Anyway, Ochocinco was a blast, man. He was a lot of fun. Back when it was the No Fun League, he was one of the big originators of the great touchdown celebrations. That's going to do it for your sound soiree for Wednesday.
Put your presents under the dopey tree.
October 11th.
Dopey tree.
That's a rough day. Christmas Eve, dude.
That's a rough day.
I got to go to church. Got to eat the chicken the Phil
cutlet Parmesan.
That's a rough day.
She's gonna overcook it. She just cooks it, burns it to smithereens. Kids are sitting around there all bored.
That's a rough day.
I got to put money on the Patriots and Broncos just to get through the night. All right, we come on back. We'll see what FPC and Tangela has going on. It's Stolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Like my skin is like you're making me uncomfortable. Like
That was good sound.
That's great sound.
That's some really good sound today. FP Santangelo is going to take it right up until 10 o'clock right here in the Sports Leader. He will have the end of the Stros and the Twinks, 3-2, bottom six, and then the Dodgers and the Snakes will get after it a little after 6. What's up, FP?
How you guys doing?
Tremendous.
You're watching the games while you're. It's hard while you're doing the show to keep an eye on the game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You can't really watch it and do the show. You can kind of just look at the score, but you can't constantly.
Situations are tough in baseball. Yeah, you
can't concentrate on it. If you're doing your job, you can't concentrate on it.
When I first got here, the Warriors were in the finals. And then I did my show, and then I was supposed to do the post-game show after.
Basketball's impossible.
I told Kevin, I'm like, I can't do I didn't watch the game. I was doing a show.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it is hard. But, I mean, don't poke the bear. Bryce Harper today. Unbelievable.
That was pretty, yeah.
6 homers for the Phillies, yeah? 2 for Harper, 2 for Castellanos, 1 for Turner, and 1one for Baum.
Yes.
Baum didn't hit one. No, somebody else hit one. Bomb.
The dude with the big beard.
Marsh,
yes. The dude.
Hey-Man Marsh.
Yes.
Hey-Man Marsh.
Cassius
Came
Marsh?
over from the Angels.
Dude, they got the thing going, man. Philly's got that thing going. Look out.
I know.
And that's a hell of a lineup.
They're going to win it. They're going to win it all.
It's not just the thing. That's a hell of a lineup.
Didn't they have the thing going last year, too, though?
I don't know. Not like this. This is a little bit different.
Well, yeah, we already know they lost last year.
No,
this is not like this. Of course, not like this.
Ask me in a couple of weeks if this year's different. I'll tell you.
They're singing in the stands. They're singing walk-up songs. The bank is rocking. I don't know that I've ever seen the bank like this. It's
Bryce
moving.
is at first.
Bryce is playing first. That's different.
Yeah, Tom. Come on, dude.
He's true.
Trey Turner's there. That's different.
They won 87 last year. This year they got 90.
Trey Turner was not there last year.
He wasn't.
So that's totally different.
For a D-backs Phillies NLDS.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go with that.
I mean, Arizona's fun to watch. They're just so damn
like
athletic.
Arizona,
I like watching. You know what's jumped out to me the most in this postseason, and this is this is old guy stuff, but you look at the rotations. Everybody has like 2 legit starters, and then just kind of like make it up as they go along. Like, who else do we have that we can put out there? I mean, Dodgers barely have 2. The D-backs have 2. And then after that, it's like, I don't know. The Twins kind of have 3. Ryan wasn't as good late as he was early, but at least they
Ryan, Sonny, and then
at least they do have 3. The Braves, they have 2 because Morton's hurt. The Phillies kind of have 2, Wheeler and Nola, and then we'll throw Suarez out there. Who else is there? The Rangers, they have Evaldi, and who's their
they have a bunch of guys who can start. They have Dane.
But
Dunning,
I mean, those are kind of their 2 guys, right? Because Dunning's coming in out of the bullpen sometimes too. But it's like old baseball used to have a minimum 3, like probably 4 that you could go with. But it just occurred to me the Astros have 3 for sure. They have Javier, they have Valdez, and they have Verlander. So they definitely have 3. But it's amazing looking at these teams trying to scramble for pitching now. Just like, and I don't know if it's because of how they go about it throughout the regular season, using the bullpen as much, doing their starters, their openers, stuff like that. But it's just weird to me to watch these playoff games thinking most of these teams have 2 legit starters that they're going to put out there for sure. And then we're not sure. We'll make up our mind game day. Or we'll make up our mind the day before the game, like what we're going to do. It's just kind of a weird brand of baseball.
Yeah, how's that working?
No, well, I mean, these teams are here, I guess. But I guess my point is everybody kind of does it. Like, there could be other teams that would be in the playoffs right now that would be doing the same exact thing. And again, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. The Tampa would be doing it if they were here, I'm sure.
The teams that have the starters that are going 6 or 7 are winning these series.
But they only have 2 of them, is what I'm saying. Right? I mean, who has 3 of them?
You know that
Astros do.
You know Scherzer is trying to come back for this.
If he comes back, they'll have 3.
He's got knowing Max, and I know Max very well. I've been around him a long time.
He said, when my number's called, I'll be ready.
He'll take whatever he has to take to go out there, and if he blows out and takes it to the house, he's going to blow out and take it to the house. He don't care.
Even if it means only getting through the division series.
Yeah, he will. I'm telling you. I know the guy. The guy just can't watch from the side.
No, the guy wants to play.
Need Scherzer,
Before he pitched Game 7,
Verlander.
or was it Game 6? I can't remember. In the 2019 World Series, like literally, he could not walk. Like he couldn't walk. His wife had to drive him to the ballpark. And remember, he was scratched, and I think he came back for Game 7. And yeah, this guy will do whatever it takes to get out there. And at this point in his career, with all the money he's made and all the accolades and all the Cy Youngs, yeah, shoot me up. Let's go. Little Toradol.
We need Scherzer,
whatever
Verlander,
it takes.
LCS.
Little vitamin T. Go out there and pitch.
Get after it.
Yeah.
Let's go out. Breathe out of your blue eye.
So I got something for you, Tom, before we go. I know you guys want to get out of here. I'm going with this topic tonight, and I want to know what you think because you're directly associated with Mike Trout. It used to be Trout versus Harper, right, when they were both young?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, it's Harper in a landslide. And it's not just because he hit 2 home runs today. Like, I think that whole thing has shifted where Mike Trout used to be the guy. And now because of lack of postseason play, injuries, unruly fans, whatever it is, I think it's Bryce Harper now.
Well, it's switched. It's definitely switched this year. Well, I mean, look, it's switched as of late. Let's be honest. Harper wasn't great until August. It was like OPS was 780.
Dude, he had like 4 homers for like his first.
He had like
2 months.
He had 16 of his 21 home runs in the last 2 months of the
he
season. So the last 2 months have been great, and he's a big time performer. Harper, Trout to me is still better because of the body, but the body only counts when you're looking back at a retrospective. We're moving forward now, and Trout, it was interesting because Trout had like an 867 OPS this year, and people are like, even myself, I'm like, bro, what happened? Where's your 990? 867 is not getting
858 is where he finished.
Yeah, 858 is not getting
131 OPS plus.
858 is not getting it done.
Trout must go.
Yeah, he's so I don't know, but I know what you're saying.
It's shifted. Bryce has 14 postseason home runs. I'm not sure how many Mike Trout has.
But Barry Bonds
Dude,
had
he has
what,
3 postseason games.
Yeah, but I mean that's not on. That's
he can't possibly have 14 postseason
baseball,
home runs.
You can't put postseason, like the lack of postseason reps in baseball means nothing to me. That's not the same as basketball or football, or like you don't have the same impact. You could hit 40 homers a year and they all come when your team gave up 9 in the top of the first inning. Like it bears nothing. Barry Bonds is the best player like any of us have ever seen. The guy had played in how many postseasons before 2002? Yeah. Like he played in 2001 or 2000 with the Giants. He played in a few of them. He got to 1 LCS with the Pirates before they get bounced on that play coming home, right? When he makes the throw at the plate. He put together the greatest postseason run anybody's ever had as a hitter, and they lose, and he had nothing to do with it. Like it's not.
I would
don't
say
think,
this.
You know,
this is such good bar talk right now.
Here's
I love
the thing, though. It'd be interesting if you asked baseball people, because I would still say Trout. I certainly would not say Harper in a landslide.
I would say Trout.
Not. In no way, shape, or form is it in a landslide. But I mean, he has played in postseason games, but I can't hold that against Trout in that it's ownership, it's front office, it's all that kind of stuff.
Accolades all go to Trout.
The one thing that I wonder with Trout, though, I would like to ask him this, like, why'd you stop stealing bases like 10 years ago? Like, that's part of what made him, like, he's incredible anyway, but he stole 49 bases his rookie year. Like, he was the guy that should steal 30 every year.
He got caught like 4 or 5
and he
times.
just stopped.
206 career stolen bases.
Yeah, he just kind of stopped.
What's it been caught like 50 times, 40 times?
Bryce Harper has 133. Trout 306 career. Harper 306 career home runs. Trout 368.
Yep.
Trout 301 career hitter. Harper 281 career hitter.
Okay.
You want to go to OPS? Trout 994. Harper 912.
Trout is the active leader in OPS.
Well,
by the way,
that's pretty significant.
He's the active career
to 912.
OPS. That's huge.
And I think Trout's probably the better defender.
Yeah.
Hey, does he play first base? No, I win.
He does not play first base.
Give it time.
He does not
FP.
play first base.
Give it time.
No. But no, there is no
Trust
doubt.
me, Bryce didn't talk to me the last 3 years. It's not like I love the guy.
No. There's no doubt Bryce is a big time player. He got better hair.
He does have about that. Well, he has hair.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting. And then both, like the thing with Trout now is how healthy is he going to be? He's been hurt the last 3 years. Like he's missed a lot of games the last 3 years. And Harper, I don't know what's his injury. I know he had the surgery, but I don't know if he was an injury prone guy before that. I don't remember him being an injury prone guy.
No, not really at all. 139. 2013, he only played 118.
Dude, the funniest Bryce Harper moment, we were in Los Angeles, and the Nationals were playing the Dodgers. You remember when he ran into the face planted right in the wall full speed?
I do.
Dude, I did not talk for two hitters. I was on the floor of the press box, of the booth laughing. And Jason Worth was on the DL, and he's texting me. And he's texting me, that's the funniest ass I've ever seen in my life. What was he thinking? He ran full speed into the wall. They put fences up in Dodger Stadium all of a sudden. I thought he thought they were playing out in the middle of a prairie or something. And he just went like face plant into the wall. And I lost. I couldn't talk literally for 6-7 pitches. Like had one of those laughing seizures where I flipped my microphone off. Yeah. I was on the floor. Meanwhile, everyone's like, is he dead? Like, is he okay? Is he ever going to play again? I just thought it was the funniest thing I'd ever seen.
Yeah, that's probably a good time not to laugh on the mic.
Yeah, so I turned my mic off and literally had my head down over here like this, just laughing for 5 minutes.
Real quick. Use of the off button.
Bryce Harper won the MVP in 2021. He didn't make the All-Star game.
He didn't?
No, it's bizarre.
Well, you got to have a good first half to make the All-Star.
Yeah, that's true.
He had 42 doubles and 35
He's won
homers.
two MVPs, hasn't he?
Yeah. Anthony Rendon's never been an All-Star. I know you can't stand him because he hasn't done well.
I don't mind him. I just wish he would play.
He's never had a good first half, so he's never been an All-Star.
He's never had a half in Anaheim.
The best hit he had.
he's had a quarter.
In Anaheim.
Dude, the best hit he had with the Angels was punching the A's fan.
Yeah, right. Early last year.
So not like him, dude. I don't know what is going on.
Kind of seemed like it was
hydration
like him.
gets us all, man.
Dude, I don't know.
It gets us all.
Seriously, I've defended him. Like, no, that's not like him. He's like the nicest, calmest dude in the world, and he started the fight.
Didn't look like
he came out the cast against Seattle. Didn't he have a cast on? Who was in the Seattle fight?
Do you remember?
And then he did the A's thing, and I'm like, wait, this isn't the Tony Rendoni I know. I don't know what's going on.
He's the one that said, hey, you become a free agent with the Angels, goofy stuff happens.
Yeah, he just started, I don't know.
How to stay hungry when you're in silk sheets, bro.
Yeah.
You know? That's what I'm saying.
That's true.
He lost that dog in him.
That's why I see Brock Purdy's always got to play with that chip on his shoulder. If he ever gets the big contract, you gotta,
Brock.
Yeah, don't pay him.
Only give you $900
grand and a roommate the rest of your career. Sorry, bro. Even if you get married, you got to have a roommate.
Put it in a trust.
Pay you in gold bars.
Yeah, put it in a trust for when you retire. You can have it. It's all yours as soon as you retire, Brock.
It'd be like Steve Young. It's annuity. It's an annuity.
He's starting fights, driving all kinds of crazy
going on
cars.
tonight?
I got Matt Barrows. That's it.
Oh, Matt Barrows.
No, Matty's awesome. He'd come on and talk some Niners, and we're going to talk some baseball today, some live look-ins to the Dodgers and D-backs.
No, Matt is. And that'll be great because if they're losing, it doesn't matter how badly they're losing, people will enjoy it.
From a professional standpoint, I got to ask you guys, you've been doing this a long time. How long can I go with the live look-ins and still be professional? Can I just play 4 or 5 innings and just sit here and get a cup of coffee?
At some point, it's not a look-in.
That's not a look-in. That's like a sit-in.
Bonus coverage.
If they go to break, you can't be sitting here.
You're not looking in. You're not looking in. You've invited yourself into the home to sit on the couch.
I'm going to go down to Old Ship and have a couple of drinks and do a live look-in.
I'm going to say that's probably not even bordering on unprofessional.
Not through a pitching change.
That's textbook unprofessional.
Managers on the hill, you better be talking.
All right, man. Have a good show.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, let's thank our guests today. We had 2 of them, and they were very, very early. John Wilner.
Yep.
Of the
Wilner Hotline.
Yeah, there you go. And Chris Rose. NFL Network.
Chris from a Rose.
And some podcast that he does. John Boy Media.
It's called the Rose Rotation Podcast.
Oh, Rose Rotation. Okay. Not part of the Wilner Hotline.
By the way, I meant to say this.
Network. Yes.
Your guys' show is way better than mine, but my callers are way better than yours. I was listening to your callers, and I was like, oh, my God.
Nobody call FP.
Let's just pick a random giant out of nowhere.
We'll see about that. Nobody call FP tonight. See you
No, call me. Please call me. It's just me. Please.
Yeah.
No, you guys will be
you
good,
wait
man.
till Glen Allen Hill's hired.
Yeah,
then
you wait. Yeah, you wait.
All right,
you wait
thank
till
you,
Glen
Derek.
Allen Hill's here.
Good job today. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it.
Stand on.
We'll be back at you tomorrow.
Greg Vaughn.
Stay tuned. FP Santangelo be up next, giving you 5-inning look-ins, sneak peeks, quick, not so quick. Anyway, FP's coming up next. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God. Oh! Shut it down. Let's go home.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Ladies and gentlemen, live from the city by the bay in the Sports Leader Studios, broadcasting to all of Northern California, this is KNBR Tonight.
Way back there, it is gone! A home run for FP Santangelo.
With FP Santangelo.
A three-run shot, and the Giants lead 4-1.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. Sports Leader.
All right, it's Astros are up 3-2. Forever Giant Carlos Correa just lined out to shortstop. And what do you guys think about A Dusty Baker, Bruce Bochy, ALCS. What are we thinking about that? 808 KNBR. FP Santangelo here, KNBR tonight. Got a great show for you, and it's free. You don't have to pay for a thing. You just got to drive around and pay like $20 a gallon for gas. I filled up my car the other day for $124. Like, what is going on? $124 to fill up your car. Kids in high school can't even drive now. Remember when we used to like, hey, can you give me some gas money when gas was like $1 a gallon and you used to go to the drive-in movies or something and you'd ask for some gas money? Now you got to like Venmo people like $60 or something for gas if you're in high school driving around. Unbelievable. I mean, you talk about like, oh, Giants players won't sign here because of taxes in California. That's a bunch of BS. The Dodgers and the Padres get players. I don't think people sign here because of the gas prices. I got to live right by the ballpark if I'm going to sign with the Giants because that's ridiculous. All right, we're going to have some live look and say, did we see the Phillies game? Did anybody see the Phillies-Braves game today? Arcia, the shortstop, Orlando Arcia, the shortstop for the Braves, had a quote after Bryce Harper got doubled up to end game 2. And it was coming like attaboy Harper or something like that. And it went viral. And Bryce Harper goes deep twice today. And both times, and maybe we'll have the sound of that coming up, both times he circled the bases. He came around second. And if you go on the Twitter or Instagram right now, there's all kinds of shots of Bryce just staring down Arcia as he's going by. And it was just really, really good stuff. And knowing him, like, don't poke the bear, right? Let a sleeping giant lie. So there was a time when it was all Mike Trout versus Bryce Harper. Do you remember that? When they were young and they were kind of going against each other. There was times when the Nationals played the Angels and the whole thing was about Harper versus Trout. Which one is better? They were both phenoms, one right-handed, one left-handed. And I think as this thing evolves, and Tom and Cope's had some really good points about you can't penalize a guy for postseason. Well, I mean, isn't the whole thing about getting to October baseball and then doing well on the biggest stage? And I know that's not an individual thing. And I know that's not an individual thing at all. But, like, if you get big hits in October, I think there's a reason why Derek Jeter was Derek Jeter. Now, I know he didn't lift the Yankees to the postseason by himself, but in those big moments, he stepped up. There's a reason why Reggie Jackson is Mr. October, because when you get on the biggest stage, you step up. There's a reason why Bryce Harper's resume is becoming totally complete, because his team that he signed with as a free agent, he made a choice to go to Philadelphia. They made a choice to spend money, and that lineup's insane, by the way. When you're talking about Turner and Harper and Castellanos all going deep today, I mean, that's just a really good lineup with a good vibe. That I do think Super Bowl titles for a quarterback are big. And a quarterback can't take a team to the Super Bowl by himself. I think postseason accolades mean something when you're talking about career and legacy and maybe Hall of Fame. I do. Now, I know that Mike Trout hasn't been there, but like if he's Mike Trout, shouldn't he say like, okay, I'm going to put the team on my back, or I'm going to do something to help my team get there? And you look at the numbers are the numbers. And Mike Trout career batting average, I just went over it, is, where is it? He's a 300 hitter, 301. Bryce Harper's 281. And then you got the career home runs. It's all similar. But for me, I don't know. I just think the postseason and the biggest stage matters. I really do. All right, 808 KNBR is the number. Let's take a quick call. Start the show off with the callers. We'll talk about some baseball tonight. We're going to get into the Niners football. Matt Barrows is going to join the show. We're going to talk about the Cleveland Browns and what's coming up this week. And a lot of playoff baseball tonight. I want to kind of lean on baseball. And dovetailing off with what those guys did earlier today, we haven't heard a whole lot about the Giants managerial search, and I want to get your thoughts on that. But let's go to the phones right now. Sid in Orinda. Sid, you're on KNBR. What's going on?
Hey, FP, I love you. I'm so glad you're back on the air.
Thanks, dude.
You know, since the Giants are out, you know, I'm not going to bring up any Cleveland Steamers or anything like that, but what is the worst town for a traveling baseball player to show up for? I heard it was Oakland, so it's another reason they should sell the team, but what was your least favorite town to go to for the ladies?
Oh, I'm not talking about the ladies. I'm going to talk about the towns themselves. Every town is a big league town. So that said, you know, you really can't dog a town if you're in the big leagues. I didn't love Cincinnati. I didn't think there was anything to do in Cincinnati, but there were some other towns that were but they're all the big leagues, so it's not like you're going to Bakersfield or you're going to Modesto. I mean, you're in the big leagues.
Or Visalia.
Visalia's good.
I thought, and I could have sworn I saw you combing the Oakland In-N-Out burger at about 12:30 one night a few years ago.
A few years ago, I was in Washington, D.C., but no, that wouldn't be me. I really don't get on that side of the bay much, Sid, but thanks for the call, dude. I appreciate it. All right, 808 KNBR is the number. We're going to talk some Giants baseball on the other side, talk some playoff baseball, maybe we'll do some live look-ins to some games. So 808 KNBR is the number. FP Santangelo, KNBR tonight. We'll set the show for you, take care of some business, and be right back. You're listening to The Sports Leader. Dwayne Kuiper joined Murph and Mac this morning to give his perspective on Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers advancing to the ALCS. We'll talk about that next. You can hear that full podcast trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
KNBR Tonight with your host, FP Santangelo, on the Sports Leader.
Here comes. Swing and a drive. Right field. Way back. And gone. Oh, baby, did he crush it. Into the second deck. A monster homer for Bryce Harper. And with one swing, the Phillies have a 4-1 lead. He crushed it. Left-hander at the belt. Harper waits. And the pitch. Swing and a high fly ball center field. Harris back some more near the wall. Gone!
Yeah, just one game at a time. We got a really good team. We got a really good group. No moment's too big for anybody in that dugout. We have so much trust in our young guys and so much trust in our veterans and our pitching as well. I mean, Wills goes out there, Nola goes out there, Ranger goes out there. Anybody that comes in from the bullpen does their job so well. And we just have so much faith in everybody's ability on this team. And it's going to take all 25 of us.
Cliche machine, Bryce Harper, and a home run machine. Couple of homers today. Don't poke the bear. Orlando Arcia saying that attaboy Harper, and that quote went everywhere about getting doubled up to end game 2, and then Bryce goes deep twice today. I mean, the first was a bomb. That was Boog Shambi on ESPN Radio, and those were great calls, by the way. Boog is the best. Wonderful, wonderful human being. I'm happy for everything that comes his way. He is the voice of the Chicago Cubs on the Marquee Network for the Cubs. Really, really good dude. You guys would love him. No score in Arizona, top of the second. Dodgers are hitting right now. Jason Hayward up in a 2-0 count. It's 3-2. Astros going to the bottom of the 8th in Minnesota. We're going to go to the bottom of the 9th in Minnesota if it's a chance for Dusty Baker to get to the ALCS against Bruce Bochy. And your thoughts on that? 2 former Giants managers. And we had fun with it in spring training, right? The Battle of Texas. Boch is back with the Rangers. Dusty is the defending World Series champion. And now it looks like there's some baseball to be played in Minnesota, that it might be 2 former Giants managers battling out for the ALCS championship, the American League championship. So let's go to the phones right now. 808 KNBR. I'm sticking to my guns on this, that I do think postseason accolades and how you perform in the postseason, whether it be basketball, football, or baseball, matters in your legacy. I do think when you talk about NFL quarterbacks and Jim Kelly, you don't talk about the same as you would if he won 4 Super Bowls like Joe Montana. I think rings matter. I think parades matter. I think getting to the postseason matters. Like, you just can't be a good player and throw up stats and never get there. And I know you're not the GM and you don't surround yourself with your teammates or the talent in your locker room, in your clubhouse, but like, don't great players elevate people around them? Don't like great players have intangibles that elevate their teammates to a different level, a la Buster Posey, a la Madison Bumgarner? I mean, don't you think there's something to that? Because there's 3 trophies on the corner and 3rd and King with 3 teams that weren't the best teams in baseball. They found a way to get there. They had a great manager. They had a great vibe. They had a great thing going on all those years, and they won 3 championships. But I think part of being a great player, if you're Steph Curry, if you're Joe Montana, if you're Buster Posey, is making everybody else around you better. Now, I know baseball is a little different, and you could have Shohei Ohtani, and you finish, and you're not in the playoffs, and you could have Mike Trout, and you don't finish in the playoffs. But, like, there has to be something there. And I know maybe it's not a tangible thing. There's no analytic for it. But there's something about maybe how you, I don't know, fire guys up based on your play, based on your performance, based on the example you set, based on maybe things you say on a bus, in the clubhouse, in the locker room. I don't know. I just think there's something to that. So if you sit there and say, well, you know, he never played in the postseason, that's not his fault. I get that. I'm not totally disagreeing with it. I just think there's more to it than that. There's more to it than numbers. There's a reason why the Giants won 3 World Series, and it wasn't, you know, oh, poor Buster Posey, he didn't have anybody around him. Buster Posey made his teammates better. He made the organization better. He made the Giants better. He made everybody, the coaches, better. And maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. Who knows? Dana in Scottsdale. Dana, you're on the Sports Leader. What's going on, Dana? How are you tonight?
Hey, man. How you doing? Wow, how good is Harper?
Dude, there's just certain players, Dana, and you're a golfer. You know this. For those of you who don't know, Dana's a pro golfer. Like, there's certain players on the biggest stage that, I don't know, it gets slower for them, and they enjoy the spotlight, and they're able to take the adrenaline and make it work for them. They make the fire burn for them in a positive way. And there's golfers like that in a major on a Sunday that just they'd rather be. There's golfers that rather not be in the last group on a major on a Sunday. And there's golfers that relish that, like Tiger Woods, right?
Yeah, and there's golfers that are getting clubs shipped out tomorrow.
I heard that. Thank you very, thank you very much. You know, I hit the first drive with that ping driver you sent me right down the middle, 310.
That's crazy.
Little humble brag. I didn't even swing, dude. It's like cheating. Anyways, let's talk about the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers.
Well, I'm the biggest Diamondback fan. In fact, it's so weird. I'm here in Dubuque. You know, I leave back to Phoenix in 9 days, and my house is literally 2.5 miles from where they're playing right now. It's such a weird feeling. And pouring rain in Dubuque. But, you know, look, I'm rooting for the Diamondbacks because Longoria, you know. I mean, what a cool deal for him, right?
Yeah, the Diamondbacks are a fun team, and they've been a fun team since spring training. They're athletic. They have Corbin Carroll. He runs all over the place. They got a bunch of good hitters that put the ball in play. They got a bunch of good defenders that make all the plays. I want to ask you this, Dana, and I was going to bring up the topic tonight as I'm watching the game, but it just kind of hit me real time. Like, what kind of a baseball fan is a Diamondback fan? Are they just kind of like, we'll go if they win? Because that's the vibe I get. I don't feel like there's hardcore baseball fans in Arizona because I feel like nobody's from there, right? It's a very transient city. Everybody's from somewhere else. But are they good baseball fans? It's packed tonight.
Well, it's kind of like the Giants of the 70s. You know, it's like the locals that grew up there are just rabid Diamondback fans. And there's probably 50 of them. I'm kidding. There's probably 5,000 of those fans. You know what I mean? But they're really, really like their Diamondbacks. And then there's a lot of fans that are like from Chicago and they're like the Cubs, but they go to the games and they're, you know, but this is good for the Diamondbacks, you know. I mean, they are, like you said, they're a fun team to watch, man.
Yeah, they're a good team to watch. All right. Well, hey, Dana, can't thank you enough, dude. We'll talk offline.
Absolutely, yeah.
You're the man.
Hey, have a great night, buddy.
You are the man. Thank you so much. Let's go to Joe in Burlingame. Joe, you're on The Sports Leader. What's going on, Joe?
Hey, yeah, you know, this Harper Trout thing, that's a tough call, but in reality, Harper, he's a rock star, and he's done things. He's got himself out on a limb many times in his career because you can tell he just does not accept not being on the top. And I think that permeates in the locker room, the adversity of his outspokenness. And Trout's a nice guy. He's in the friend zone with the ladies, you know. I mean, you know, and Bryce plays with the chip on his shoulder. But Trout's great, but still, I mean, what has he done to elevate other players' game, you know, with his disgust of failure? You know, I think you're right. There's a lot to that. There's a lot to not getting there. So
I agree. I mean, it's not like Mike Trout can like do everything by himself. And maybe that's not his demeanor, so you can't tell him like, "Hey, I want you to throw helmets and be like Bryce Harper." And
right.
But there's a certain intangible quality that all the great ones have that they're like, "Get on my back, jump on my back, I got this." And I know one guy can't take you to the playoffs or take you to a World Series by himself. You need pitching and defense and, you know, the whole team thing and whatever the Phillies got going on right now that's pretty incredible. Whatever the Diamondbacks have going on right now that's pretty incredible. The chip on their shoulders, whatever it is. But I just think there's something to it if you've only been there a couple of times or you've never been there and you're playing for the Cubs and you lose 100 games every year like Ernie Banks, like, okay, I get that. But like if you're playing in a pretty big market and your team has a big payroll, and I know Anthony Rendon's been hurt. I understand all this stuff. And I'm not getting on Mike Trout. Good Lord, he's one of the best players to ever put on the uniform and maybe the best when it's all said and done. I'll take Barry any day, but so I don't even know what point I'm trying to make, Joe, but I just feel like that postseason numbers and things you accomplish in October or in a Super Bowl or in the NBA Finals matter. If Magic Johnson never won a ring, would he be Magic Johnson? Magic Johnson made the Lakers better the day he got there. And I know basketball is a different sport. It's not like baseball. Larry Bird, the Celtics sucked until Larry Bird got there, and he made the Celtics better just by his presence. And I know basketball is a different sport. Joe Montana made the 49ers better just because, he was Joe Montana, and he elevated them to a different level, and then he got the 4 rings, and he was perfect in the Super Bowls. And that's why he, to me, is still the greatest quarterback ever, because of what he did in the postseason. So I know it's not none of these are individual sports, I understand, but there's something to the romance, there's something to your legacy, there's something to it that if you get it done on the biggest stage, and you're talking to a guy that never has been to the biggest stage, so maybe I don't even know what I'm talking about, but there has to be something more to it. There has to be. All right, Joe, I got to take a quick break. 808 KNBR. I see all you guys on hold. Tons of text messages to get to. No score in Arizona. At bottom of the second inning. The Diamondbacks are hitting, obviously, because it's the bottom of the second inning. And we're going to do a live look into the bottom of the ninth of Twins-Astros. They're in the ninth inning. We're going to go live if Dusty Baker has a chance to get to the ALCS. That coming up next on the Sports Leader. We are here with Steve Moskowitz, and today you want to talk about what do you do when you can't file your tax return? Steve, help me out.
And that's exactly what we'll do, is we'll help you out and we'll take care of you. It's a real common problem. It's amazing. A lot of times clients will say to me, Steve, have you ever done a case like this before? And the answer is literally thousands of times. It's a very common problem. The most common situation is somebody just doesn't have the money to pay the taxes. So they make a mistake, they don't file the return, and then year 2 rolls around and they say, well, they still don't have the money. And how they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1, it becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle. You don't want to live this way. You don't want this new, enhanced, bigger IRS coming and ruin your life, your business, your marriage, and it doesn't have to. So even if you don't have your records, we can get all the records the IRS and state has on you. And if you don't have the money to pay the taxes, that's okay. We'll make a deal for you, and then we'll give you back a normal life.
Thanks, Stevie, baby. You absolutely rock. You can visit Steve, or you can call Steve at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or visit him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, KNBR Tonight with FP Santangelo continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, top of the ninth in Minnesota, 3-2 Astros. Jose Abreu just got a